Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 346, The Kryptonians Are Coming. The best way to learn is to have someone to measure yourself against. Shadow had a good foundation, plus being an adult, she grasped various knowledge, especially some Eastern martial arts, very quickly. Damien's strength lay in his high starting point, his physical fitness was increasing every day. Whether it was Ra's al Ghul, Batman, or Thea, their martial arts could be said to be passed down from the same lineage. Everyone trained him along the same line, so he absorbed their teachings extremely quickly. He was catching up to Shadow at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Alright, take a rest for a while." Thea interrupted their sparring match. On the surface, Shadow still held the advantage, but Damien had quite a few strange tricks. He could maintain a stalemate within 30 moves, past 30 moves, he couldn't hold on. "Thea. Come look quickly." Felicity's shout interrupted their teaching session. Just as Thea was about to reply, her personal phone rang. Picking it up, she saw it was her old acquaintance, General Lane. Answering the call, before she could even make a sound, the old general on the other end roared like a machine gun, "Please come to the Department of Defense at the fastest speed. Immediately. Right now. Fastest speed." The old general hung up right after speaking, but in that short communication time, she could hear the other side was extremely noisy, like a vegetable market, with countless voices discussing and arguing. "What happened?" Thea muttered in a low voice. General Lane's dream of becoming Secretary of Defense had been shattered, perhaps his reputation for human experimentation was truly too bad. The one who took over as secretary was a general who had commanded multiple U.S. military campaigns, General Swanwick. An unidentified flying object is approaching Earth. Queen consolidated satellites have already detected the opponent entering lunar orbit. Fortunately, Felicity provided the answer. "Aliens are coming." Thea's first reaction was that aliens were coming to demand an explanation from her. Things like borrowing the medical pod, throwing an evil gorilla out to plague other people's planets, she had truly done quite a few good deeds recently. But how is that possible? Thea coughed twice, instructed them to watch the house, then put on the yellow lantern ring and flew alone toward the Department of Defense. Entering the secretary's office, she found there weren't many people, but Thea knew them all. The new secretary, General Swanwick, several generals led by Sam Lane, as well as Amanda Waller and the Martian Manhunter disguised as the director of the DEO. "What's the matter?" Everyone in this room knew her identity, so Thea took off her mask and asked the new secretary sitting at the head. The new secretary was a black general. Thea had never spoken to him before. When he opened his mouth, his voice was extremely powerful, without any sloppiness. 5 minutes ago, a ship from an extraterrestrial civilization entered lunar orbit. They demanded we hand over an alien hiding on Earth. I think you are the person on Earth who understands aliens best. How do you think we should respond? General Swanwick had a bit of a headache. Running into this kind of mess right after taking office couldn't even be described as mere bad luck. Fortunately, he knew of Thea and hurriedly called her over to give ideas. Thea scratched her head a little. "There are too many aliens on Earth, which one are you looking for? Not to mention distant ones, there was one standing right in this room." She chose her words carefully. "Mr. Secretary, did the other party say which planet they are from? Do they have a name?" Several people in the room recalled for a moment. The opponent didn't say which planet, only mentioning that the leader is called General Zod. It was her old acquaintance Amanda who answered her question. "General Zod." Thea inexplicably let out a long breath. "This definitely isn't coming from me." She wanted to ask the Martian Manhunter for his opinion, but the Pentagon, including many important buildings of ARGUS, was installed with black technology products that prevented X-ray vision and mind control. Her telepathy was completely ineffective here. Thinking about it, there didn't seem to be anything she couldn't say. "I've heard the name General Zod. He should be a Kryptonian. Krypton is 27.1 light-years away from Earth. Their planet exploded more than 30 years ago. Some say the planet's lifespan ended, some say high-level artificial intelligence invaded, and others say the entropy of Krypton caused the Big Bang." Thea was counting on her fingers, listing several reasons for Krypton's destruction for him, but the black secretary hurriedly interrupted her. He didn't care who blew up the opponent's planet, he only wanted to know how high their military force was. "Miss Queen, your knowledge is truly extensive, I am very gratified, but what I want to ask is, does the opponent have thoughts of conquering Earth? As far as I know, General Zod was a stubborn pro-war faction member back on their planet. He has conquered and destroyed many civilized planets, believing in the law of the jungle. He is a battle-hardened general who's won more than his share of wars. Thea didn't hide it and said what she knew. General Swanwick's heart went cold halfway upon hearing this. Because he dealt with Iraqis and Afghans using the law of the jungle himself, putting himself in their shoes, it wasn't hard to guess the opponent's thoughts. His mind was in knots, but he still pretended to be very calm. Can we negotiate with them? We don't have to achieve anything, but at least we should make our stance clear. Thea pursed her lips. What intentions? Isn't it just surrendering? Pretending to be righteous, she said, I'm willing to make a trip, but you'd best send someone with me too. I can only act as a driver and translator, I can't represent the country. Holy crap. You make too much sense. The high officials in this room, usually representing this and that, all shrank back now that it was time for them to represent the country. Are you kidding? Running straight onto an alien spaceship to negotiate. Even their ashes wouldn't come back, right? Those who usually clamored about how powerful they were all lost their voices, each lowering their head, terrified of being called upon to go to their deaths. General Swanwick also had a headache. The president had already hidden in a bunker, handing full authority over external affairs to him. He still had to command the scene, logically speaking, he shouldn't go. His gaze scanned the room. No one dared to meet his eyes. ArrowVerse and the DEO weren't qualified to represent the country either. After several thoughts, I will go with you. Secretary, don't. Secretary, please reconsider. Several people advised him softly, but not a single person shouted, I'll go. Each pretended to be extremely worried, but their originally tense bodies all relaxed. Even Thea looked at him sideways. Without exchanging blows, she wasn't sure if she could deal with those few Kryptonians, but running away was no problem. Whether it was the power armor, the lantern ring, or opening a portal, she could definitely escape. But all of this highlighted the courage of this new secretary. The severity of the situation forcing him into a corner was one aspect, but his own decisiveness was another. However, running away with this guy would be very troublesome. Thea glanced unobtrusively at the Martian manhunter and found this guy pretending as if nothing was happening. Actually, teaming up with him plus Superman, they could definitely go hard against the Kryptonians for a round. But looking at him, he seemed unwilling to expose his identity. Do I need to wear a spacesuit? Do you think I need to bring a pistol? The secretary was almost giving his last words. While asking Thea, he instructed his secretary that if he didn't return, to give the items in his office to his wife. Chapter 347, Negotiation. She wondered for a moment whether a spacesuit was necessary, then reached out and materialized a respirator, handing it to him. A respirator modeled after Corridor technology. It can handle the atmosphere of most regions in the universe. General Swanwick touched the object that felt almost substantial, quietly marveling at it. How do we get up there? Wait for me to make a plane. Thea gazed into the distance. The opposing ship didn't have space-restricting technology, so opening a portal would be the fastest way. However, she didn't want to expose that ability in front of so many people. To display her identity as an Earthling, she constructed an F-22 Raptor. Come, get in. Thea waved to the black general. Does this thing have a weapons system? General Swanwick was familiar with his own military's planes. He sat inside out of habit, touched around, and suddenly remembered a question. It's all imagined, it's all fake. Thea knew what these people were thinking and immediately dispelled his notion. Sit tight, we're departing. Someone had already opened the roof of this office, a layered mechanical structure claimed to be able to withstand medium-range missile attacks. Thea controlled the constructed plane, rising vertically. After reaching 1,000 meters above the ground, she flew directly toward the moon. Flying out of the atmosphere was quite an experience for the secretary, but his emotions were soon replaced by deep fear. He forced himself to stay calm and asked, the opponent won't attack first, will they? They won't. Thea answered decisively. Actually, she didn't know either, but judging by her impression, Zod was a person with leadership bearing and caution. Since the two of them were obviously coming to talk, he wouldn't shut them out. Mr. Secretary, you truly have courage. Thea meant this sincerely. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the Kryptonian ship, General Swanwick actually calmed down. Back when he first got on the plane, his legs were shaking like noodles. At my age, no matter how bad it gets, I can't lose face in front of a little girl like you, hee. General Swanwick threw away the politician's disguise at this moment, revealing his true colors. He didn't have Thea's strength, nor did he know if Thea would care about him in a crisis. Abandoning all concerns, he only wanted to complete his mission. From certain angles, he could be considered a hero. Thea chuckled twice but didn't speak, because they had already arrived at the side of the Kryptonian ship. The opponent didn't attack, instead, they opened a bay door, signaling them to enter. This ship was truly not small. Thea piloted the plane into the bay before observing her surroundings. The Kryptonian civilization level was very high. If they hadn't courted death themselves, with their physical fitness and technological level, they would absolutely be an extremely strong force in the universe. Earthlings, what is your business? The one welcoming them, if it could be called that, was a woman wearing black mechanical armor. She wore some kind of translator, speaking in Earth's English. Thea was pleased, she wouldn't have to do any translating. She was already preparing for the escape plan if negotiations broke down. I am General Swanwick. I represent the Earth's government. I want to see your leader. Since communication was smooth, General Swanwick perked up. Waving his arm to match his tone, he revealed his determination and conviction. The black-armored woman seemed to use some communication device to exchange a few words with the inside. Wait here. After speaking, she didn't leave. She stood there stiffly, staring straight at the two, especially Thea. What? Kryptonian, you want to spar? Kryptonian genetic engineering technology was very advanced. Thea had planned to go inside and observe it properly. She hadn't expected the opponent to be so crafty. The leader preferred to come to the edge of the ship to meet them rather than letting them enter the internal area. Thea was a little depressed and felt a bit angry being stared at unblinkingly by the black-armored woman. You are not Kal-El. Your ability is truly marvelous. This isn't a physical entity, is it? The black-armored woman wasn't angry, she just looked curiously at the plane Thea had constructed. Rarely seen, hence strange. Thea had just said a phrase when she was interrupted by another deep, muffled voice. Accompanying the voice was a middle-aged strongman, 1.9 meters tall. The man had a very short beard, hard facial lines, and a majestic expression. Farah, that should be some kind of construct. I heard there is a group of people in the universe calling themselves the Green Lantern Corps, but those people utilize green constructs. This fellow is yellow, there should be a connection between them. The middle-aged strongman, General Zod, glanced at Thea's construct a few times and spoke with some uncertainty. Thea gave a noncommittal response, leaving the conversation space to the two generals. What will it take for you to leave Earth? General Swanwick's momentum was a bit low, but he mustered his courage to speak. Find Kal-El, and the codex that was stolen back then. Zod was much calmer than him, as if stating a trivial matter that had nothing to do with him. What codex? General Swanwick didn't understand the term. He intuited that it should be some black technology valued by aliens, but Zod wasn't prepared to explain it to him. The black secretary could only look at Thea. Seeing his expression, Thea knew he was probably thinking in the wrong direction, so she could only explain, it's about the same as our Human Genome Project map. Many alien planets have this thing. Oh. Hearing genome map, General Swanwick instantly lost interest. Zod was originally puzzled why an Earthling knew about their codex, but hearing the second half of Thea's sentence, many alien planets have this, he realized something. He had been busy for 30 years modifying the ship and arming these subordinates, then came straight to Earth. He'd been completely cut off from outside information, and he indeed didn't know what was happening in the wider universe. Associating her with the Lantern Corps, Thea was automatically upgraded in his mind to a knowledgeable and well-traveled Earthling. The two of them quietly let the matter of the codex drop. If we hand over the person and the codex to you, will you leave Earth? This was what General Swanwick cared about most. I will leave as soon as I get the items. I swear by Rao. Zod said very seriously. Swanwick again sought help from the knowledgeable Thea. The meaning in his eyes was clearly asking, who is he talking about? Ah, that's the god they believe in. Thea couldn't figure it out either. Were these Kryptonian gods and Martian gods real deities, or just figments of ordinary people's imagination, or simply the presence's alternate accounts, Smurfs? She could only explain vaguely. You are very frank. As a soldier, you are worthy of respect. I agree to your conditions. You will get what you need. After speaking, General Swanwick signaled to Thea, we're pretty much done talking, let's retreat quickly. Thea had no objections. She could fight in space, but her strength wasn't as good as in planetary combat, and there was no benefit at all. She wasn't so bored as to take the blame for Superman. This mission was completed perfectly. General Swanwick consolidated his position in the Department of Defense, and Thea successfully connected with him. Amanda Waller and General Lane could stand aside next time. Chapter 348, Facing the Battle. Zod didn't stop them at all, so their return journey was very smooth. Who is Kal-El? General Swanwick asked Thea on the constructed plane. His gut told him Thea likely knew these strange people. You should have seen him too, though I don't know his name. That guy in the red cape from the Coast City battle last time is a Kryptonian. I don't know if he's the Kal-El they're looking for. Thea's words were 70% truth and 30% lies. Hearing this, General Swanwick had a rough idea. At least he wouldn't have to search blindly in a sea of people, that was good news. The plane landed on the ground. General Swanwick walked back into the Department of Defense in high spirits. He was greeted by approving gazes from everyone. Regardless of faction, brave people are worthy of admiration. The secretary's personal prestige suppressed all dissatisfied voices for the first time. Find this Kal-El immediately. Right now. The high-spirited Secretary of Defense issued a new order, and everyone began bustling around. Miss Thea, I still need you to hold the fort for a while. Having shared this experience of adversity, the relationship between the Black Secretary and Thea had grown invisibly. The address had transitioned from Miss Queen to Miss Thea. Thea also needed to consolidate this relationship, and incidentally, watch these broken-as-hell Kryptonians fight a civil war from close range, so she naturally agreed. Not long after, Superman and Lois Lane arrived at the Department of Defense one after another. Superman came to turn himself in, while Lois was brought in half-forced, half-voluntarily. The cause was her boasting on the internet that she knew the true identity of the Kryptonian hiding on Earth. Looking at the indignant Lois Lane, Thea was truly speechless. Talking about freedom of the press at the Department of Defense. The word fear just wasn't in this girl's dictionary. If not for her father, General Lane's face, who would speak nicely to her. They'd probably pour 2 pounds of Veridiserum down her throat first. Standing 1.9 meters tall, with a large red cape fluttering in the wind, Superman didn't surrender meekly like in the original timeline. Instead, he hovered outside the Pentagon, waiting for them to come out. The secretary spoke like he was dissuading someone from jumping off a building, laying out facts and reasoning. His words, inside and out, meant one thing, asking Superman to sacrifice the small self to achieve the greater good. Superman appeared to listen carefully on the surface, but in reality, he had already slipped into a telepathic chat channel opened by the Martian Manhunter. Once outside the Pentagon's black tech shielding zone, their telepathic abilities returned to normal. Knowing each other's backgrounds, Thea was also pulled into this chat room. With the help of the Martian Manhunter's powerful psychic abilities, the three chatted via telepathy under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Uncle John, are you sure you won't act? Thea had always wondered about this. With him and Superman teaming up, plus herself slacking off on the side, those few Kryptonians who hadn't sunbathed yet would be finished in minutes. The Martian Manhunter's tone was firm. I want to protect Earth, but as an Earthling. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will not act. What situation counts as absolutely necessary? When this Kryptonian and you are all dead. Thea rolled her eyes. Obviously, he just wants to slack off, yet this guy says it so righteously. No wonder he spent his days running psychological counseling sessions, cooking, and cleaning for the Justice League later on. He had taken slacking off to a new level. Kara Danvers wanted to come too, but I persuaded her to go back. John, she still needs you to take care of her. Superman's voice was a bit miserable. On one side were his kinsmen, on the other were the Earthlings who raised him. He didn't know what choice to make. Perhaps he just wanted to take it one step at a time. Miss Thea, if possible, please help take care of my adoptive mother. Seeing him giving his last words, Thea had to nod in agreement. His mother is that farm woman, right? Named Martha something. With an expression like he was going to the execution ground, Superman ended the three-way call. Afterward, he sprinkled a handful of dog food, PDA, with Lois Lane on the spot. While he was showing off his affection, he didn't know his future father-in-law, General Lane, was right there in the crowd of onlookers. Although curious about who this old man with the trembling face was, this wasn't a game, there were no names floating above people's heads. Plus, he had too many troublesome things on his mind right now, so he didn't pay attention. Releasing Lois Lane, he soared into the sky, flying toward General Zod's ship. Is it over just like that? The secretary waved everyone back to work, then leaned over to quietly ask Thea. Should be. Thea laughed secretly. This is barely the beginning. But not wanting to blow their morale, she told a white lie. Where is that codex they wanted? The secretary suddenly remembered this matter. Thea shook her head to indicate she didn't know. However, the secretary reminded her. Kryptonian biotechnology was at the peak of perfection. Their people's genetic makeup had reached a perfect level, from certain angles, they were man-made gods. Superman's father had injected the genetic map into Superman's blood. It could only be read by combining the blood with the device on the Kryptonian ship. Both blood and device were indispensable. In the original timeline, Zod was so grief-stricken when Superman destroyed the ship because he felt the hope of Krypton had been shattered. Perhaps I should copy this data in advance. Their genetic technology wasn't of much use to herself, but even if it didn't help her, it would benefit Moira, Malcolm, and the others. But these things could only be done secretly, she couldn't let these politicians know. Thea was secretly calculating her plan while time moved forward slowly. Sir. 2 small spacecraft have entered the atmosphere. A lieutenant reported. Calculate their landing point. General Swanwick asked urgently. Thoughts of these aliens going back on their word and breaking their promise all surfaced in his mind. At the same time, he held a bit of luck in his heart, if they land in another country, I won't have to worry about it. But the lieutenant's next words shattered his fantasy. Sir, the landing point is in Kansas. Ouch. Swanwick's expression looked like he had eaten expired food. His face instantly turned sallow. Is it too late to let Kansas declare independence now? I'll go take a look. Before he could speak, Thea volunteered to take on this task. If she remembered correctly, Zod and the others were going to find Superman's childhood spaceship. She had promised Superman to look after his adoptive mother, so she had to at least make a gesture. Kryptonians. Humph. Thea felt her fighting spirit rising rapidly as she flew. Time to verify the combat capabilities of my new armor. While constantly accelerating, Thea completed her equipment change. The silver-white armor and the large red cape covered her body. General Zod entered from the atmosphere, while she flew from Washington. Their speeds were similar, but Thea was much closer in distance. She pulled up Clark Kent's farm on the armor's onboard computer and arrived at the destination one step ahead. I'm Clark's friend. Ma'am, hide first, enemies are coming soon. Thea took off her mask and waved to Martha Kent, who had boldly come out to check. The old lady didn't understand, but she still hugged her dog and ran far away. Chapter 349, Powerful Kryptonians. The old lady had barely gone 100 meters, still hugging her dog, when two alien aircraft landed on the ground. General Zod and Farah walked out. Both wore black power armor and long black capes, though Zod's armor was sturdier and heavier than Farah's. First, they surveyed the surrounding environment before turning back to look at Thea. Thea's current armor was distinctly different from the Yellow Lantern combat suit she wore earlier, but relying on the unique aura interaction between powerhouses, the two still recognized her. Earthling, it looks like you want to fight us. General Zod's stern face carried a hint of contempt. I'm afraid you don't understand our true strength. I have conquered countless low-level planets like Earth in my lifetime. Thea put her hands on her hips and laughed aloud. Kryptonian, let me tell you something too. My footprints cover the entire universe. I've herded cattle on Corrigar, I've fought brawls on OA. You Kryptonians have only conquered a few surrounding star systems. There are 3,600 sectors in the entire universe, do you know which sector you belong to? I'll tell you, remember this, you are Sector 2813, the neighbor of Earth Sector 2814. Next time someone asks you, you can answer them loudly, haha. After speaking, she looked at General Zod with the gaze one would use on a country bumpkin. Holy crap. General Zod's face darkened. Half of it was anger, the other half was shame. Kryptonians had always considered their civilization advanced. Every time they conquered another planet, they looked at the local natives with eyes full of pity for the mentally challenged. Now that the situation was reversed, the taste was extremely uncomfortable, giving General Zod the illusion that he'd stepped in dog poop. Unfortunately, he had no comeback because he couldn't determine if Thea's words were true or false. Lantern rings could open wormholes limitlessly to jump between different regions. Although their spaceships could also open wormholes, the energy required was boundless, they wouldn't do it lightly. Originally descending to the surface aggressively, they ended up being treated as hillbillies. This blow to the head invisibly weakened their imposing manner by 20%. I won't argue with you. Hand over the codex. General Zod wasn't an eloquent person to begin with. Originally, he was condescendingly talking about Earthlings this and that, but now he didn't mention it anymore, focusing solely on the codex. Thea was also a bit puzzled. She remembered that in the movie, after Superman turned himself in and was captured, he had blood drawn and memories read, but he caught up very quickly. She had been spouting long-winded nonsense with them for half a day now. Where was Brother Superman? Was it because Lois Lane didn't get on the ship? So it took him a bit more time to escape. If she hadn't come to Kansas, wouldn't his adoptive mother be dead for sure? She let out a long, steady breath. The white dwarf stabilizer on her chest began a violent energy output. The inner layer of magic runes all lit up. The large red cape moved without wind, and the air grew heavy. Let me see your capabilities. Thea finished speaking, and the thrusters under her feet suddenly exerted force, driving her body to leap high. Drawing an arc, she punched towards General Zod. General Zod roared, gathering his whole body's strength to strike back at her. Bang. A muffled sound. No lightning, no explosion, just pure physical confrontation. Centering on the two, a shockwave spread in all directions. The lawn and wooden house of Clark Kent's home were completely shattered. A red pickup truck was flipped directly, tumbling over 30 meters away before crashing to the ground. Barring any accidents, it was totaled. Thea did a backflip to eliminate the impact force of the opponent's punch, while General Zod took a step back. Opponent's punch force, 1,020 tons. Our armor withstood recoil, 95%. Slight cracks in the right arm armor. Armor damage area, 0.37%. Gideon, acting as the auxiliary control system, quickly scanned the battle damage on both sides. Truly a cheat using race. This guy hadn't even sunbathed for a day, yet he possessed such immense strength. Calling them gods walking on the ground wasn't wrong. I'll hold her off. Farah, you go get the codex. The intense confrontation between the two had destroyed the Kent family's wooden house. Superman's childhood spaceship was particularly conspicuous amidst the rubble. General Zod leaped high, launching a fierce attack on Thea while loudly reminding Farah. You'd better come help your general. Thea sprayed a large amount of freezing air on Farah's inevitable path. Absolute zero was something no technological armor could ignore. Farah knew exactly what that meant, her steps paused slightly. Thea seized the opening, grabbed her arm, and threw her towards General Zod. Strictly speaking, General Zod wasn't a bad person. Moreover, although he was called a general, he only had 2 or 3 subordinates, barely 10 people in total. Calling him General Zod was fine, but calling him Captain Zod would actually work too. Naturally, he couldn't punch his loyal subordinate to death. He twisted his body in midair, avoiding Farah head-on. With a light tap on her leg, he changed her horizontal flight to a vertical landing. Farah coordinated well with him, turning 180 degrees in the air and landing back on the ground lightly. The two exchanged a tacit look and pounced towards Thea together. Thea blocked Zod's whip kick with her left fist and grabbed Farah's wrist with her right hand. The opponent drew a short knife that looked like a dagger, stabbing, slicing, hacking. It was completely different from Earth's martial arts, there was no distinction between feints and real moves. Every move was ruthless and merciless. Even Thea's armor, which could withstand nuclear bombardment, had a scratch carved onto it by her. Unknowingly, Thea's attention was attracted by Farah. Farah's martial skills were gorgeous, possessing a dancing rhythm, yet fatal attacks were hidden within the graceful techniques. Zod was her exact opposite. His was the traditional Kryptonian fighting style, relying on strength, speed, and abundant stamina. Tireless and fearless of injury, he would firmly grasp any opportunity. Counting the armor, Thea's individual strength was slightly inferior to Zod's. If it were a fair fight, going a few dozen rounds wouldn't be a problem. But adding Farah, who wasn't much weaker than her, made it a bit strenuous. She had to rely on spraying freezing air from the freeze gun to hinder the opponent's rush. The ambient temperature visibly dropped, and Zod and Farah's armor inevitably became a bit sluggish. Damn it. Where the hell did Superman go? Should I retreat? Thea exchanged another punch with Zod, feeling a bit depressed. What she didn't expect was that Zod didn't use much strength in this punch. Instead, borrowing the force of her punch, he flew into the wooden house behind him. Thea was just about to chase when she saw Farah rushing up like she didn't care for her life. The short knife in her hand flashed with bright electric arcs. It could scratch the armor without electric arcs. Now that there were arcs, they definitely weren't for decoration. Not knowing the power, Thea didn't dare to take it head-on and dodged 2 moves in succession. Farah completely abandoned defense, her moves never leaving Thea's vitals. Her intention wasn't hard to guess, to stall Thea. It's not here. The codex isn't here. Following General Zod's roar, he leaped violently out of the wreckage of the wooden house. His gaze immediately turned to Thea. Does this earthling know something? But out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Martha Kent hiding far away, and a plan instantly formed in his mind. Chapter 350, Farah. That old woman must know something. Farah, you continue to hold off that earthling, I'm going to grab that old lady. General Zod shouted this at the top of his lungs. A conservative estimate would be that people within a 2-mile radius could hear him. This was his brilliance. He could inform his subordinate of his objective while simultaneously causing trouble for Thea's actions. The opponent had run all the way here to protect an earthling old lady. Zod didn't believe for a second that they weren't related. This was a naked open conspiracy, young Mo. And indeed, as he expected, Thea was affected. That old lady didn't run far. Thea suppressed Farah in both martial arts and strength. She had already gained the upper hand, having knocked away the short knife emitting electric arcs. Hearing Zod's shout, Thea was truly startled. This old lady really isn't afraid of death. The ground is shaking like this, and she still won't run. Thea kicked Farah away and turned her head to look at Martha Kent's position. Holy crap. She saw the old lady holding a dog, hiding behind a big tree, hand shading her eyes as she observed the battlefield. She actually thought running 300 meters away was safe. Seeing Zod showing a tendency to rush, Thea couldn't bother finishing off Farah. The thrusters under her feet operated at full power, preparing to intercept him. But an accident happened. Whether it was Thea or Zod, their thinking remained within the range of normal people. They didn't expect there were entities in this world that completely defied common sense. A streak of red and blue tore across the sky from an extremely distant location. Accompanied by a massive sonic boom, he smashed hard into General Zod, carrying the battle-hardened general several thousand meters away. The furious Clark raised his sandbag-sized fists and hammered them into Zod's face with desperate fury. "You dare threaten my mother?" The inertia was so great that the two crashed through the farm, through the highway, and destroyed countless buildings along the way, finally stopping in a small town 5 miles away from the Kent farm. Thea glanced twice and stopped looking. Superman still had his old problem: his attacks lacked structure. Zod's martial arts were far superior to his, but under the angry Superman's fists, Zod could only barely maintain his defense. His helmet was quickly broken. The moment his skin touched sunlight, his super senses were activated. A massive amount of chaotic, disordered information flooded his mind, causing him splitting headaches and dropping his combat power to rock bottom. Thea knew their ship would pick up Zod soon. The next time Zod came to Earth, he wouldn't be someone she could deal with. Super senses, super strength, heat vision, once that whole stack of abilities was online, it was better to leave such a tough guy to his fellow countryman, Superman. "Hey, your general got knocked away. It seems his strength isn't that great either. Come work for me, I really appreciate your abilities." Farah, who had been kicked, stood up swaying. Having been suppressed by Thea for so long, her armor was severely damaged, though not yet broken. Bullshit. Facing Thea's blatant battlefield recruitment attempt, Farah was furious. She didn't have supervision right now, but she knew Zod was being beaten by Superman, his vital signs dropping rapidly, and a ship was already going to support him. Although she swore back fiercely, a shadow of doubt still crept into her heart. Was the invincible general defeated? Thea, who was good at brainwashing people, sensed that sliver of change. If not guided correctly, this shadow would quickly be filtered out by her subjective consciousness. But what time was it now? They were in the middle of combat. Farah's abilities were excellent. She had brains, combat power, and a certain vision, plus that excellent Kryptonian bloodline. She was the third subordinate Thea prepared to recruit for the Yellow Lantern Corps. As a long-term adjutant, she could handle most tasks. Whether taking over the Yellow Lantern Corps later or fighting on Earth, she would be a capable assistant. But all of this needed to be done covertly. Superman could know part of it, after all, she was his compatriot, but the US government absolutely could not know. Thea's Eye of Horus had already seen the Kryptonian fighter jet pick up General Zod. At the same time, US military planes were rapidly approaching her. Thea no longer held back. She channeled a massive amount of water aspect magic into the armor. Because of the Shark God Camo, this armor wasn't particularly sensitive to various attributes, but only water attribute could be amplified to 200% power through the suit. If she persuaded her directly, and the opponent bowed down instantly, Thea's talk no jutsu wasn't that profound. She prepared to capture Farah alive and tame her slowly. But the opponent had decent combat power, she wasn't some ripe watermelon waiting to be picked. Plus, the US military was approaching, so there wasn't enough time. Before this, Thea indeed wouldn't have had a good method and could only give up and wait for the next opportunity. But the passive attribute of this armor gave her a new option: underwater combat. Underwater, her combat power would increase drastically while the opponent would definitely be weakened. Plus, the seabed had excellent concealment. Presumably, the Atlanteans wouldn't snitch to the Pentagon. "Come with me." Two dark blue magical tentacles extended from Thea's armor. Amidst Farah's confused gaze, they grabbed her and flew out of Kansas, heading straight south, Oklahoma, Texas. Farah struggled desperately, but the magical tentacles bound her extremely tightly. In the end, she was dragged along as Thea plunged headfirst into the depths of the Gulf of Mexico. "What are you doing?" Farah roared in anger. As Thea expected, their armor could operate underwater, but the capability was extremely weak. Technically, her suit was rated for underwater combat, but only barely. As for the extent of this function, the constant alarm sounding on her armor said it all. "I'm taking you to see the vastness of the universe. Your vision is too narrow, you have no idea how big the world outside is." Thea spouted nonsense while swimming toward the deep-sea area. Farah was so angry she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Although she had heard this once before, she still felt these words were asking for a beating. "She makes us Kryptonians sound like uncivilized natives." In the past, they were the ones full of superiority using these words on others. Now that the situation was reversed, how could she not feel stifled? The most crucial part was that, deep down, Farah actually believed Thea. Earlier, General Zod only vaguely knew about the Green Lantern Corps. Out of caution, he didn't argue with Thea, which looked a bit like tacit admission. Farah, who always viewed him as a leader, misunderstood this as confirmation. Subconsciously, the concept that Kryptonians were frogs in a well arose. It could be said that General Zod's caution inadvertently helped Thea. Thea's swimming speed was extremely fast. Although she was carrying a person and Farah was struggling constantly, her speed still exceeded 1,000 nautical miles per hour. No marine life or submarine could catch up to her speed. Farah's combat suit was already severely damaged. The immense pressure of the deep sea accelerated the damage rate. Initially, she managed to resist a bit, but later, her consciousness became a bit blurry, leaving only mechanical punching and kicking. Chapter 351, Modifying Memories. The battle at the bottom of the sea, or rather, Thea's unilateral abuse, startled quite a few marine creatures. However, the shockwaves from their clash and their sheer speed made those creatures keep their distance. Kryptonian physical resilience was truly powerful. The passive effect of Thea's armor meant her strength didn't decrease underwater, instead, it increased slightly. Yet, hundreds of tons of force hitting Farah didn't cause any fatal damage. But little strokes fell great oaks. Coupled with the depth of the ocean, Farah's resistance became weaker and weaker. Finally, after Thea punched her in the abdomen, her consciousness couldn't hold on any longer, and she fainted. Huff, huff. Thea was also tired out. Fighting these Kryptonians with physical attacks was too exhausting. Bodies sculpted by cutting-edge genetic engineering were just absurdly tough. She had practically pinned her down and pummeled her for 10 minutes before knocking her out. If this were on land, how long would she have had to fight? Looking up towards the outside, there were several small islands on the sea surface. Barring any accidents, she had swum from the Gulf of Mexico to the Caribbean Sea. Thea dragged the unconscious Farah out of the water, looked around, and found an uninhabited island to rest for a moment. Where should I tame this Kryptonian? On Earth? Thea quickly abandoned this idea. Superman would be happy to see his compatriot turn over a new leaf, but he definitely wouldn't like seeing Thea brainwash Farah. Better go to an alien planet. Thea contacted Grodd remotely. Ostensibly under Sinestro's jurisdiction, the gorilla was currently spreading the fear of the Yellow Lantern Ring on a planet, controlling two groups of aliens to fight each other. Grodd couldn't be happier. After several consecutive wormholes, Thea dragged Farah to this planet, far away from Krypton, remnants, and Earth. Instructing Grodd to find a quiet place for her, Thea began to use magic to modify Farah's memories. Compared to their men of steel bodies, Kryptonian willpower really wasn't that impressive. Thea slipped into the depths of Farah's mind without much effort, a place no ordinary person could reach, the stronghold of her subconscious and primal instincts. Except for Superman, who was naturally born, all Kryptonians, including Supergirl, were generated through genetic engineering. Their destiny for a lifetime was decided before birth. Some were soldiers, some were scholars, their genes would be optimized to the extreme in that direction. It could be said that the fate of all Kryptonians was set from birth. Even if someone wanted to resist, they wouldn't engage in other professions because they simply couldn't learn them. Superman's parents gave him freedom, or rather, gave him the right to choose. Superman could handle any job. Zod's combat power was about the same as his, but Zod couldn't do anything else. His fate was long declared: born in battle, he must also die in battle. Genes optimized a certain aspect of their traits, but the overall structure was very precise and fragile. Thea searched carefully and finally found what she needed. Farah's loyalty to General Zod was extremely firm and unshakable. However, upon closer observation, one would discover that the object of this loyalty wasn't entirely General Zod himself. Farah's genetic tuning was a bit special, she was optimized as an adjutant. She knew a bit of everything, but relatively speaking, she wasn't top tier in anything. Deep down, she needed someone to serve, without a master to devote herself to, she literally didn't know what to do with her life. Talk about lucky, Thea thought. She slowly changed the impression of Zod in Farah's heart. Father, teacher, these were the labels Thea pasted onto Zod in Farah's mind. And as for the one Farah was meant to swear allegiance to, Thea quietly swapped that slot out for herself. Of course, this process couldn't be too fast. A conservative estimate would be 1 month before Farah's thinking would shift. Leaving a mass of dark attribute magic in her brain, which would keep her in a coma for 7 days, Thea decided to handle Earth's matters first before continuing the brainwashing. Instructing Grodd to watch over Farah, Thea returned to Earth alone. It seemed like a long time, but actually, only 20 minutes had passed. General Zod had been carried away upon his first contact with sunlight, but several of his subordinates remained. In the original timeline, Farah and another tall Kryptonian, Namek, fought Superman together in a lively battle. But now, Farah had inexplicably gone missing. Let alone Superman, even her own Kryptonian people didn't know where she had gone. No matter how advanced their communicators were, across half the universe and millions of light years, they couldn't find her. To buy time for Zod, the tall Kryptonian guard could only fight Superman alone. Helplessly, there was indeed a large gap in strength, and he was pinned to the ground and hammered by Superman. Just as the Kryptonians were in despair, the Earthling army acted as pig teammates again, enveloping both Superman and the Kryptonian in their fire. Dense missiles washed over the entire Kansas town. The Kryptonians seized the opportunity to attack the Earthling troops and fled back to their spaceship while Superman was saving people. Clark didn't chase. He didn't know what to do with his compatriots either. Relying on his behavior of returning good for evil and his rugged, sunny face, he established a connection with the colonel leading the team and officially launched the title of Superman. Thea observed this scene from outside the atmosphere. Superman also exchanged a glance with her from dozens of kilometers away, nodding slightly to thank her for saving his mother. Since nothing major was happening on Earth, Thea looked toward the Kryptonian ship. The Kryptonians had rich combat experience, they used special means to shield all of Earth's satellites. The Department of Defense was currently blind, they couldn't see anything in space. To a certain extent, this facilitated Thea's next plan. She didn't act rashly but gazed intently. This look almost made her laugh out loud. The few people on the ship didn't know that General Zod's physical cells were undergoing a qualitative change due to sudden exposure to the yellow sun. They thought there was some virus on Earth. They pushed Zod into a medical pod that looked particularly high-tech, busily disinfecting and sterilizing him. The timing is too good. Thea was just worrying about when to get that genetic configuration map. Combining the codex in Superman's blood, the scientists on their ship had already restored the Kryptonian genetic configuration program. They were just waiting for Zod to return to normal to terraform Earth and rebuild Krypton. The gap between genetic program restored and ship goes boom was tiny. Thea had to admit she'd gotten lucky. Among these Kryptonians, the formidable ones were General Zod and Farah. Few of the others could catch Thea's eye. She opened a portal directly outside the atmosphere, took a step, and had already entered the interior of the ship. Who? A Kryptonian scientist, head bowed while debugging, didn't realize an outsider had entered at all. Without looking up, he asked casually in Kryptonian. I'm just looking around. Thea tuned her ring's language to the Kryptonian channel and answered with perfect enunciation. The Kryptonian scientist didn't notice at first, but he quickly realized something was wrong. Kryptonians had a clear division of labor, everyone did things with a strong purpose. How could there be someone just looking around? That tone was way too casual, and the scientist realized it a heartbeat later. Chapter 352, Obtaining the Genetic Modulation Map. His brain sensed something was amiss, but he wasn't built for combat. Reflexively, he looked back, only to see an iron fist gradually expanding before his eyes. Then, his vision went black, and he saw nothing more. Tsk tisk. Thea shook her hand. This guy was ridiculously weak. The flaws of genetic modulation were too obvious. Farah could take 100 punches of this magnitude without changing her expression, but this big-nosed Kryptonian scientist was laid out with a single punch. The difference was ridiculous. Next, Thea set her hands lightly on either side of the Kryptonian scientist's head and began to use her tweaked version of Martian telepathy to read his thoughts. This scientist might have a keen mind and be a good hand at research, but his willpower was even worse than Farah's. All his memories were arranged neatly, waiting for outsiders to come and read them. Thea unceremoniously learned the operation method of the main console. Restricted by the rule that technological planets must not develop artificial intelligence, Kryptonians skirted that rule by creating a pseudo-AI. It had no logical thinking capabilities and would only execute commands. Thea took out the communication interface of her power armor, used the Kryptonian scientist's authority to shut down the ship's pseudo-AI, and plugged her own Gideon into the Kryptonian system. Scan and copy all their data, Thea commanded. Receiving the order, Gideon quickly began transferring files. A massive amount of data started entering the storage of the power armor. Who are you? Despite the precautions, the backup of certain data triggered a low hum from the ship's alarms less than 2 minutes into the transmission. The tall guard captain, Namek, who had been beaten half to death by Superman earlier, heard the ship's alarm and ran over hurriedly. But seeing Thea, an outsider, he was obviously a bit confused. Only Zod and Farah had seen Thea's yellow lantern attire before, and both of them were currently unconscious. During the battle on Earth, the other Kryptonians had seen her through monitors, but she was wearing her power armor then. In other words, her lantern ring outfit was a new image in the eyes of these Kryptonians. What are you doing? The tall guard captain asked again when she didn't reply. In less than 30 seconds, the remaining few people on the ship also arrived at the main control room. They had lived on this ship for 30 years, bored enough to almost name the microbes on board. Now that someone like Thea had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, they were all at a loss for a moment. Krypton was a planet with a strict hierarchy. The few Kryptonians automatically looked at the guard captain, who held the highest military rank present, waiting for him to make a decision. Unfortunately, the guard captain was a fierce general for charging into battle. If Zod or Farah were here, they would have gone up to fight immediately. But his mindset was still stuck at, take orders and follow them. Being forced to make a decision suddenly, he was completely bewildered. Thea didn't know about his hesitation, but she didn't mind stalling for time. For a moment, the room fell silent, only the shrill alarms from the main console echoed through the ship. Seize her. The guard captain finally issued an order. Calling it an order was almost funny, there were barely 10 people on the whole ship, officers included. Zod and the big-nosed scientist were unconscious. Farah was countless light years away. Subtracting a non-combatant researcher, a ship repairman, and the medical personnel still watching over Zod. The Kryptonian guard captain rushed up aggressively with 3 subordinates. Thea was too close to the console, so they didn't dare use laser weapons. They prepared to rely on skilled combat techniques to capture Thea and ask who exactly she was. Thea was also waiting for the data transmission to complete. A contest of fists and feet suited her perfectly. She flung her hand out, casting her chosen one talent, Eternal Night. Except for Farah, who was far away on the horizon, every single one of these guys was male. This suppressed their overall strength by 30%. Then, she materialized a shrunken version of Ares. Holding a spear, the construct engaged them in battle. Here in outer space, she didn't need to worry about Diana's feelings. The Ares she constructed had the same appearance as the god himself, horned helmet, half-plate armor, leather war skirt, Roman sandals, his whole body wreathed in battle intent, daring anyone to get close. The first one. A low voice spat from the construct's mouth. The few Kryptonians underestimated the enemy a bit. Coupled with being suppressed by Thea's talent, the materialized Ares quickly found a flaw. His arms suddenly exerted force, ignoring their armor, and speared a Kryptonian through. Then, with a loud shout, he flung this unlucky guy far away. The force of this throw was so great that the Kryptonian collided violently with the ship's hull. With a muffled bang, a visible dent appeared on the cabin wall, and several circuits were obviously damaged. The alarms began to ring frantically like they had gone mad. Thea didn't look at her battle results. If that hit had landed on an ordinary person, they would be dead. It was hard to say if a Kryptonian would die, but their combat power wouldn't recover for a while. The construct Ares let out an earth-shaking roar, dodging the guard captain's giant axe. At the same time, the spear turned horizontally, blocking the long swords of 2 Kryptonian soldiers. The coordination of the 3 was truly good. When the guard captain attacked, the other 2 defended with telepathic-like synergy, and vice versa. Their combat skills weren't as complex as Earth's, but they won in simplicity. Thea switched through several sets of martial arts without breaking their defense. Trading injury for injury, she stabbed through a guard's arm, but the construct itself was also hacked by the guard captain's axe. These guys really have good martial arts. Refilling the yellow energy, the materialized Ares looked brand new again, making the 3 of them stare in disbelief. Can this thing be killed? This question instantly flooded the minds of the Kryptonian soldiers. Just as they wanted to continue their rush attack, Thea threw out a construct chain, binding a Kryptonian soldier who had jumped into the air. The moment he landed, she raised a foot and kicked him in the lower abdomen, sending him flying toward the other 2 enemies. The 2 hurriedly put away their weapons and busily went to catch their companion. Fighting for this long, Thea could see that the emotional bond between these Kryptonians was quite good. She only wanted to stall for time to copy data, not to kill enemies. What Thea valued had always been knowledge. This ship was modified from a Kryptonian prison, cobbled together over 30 years. There were countless ships in the universe more advanced than this one. Immediately, she materialized Diana's lasso, lassoing the 2 non-combatants who'd been standing on the sidelines watching. With a flick of her wrist, she smashed them toward the guard captain. They are not combat personnel. The guard captain roared furiously as he went to catch people again. Thea didn't care if they were combatants or not. The materialized lasso seemed to come alive, binding the previously heavily injured Kryptonian soldier tightly again. Playing the full-on villain, she hooked an arm around the wounded soldier's neck. Don't come over. If you come over, I'll kill him. The guard captain obviously hadn't watched similar TV dramas. He was so angry his lips trembled, repeating back and forth those few sentences, "You have no warrior's honor. If you have any skill, fight me instead." Chapter 353, The Ship Crashes. When the data copying progress reached 100%, Thea casually tossed the hostage aside. Taking advantage of their scramble to save him, she let out a loud shout and hurled the golden construct spear in her hand at the ship's weak point. The construct spear flew like lightning. Thrown with full force by Thea, it punched a massive hole through the ship amidst the terrified roars of the Kryptonians. Whoosh! Unparalleled suction immediately followed the breach. Here, the Kryptonians' powerful physical constitution was evident. They could function in space, so they didn't panic like humans would. Whether grabbing fixed objects or holding onto companions, not a single person was sucked out. Take care, everyone. Thea felt a bit of regret at not seeing them panic-stricken. Although they probably didn't want to see her ever again, Thea still offered a polite farewell, materialized a flight vehicle, and flew out through the breach she had created. Thea didn't return to Earth immediately but watched from a distance. She saw fires constantly lighting up on the Kryptonian ship. Although there was no oxygen in space, their ship carried plenty of it, so explosions occurred frequently. Despite their efforts to salvage the situation, its orbit had inevitably tilted, sending it on a slow but steady course toward Earth. That's a wrap. Thea had obtained everything she needed. Kryptonians looked like humans, but internally they were a different species. The data wouldn't help her divinely modified body much. However, referencing Kryptonian genetic modulation technology to enhance the physiques of her parents and two brothers was certainly feasible. She flew directly to a nearby planet, put away her construct, and opened a portal back to Earth. She was done worrying about that huge, wobbling target in the sky. Whether Superman flew up to smash it apart or Earthlings launched some exotic superweapon to blow it to pieces, it had nothing to do with Thea. Pretending to be injured, she flew back slowly to the Department of Defense. Apologies, that alien was too powerful. I still couldn't catch her, I let her get away. Thea conveyed the illusion to everyone that Farah had run back to the spaceship. General Swanwick repeatedly expressed that it didn't matter. He was quite concerned about her, asking warmly if she was injured. Compared to Superman, an alien with boundless power, Thea, an Earthling whose background they knew inside out, was much more precious. People who have something to lose tend to be more reliable. Although foreigners might not have heard the original saying, they understood the logic: she's one of us, she has skin in the game, she's trustworthy. In their minds, Thea quietly got stamped with all those labels. In the analysis of the Department of Defense experts, Thea's constructability was just imagination brought to life, and her battle with Zod was nothing more than a power armor fight. The authorities didn't fear technological weapons, they feared someone like Superman, who could wear tights, raise a fist, and fly tens of thousands of miles. In the original timeline, General Zod obtained the Kryptonian genetic codex and immediately split the ship in two, sending them to the north and south ends of Earth to terraform the climate and turn Earth into a new Krypton. But right now, they were busy repairing the ship and had no time to care about Earth matters. For a moment, the whole situation felt strangely awkward. Satellites were all shielded, they didn't know the situation in the sky. Relying on intuition, they guessed the opponent hadn't left. The current situation was simple: the aliens in the sky weren't coming down, and the humans on the ground couldn't go up. General Swanwick didn't know what to do. Some staff suggested letting Thea lead a team to eliminate the aliens, but he rejected it directly. Are you kidding? Superman was right in this room. If he suddenly turned violent, who could stop him? Although in the secretary's heart, even 3 or 5 Theas couldn't beat Superman, she could at least block him for a bit, right? Fortunately, Superman and Lois Lane poured out their hearts to each other and shared a passionate kiss on the spot, dissipating much of the guilt he felt about raising his fist against his compatriots. Because his attention was entirely on Lois, he hadn't seen the scene of Thea damaging the spaceship earlier. Now that the Kryptonians had patched the ship up, he noticed nothing unusual. I'm going to end it all. Clark gazed affectionately at Lois, then nodded to the generals and flew into space. His smile was very charming in Lois's eyes, but in General Swanwick's eyes, it was an expression of extreme arrogance. If you read into it, it even felt a little provocative. Several people waited anxiously for information. Not long after, a guard ran over quickly. Report, General. Satellite signals have been restored. Everyone, including Thea, breathed a sigh of relief. There were satellites belonging to the Queen family up there too. They didn't have as many as Luthor or Batman, but there were still a dozen or so up there. If they were all destroyed, the loss would be significant. 7 or 8 military satellites immediately patched the signal into the secretary's office. Thea, along with Amanda Waller and Martian Manhunter who'd been watching for quite a while, also saw the live broadcast. They saw violent explosions occurring on Zod's ship. From time to time, people were knocked out of it. The ship, which had only been temporarily patched, became even more riddled with holes. Even more terrifying was that the ship's propulsion system was out of control. Caught by Earth's gravity, it was plummeting rapidly toward the surface. The secretary hurriedly picked up the phone to ask the Department of Defense scientists outside. Where is the impact point? Calculate it for me, quickly. The other side bustled about and finally gave the secretary an answer. The impact point is Metropolis. The secretary put down the phone, dumbfounded. Everyone in the room was stunned. The Martian Manhunter hesitated slightly but stopped in his tracks because Thea jumped out. I'm heading there immediately, my employees are there. Without waiting to greet anyone, she flew out of the office. It's too late. The fall speed is too fast. The secretary wanted to shout to stop her, but before he could finish, Thea was already gone. On the way, Thea only used half her speed. On one hand, it showed she was still injured, on the other hand, she had directed this entire scene. While copying the data, she had secretly instructed Gideon to hack their control system. Regardless of whether Superman came to destroy it or Earth launched nuclear weapons, the ship's wreckage would charge toward the tallest building in Metropolis. Lex Luthor's LexCorp Tower. Gideon had calculated 2,239 possibilities for ship damage and arranged 551 alternative plans. Unless the ship was beaten into powder, its target would only be the L Tower. Queen Consolidated was expanding into Metropolis. Unlike the Luthor group, they had no foundation there. What to do? Thea's idea was to farm reputation. She wouldn't expose her abilities in front of the public to stop the ship crash. Instead, she prepared to use her original identity for disaster relief. As the group's reputation rose, her own standing would naturally rise with the tide. No place to live. Queen Consolidated will build houses for you. Injured? Lie in the medical pod, 10 minutes to fix, and it's free. No food or drink. The former Merlin shipping department will bring you massive amounts of food and drinking water, all free of charge. In a few days, when Queen Consolidated's new headquarters opened in Metropolis, wouldn't the citizens welcome them with open arms, like a liberating army marching into town? Chapter 354, Saving the Citizens. Zod's ship was plummeting at incredible speed. Not long after flying out of Washington, Thea saw the Kryptonian ship smash obliquely into Lex Luthor's building. Thea even deliberately used the Eye of Horus to observe Luthor's expression. He was just sitting at home when disaster literally fell from the sky. A normal person would have been stunned long ago, but as one of the 3 most dangerous men alive, Luthor's reaction was terrifyingly fast. Sensing something was wrong, he abandoned the secretary who was reporting to him, leaped up, smashed through the floor-to-ceiling glass with his shoulder, and pressed a switch on his watch while in midair. A pair of green gliders inflated from the back of his belt. Luthor glanced at the trajectory of the ship and glided in the opposite direction. Humph, consider him lucky. Plenty of people knew that Thea and Luthor were business rivals by now. Her identity as a metahuman restricted her from using excessive means against Luthor. Although Luthor didn't know her abilities, he had plenty of cutting-edge tech in his hands, he was equally restricted by the rules and couldn't use those lethal means against Thea. Their respective abilities limited them to fighting within a small scope. Unless one side's power reached the level of crushing the world and ignoring all rules, the struggle would continue for a long time. Today's ship crash was an off-the-board move, something outside their usual game, an act of God, as far as everyone else was concerned. Unfortunately, Luthor was too decisive. Throwing away his secretary and bodyguard, he jumped straight down from a building over 100 stories high. He didn't have superpowers. If the gliding equipment malfunctioned, he'd be absolutely dead, and in a very ugly way. But this man's decisiveness was truly unparalleled. He made the life-saving choice without hesitation, abandoning subordinates, employees, everything. Unlike that old lady in Kansas who loved watching the excitement, Luthor's glider flew straight to the roof of a certain building, climbed onto the helicopter parked there, and chose to leave the city directly. Thea flew forward leisurely. When she arrived in Metropolis, this once prosperous city looked like a purgatory on Earth. General Zod's ship smashed into the LexCorp Tower at a 45-degree angle. This landmark building of Metropolis was literally cut in half. Afterward, the ship's remaining momentum didn't dissipate, it tumbled on the ground for several thousand meters, destroying countless houses and buildings. Finally, the entire ship emitted a deafening loud noise and exploded into 2 pieces on the spot. The few Kryptonians inside the ship were all killed in the explosion. Only good old Superman, who just refused to die, and Zod, who could already absorb yellow sunlight, survived. Thea watched Superman displaying divine might and beating up General Zod there, and could only stare, at a loss for words. Back then, Superman's adoptive father, Jonathan Kent, would rather die himself to save a dog than let Superman use his superpowers to save him. If he saw this scene today, would he feel he died for nothing? It was hard to understand what that Kansas farmer had been thinking when he made that choice. He might have hoped Superman would live out his life like a mortal, but the arrangement of fate wasn't something he could control. Superman still went against his wishes, stepped out into the light, taking that crucial step in front of the entire world. Metropolis Library, food courts, art center, and other buildings were all turned into ruins during the fight between the two. Finally, in their struggle, Zod used human lives as leverage, threatening Superman to make a choice. With absolutely no other option, Superman chose to follow his heart, be an Earthling, and killed General Zod. Seeing the battle end, Thea knew it was time for her to enter the stage. Finding an unoccupied room, she changed back into her own clothes and took out her phone to start assigning disaster relief tasks. Although the group's senior executives felt running to Metropolis to provide disaster relief was a bit inexplicable, they didn't refuse. They were all employees, the money spent on relief wasn't theirs. Exerting some effort and commanding on-site could earn them a good reputation, why not go? Everyone went. A large group of them boarded the group's Airbus and rushed to Metropolis. What? Miss Thea, you went to Metropolis. Receiving Thea's call, John Diggle, the big ex-soldier, was completely dumbfounded. He was still looking for people in Star City, and his employer had run to another city. This left him not knowing what to say. Although he grumbled a bit internally, for someone as righteous as John Diggle, Thea asking him to lead a team to save people was a task full of honor. He had no reason to refuse. Thea commanded Diggle to pull out the hundreds of bodyguards recruited. These guys were young and strong, the main force of the relief effort. Afterward, she contacted Bruce Wayne and Lucius Fox in Gotham, hoping Wayne Enterprises would also lend a hand. In the original timeline, Batman ran to Metropolis to rescue the injured inexplicably because his Wayne Tower was also in Metropolis. But in this timeline, due to Thea's involvement, a small twist occurred. The news of the Queen Merlin merger and the selection of the new headquarters in Metropolis made Wayne Enterprises abandon its strategic deployment to enter Metropolis. They chose to wait and see, even hoping to pick up the pieces while others fought. At this moment, Master Batman was watching TV at home with Alfred. Receiving Thea's call, although Batman was a bit dissatisfied with Superman's unscrupulous fighting, his people hadn't suffered any accidents. Naturally, he wouldn't have such burning hatred to go against Superman. He expressed support for Thea's wish to provide relief. As for him personally going to help, he didn't have time. Because the Joker had escaped again. Jason Todd, who had become the second Robin, was trying hard to track down clues. After watching the live broadcast of Metropolis, he still had to go hunt the Joker down. Lucius Fox, because Queen Consolidated had been stealing Wayne Enterprises' business recently, was naturally a bit cold in his relationship with Thea, but he also stated he would send people to participate. Thea went directly to Queen Consolidated's stronghold in Metropolis. Luthor was in the north, Queen in the south. The ship's impact point was the LexCorp Tower in the north. Naturally, the battleground was also in that area. The south was affected a bit, but the losses weren't significant. Finding the person in charge on site and explaining her intention, the person in charge had no objections. Anyway, Thea was paying. Many of their employees were Metropolis locals, contributing to disaster relief was nothing to argue about. Many people took various tools and followed Thea to start saving people. Little kid, be good. Go rest on the side with this uncle, we'll save your mom. Ma'am, don't worry. Your husband's bleeding has stopped. Our medical pods will arrive shortly, this kind of injury can be treated very quickly. Your boyfriend is still down there. Okay, you go rest on the side first, we'll save him. Thea constantly searched for the living in the rubble. Without using the Eye of Horus, relying only on Queen Consolidated's thermal imaging equipment, she rescued quite a few trapped citizens. Nowadays, she had appeared on many TV interviews and was a celebrity, big or small. Even if there were people who didn't know her, once people around introduced her, they all knew her identity. What a saint. A capitalist with a conscience was a rare sight. People had a herd mentality, more and more citizens gathered around her. Chapter 355, Luthor Needs No Mercy. With everyone working together, the rescue speed increased significantly. Halfway through, the team of bodyguards led by John Diggle arrived at the scene. Each one wanted to perform well in front of their new boss, scrambling to join the ranks of the rescuers. The team gradually pushed north, moving from the southern districts toward the north side of the city. Many hot-blooded citizens who weren't injured automatically followed Thea's team. After all, Thea's command was effective, and she had the numbers. They were practically the only organized rescue force in the city. Please, oh God, someone help. A faint cry for help reached Thea's ears. A few of you, with me, over there. Without time to explain in detail, Thea led Diggle and ran toward the west side. She saw two middle-aged men desperately trying to pry up a stone slab. A woman was struggling in the narrow gap beneath the slab. Editor-in-Chief Perry White. Thea realized this was an acquaintance. This guy was the editor-in-chief of the Daily Planet. Although Lois Lane had conducted the exclusive interviews, Thea knew the editor too. You are. Oh, Miss Thea, please, give us a hand. The old man didn't recognize Thea at first. To farm reputation, Thea, who usually had a bit of a germaphobe streak, had gone all out. She was currently covered in grime, one really couldn't recognize her without looking closely. More than 10 burly men swarmed up and rescued the female reporter trapped underneath. Is everyone okay? The female reporter had just crawled out and hadn't even caught her breath when Lois Lane ran over from a distance. Lois didn't know Thea had been participating in this matter overtly or covertly all along, but she still recognized Thea instantly. The two greeted each other, and at the same time, the same thought flashed through both their minds: why is she here? Thea's thought process was very simple: why do I always see this woman in dangerous places? Is my memory wrong? Is Lois Lane not an ordinary person? Does she have a superpower that teleports her to wherever there is danger? I clearly remember she was staying in Washington earlier. Looking behind Lois Lane, sure enough, a large number of U.S. troops had entered the city. General Swanwick was commanding disaster relief with a face full of righteousness. Holy crap, stealing my thunder, are we? Thea instantly wasn't having it. She beckoned the Daily Planet crowd to go to the rear to rest quickly, while she led her people forward to win over the citizens' hearts. Superman had originally intended to call it a day after the fight, but seeing Thea doing relief work, he thought about it and also began rescuing citizens. 3 rescue efforts formed in Metropolis. Superman was busy all on his own, ordinary people couldn't keep up with his strength and speed. Moreover, this landscape of ruins was caused by his battle with Zod. Now that Zod was dead, the citizens' resentment naturally vented onto him. Although he indeed helped many people, there was no way the citizens were going to be moved to tears and fall to their knees in gratitude. The other 2 rescue groups were Thea and the military. Both had many followers behind them. Thea looked more approachable and down-to-earth, actively rescuing the injured and treating everyone equally regardless of wealth or status. General Swanwick's image was a bit worse, after all, he was in his 50s. Thea helping an old lady was a display of a young person's kindness. If he went to help an old lady, he really couldn't lower his dignity to do that. What if he was called a pervert? However, the military signboard still attracted many citizens to join his rescue team. Those who didn't know the inside story would think Thea's actions were purely out of kindness. But General Swanwick knew the truth. Whether she had kindness was uncertain, but Thea leading 4 or 5 young men, pretending to struggle while rescuing a citizen trapped under a concrete pillar, this was 100% a show. However, he didn't object to putting on a show. Who around him didn't put on a show? From certain angles, he was even a bit gratified. This is how one of us behaves. Politicians didn't fear showmanship because they did it too, one more or one less didn't matter. What they feared were guys whose character was so noble it was impeccable. For example, that guy in the blue tights and red cape in the distance. The man in the blue tights and red cape, Superman, perfectly embodied what it meant to never quite touch the ground. He hovered in the air to save people, his feet never touching the earth. It left General Swanwick feeling distinctly uneasy. Can this kind of person really obey the country's orders and respect the Constitution? Sir, the young heiress from Queen Consolidated is asking if our transport planes can help fly in her medical pods. A subordinate reported to the secretary. Under the public gaze, Thea didn't intend to expose her identity. The secretary instantly understood her meaning, nodded, and agreed directly. Trading favors was also a good way to build a relationship. One couldn't just give unilaterally, mutual help and reciprocity were needed to solidify the relationship. The 2 completed this cooperation tacitly without verbal or eye contact. With the Secretary of Defense's order, the military C-17 transport planes were mobilized quickly. In less than half an hour, the medical pods produced by Queen Consolidated were transported into Metropolis. 70% of the injured citizens suffered from trauma. Laying in the pod for 10 minutes could complete a series of debridement and suturing tasks. Even though this piece of tech was clearly threatening their jobs, the massive reduction in workload made the on-site medical personnel secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Superman could move mountains and level buildings, but he didn't have any medical skills. Seeing the rapid healing ability on Thea's side, he also transported countless critically injured patients over. Under his persevering rescue efforts, the citizens finally had a somewhat better impression of him, no longer as cold as before. But medicine cannot cure death. No matter how heaven-defying the medical pod was, it couldn't save the dead. When the rescue team moved to the ruins of the original LexCorp Tower, a large number of deceased were carried out. The impact came swiftly and violently, many people lacked Luthor's decisiveness and were directly buried under hundreds of tons of rubble. Superman had no idea just how much his powers were unnerving the military. Using X-ray vision and super strength, he rescued a few critically injured people, though most of the buried were already dead. Chairman, we found Mr. Luthor's secretary. She's injured very heavily. An executive whispered to Thea. Thea had long seen the secretary lady being brought out by Superman, Mercy Graves. This woman was not only Luthor's secretary but also his bodyguard. Her skills were extremely high, enabling her to even exchange a few moves with Deathstroke. She was fiercely loyal to Luthor. The only ironic thing was her name. Mercy. In both the original timeline and this one, Luthor had discarded her without a second thought. Luthor needs no mercy. The secretary lady brought out by Superman had extremely heavy injuries. Her usually delicate and cold face was a bit twisted. Although her reaction was decent, without that high-tech equipment, the impact came too fast. Relying on her superb skills, she avoided fatal wounds, but falling from a height of hundreds of meters still left her body in a near-death state. Massive fractures in both legs, severe damage to all internal organs. Under normal medical conditions, making a full recovery would be impossible without a miracle. Save her at all costs. Thea glanced coldly at the executive who wanted to offer a suggestion, stopping the words he wanted to say. Near evening, Queen Consolidated's construction crews arrived to build makeshift housing for all the homeless. Chapter 356, Do You Know Who I Am? After taking a look around and confirming that Metropolis was no longer in danger, Luthor, and the special envoy sent by the president, who had been hiding in a bunker, arrived in Metropolis one after the other. Before the special envoy could deliver a passionate speech, he was intercepted by Luthor, who had arrived a step earlier. What did you say? You want the government to compensate for your building and pay pensions for your employees? Mr. Luther, are you sure the shock hasn't scrambled your brains? The special envoy, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose, rejected Luther's demand without hesitation. If you won't pay, then the military should. In short, your incompetence has caused me significant losses, and you must give me an explanation. With his long hair flowing, Lex Luthor ignored the glares from the envoy and Swanwick, his expression serious and earnest. Luthor was different from Bruce, who was heavily constrained, or Thea, who had just taken over her group. His personal prestige within his group was at its peak. He had technological weapons and secret bases hidden all over the world, always guarding against sudden changes. A building plus some employee pensions didn't cost much, he didn't care about the money at all. He just wanted to use the opportunity to demand some benefits, like the alien ship wreckage, or Zod's corpse. But he severely underestimated the military's fear of Superman. Keep dreaming. Want the military to pay compensation. The military even provided protection. Most of the people treating citizens on site right now are soldiers. Secretary Swanwick refused flatly. No way. These things belong to the military, don't even think about getting your hands on them. Luthor's hidden strength wasn't small, but he couldn't openly go to war with the US military. His keen eyes flickered for a moment, and he finally chose to wait and see. Miss Queen, thank you for treating my employees. Luthor was undeniably arrogant, but he wasn't rude, on the contrary, he was very polite. Seeing Thea busy treating the wounded, he immediately came over to thank her in person. Mr. Luthor, you are too polite. This is just what I should do. Your secretary, Miss Mercy Graves, is heavily injured. If you have a good method, you'd better treat her quickly. Thea really wanted to see how Luthor would respond. A strange light flashed in Luthor's eyes. Thea didn't intend to let this opportunity pass, adding a trace of mockery to her tone. Miss Mercy's name is rather ironic. Mercy. Compassion. Hee, Mr. Luthor only believes in himself, he needs no mercy. Lex Luthor maintained his demeanor, as if he hadn't heard a thing, and nodded slightly. I'm going to visit my employees. Humph. Thea snorted lightly. She didn't expect this small interlude to bring down Luthor. It wasn't about right or wrong, she just found his bone-deep arrogance annoying. The rescue effort lasted a full 3 days. Whether it was the president or various senators, they came and went in Metropolis like a revolving door of officials. Aside from showing their presence, they offered no actual help. Because the nature of the event hadn't been determined, was this a natural disaster or a man-made calamity? They couldn't find the perpetrator even if they wanted to. The rookie Superman had slipped away that very night. Now, a young man from Kansas appeared in Metropolis, Clark Kent, wearing a pair of old-fashioned glasses. With the Daily Planet having suffered injuries and deaths, there were plenty of vacancies, so he easily landed an intern reporter position. The power of a simple disguise never ceased to amaze her. Put on ordinary clothes and a pair of glasses, and suddenly no one recognizes you. Seeing the Man of Steel disguised as an ordinary reporter out of the corner of her eye, Thea couldn't help but marvel at the absurdity of it all. She was currently sitting in the audience. A senator from Kentucky, Ms. June Finch, was delivering a passionate speech. Thea pretended to listen seriously, clapping from time to time to show she was paying attention. Ms. Finch, your speech was excellent. Thea said after the meeting dispersed. Thea, you're getting more beautiful too, your mouth is so sweet. June Finch was a political ally of Moira. Whether Moira's next step was entering Congress or running for governor, she needed a pile of supporters. Thea only needed to show support, she didn't say much more. She had far more business on her hands right now than these politicians. The lucrative contract to rebuild Metropolis naturally fell into Queen Consolidated's lap. A preliminary estimate put the profit for the company at roughly $1 billion. Luthor was naturally jealous, but his was a high-tech conglomerate. Researching technology was fine, but when it came to building houses, he had to stand aside. Moreover, over the past 2 years, rebuilding Coast City and Midway City had trained Queen Consolidated's urban construction teams. Having a large pool of skilled workers was real, tangible strength in itself, it was useless for other groups to be jealous. After this huge boost to their public image, Queen Consolidated's new headquarters also officially started construction in Metropolis. The unlucky Luthor gave up on compensation. The original site of his group was forcibly requisitioned by the military because it was the crash site of the alien ship. You can't fight City Hall. Helplessly, he gathered his people and chose a new site to rebuild the LexCorp Tower. For a time, the bustling Metropolis could be renamed the Big Construction Site, as there were more excavators in the city than cars. That evening, Thea avoided everyone's sight, changed into her yellow lantern attire alone, and went to a hidden corner in the city. Deathstroke, what do you need me for? The burly Deathstroke stepped out of the shadows, his already imposing frame further boosted by the ring's energy, now as massive as a brown bear. Boss, someone has posted a high-value contract in the underworld. Deathstroke hesitated a bit but still spoke. I don't interfere with your missions, I remember telling you that. Deathstroke organized his language and spoke somewhat cautiously. By my usual rules I'd take it, but on a personal level. I really don't want this one. Oh. Deathstroke, who viewed money as life, had a mission he didn't want to take. Thea's curiosity was piqued. What mission? Threaten a wealthy person who has been very much in the limelight recently. In the limelight. Something clicked for Thea. Combined with Deathstroke's so-called personal objection, she had a pretty good idea who it might be. What is the name of that wealthy person? Deathstroke gritted his teeth a little, but the suggestion spell still made him choose to obey. The new chairman of the Queen Merlin Group, Thea Queen. Seeming afraid Thea would decide to take the mission, he quickly added, I have a good relationship with her brother. I don't really want to do this mission. Holy crap. Thea could only curse inwardly. Whether Luther did this wasn't certain, but it definitely came from someone jealous that she'd grabbed the biggest slice of the pie. And the news went round and round only to be heard from Deathstroke's mouth. This was too melodramatic. Thinking carefully about Deathstroke's description, threaten. The opponent seemed to have scruples too and didn't post a bounty for her life. In her mind, the odds of Luther being behind it quietly ticked up by another 20%. Thea knew she had to expose her true identity. She asked Deathstroke in a low voice, do you know who I am? Huh? Deathstroke was a bit confused. That was a hell of a topic shift. He thought carefully, then shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Thea took off her mask and looked at him silently. I am Thea Queen. Chapter 357, Shadow War. Huh? For a moment, Deathstroke's mind went blank. It took a long time before he realized his auditory system wasn't malfunctioning. He glanced at Thea's face again. That's right. This appearance was exactly the same as the one appearing in various news media. As Thea's heroic rescue of Metropolis's citizens hit the news, the number of people who knew her shot up at a terrifying rate. Her face was all over newspapers, magazines, and online media. You are Oliver's sister? Deathstroke asked, still somewhat uncertain. Thea nodded. That's right. Deathstroke didn't speak, he lowered his head in contemplation. How did Oliver describe his sister back then? Kind, cute, obedient, innocent, and pure. He couldn't help but tilt his head and look at Thea again. This witch in front of me doesn't have a damn thing to do with any of those words, does she? He remembered Oliver vowing to protect his family, to protect his sister. But does this guy really need your protection? If the earth blew up in the next second, she'd probably be the only one still standing. Deathstroke, who had seen much of the world, couldn't help thinking one step further. Oliver definitely doesn't know his sister's capabilities. Compared to how deeply Thea hides herself, Oliver is as naive as a little white bunny. He was stranded alone on a desert island while Thea inherited the family business. Was there some hidden story behind all this? Thea didn't know about his wild speculations. Since she'd already shown him her true face, there were some things she could finally tell Deathstroke. She spoke half-truthfully, I went to Lienyu to look for you that day. Unfortunately, I was delayed by some matters. By the time I got back on the island, you had already left one after another. That was a lot to take in all at once. Deathstroke's shrewd brain spun a few times before he understood. The person in red on Lienyu that day was you. You were the one who took Shadow. In his anger, the suggestion spell almost failed to suppress his emotional outburst. Deathstroke's sword was half-drawn, but his consciousness was still affected by the magic, and he automatically calmed down. What? Still thinking about Shadow? Your daughter is about the same age as her, isn't she? Thea sneered. Humph. Deathstroke snorted heavily. Looking back after all these years, Shadow had just been a beautiful ornament in his heart. It had been pure male possessiveness, a far cry from love. If Thea hadn't mentioned her today, he would have forgotten all about her. The two quickly moved past the old days and focused on the present. Deathstroke might look big and rough, but he was actually frighteningly smart. Several thoughts flashed in his mind. Taken together with Thea revealing her identity, he quickly connected the dots. You are competing with Luther. You think he's the one who put out the contract on you? Having seen too many methods of these rich people, Deathstroke guessed the answer without much effort. Luther's the most likely, but it could be someone else. Thea spoke indifferently. She didn't care about threats, Earth's weapons had almost no effect on her. Her only weakness was her family. If she took the gloves off, no matter how high Luther's IQ was, he wouldn't survive a single blow from her. I know Lex Luthor. This man is too smart. Even if you have superpowers, you cannot underestimate him. Don't worry. I can roughly guess Luther's mindset. His brilliance made him, and it'll be what destroys him. He is too arrogant, he thinks he can control everyone's fate. Humph, it's just because I stole his thunder. In a few days, he will find his nemesis. Thea's words were a bit cryptic. Deathstroke didn't fully understand, but he wasn't one to get to the bottom of things. What do you need me to do? Infiltrate his inner circle to pass messages. No need to do that specifically, just let nature take its course. Luthor doesn't trust anyone, there's no need to waste your time. Your task is to continue rooting deeply into the underworld and understand all the dark corners of this world. Thea thought for a moment. You can accept the mission to kidnap me. Just put on a show and fight a bit. As for Luthor, use other channels to post a mission on him too. Dead or alive. These rich people have nothing better to do than act out plays for others to see. As a mercenary, Deathstroke grumbled internally about this, but he still agreed. 3 days after their conversation ended, Thea was attacked. In the following days, she encountered 2 more consecutive attacks. During the third attack, Deathstroke personally took action but was repelled by John Diggle, who was wielding a simple freeze gun. Thea was attacked, and Luthor didn't have it easy either. He was attacked by gunmen 4 times within a week. The last time, the mercenary Deadshot, who had once fought alongside Thea against the Enchantress, couldn't resist the temptation of money. He took action personally, sniping at Luthor's long-haired head from a distance, but the bullet was blocked by a layer of transparent energy shielding. The underworld subsequently withdrew both missions simultaneously. Both sides had exposed some technology-side equipment. As to whether it was active or passive, only they knew. Luthor, just as Thea predicted, quickly shifted his gaze. Ordinary business wars really didn't interest him much. He set his sights on the superhero who had recently risen in Metropolis, Superman. The two were still destined to end up on a collision course. Because of the Superman-Zod battle, the spaceship had destroyed his iconic tower. His conceit mixed jealousy, dissatisfaction, and fear with hatred. As for Thea, because she was too busy and certain people signaled her to stop while she was ahead, she took the hint and withdrew the bounty. She poured all her spare energy into studying the Kryptonian genetic configuration map. Vast and bottomless barely began to describe the data set. In the movie, Luthor sneaking around and creating Doomsday using Zod's corpse was simply nonsense. The odds of finding the ancient Kryptonian superbiological cell data invented by scientists in such a massive amount of data were less than 1 in 10 billion. Thea searched for Doomsday's data with a clear purpose. Gideon, coordinating with the supercomputer, took a full 2 days to find it in an inconspicuous corner. Luthor was very smart, possessing a so-called 9th-level intellect, but that referred to his IQ. But when it came to sheer processing power, he couldn't even begin to compare to an AI. Obviously, a higher-level figure had intervened to influence his judgment. If nothing unexpected happened, this mastermind was Darkseid's uncle, Steppenwolf. The opponent definitely didn't teach Luthor the knowledge of Doomsday just because Luthor had a trustworthy face. There were layers upon layers of hidden agendas here. Thea couldn't see the opponent's intent for the moment. Among mortals she could steamroll almost anyone, but in the eyes of the new gods, she still didn't quite measure up. She needed to plan early. Kill Luthor directly. First, Luthor wasn't easy to kill. Second, if Luthor died, there would be others. There was a whole company of mad scientists on Earth. What was coming would come regardless, it wouldn't be stopped by one man's death. Thea didn't want to run away either, she wanted to see just how tyrannical these new gods were. Instructing Gideon to pull up all data regarding Doomsday, she wanted to study it carefully to see if there were any flaws she could exploit, or even a way to bring Doomsday under her control. Chapter 358, The Stubborn Farah. No, still no. Thea flipped through Kryptonian records spanning tens of thousands of years regarding Doomsday. Countless scientists had once tried to control Doomsday, hoping to use this bioweapon for themselves. Genetic modification, cellular manipulation, targeted therapy, every method Thea could think of, and many she had never even seen, had been tested on Doomsday one by one. But without exception, all these attempts failed. Scientists dared not let Doomsday's cells grow unchecked. With no other choice, they all chose to seal him in the Phantom Zone. Over tens of thousands of years, Doomsday had revived twice. Although Kryptonians back then didn't possess the power Superman had now, they still discovered his weakness, kryptonite. Both times, they solved the Doomsday problem by throwing wave after wave of soldiers at him. The ancient Kryptonian god, Rao, once left a prophecy: Doomsday will eventually see the light of day again. To prevent history from repeating itself, the Kryptonian High Council originally planned to destroy all data. However, to leave information on Doomsday for future generations, they ultimately chose to seal it away. Resurrecting Doomsday required 3 conditions: Doomsday cells, a Kryptonian corpse, and Kryptonian genetic modulation technology. Now, Doomsday cells happened to have been brought out by Zod and the others exiled to the Phantom Zone. The cells were there. As for Kryptonian corpses, besides General Zod, there were 4 more than in the original timeline. There might even be fragmented bodies from the ship explosion. It was really hard to count. Thea held all the genetic modulation technology in her hands. When she extracted the data, she had been extremely crude. It was less like copying and more like cutting and pasting. Coupled with the ship crash, a generous estimate would be that the military recovered maybe 10% of the data. Even that 10% was tattered and incomplete. Some parts had conclusions but no derivation process, others had causes but no results. For Earth scientists to deduce anything from these fragments would be almost impossible. Thea had tentatively proposed participating in the research of alien technology, but the military's intent to deflect was obvious. Only when they couldn't research anything would they allow outsiders like Thea and Luther to enter. As for Superman wanting to participate, wait until all Earthlings are dead first. Everything returned to the right track. The citizens of Metropolis had recovered from the sudden change. Official data stated over 1,000 victims, but Thea controlled the medical pods. According to the most conservative estimate, the death toll wouldn't be lower than 5,000, with tens of thousands missing. All of that blame had been dumped on Superman. It had nothing to do with her. Every now and then, she rushed to the alien planet where Farah's memory modification had reached the final stage. Initially, it went very smoothly. The image of General Zod in Farah's heart gradually turned into an elder, a relative. Subconsciously, she didn't reject this scenario. But when it came to replacing the object of allegiance, Thea felt strong resistance. Farah's sense of identification with her was truly low. Thea refused to admit defeat. She continued to increase the magical output, determined to subdue her. On the first day of the coma, Farah subconsciously lost her object of allegiance and was filled with confusion. Thea took advantage of the opening. The effect was remarkable. But on the second day, a sudden mutation occurred. Farah actually subconsciously supplied a new commander. And it wasn't just anyone, it was Thea's old acquaintance, that Boy Scout Clark Kent. Holy crap. Do you even know him? Why pledge loyalty to him? In the original timeline, they at least fought once. But in this world, Farah only saw him once when Superman surrendered. They weren't familiar at all, right? I bust my ass for days just to train a subordinate for someone else. Thea wasn't that selfless. The magic continued without stopping. Day 3 was worse. Perhaps Farah really didn't have a deep impression of Superman. The thought of loyalty came quickly and went quickly. But inexplicably, a mission to continue the Kryptonian race appeared in her mind. This sounded great and noble, but Farah's subconscious method of continuing the Kryptonian mission was to have Superman's babies. Thea almost choked. Just thinking about that image made her irritable. This is even worse than her pledging loyalty to Superman. Helpless, Thea could only wake Farah up. To get her wholehearted assistance, she had to shatter Farah's worldview. Breaking an Earthling's worldview was too easy, just dragging them to an alien planet for a spin would do. Although dealing with this Kryptonian was a bit troublesome, there were ways. Where is this? Thea withdrew the magic from Farah's mind. The Kryptonian's powerful self-healing played its role. She soon sat up, looked at the purple sky outside, and asked somewhat uncertainly. If Krypton and Earth are in a southern spiral, this is far to the west. It's a planet in Sector 1125. At the speed of your Kryptonian ship, it would take about 812 years to get back. Thea answered with her arms crossed. It was good news that the opponent didn't immediately scream for blood and murder. The general and the others. Farah's voice returned to calmness, as if asking about something unrelated to herself. General Zod was a true warrior. He was born on the battlefield and died on the battlefield. Having studied Kryptonian genetic modulation recently, reading between the lines gave Thea some understanding of Kryptonian customs. For someone like Zod, who was a soldier from birth, dying on the battlefield was definitely more glorious than dying at home. Especially since he was of the same generation as Superman's father and was getting on in years. The destruction of the planet and the continuation of the race had pressed on his heart for years. Being able to die in battle really wasn't a bad thing for him. Is that so? He died in battle. Farah was silent for a moment. You want me to pledge loyalty to you? Apologies, I don't see any ability in you that can help me restore Krypton's glory. You can kill me, but I won't serve you. Hee, Farah, I once said you were short-sighted. That hasn't changed at all. You don't understand the true nature of this world. Do you want to go see it? Thea said with a faint smile, like a devil tempting the human heart. Surprisingly, Farah was actually hooked by her words. The true nature of the world. It sounded grand and profound. But where was this thing? Could she see it? I want to see. I have sailed the universe for many years and conquered countless planets. You're the biggest braggart I've ever met. Farah finished speaking and looked at her seriously. Go. To space. Thea walked out first. Farah thought for a moment and followed. Once in space, Thea opened a wormhole directly, taking Farah on a long-distance journey. When they crossed the 16th wormhole, the surroundings were dead silent. It was like walking into a desert of civilization. No intelligent planets could be found, not a single sign of life. Farah couldn't hold it in anymore. Where are you taking me? The end of the world. The edge of the universe. Continuous large-scale teleportation consumed a lot of her ring energy. She hadn't even been to this area herself. Up, down, left, right, front, back, it was all void. Only her yellow lantern ring still emitted a little light, allowing the two to see each other. Chapter 359, The Source Wall. The end of the world. Farah was baffled. Wasn't that a philosophical concept? Did the universe really have an end? But curiosity killed the cat. Farah felt that if she continued to follow Thea, she might truly see something unimaginable. This Earthling's knowledge exceeded that of every Kryptonian scholar she had ever known. Keep moving. Thea saw her hesitation but didn't explain further. She dominantly opened a wormhole and continued advancing according to the coordinates in her mind. That's right. What she wanted to show Farah was the source wall. This was the boundary of the universe. If one could maintain their worldview intact after seeing the source wall, Thea could only say she admired them. During the battle with Parallax, as the first person in existence to wield dual lantern rings simultaneously, the rings had revealed the existence of the source wall to Thea and left behind unique coordinates. Otherwise, if she had to search for it herself, she wouldn't find it until the end of time. By the time they jumped through the 33rd wormhole, Thea was so tired she could barely speak. Are you all right? Farah asked. There was a ripple in her tone, not out of concern for Thea, but out of fear that if Thea died, she wouldn't be able to get back. She hadn't learned much spatial knowledge, but she knew their current location likely far exceeded the cosmic limits described by Kryptonian scholars. Kryptonians could survive in space, but if something happened to Thea, Farah wouldn't be able to fly back even if she exhausted herself to death. Almost there. Thea pretended to be calm on her face, but inside, she was cursing. She had bitten off a bit more than she could chew. The distance was far greater than she imagined. She had originally planned to bring Diana here for a tour next time, but now she abandoned that idea directly. Unless it was an emergency, beat her to death and she wouldn't make this trip a second time. Initially, Thea was worried about being discovered by Yuga Khan, who was stuck on the wall. That guy was an absolute monster capable of making Darkseid flinch. If he hadn't courted death by insisting on sticking himself to the source wall, no one in the entire universe could have defeated him. The lantern rings also didn't wish for the inheritor of the emotional spectrum to clash with that grandpa. The coordinates they left for Thea were among the few spots that wouldn't be discovered, a sort of sneak in, stay low, don't draw fire approach. We're here, Thea said, panting heavily. But Farah no longer had the mind to pay attention to her. What was she seeing? In the void of the cosmos, there was actually a wall of unknown height and distance. Farah strained her eyesight to the limit but couldn't see where the boundaries of this wall lay. Wherever she looked, there were mysterious currents of light, various patterns and pulses complemented each other. It was truly difficult to describe this wonder using existing language. This is the boundary of the world you spoke of. Farah had to admit she was stunned. If Krypton hadn't been destroyed, she could have stayed on Krypton for a lifetime and never seen such a scene. Thea rested for a while before looking carefully herself. It was her first time here too. She found it countless times more sacred, solemn, and majestic than she had imagined. That sense of vast, distant mystery made her feel incredibly shaken, even though she was mentally prepared. Facing Farah's question, she cleared her throat. This is the cosmic boundary I spoke of, the end of the world. Ancient scholars call it the source wall. Outside the wall is the source. All answers, the source of everything, are there. Countless powerhouses tried to pass through this wall to find the source, but without exception, they all failed. The losers are stuck onto the wall. One of them is so terrifying that we cannot address him by name directly. You just need to know that even the most powerful dark god in the universe would turn and flee upon hearing his name, and you can imagine the horror of this place. Then what is your purpose in bringing me here? Farah didn't see what this wall had to do with her. This isn't about you. It's about me. I'm not strong enough yet, but I want to go to the other side of the wall to see what the source exactly is. If I master the source, perhaps I can possess the power to rewrite causality, change time, and turn non-existence into existence. Thea spoke softly. She didn't finish her sentence, hiding the second half. Maybe mastering these powers will allow me to spar with those existences whose names cannot be mentioned. Just thinking about it excited her. Turn non-existence into existence. Farah muttered in a low voice, thoughtful. Correct. When that day comes, perhaps Krypton returning to the universe won't be a difficult task. Your parents and friends might be waiting for you to come home, just like before the destruction. Thea didn't know if such an ability existed, but she decided to sell the dream first. Anyway, she was determined to climb to the highest peak. If she died halfway, then everything would be moot. But what if she succeeded? If she truly could walk the path of immortality? Restoring Krypton then really wouldn't be hard. Farah was completely stunned. She couldn't have dreamed up such a crazy, out-of-the-box idea. She wanted to shout at Thea, asking if she was bragging, but the boundless wall before her eyes reminded her that Thea indeed possessed extraordinary qualities. Seeing her hesitation, Thea decided to administer another strong dose of medicine. Do you know how Krypton was destroyed? Huh. Farah didn't know why she suddenly popped this question, but she answered anyway. Core destruction, planetary explosion. We saw it with our own eyes in the Phantom Zone. What you said is just one of the current mainstream theories. Thea didn't give Farah a chance to interrupt and continued. The Green Lanterns once went to the planetary wreckage to investigate. There were traces of the high-level artificial intelligence, Brainiac, active at the scene. There are also many alien scientists who assert that Krypton's entropy value was far above the baseline. This doesn't look like a natural reaction, many believe it was man-made. That is also a viewpoint. And theirs. Thea rambled on, listing a handful of different theories regarding Krypton's destruction. Seeing Farah listening dumbfounded, she continued, do you understand? Kryptonians' genetic technology had reached a point where it threatened certain powerhouses. Your planet's destruction wasn't as simple or as innocent as they told you. I can only say that within the source behind the wall, there must be the answer you want to know. Thea extended her hand. I am still weak, but I truly need your assistance. A war raged inside Farah's heart. The information she received in this quarter of an hour was more than in the previous 30 years. Did I originally know nothing? Facing the hand Thea extended, she was filled with hesitation. Pledging loyalty to an outsider, this was simply unimaginable. But restoring the glory of Krypton filled her with anticipation. What choice should I make? Thea didn't rush her, she just held her hand up, waiting for her response. Time passed minute by minute. Finally, Farah made up her mind. Her genes had hard-coded her as an adjutant, never a commander. Without someone to assist, her life would be meaningless. This was a command engraved at the genetic level, allowing no refusal. Fine. I accept. The two hands clasped heavily together. Thea revealed a satisfied smile. Chapter 360, Soaking Up the Sun. Successfully subduing Farah made Thea very happy. This time, she didn't use magic. Laying out facts, reasoning with logic, persuading someone purely with her power of persuasion, brought a sense of accomplishment that was truly intoxicating. Although Farah's desire to revive Krypton played a decisive role, and the deterrence of the source wall counted for a lot, it was the combination of these factors that ultimately allowed Thea to talk this Kryptonian lieutenant into defecting. It really wasn't easy. Thea couldn't help but sigh. This Kryptonian lady could deal damage and soak it up, she was exactly the kind of force their little crew was missing. Next time they formed a party to fight, they finally had someone who could stand in the front and face tank the boss. Control skills were powerful, but a team full of controllers with no DPS or tanks was just too awkward. Now that they had found a warrior with infinite strength, the team's predicament was finally swept away. Especially since her power-up method was safe and eco-friendly, just soak up some sun, and her strength would skyrocket. There was no easier leveling method in the entire universe. As for whether Farah would break free from control once empowered, Thea wasn't too worried. Kryptonians could get stronger, but her own rate of growth wasn't slow either. Superman spent 33 years on Earth to get where he was today. Farah wouldn't catch up to Thea in just a year or so. Plus, due to Kryptonian genetic programming, their personalities were relatively straightforward, straight shooters, essentially. Like Superman, Supergirl, or Zod, they were people whose words matched their actions, bordering on simple-minded. When it came to schemes and intrigue, 100 Kryptonians couldn't outsmart a single Earthling. Thea didn't stay near the source wall for too long. After recovering a bit of stamina, she took Farah and began the return journey. After several twists and turns, when they finally saw the traces of a civilized planet again, Farah let out a sigh of relief. She had been terrified Thea would die of exhaustion. Now that she saw signs of intelligent life, she finally stopped worrying so much. What do you want to say? Thea's stamina consumption was huge, and she needed to stop and rest every now and then. Seeing Farah hesitating to speak, she asked. The general's body, can you help me retrieve it? Farah asked uncertainly. Don't worry, I already got it back, Thea said as she pulled General Zod's body out of her ring's pocket dimension. General Zod was the most important person to Farah. Dying at the hands of Superman could be considered a Kryptonian civil war, it wouldn't cause too much backlash. But if his body were sliced up by Earthlings for research, Farah definitely wouldn't agree to it. So, Thea had approached Secretary Swanwick early on to ask for the body. Earth scientists were more concerned with the spaceship and didn't care much about the corpse. Since Thea had a habit of burying alien corpses, like Abin Sur, the secretary heard she only wanted a body and agreed after a brief thought. Zod had his neck snapped by Superman, but there were no other wounds on his body. He lay quietly in the coffin, looking as if he were asleep. Farah gently stroked Zod's coffin, remaining silent for a long time. Where do you want to bury him? Thea waited a while before asking. Do you know the original coordinates of Krypton? I do. Not only did Thea know, but she and Diana had even visited the site for a tour because it was such a famous location. The two quickly arrived at the place where Krypton exploded. The original planet was long gone, replaced by countless planetary fragments and space junk drifting messily, indicating that a powerful civilization had once existed here. Thank you. Farah found the largest planetary fragment and buried General Zod on this piece of their homeland. Only then did she turn back and thank Thea sincerely. What are you saying? We're partners now. With all loose ends tied up, Thea brought Farah back to Earth and found an uninhabited house in Star City. Take off your helmet. Thea ordered. Farah looked confused. She only understood that she needed to sunbathe after listening to Thea's explanation. Although her face was full of incomprehension, she still took off her helmet. Ugh. Upon her first contact with the direct rays of the yellow sun, the Kryptonian cells in Farah's body were activated by the sunlight. A massive flood of information rushed into her brain. Farah only let out one cry before fainting dead away. I knew it would be like this. From the reaction to first contact with sunlight, one could see that Farah's combat talent was far inferior to Zod's. Although Captain Zod was also dizzied by the light, his consciousness remained, he could still walk 2 steps while being supported. Farah just passed out directly. The gap was obvious. Thea materialized some tables and chairs, placed her on them, and waited slowly for her to wake up. It took a full 2 hours for Farah to slowly wake up, but her condition was a complete mess. Her eyes were unfocused, and her voice floated weakly. Thea dragged her into a lead-lined room, and only then did Farah catch her breath. What happened to me? Farah asked weakly. You Kryptonians can enhance your strength by absorbing yellow sun radiation, and there's practically no upper limit. This is a unique talent in the entire universe. Thea said with a hint of envy. Farah didn't have the strength to argue with her at all. She shook her head, not wanting to speak. She doesn't know. Thea rubbed her chin and pondered repeatedly, finally realizing the sequence of events was wrong. She had kidnapped Farah directly. Farah hadn't seen the battle between Superman and Zod, so she didn't realize how strong Kryptonians could be. This was easy to fix. Thea pulled the footage of the battle directly from the satellite and showed it to Farah. When she saw Zod flying through the sky and burrowing through the earth, heat vision shooting from his eyes, Farah was stunned. She turned back to look at Thea, the person in the know, hoping for further explanation. Thea pointed at the screen. This guy in blue tights and a red cape is the Kal-El you were looking for. You saw him before. He lived on Earth for 33 years. Earthlings call him Superman now because his abilities are simply too powerful. And the one fighting him is General Zod. Before this, his situation was the same as yours is now. It was only after being directly irradiated by the yellow sun that he gained this earth-shattering power. See. This is the true strength of Kryptonians. As long as the yellow sun doesn't decay, this power of yours can increase without limit. Do you understand what this means? Thea asked. Farah shook her head numbly, indicating she didn't know. If there were 1,000, or even 100 Kryptonian warriors like you, no other race in the universe would have a place to survive. Knowing this, do you still think Krypton's destruction was an accident? Thea asked Farah solemnly. Farah was speechless. In this short day, she had learned too many things she didn't know before. Her originally shrewd brain was now mush, she really didn't have much capacity left to think. Chapter 361, Sinestro's Astonishment. Kryptonians fainting upon first contact with sunlight was mainly due to receiving too much information in a short period. Once Farah adapted to the environment and subjectively filtered out the massive amount of useless information, all that remained was pure bliss. Super senses, heat vision, freeze breath, super strength, speed, stamina, and that insane super regeneration. The two occasionally sparred. Thea had tried attacking Farah with magic, but her super regeneration left Thea speechless. Even if Thea's magic controlled her, it was useless. Warriors like Zod and Farah, who had conquered countless planets, possessed high willpower. The duration of magical control wasn't long, and it was difficult to deal fatal damage within that limited window. To use a gaming metaphor, Kryptonians were the type with absurdly long health bars and rapid health regeneration. Without kryptonite to weaken them, they were basically unkillable. Often, after Thea unleashed a pile of spells, the damage taken would be offset by powerful regeneration. By the time the opponent woke up, they were fine. If kryptonite didn't exist in this world, saying Kryptonians were gods walking among men would not be an exaggeration. Once Farah adapted to her body's new power, Thea took her to Corrigar. "This is your new subordinate." Thea and Sinestro met again. Both looked over each other's shoulders and were a bit speechless. Sinestro's first two recruits had been normal humanoids. He probably felt that Thea's previous recruits, a dead man and an evil gorilla, were edgy and weird. Feeling a bit upstaged, this time he had spent effort finding two subordinates with unique skeletal structures, weirdos, to compete. But he didn't expect Thea to switch styles this time and take the normal route, making all that effort feel like punching at thin air. Thea looked at the two subordinates Sinestro had recruited this time and couldn't help but sigh. The universe was truly full of wonders. Of these two guys, one was called Slush. It was a slime-like creature, its outer membrane was a corrosive liquid, and its interior contained the bones of many enemies. Usually, it lay on the ground as a large green blob, barely maintaining a humanoid shape during combat. The other guy was even scarier. It was a sentient bioweapon, microscopic like dust. According to Sinestro, this was a virus developed by a high-tech planet for war. They constantly iterated the virus, finally producing an intelligent supervirus. This was the microorganism before Thea's eyes, which called itself Despodelis. "Your new subordinate is a Kryptonian. Krypton has been destroyed for so many years, there are still survivors." Sinestro originally thought Farah was an Earthling, but the ring scan surprised him slightly. A survivor of a destroyed planet, in terms of rarity, she wasn't inferior to his subordinates. Fear was increasing in the universe, and the collection of yellow energy was becoming more massive. Sinestro had made quite a few rings recently and wasn't as strapped for resources as before. He tossed a yellow ring to Farah. "Kryptonian technological weapons are formidable, but their fighting ability isn't high. I agree to let her join the Corps, but she needs to show my subordinates a thing or two." Seeing the two were about to leave, Sinestro spoke with a stern expression. "Ha!" Thea almost laughed out loud hearing this. "Kryptonians have low fighting ability. That's because you don't understand Kryptonian physiology. Let Leader Sinestro witness a low combat power, Kryptonian." Thea signaled Farah wickedly to display her strength. Thea had previously explained to Farah the current situation, outwardly united but inwardly divided. Thea had also discussed her ambition to control the Yellow Lantern Corps. Farah naturally understood what she needed to do. Intimidation. Suppress everyone with absolute power. Only in this way could she take over the Corps after Sinestro. The reason Thea wanted Farah to join the Yellow Lanterns was because the yellow light had a sneaky little feature, solar charging. This function was meaningless to any other race, but for Kryptonians, it was everything. Fighting on an alien planet without sunlight. Ring charge. Energy exhausted. Ring charge. Hurt by kryptonite and combat power drops to rock bottom. Ring charge. A Kryptonian wielding a yellow lantern ring was the definition of a perpetual motion machine. The only limiting condition was that since they were born powerful and faced few setbacks, their resistance to fear was weak. Thea had to use the remaining bones of the shark god Kamo to make a magic ring for Farah. She permanently enchanted the ring with fear resistance, ensuring Farah wouldn't be affected by fear when wielding the yellow light. Farah didn't put on the lantern ring immediately. Relying on her own power, she flew up. Then, under Sinestro's baffled stare, she descended rapidly and punched the ground. Boom. The ground within a radius of dozens of miles suffered intense tremors. The surface directly facing her attack now sported a crater 100 meters deep and 1,000 meters in diameter. "Are you kidding me?" Sinestro was stunned. This woman has such great strength. Without preparing beforehand, he really couldn't catch that punch. After all, stripping away the ring's power, he was just a strong-willed alien, he had no superpowers of his own. Having received Sinestro's order beforehand to spar with the newcomer, seeing Farah's fierce punch, the guy named Slush very naturally oozed backward. As for the supervirus, it hid. Thea's Eye of Horus searched for a long time before discovering that this guy ran even faster than the slime. Farah didn't stop. She flew high again, her eyes turning scarlet. Heat vision shot out from her gaze, strafing a high mountain not far away. The heat vision sizzled against the mountain body. When the dust cleared, a yellow lantern core symbol was carved into the mountain. Very good. Thea cheered loudly for her teammate. Casually casting a light spell, she made the symbol on the mountain emit a brilliant yellow glow. Looking from a distance, one would think it was some kind of holy land. Good. Not bad. Sinestro offered a few insincere compliments. He only breathed a sigh of relief after watching the two leave Corrigar. Originally, his will to rebel was firm, but now he couldn't help but hesitate. Some no-name Kryptonian was this powerful. Honestly, it truly shocked him. Are there even stronger races in the universe? People who don't need emotional energy and can fly and burrow through anything relying on their own strength. Right now, the Green Lanterns were tanking everything in the front. If the Green Lanterns were wiped out, the task of maintaining order in the universe would fall on his head. Sinestro hesitated. If 100 or so Kryptonians like that one showed up, how would he resist? He saw the performance of his own subordinates clearly, they ran faster than anyone. Relying on these guys, he'd be dead before he even knew what hit him. It seems the rebellion needs to be delayed, Sinestro thought involuntarily. I need some loyal and capable subordinates. Chapter 362, Pastimes. Thea didn't know that Farah's powerful performance had made Sinestro cautious again for a while. On the way back, she tested Farah's constructs. Farah's imagination was much better than Grodd's, but most of her constructs were technological weapons, pretty standard. Her own physical strength far exceeded the ability of her constructs, the lantern ring merely provided her with restorative energy. Relying on the power of emotions to top up her power mid-fight would have been a fantasy in Farah's eyes a few days ago. But her worldview had been shattered so thoroughly recently that she silently accepted this unscientific explanation. The two returned to Earth. Thea didn't assign her any work, just instructing her to adapt to life on Earth first. Absorbing yellow sunlight every day and seeing her own strength grow, Farah had nothing to complain about. However, a problem soon cropped up. Superman had superintellect, he could learn all the medical books on Earth in 5 minutes, mastering knowledge that took others 10 years to learn. Farah wasn't the all-rounder Superman was. The adjutant's genetic modulation allowed her to know a bit of everything, and compared horizontally to her fellow Kryptonians, her learning ability was considered strong. But compared to Superman, that naturally born outlier, the gap was huge. Thea drew a tube of blood from her. The needle was naturally made of kryptonite. In the original timeline, the ship split into 2 parts to terraform the Earth's climate, and the kryptonite sank into the Indian Ocean. Now, the ship hadn't gone anywhere, it crashed right in Metropolis. Kryptonite was scattered everywhere. Taking advantage of rescuing people, Thea had secretly collected quite a bit. Leaving Farah to study alone, Thea rushed back to her laboratory. She had already obtained her master's degree and was now studying for a doctorate in biogenetics. God's blood was hard to find. Making Malcolm and Moira live healthy and happy lives had always been Thea's wish. Of course, if she was in a good mood, her 2 brothers could tag along. Malcolm was elusive, Thea didn't know if he had injected the God's blood or not. But the effect of Moira's injection was immediate. Conservatively speaking, she looked 20 years younger, her skin had regained its luster. Initially, Moira had even complained that she used to wear makeup to look young, but now she wore makeup to look old. Thea wasn't satisfied with this. Problems that magic couldn't solve had to be solved by science. Coincidentally, the Kryptonian genetic configuration database had fallen completely into her hands. Naturally, she had to put some effort into this area. She didn't have Superman's superintellect, but Thea's learning ability far exceeded Farah's. Combining it with Earth's knowledge, a preliminary genetic optimization serum had already been configured. It was fully compatible with Earth's technology. The Kryptonian database only provided her with a direction forward. Thea didn't stop there, she needed Farah's blood to extract a substance from Kryptonian cells to create a super genetic optimization serum. Who is it? When Thea entered her laboratory again this day, she discovered traces left by a stranger. Her laboratory was a classified facility, only a few extremely intimate people knew this location. Click. Thea turned on the light. A young woman in a wheelchair was slowly rolling out from the side of the lab bench. The young woman humbled herself and spoke softly. Miss Queen, I am here to ask for your help. Please help me. Oh. Thea gave an oh and said nothing more. She knew this woman, Mercy Graves, Luther's secretary and bodyguard. She had been heavily injured during the previous ship crash. It was Superman who saved her from the ruins, and Thea's medical pod that kept her alive. Acting weak to gain sympathy. Not to mention, Miss Mercy's temperament right now was as miserable as it could get, as if all the misfortunes in the world had landed on her head. If this were a drama, she would definitely be the tragic female lead. Unfortunately, Thea knew her battle record, she was someone who could exchange blows with Deathstroke. No matter how big the mental blow, she wouldn't become like this. Feeling the atmosphere between the two solidify a bit, Mercy knew the first move had failed. She quietly dropped the pitiful act. Sympathy tactic failed, she began to state the current situation. My legs are completely crippled. Mr. Luther said they need to be amputated to install mechanical legs, but I can't bear to part with these 2 legs. It was impossible to tell if Mercy's words were true or false. Tears that were already hanging in the corners of her eyes flowed down completely. Thea glanced at them. Although they were covered in scars, thanks to rigorous training, Mercy's legs were very straight and aesthetically pleasing. Combined with her appearance, sawing off such a pair of legs was indeed a pity. Even knowing the opponent had no good intentions, Thea couldn't help but ask, Mr. Luther is supposed to be a genius. If even he has no way, what use is finding me? Mr. Luther asserted that your medical pods definitely have a higher version. I believe his words. A fluorescent still flashed in Mercy's eyes. Listening to her tone, that fanatical note made it sound less like Luther said it and more like a god said it. Thea chuckled lightly, pointing her finger at her vaguely. You worship your Mr. Luther so much. Why come to me for help? You should know he is my competitor. He has used quite a few petty tricks behind the scenes. Why should I help you? As she spoke, Thea's tone became increasingly severe. She put away her usual smile. At this moment, her eyes carried a chilling intensity. Mercy persisted for 2 seconds before lowering her head. It wasn't that she was cowardly, Thea's gaze was simply too terrifying. Her gaze avoided it, but the fear didn't dissipate. The immense mental pressure almost caused her to collapse directly. But being chosen by Luther, her quality truly far exceeded ordinary people. Her hands gripped the wheelchair handles tightly, her teeth bit her lip until it bled, drops falling onto her clothes one by one. She didn't beg for mercy, she just bore the crushing pressure in the spiritual world without a word. Humph. Thea withdrew the mental deterrence. This woman's willpower was truly extraordinary. In Thea's observation, among unenhanced ordinary people, only a few like Nightwing and Barbara Gordon could reach this level. Laurel and Tommy might not even reach this degree. Of course, a cheater like Batman wasn't within the scope of discussion. You really aren't an ordinary person, my judgment was correct. Mercy said, panting heavily. Thea naturally wouldn't admit it. That was just simple psychological suggestion. Mercy didn't care about her denial. Mr. Luther once consciously collected data on all extraordinary people in the world. I was the one specifically responsible for this work. This lady has been with you frequently in recent years. Finishing her sentence, Mercy threw a large file folder to Thea. Thea pulled out the first page. What came into view was an old black and white photo from a long time ago. It was Diana, in that Belgian village, taking a group photo with Steve Trevor and the others after eliminating German soldiers. Chapter 363, Compassion. Nice catch. Thea looked the photo over. She wasn't a photographer, so she couldn't judge if it was the original. The only pity was that she had been too concerned about the timeline back then, otherwise, keeping a group photo to show Diana today would have made for a fun trip down memory lane. Although the man in the photo was Steve Trevor, Thea didn't tear it up like in the TV dramas. It was a memento, after all, tearing it up would be a waste. She pulled a few more sheets from the file folder. Without exception, they were shots of Diana in the city, front views, side profiles. There were also detailed records of citizens Diana had contacted. Mercy had organized it meticulously, what was said when, the accent used, the weather at the time, the clothes worn, everything was reconstructed in detail. There were even a few photos that captured Thea. Although she was careful, Diana didn't care. Thea didn't want their dates to feel like thieving operations, so while she covered tracks initially, she eventually just let it be. It wasn't surprising that Luther's satellites had caught them on camera. Miss Secretary, what does this prove? Thea flipped through them once. During the battle with Parallax, the scene was shrouded in yellow mist. Satellites worldwide only captured blurry figures, no concrete footage existed. This was why Superman was called the first superhero, previous records looked too fake, whereas the Superman-Zod battle was clear, real, and undeniable. Mercy couldn't quite figure out the details between Thea and Diana. Relying on her impression that Thea might be the dominant one, she spoke vaguely, your lady friend hasn't changed her appearance in 100 years. It's because. Thea checked her watch. She had been wasting breath with the secretary for half an hour, she was getting annoyed. Even if I heal you, are you sure you can still gain Luther's trust? Thea had thought about buying her off as a mole, but only for a second. Luther would never stop suspecting her. Mercy's reaction didn't exceed her expectations. Her voice remained calm, but her words carried a trace of bitterness. Either way, Mr. Luther will never trust me again. Then why come to me? Do you have a screw loose? Thea sometimes felt that whether heroes or villains, everyone in this world had something wrong with their heads. Luther and the secretary before her looked like shrewd people, yet one thought he was a god, and the other was paranoid to the extreme. Was there no one with a normal brain circuit in this world? The atmosphere between the two grew tense. Just as Thea was about to kick her out, Mercy finally spoke. Mr. Luther trusts no one, whether I ask for help or not. I give up. Let's talk business principles. What can you help me with? Help you erase all the footage? Mercy asked tentatively. Thea snorted. Not enough. Deleting current ones was fine, but what about the future? There were so many satellites in the world, others would definitely capture the two of them. That condition was way too cheap. I will work for you on the premise of not betraying Mr. Luther. Mercy proposed a bargaining chip she thought was rich enough. Honestly, Thea wasn't too satisfied with this condition either. But after pondering for a moment, she agreed. When Luther discards you again, you can come find me. I will take you to see a world you don't understand. Then you will know just how small your world really is. It was the familiar tone, the familiar flavor, almost the same words used to hustle Farah. However, for a native Earthling, there was no need to visit the source wall. If she brought 100 people to spectate every day, Yuga Khan might jump off the wall in a frenzy just to hack her to death. What Thea valued wasn't Mercy's strength, but the emotional energy she embodied. Mercy Graves. Just like her name, Mercy, compassion. She possessed a power she wasn't even aware of. That was a problem of perspective. No matter how brilliant Luther was, it was useless here. He didn't realize what kind of power his assistant possessed. Just like the fear of the Yellow Lanterns and the willpower of the Green Lanterns, compassion was the emotion required by the Indigo tribe. They were originally a lantern tribe secretly established by Abin Sur. Their star sector wasn't known to outsiders until they revealed their true faces in the blackest night. However, Abin Sur's ring recorded the coordinates of this sector. Later, he passed the ring to Hal Jordan. Coincidentally, Thea had also worn that ring. Hal Jordan couldn't tell what this solitary coordinate represented, but Thea knew, it must be the headquarters of the Indigo tribe. Mercy was far from truly submitting. Only by experiencing abandonment once more could she shift the object of her compassion. Only then could she truly be used by Thea. With Deathstroke, Poison Ivy, and the others, Thea was investing in the present. With Mercy, she was investing in the future. Snap. Thea snapped her fingers with her left hand. Mercy couldn't withstand the impact on her consciousness and fainted. Curing her disability wasn't hard. As Luther predicted, Thea indeed possessed a large number of advanced medical pods. Using her X-ray vision to check her entire body and confirm there were no tracking devices, Thea opened a portal and took the unconscious Mercy to Metropolis. Deathstroke had purchased an island in a lake on the outskirts of Metropolis. King Shark, controlled by magic, was stocked in the lake. With the support of Thea's massive funds and advanced weapons, Deathstroke's subordinates now numbered over 100. Each was tactically skilled and strong-willed, pulling them out to assassinate some warlord or general of a small country would take no effort at all. Boss. A rare sight. Who is this behind you? The one greeting Thea with a smile was Poison Ivy. The ways Thea's subordinates addressed her were chaotic, some said chief, some boss, and Farah insisted on calling her general. Thea didn't care, anything was fine. Thea wrapped Mercy in psychic power. Her wheelchair had too much metal, so Thea dumped it back in Star City. This woman. Use the Mark III medical pod. After treatment, drug her and send her back to the LexCorp group. Thea finished speaking and opened a portal directly back to Star City. She hadn't finished her experiments for the day. My, quite a pretty girl. TSK. Poison Ivy was a biochemistry university student, after all, with a higher education level than Deathstroke's mercenaries. She was in charge of the few unlisted medical pods. Although the current Poison Ivy hadn't done anything earth-shattering, she had made a small name for herself in the mercenary industry. She executed Thea's orders thoroughly. Controlling plants, she dragged Mercy into a specialized room. The transformation of her body and personality by plant toxins was happening imperceptibly. She didn't even realize that she was a different person from before. Looking left and right to ensure no one was paying attention, she stripped all of Mercy's clothes off. Even if someone asked, her excuse would be, checking the injuries. As for whether that was true or not, God only knew. Chapter 364, The Theft. The next day, when Mercy woke up, she found herself back in her own apartment. Her wheelchair was placed by the bed. With a nervous heart, she tried moving her toes. Discovering the familiar sensation had returned, she nimbly rolled over and sat up. Her rigorous training allowed her to regain her calm quickly. If not for the unfamiliar clothes she was wearing, she might have suspected yesterday's experience was just a dream. Hiss. Standing up, she realized her lower body was sore. Reaching down, she felt traces of something unspeakable. Linking this to the known relationship between Thea and Diana, her mind couldn't help but jump to a wild conclusion. Although the feeling was strange, regaining her mobility still thrilled her. She took several deep breaths to calm down, dressed neatly, and went to work at LexCorp. Yesterday she was facing amputation, today she walked normally. Lex Luthor acted as if he didn't see it at all. He assigned work as usual, then waved his hand to dismiss her. The joy in Mercy's heart evaporated instantly, as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped over her head. All that remained was bitterness and resentment. The African savannah, Ethiopia. Inside a wooden cabin cut off from the outside world. The room was filled with a charming fragrance. Thea and Diana had just finished another sparring session, one that lasted an extremely long time, with an atmosphere both heated and intense. While magic didn't modify the body as effectively as divine power, it still had some effect. Coupled with Thea's recent intense absorption of sunlight and moonlight, her physical constitution was rapidly catching up to Diana's. Their sparring sessions could now go back and forth evenly for several rounds. Is the daily management of the temple going okay? Diana stood up, generously wrapping a bath towel around her body, and asked Thea, who was combing her hair to the side. Isadora, whom you recommended, is indeed a fanatical believer of the moon goddess. Under her leadership, many nearby citizens have started to believe. I can even absorb faith energy from the temple. I imagine the goddess of the moon situation up there must be much better. Thea was quite happy mentioning this. Originally, adding the water attribute to her body had lowered her overall magic power to balance the attributes. However, with the re-establishment of the Temple of Artemis, the statue Thea left on Themyscira, through some unknown connection, had actually transmitted quite a bit of faith energy to her. This energy likely came from the Amazons over the past century. The quantity wasn't large, but it was pure. Thea converted this faith energy into divine power, then into magical power, greatly making up for the previous deficit. Her overall magic had even increased a notch. Now, the circulation of Thea's 5 elemental attributes was becoming increasingly flexible and natural. As long as she found earth attribute magic to add to her body, she could form a perfect internal cycle. Light, dark, earth, fire, water, wind, 6 elements circulating together. Saying endless life might be an exaggeration, but her endurance would reach a level hard to imagine. Isadora was a member of Mother's Royal Guard. She has extensive combat experience and devout faith. With her presiding over the temple, it will surely be foolproof. Diana didn't spare any praise for the person she recommended. Thea didn't speak. The temple was originally just to attract Diana's attention. Later on, Thea barely managed it. Bruce Wayne did all the work. He probably worked so hard to repay a favor. Flipping through the data Mercy provided, Diana sighed deeply seeing the photos of the past. Just as she wanted to speak, she sensed something and said sternly, "Someone is coming." Very fast. Thea looked out the door and let out a light Amanda Waller. How did she find us here? Exchanging a glance, both were a bit puzzled. Fortunately, Waller arrived quickly, pushing open the cabin door alone. Finding you two was truly not easy. Waller's tone was steady, showing no panic. She chose to turn a blind eye to the fact that they were only wrapped in bath towels, with long legs shining and faces flushed. You run all over the world. I used 30 satellites and 2 action simulation analysis teams just to find you. Oh. Thea gave a noncommittal response. She didn't intend to hide her relationship with Diana from anyone, those who knew, knew. She was just curious what Waller wanted. Amanda, we just met 3 days ago. I even congratulated you on becoming the leader of ArrowVerse. With the Secretary of Defense gaining a firm foothold, Waller had switched sides extremely quickly. Leveraging the resolution of the Enchantress incident, she finally secured her promotion. The deputy became the chief became the deputy. She and Steve Trevor swapped positions, from subordinate to superior. Thea was a bit puzzled. This should be a very busy time for Waller, blocking their door in such a hurry wasn't her style. Waller offered a faint smile. I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for Miss Prince. Looking for me? Diana's beautiful eyebrows furrowed. In this timeline, without the bond with Steve Trevor, she had little to do with ArrowVerse. Why look for her out of the blue? Waller didn't plan to play charades. 9 hours ago, the Black Room was burgled. The thief was your friend, the archaeologist Minerva. She stole a dagger of unknown origin. Cheetah. The name instantly surfaced in Thea's mind. In the original timeline, Cheetah used Diana's relationship to enter the Black Room, stole the god-killer dagger possessed by the Cheetah god, and then stabbed herself in the chest with it, becoming the supervillain Cheetah. But in this timeline, their friendship was only average, and Diana didn't have much entanglement with ArrowVerse. Yet, Cheetah still stole the dagger just like the original. Later versions of Cheetah could scratch the Flash while he was running at super speed and bite through Superman's skin to infect him. All signs indicated this woman wasn't simply possessed, her body might have been directly occupied by the Cheetah god, Urskartaga. Otherwise, how could a corrupted ordinary human be so powerful? That would be too exaggerated. Surveillance footage shows her speed is currently extremely fast. We tracked her for 5 hours before she vanished into a crowd. However, everywhere she passed, many humans were infected and turned into walking dead under her control. I need your assistance. Waller took out her tablet and displayed photos of several infected people. Thea took a rough look. Since it involved Diana, she couldn't ignore it. This woman looks like a failed vessel. Better to just shoot her dead. Thea took the artifact longbow out of her ring and turned to ask Waller where was her last known location. Waller was a bit confused. What are you doing taking out a bow and arrow? Who knows how far away the person is? Waller didn't know Thea had the skill of super long-range sniping, but Diana knew. She hurriedly pressed down on Thea's arm. She isn't a bad person. We should try to save her. Chapter 365, The Infected. Thea grimaced. This aspect of Heroes of Justice was really unlikable, stubborn, rigid, clinging to their principles. How many criminals had escaped with their lives due to the no-kill rule, only to break out of prison and continue doing evil in an endless cycle? But she couldn't ignore Diana's emotions. She had no choice but to put away her bow and arrow, lead Diana around for a bit, let her realize Cheetah's evil, and then shoot her dead with a single arrow. With her nice vacation plan ruined, Thea reached out to Amanda Waller with a scowl. Give me all the data. Dead or alive, we will deal with her. Waller smiled very happily. Alive is best. If you catch her alive, I will owe you a huge favor. A huge favor. Thea's eyes narrowed, thinking fast. If nothing unexpected happened, Waller was talking about Oliver. Using something Thea already knew to act as a huge favor made Thea feel sour inside. But Waller indeed didn't know that Thea knew. Overall, she was still quite sincere. In the original timeline, Oliver mysteriously broke free from Waller's control in the 5th year of his disappearance, 1 year before returning to Star City. Presumably, it was due to this huge favor, right? On one side was her lover, on the other was her brother. Even if Thea was 120% unwilling, she had to make this trip, and she even had to catch Cheetah alive to exchange for Waller's huge favor. The two ignored Waller, let her go back however she came. Thea opened a portal directly to the location where Cheetah last disappeared, the dense forests of Louisiana. Neither of them were Special Forces scouts and didn't know how to track footprints, but Thea's Eye of Horus could see extremely far. She hovered in the air, concentrating on her observation. There are a few staggering figures over there, they look like the infected Waller mentioned. Thea pointed to the northeast, and the two flew over rapidly. Speak. Where did Minerva go? Diana was also a bit depressed. Being dragged out to do this during a break in their sparring naturally made her temper a bit hot. Seeing an infected person, she threw out the lasso of truth and interrogated him loudly. HRRRK. Half of the infected man's face was covered in bruises, his eyes were rolled back showing the whites, and the canine teeth in his mouth were clearly longer than a normal human's. Seeming to detect the life signs of the two women, several of them turned their heads. Their movement seemed sluggish, but their acceleration was extremely fast. In less than 0.1 seconds, they completed a series of actions, turning, bending knees, and lunging. Thea knew Cheetah was extremely fast and her attacks were infectious, so she had already changed into combat gear with Diana beforehand. The opponent's lunging speed might be considered extremely fast in the eyes of ordinary people, but to them, it was just meh. Flying up with a kick, massive force slammed directly onto the leading infected. The opponent crashed through more than 10 large trees before falling to the ground. What sprayed from his mouth wasn't fresh blood, but rather some kind of black, viscous substance. These aren't human anymore. Diana said uncomfortably, facing the several infected lunging at her. But the movements in her hands weren't slow. Thea benefited from their weekend sparring, and Diana naturally gained benefits too. Physical growth wasn't apparent yet, but Diana's resistance to fear had now reached an inhuman height. At least, her resistance was much higher than when the two women reunited. Increased resistance also improved her will. Reflected in combat, this meant abnormal calmness. No matter what disadvantageous situation she faced, Diana could handle it easily, using the minimum force to deliver the deadliest punch. Her fighting style had been imperceptibly influenced by Thea. Deadly, efficient, concise. This was Diana's current fighting style. Compared to the unskilled shield bashes of 100 years ago, her current style was far more artistic. Thea coordinated with her, drawing her artifact longbow. One melee, one ranged, they coordinated seamlessly. 30 seconds later, over 100 infected were all knocked down by the two. Black, viscous fluid flowed from the wounds of the infected, converging into a filthy little river. It smells too bad. Thea, who was a bit of a clean freak, couldn't stand this. Using Mage Hand, she gathered the pile of guys, unsure if they were alive or dead, together. The freeze gun on her power armor froze the entire pile of bodies solid, finally curbing the pungent stench. What next? Diana automatically looked at Thea, just like the day they left Themyscira. Thea didn't disappoint her. The sub-control system on her arm connected to the Queen consolidated mainframe. A massive amount of information was analyzed and summarized. Combining it with the simple clues Waller originally gave, Thea determined the next target. Minerva was originally adopted by a woman named Leda in Idaho. This woman seems to run a religious school. Let's go there and look for clues. Diana had no objections. The two continued flying northwest. The opponent's school was built in an extremely remote location, surrounded by mountains. Many locals' faces changed drastically when mentioning this school. Everyone kept their mouths shut. Thea used a mix of fear and suggestion to finally get the detailed address from an old man. Since they were seeking clues, the two naturally wouldn't fly over blatantly. Instead, they changed into casual clothes and drove a jeep. Sitting in the car, the two looked exactly like adventure enthusiasts out for a trip. Halt. This is private territory. The two women drove to a wooden palisade wall. A fierce woman holding a submachine gun blocked their car. When it came time to show off acting skills, Thea usually went up to talk, and this time was no exception. Thea spun a web of lies, lost travelers, enthusiastic female college students passionate about charity, saying whatever sounded harmless. Surprisingly, the fierce woman guarding the gate actually believed it. Amidst Thea's enthusiastic thanks, she opened the gate of the camp. Entering the wooden palisade, they realized the internal space wasn't small. Surprisingly, the residents here were all women, old and young, with different hair and eye colors. The only exception was their clothes, all rough skirts made of linen. Children carried baskets, adult women held various farming tools, only a few women with fierce temperaments held rifles. Aside from those few rifles, Thea didn't see any modern equipment. This group of women had managed to recreate a medieval atmosphere in the 21st century. But she didn't look much further. Thea's gaze was automatically attracted by a statue standing in the square. A maiden with deer antlers growing from her head, holding a bow and arrow. Thea looked at Diana and found the other party was also looking at her. Incredible. This statue was of Artemis. In other words, this group of people who had traveled all this way to America actually worshipped an ancient Greek deity. No. Thea, having the status of a chosen one, had a higher perception of the goddess than Diana. She quickly discovered the problem. There wasn't a shred of true divine presence on this statue. Combined with the ascetic dress of the surrounding crowd, she knew it wasn't that they weren't devout, but that there was another story inside. Chapter 366, The Cheetah God. Thea carefully examined the expressions of the surrounding women. A chaotic blend of pain, numbness, and cruelty. It was hard to read them, but one thing was certain, joy was a foreign concept here. This did not align with the teachings of the moon goddess. Her doctrine was about joyful maidens of the forest. This group was miles away from joyful. What do we do? Diana shot Thea a quick glance, her question obvious. Thea shook her head slightly. She could already feel a faint ripple of divinity in the air. Weak, but the underlying malice was glaring. They ostensibly worshipped the moon goddess, but only the leaders knew what evil god they were actually serving. Ms. Leda, which deity is enshrined in the center of your square? Aren't you Christians? Thea asked the old woman knowingly. She was the nominal organizer of this school and the foster mother of Cheetah, Minerva. The old woman feigned a kindly demeanor, but as her lips parted slightly, two canine teeth flashed with a piercing cold light under the moon. We are an ancient people. The world calls us the Amazon tribe. As for whom we worship, it is the goddess of the moon and the hunt. Holy crap. These people have zero shame. Thea's expression carried obvious suspicion, but her excellent acting skills quickly turned that suspicion into shock. Her shock was fake, but Diana's shock was real. Diana, who had been keeping a poker face, couldn't help but look the old woman up and down upon hearing this. Unfortunately, no matter how she looked, she couldn't find a trace of aura on the old woman that matched the mascara. A cheap knockoff meeting the genuine article. Thea didn't know what to say to this bunch of imposters. She could only gape in feigned astonishment. The old woman saw their expressions and felt it was normal. This was exactly the look thrill-seeking American college students should have. Their camp had entertained many such young people so far. Clap. Clap. The old woman clapped her hands cheerfully. Instantly, many women holding bows and iron tools surrounded the two. Come participate in our great hunt. You city dwellers should fully enjoy the fun of nature. Come on, run. The old woman signaled the crowd to open a path leading deep into the forest. She looked at the two prey with malicious intent, expecting to see panic-stricken expressions. However, the two acted as if they hadn't heard or seen a thing. Thea scanned the circle. Their bows and arrows had stone tips, and the archers were all thin, weak women. Let alone two non-humans, even Tommy or Laurel could come here and cut through them like butter. Unlike Diana, who had the blessings of the gods naturally, she didn't need to study them, just use them. Thea's divinity was a patchwork quilt. Scraping a bit from here, absorbing a part from there, her research into divine mechanics was likely unrivaled in the current age. Although there was some divine presence in this camp, most of it emanated from the area itself. None of the women present had the qualifications to become a host. Originally, Thea wanted to play the innocent victim to get information out of the old woman. But she didn't expect the opponent to be so impatient, barely 2 sentences in, and the fangs were already out. Thea could only abandon the initial plan. You like to play rough? Then we'll play rough. The old woman maintained her sanctimonious facade for a while but found the opponents weren't afraid at all. Strange. Past young people would have peed their pants and run forward trembling by now. Why weren't these two afraid? A murmuring whisper came from the air, soft as the wind. But falling on Leta's ears, it was like a thunderclap. She reacted immediately, ordering, attack. Although the women felt this broke the usual routine, they mechanically drew bows and released arrows. Dozens of arrows fired in a ragged volley toward the 2 women. This level of attack was pathetic. Thea raised her left hand. A small cyclone appeared around them, sucking in all the arrows. With a clench of her left hand, the cyclone trembled violently, and the arrows caught in the wind were shattered directly. Blasphemers! Kill them! The old woman shouted loudly while retreating rapidly. Thea couldn't let her run. Honey, you take that one. Diana had been holding back for a long time. She threw out the lasso of truth, trussing the old woman up like a turkey and dragging her back to their side. Kill them! Kill them! The old woman, midair, was still roaring loudly. If one ignored her previous attempt to flee, one might actually think she was unyielding rather than cowardly. The leader being captured in a single encounter didn't dampen the enthusiasm of the remaining women. Their numb, sluggish faces were replaced by fanaticism. Cold light shone in their eyes as they rushed toward the 2. Even many children picked up stones from the ground, trying to attack them. Stand down. Thea completely unleashed her aura. The power of fear instantly centered on her, emitting invisible waves in all directions. The women closest to her were scared stiff instantly. The women further away stumbled and staggered. Clearly, their minds had received a heavy blow, but their bodies were still controlled by the evil god, preparing to continue the attack. Quite stubborn. Thea observed her battle results. The evil god here, if she had to guess, was the so-called cheetah god. How ironic. The prey pretending to be the hunter to enjoy offerings. She didn't know if this entity was a Native American deity or a totem animal spirit similar to those in Africa. Let me give you a bigger surprise. Thea put on the yellow lantern ring, amplified her emotions 100 times, and used Martian Manhunter's method to release a wider-range psychic shock. The invisible shockwave swept through everyone's hearts like a hurricane. This time, regardless of distance or age, except for Diana, whose resistance to fear was outrageously high thanks to their sparring, everyone dropped like flies. These people weren't physically injured. Since their minds were controlled by the evil god, it meant the full power of the shockwave was borne by the evil god. The people just needed to rest afterward, and they would be fine. But the evil god was in for a world of hurt. Splitting its consciousness into hundreds of parts to control these believers was its fatal flaw. Its original consciousness might have been able to contend with Thea's psychic shock, but divided into 100 parts, its resistance was invisibly weakened 100-fold. Resisting this would be impossible. Crack. Crack. The sound was initially very subtle, but later became louder and louder. The statue of the goddess of the hunt cracked open, revealing a large gap. A pure black cheetah rolled out from within. The cheetah's eyes still carried the gleam of intelligence, but it dimmed quickly. It seemed to want to memorize the faces of Thea and Diana firmly. Then, it collapsed headfirst and couldn't get up again. Chapter 367, Cheetah. Is it dead? Diana asked. Thea examined the corpse carefully for a long time. Physically, yes. From the perspective of this body, it is dead. The mental burden was too great in such a short time, and its soul was crushed. But just before complete dissipation, it used some secret technique to abandon this body. If I'm not mistaken, your friend Minerva is the new host. Thea's judgment wasn't baseless nonsense. The evil aura lingering in the soil, sky, and jungle was dissipating rapidly. As for those women pretending to be Amazons, she couldn't be bothered with them. After regaining their sanity, they would likely fall seriously ill, but escaping this evil place was a good thing for them. Do we still need to question this guy? Diana asked, holding up the old woman in her hand. Leta had been closest, and coincidentally had the most evil god energy on her, so she bore the brunt of the impact. Facing Thea's magnified psychic shock, she had fainted without any resistance. Thea scratched her head. She had indeed forgotten about this one. But under those circumstances, not using an AoE, area of effect, attack wouldn't have been appropriate. One could only say this old woman was unlucky. Put her down. You ask her, I'll deal with this corpse. Thea looked down and groped the Black Panther's body. There wasn't much divine power left in this body, Thea guessed it had all transferred to Cheetah. However, this carcass was undeniably a divine corpse, slightly higher in rank than the shark god Kamo their 5-man squad had killed before. Taking it back to craft new armor would definitely yield good results. Since they hadn't fought directly, Thea was afraid the opponent wasn't thoroughly dead. What if it was faking death? Or what if, like in those cheap soap operas, it suddenly came back to life after a while? Taking out an alien laser cutter and attaching a portable power source, Thea went to work on the spot, dismembering the panther corpse into 8 pieces. With the body scattered like this, if it could still revive, Thea would eat her hat. Summoning water magic to wash the filth off her hands, Thea finished just as Diana concluded her interrogation. This old woman says she ordered Minerva to steal the god-killer dagger. Minerva also stabbed herself in the chest with the blade under her orders, turning into that half-human, half-beast monster. But she doesn't know Minerva's specific whereabouts, only that she headed south. Diana put away her lasso. The old woman saw Thea brutally dismantling the panther corpse nearby. Realizing something, her mind seemed on the verge of collapse. South again. Thea was a bit depressed. They had gone from Louisiana north to find this camp, and now they had to go south again. Tossing back and forth like this. But seeing the unwillingness in Diana's eyes, Thea could only accompany her to continue the pursuit. The Amazon rainforest, Brazil. I hate this place. To prevent a sudden ambush from cheetah, the two had to pursue in full armor. Tracking all the way from North America to the Brazilian southeast, the rainforest climate made Thea miserable, hot, humid, and sticky. They didn't dare fly in the sky, the trees below were too dense, and they were afraid of losing the trail. The only good news was that Gideon had finished collecting various data on the target: footprints, fur, speed per second, walking characteristics, all recorded one by one. The AI would calculate the opponent's route using the Queen consolidated satellites and supercomputer, correcting the direction from time to time via traces like footprints. Without Gideon's calculations, relying on Thea and Diana to track cheetah, who avoided human society and only fled through the jungle, would be a pipe dream. The climate here is unbearable. Diana also felt uncomfortable all over. She was familiar with the African savanna and the Mediterranean climate, but the humid climate of the tropical rainforest was very foreign to her. Her body felt like it was constantly sweating, but given her divine physique which far exceeded humans, she couldn't sweat even if she wanted to. As they marched, they suddenly sensed an anomaly. They exchanged a glance. The tracks disappeared. Diana took her shield off her back, held her sword in one hand, and looked around vigilantly. Thea no longer cared about conserving magic power. The Eye of Horus scanned at full power for suspicious figures. West. Thea shouted. At the same time, the freeze gun on her arm sprayed several streams of freezing gas toward the opposite side. A golden blur flashed past her eyes. The metal armor on her chest, which could technically withstand a nuclear blast, was sliced open, leaving a cut 5 centimeters deep. Thea. Diana hurriedly protected her flank, throwing out the lasso simultaneously. Unfortunately, the opponent was too fast. Missing the strike, she vanished into the forest again, preparing for the next ambush. Actually, dealing with this kind of speedster was easiest by flying high and bombarding from above. But they had to capture her alive, which required some effort. Not coming out, huh? The two stayed vigilant for a long time, but the opponent was very patient, silently waiting for a good opportunity. Thea and Diana established a telepathic link. They could discuss plans at any time during battle without worrying about alerting the enemy. Darkness. Thea channeled her mana and suddenly burst it all out. This was the spell Thea was most proficient in. Although low-level, sometimes low-level spells were the most effective. A wall of darkness swallowed the forest, cutting visibility to 0 for several miles. Although Thea couldn't see either, this magic was released by her, so she had some sensory feedback. She quickly discovered cheetah hiding among a pile of dead leaves. The opponent was stunned by the sudden darkness. But her bloodthirsty nature didn't make her flee. Instead, her fighting spirit soared, wanting to kill the two women. Thea's magic sensed the opponent approaching her cautiously. "You sneaky bastard. Do you think I'm a pushover? If I don't skin you alive today, I'm not Thea Queen. Close your eyes." Thea instructed Diana in the telepathic channel. Visually estimating cheetah was 3 meters away, staring dead at her, knees bent, about to launch an attack, Thea instantly cast another spell. Light. In the pitch-black darkness, a blindingly bright light flared up. Cheetah was completely unprepared. Especially since she was staring right at Thea, eyes wide open, afraid the opponent would move nimbly to avoid her attack. Plan B, Plan C. Cheetah had pondered several sets of scenarios in her heart, preparing for possible situations. But these all had a major premise: Thea dodging her attack. Otherwise, all thoughts were useless work. Cheetah calculated many possibilities, but unfortunately, she missed the versatility of magic. A low-level spell like light, let alone Thea, even Damian Wayne could cast it instantly. Cheetah hadn't anticipated this possibility. The intense light was instantly received by her retinas. Pupils shrank, eye muscles spasmed. Cheetah instinctively covered her eyes with her hands. Diana coordinated with her perfectly, slamming down with her shield. At the same time, Thea didn't stop. She cast mire and slick oil across the ground, and dense webs between the trees. The goal was singular, slow. Her. Down. Chapter 368, The Capture. Cheetah's vision was gone, at least for the moment. The burn in her eyes kept stabbing at her thoughts, but on sheer animal instinct, she still barely twisted away from Diana's strike. Blind and disoriented, Cheetah had no idea Thea had dumped a whole field of grease under her feet. As she slipped away from Diana's lunge, she naturally stepped back. Her foot landed on something slick and gummy. On a normal day, with her balance, she could have sprinted across an oiled floor. But now the throbbing in her eyes had shredded her equilibrium. She staggered to keep from falling. And Diana's sword bit into her shoulder. Yellow blood surged out in a steady flow. Once Thea saw they were properly engaged, she dropped the darkness spell, just as she and Diana had agreed beforehand. In this timeline, she and Minerva weren't especially close, but they were still technically friends. Diana felt she owed her at least one serious attempt at a rescue. Of course, when you spend too long around Thea, some things rub off. Even Diana, for all her righteousness, had picked up a devious streak. Her request had been simple. Create a fair battlefield. Thea obliged with pleasure. Within several miles, Thea had layered close to 50 different slowing and hindering spells. Then, worried Cheetah might still turn the tables, she used one of Minerva's stumbles to stack a gravity hex and an extra slow on her. She dug 2 deep pits along the most likely retreat lines and strung ankle-high tripwires between several trees. Every dirty trick you'd use on a blind opponent, she used. Even if Cheetah escaped with her life, the memory of today would leave her scarred for life. Right now, though, Cheetah couldn't see a thing. It felt like someone was stirring an iron spike around inside her skull. The ground under her feet was uneven, treacherous, her whole body felt like it was carrying an extra few dozen kilos of lead. That was the fair, dueling ground Thea had built for her girlfriend. With the darkness gone, Thea finally got a good look at Cheetah. Half human, half beast, was no exaggeration, pointed ears, prominent fangs, fingers and toes all turned into hooked claws. Her body looked wrapped in a layer of singed yellow hide, covered in dense rosettes, with a long tail dragging behind her. On looks alone, she'd rate a solid 70 out of 100 on the intimidation scale. The only pity was her eyes. Those yellow vertical pupils should have been burning with menace, right now they were ruining the whole effect. She had no time to rub them, Diana was already crashing in again, so the raw ache in her eye muscles just triggered her tear ducts. Tears spilled down uncontrollably. Diana's sense of rhythm in a fight was razor-sharp now. She didn't just rush in recklessly, she controlled the tempo, deliberately creating the illusion that their gap in strength wasn't that big. Cheetah, who had very little real combat experience, took the bait. Blind as she was, she could still feel there were 2 enemies nearby. She had no idea what Thea was up to, all she could do was hammer at Diana, trying to force the fight into a one-on-one. Diana's defense, though, was unrivaled in the multiverse. At least as far as Thea had seen, nobody used a shield better than she did. Facing a cheetah whose speed had already been cut in half, Diana fought with complete ease, blocking, parrying, slipping aside, folding her footwork and technique into one seamless flow. If it weren't for the timing, Thea would have liked to applaud. Cheetah couldn't break through. The messed-up terrain dragged at her every move. Both her stamina and her focus bled away at an alarming rate. She realized she couldn't keep this up. She feinted, driving Diana back a step, then spun a full 180 degrees and bolted, not even checking where she was going. She got exactly 2 strides in before something sticky wrapped her up. If she'd been going full tilt, she might have torn straight through the web spell, but she'd barely started moving, there was no momentum to speak of. She was built for agility, not raw power. Arms swinging wide, she dragged her claws through the web and managed to rip herself free. But that 1 second was all Diana needed to be on her again. Diana, let me go. Aren't we friends? Cheetah had lost track of how many webs there were, how many pits, how many invisible tripwires were waiting. She was sick of this place, she didn't want to stay here another second. Her predatory cunning saw that brute force wasn't getting her anywhere, so she immediately switched tactics, playing the victim. Minerva, I am helping you, Diana said, genuinely. Come back with me. Accept judgment. You can't keep going down this road. So it really is you, Diana. I thought your scent felt familiar. Didn't expect I'd guess right. Cheetah's nose twitched. So this is the strength you've been hiding all this time. My God says you're one of the immortals, a life form higher than ordinary humans. Is that true? Diana fell silent. There was no good way to answer that, so she chose not to answer at all. The one who built this battlefield, that's your partner, right? Cheetah continued, voice dropping, hard and cold. She's one of you as well, another supernatural. I'm so envious. It didn't sound like envy. It sounded like bone-deep jealousy. Come back with me, Diana tried again. Atone for what you've done. There's still hope for you. Heh. Cheetah's laugh was downright horrifying, 3 parts human, 7 parts beast. Whatever humanity she had left was slipping fast. Atonement. Me. What sins are mine? Look at me, I'm already like this. There's no going back. Save your pity, Diana. You can't save me. Her voice cracked into a shout, eyes wild. She threw herself at Diana with both hands and feet. She'd used the conversation to claw back a little vision and stamina. To her, Diana felt about as strong as she had a minute ago when she'd been weakened. She thought she'd found an opening to go all in and finish Diana in one go. But she'd underestimated Diana, and overestimated herself. The whole storm of blows was blocked cleanly, her newly recovered strength burned off for nothing. How are you this strong? I sacrificed so much, and I'm still not as good as you. Right then, Cheetah was wrapped in pure fury. Jealousy, grievance, rage at the unfairness of it all, every negative emotion she had braided together. Her attacks grew more and more savage. She'd forgotten about escaping entirely. All she wanted now was to indulge the bloodlust and tear Diana apart. Negotiation had failed. Diana felt she'd done what she could for the scrap of friendship between them. At last, she stopped holding back. The power sealed in her bracelets of submission roared to life. At first, Cheetah could still barely meet her head-on. But 10 exchanges later, Diana's strength and speed were climbing like they had no limit. She still wasn't hitting Cheetah's theoretical top speed, but for the Cheetah in front of her, it was already more than enough. The sword of Hephaestus felt its master's rising battle lust. Flame licked up along the blade. Every cut, every thrust, every slash and feint went straight for Cheetah's vitals. Cheetah might have the Cheetah god's body riding her, but those instincts weren't hers. Taken as a whole, she was being crushed on every front. Yield, Diana said. Her speed spiked again. Using the narrow space as they passed each other, she sliced under Cheetah's ribs, then brought the shield down hard on the back of her head. Dazed and reeling, Cheetah didn't even have time to curse before the lasso of truth snapped around her, binding her up tight. Chapter 369, Black Manta. To prevent Cheetah from escaping, Thea froze her limbs again, leaving only her fierce head exposed. Unless her neck could stretch like a snake, she wouldn't be able to bite the 2 women standing 10 meters away. Amanda Waller was delighted when she received Thea's call. She readily agreed to come personally to take custody and mentioned that Thea would see her huge favor very soon. Trading Oliver, a guy with a surplus of self-righteousness, for Cheetah seemed like a profitable deal for Waller, Thea thought to herself. ARGUS agents couldn't pop out immediately, so the 2 had to wait on the spot. Cheetah was still screaming curses. Thea originally wanted to ask where the God-Killer dagger was, but the opponent refused to communicate, spewing only profanities. Seeing a perfectly fine person turned into this ghostly state, Thea didn't really want to touch such a wicked weapon anyway. She'd leave it for Waller to solve. After tossing about 15 psychic shocks to knock Cheetah unconscious, Thea finally felt the surroundings quiet down. In such a humid environment, it wasn't convenient for the 2 of them to do any intimate activities, so they could only chat idly to pass the time. Just as Thea was recounting a story about surfing with Oliver during their childhood, a woman in traditional Middle Eastern clothing ran into the clearing, pursued by a man wearing a black diving suit and a massive, strangely shaped helmet. The 2 exchanged blows constantly, fighting from the dense forest into the clearing before Thea and Diana. Cheetah had chosen this place as a battlefield after analyzing the environment. It was the only relatively open space nearby. These 2 strangers naturally made the same choice. However, they didn't expect outsiders to be here. The man's head was wrapped extremely tightly. The helmet was oval-shaped overall, with 2 large red crystals covering where the eyes should be. From a distance, he looked like a giant red-eyed fly. While the diver's expression was hidden, Thea and Diana exchanged a glance and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. The Middle Eastern woman glanced at the frozen Cheetah. She didn't know the background of the 2 women before her, but she still shouted kindly, "Run!" The diver behind her seemed to treat Thea and Diana as innocent bystanders. Although it was strange to meet living people in the rainforest, he didn't take it to heart. He continued chasing the woman silently, simply raising his arm toward Thea and Diana. His wrist seemed equipped with some kind of launcher. 2 extremely long and thin metal darts shot out toward the center of their brows. In his mind, Thea and Diana were already dead. They weren't worth wasting a deliberate glance on. But 2 seconds later, he was dumbfounded. In fact, for a long time afterward, whenever he thought of this encounter, he would want to bang his head against a wall. Why did I have to get itchy fingers? If I had just pretended not to see them and ran past, wouldn't it have been fine? But he didn't have the ability to predict the future. Even if he did, he couldn't predict that far ahead. The appearance of the two women was simply too deceptive. If it had been Deathstroke, looking like a mountain of muscle, sitting there, the diver might not have meddled. But Thea and Diana had changed back into casual clothes after their battle. Coupled with the hot and humid weather, they were dressed quite coolly and held no weapons. No matter how he looked at them, they were just two harmless pieces of eye candy. The diver ran past them for more than 10 meters. The expected screams and smell of blood didn't appear. He was slower than the woman, and only now did he notice the half-frozen cheetah. Although unconscious, the beastly aura emanating from her body was still very eye-catching. Hey! You're Black Manta, right? Here, have this back. Thea and Diana had played with the steel darts he shot for a moment. They couldn't figure out the material, only seeing that they were extremely sharp. Thea played with it, found it boring, and threw it back with a flick of her wrist. Although she hadn't specifically trained with batarangs like the Bat family, Thea's ranged attack proficiency was nearly maxed out. She could play any ranged attack smoothly, and this steel dart was no exception. The man whose identity had been exposed was none other than Aquaman Arthur Curry's nemesis, Black Manta. A very famous treasure hunter in the criminal underworld. Because Aquaman accidentally killed his father, he had only one goal in life: revenge. Using years of savings and his outstanding knowledge of mechanical engineering, Black Manta, an ordinary person with no superpowers, built his diving suit and various deadly weapons, embarking on a lonely road of vengeance. In the criminal underworld, his reputation was illustrious. He always wore that eccentric helmet, no one had seen his true face. Whether on land or sea, his usual appearance was the diving suit and helmet, so quite a few people recognized the gear. But being identified instantly by this young, beautiful woman in this place made him tense up immediately. Facing the dart thrown back at him, he cautiously chose to dodge. Strength and speed exceed normal humans. Is it the enhancement from your combat suit? Thea gathered magic around her face, creating a hazy blur like a mask. Her voice, vibrated by magic, sounded completely different from usual. Metahuman. Another metahuman. Are you Arthur's companion too? Black Manta's voice was obviously processed through a voice changer, sounding a bit ethereal, but his tone made it clear he wasn't happy. Leave this place. Thea didn't want to care about their messy business. She just wanted to hand over Cheetah quickly and go back for a good bath. But perhaps her tone was a bit unkind, or maybe having been in a high position for years, she naturally carried a sense of condescension. This was unbearable for the sensitive Black Manta. Misunderstanding her meaning, energy rippled across his helmet, and two beams of orange laser shot out from his eye lenses. Holy crap! Is this idiot deaf? My meaning was for you guys to go fight somewhere else. How did you interpret it like that? Thea was speechless. Diana took out her shield and easily blocked the lasers. If she could block even Doomsday's heat vision, these lasers created by human black technology were nothing to worry about. Bad news. Seeing his strongest attack fail, Black Manta's heart skipped a beat. He finally realized that these two women dressed as passers-by were not ordinary people. He intended to continue chasing the woman, but the warm-hearted Diana wouldn't let him go. Originally, with one chasing and one fleeing, it was hard to judge who was good and who was evil. But seeing Black Manta acting so viciously now, she didn't hesitate anymore. Raising her sword, she slashed down. Black Manta could only draw two long blades to block Diana's sword of Hephaestus. Clang! A crisp sound reached Thea's ears. Watching from the side, she immediately noticed something unusual. The material of those two long blades was extraordinary. They didn't look like they were made of any existing earth metal. Combined with the future knowledge that Black Manta could use these blades to contend with Aquaman's trident, and seeing them withstand the sword of Hephaestus now, plus his profession, it wasn't hard to analyze that they were likely forged from metal salvaged from some undersea ruin. Intelligent, talented, would be an excellent subordinate. But Thea thought about it and decided against it. Black Manta was single-mindedly focused on revenge, ignoring any cost or moral code. This had become the sole meaning of his survival. Even the strongest suggestion spell couldn't change that. Thea could only give up the idea of recruiting him. Chapter 370, That Thing Has My Name on It. Such a waste of talent. Thea sized up the Middle Eastern woman. She had run 200 meters away, realized the pursuer wasn't following, circled back, and returned. Not knowing the strength of Thea and Diana, this woman quite loyally drew a scimitar, preparing to go up and help. Thea hurriedly pulled her back. Are you kidding? A regular human beating Diana? Black Manta was indeed strong, arguably an underwater version of Batman. But the major premise was preparation, knowing the opponent's intelligence and crafting a pile of specific black tech equipment. That was his secret to victory. Right now, knowing nothing about his opponent, trying to beat a fully God-geared Diana on land while wearing a diving suit. That was simply a pipe dream. Moreover, Thea initially hadn't recognized this woman, but now she finally recalled some plot points. This was Kahina, one of Aquaman Arthur Curry's initial teammates, 6 people forming a team called the Others. Unfortunately, their team was weak as hell. 6 superpowered individuals carrying 6 divine artifacts were wiped the floor with by Black Manta, an ordinary person. Thea felt that if she pulled her subordinates out for a 6v6, taking them down would be a walk in the park. Don't worry, my companion is very strong. Thea held back the woman, who was brandishing her scimitar ready to hack someone. Black Manta is a famous hunter, Kahina hadn't finished her sentence when the situation on the field showed Diana already had an overwhelming advantage. She opened her mouth to say something but couldn't continue. Whether in strength, speed, or technique, Diana far surpassed Black Manta. The opponent wasn't a martial arts master, he was just an engineer bent on revenge, a treasure hunter. He was no match for Diana at all. Lasers, nets, water jets, all kinds of methods were used. But his attacks, which had miraculous effects against Aquaman's squad, were completely useless against Diana. The only thing worth praising was his diving suit. Unknown material. Diana spotted an opening and slashed diagonally with the sword of Hephaestus. Immense force acted on the soft diving suit. A dent appeared clearly, but the suit's toughness and density were excellent. It dented slightly, then immediately returned to its original shape. It wasn't cut open. Anti-piercing, anti-slashing. Diana put away her shield and feinted with her left foot. As Black Manta dodged sideways, she clenched her right fist and punched toward his abdomen. Since the opponent was just an ordinary human, she didn't use the power of the bracelets of submission, otherwise, thousands of tons of force would have snapped him in two. This punch landed solidly on Black Manta's lower abdomen. The texture of the special diving suit was indeed excellent, but it was helpless against pure blunt force. Diana's normal strike was simply not something an ordinary person could take. The opponent's helmet was airtight, excellent equipment for diving or underwater combat. But this time, it made him suffer. A mouthful of fresh blood surged up, but the mask seal forced the blood back into his trachea, nearly suffocating him. He wanted to cough but couldn't, wanted to swallow but couldn't. Daring not to linger in battle, he turned to run. Get back here. Speak, what is your goal? Diana shook her hand, lassoing Black Manta back. As she asked, the lasso of truth flashed with bursts of light. Collect the 3 artifacts of the dead king, find the 7th artifact, rule the surface, kill Aquaman. Black Manta was truly startled. Despite his desperate resistance, the power of a divine artifact wasn't child's play. Even gods had to speak the truth before the lasso. He, a mortal body, couldn't control his mouth at all. He spilled everything, one by one. These words meant little to Diana. Kahina didn't understand the power of the lasso and was skeptical. But falling on Thea's ears, they made her ponder. Thea only knew the rough outline of Aquaman's story. The dead king Black Manta mentioned was the first king of Atlantis, Atlan. She vaguely remembered that the 7th artifact was a scepter. Its power went without saying, but wanting to rule the surface with just a scepter. One could only say he was dreaming. Scepter. A scepter. A thought instantly flooded Thea's mind. While casting spells with a sword wasn't impossible, the style always felt more like a swordsman pretending to be a mage rather than a true sorcerer. If she got that scepter, would her next spellcasting look much more aesthetic? That thing has my name on it. Thea nodded silently. Originally indifferent to this matter, her attitude changed instantly. She only remembered the dead king's relics were left on some small island in the Atlantic. Aquaman's team of 6 knew the specific location, she didn't. Your enemy seems to be plotting a big conspiracy. Do you need us? Thea put on her best, Good Samaritan, face and spoke to Kahina. But before she finished, she was interrupted by a burst of golden light. Teleportation. Thea felt this remote rainforest clearing was getting livelier. Golden light flashed, and a man and 2 women walked out. The leading man was bare-chested wearing green pants, holding a glittering golden trident upside down. Behind him was a red-haired woman in a green bodysuit wearing a crown. The last one out was a woman with warm brown skin and an anxious expression, 2 jaguars following at her feet. Aquaman. How did he get here? Although they hadn't met, his features were so obvious that Thea recognized him. The one with the crown behind him must be his wife, Mara. As for the last woman, Thea ignored her, undoubtedly another member of the Others, Yawara. She was sizing them up. Aquaman and his group were also looking at her. For a moment, everyone was a bit stunned. There were too many people on the scene. Thea's side had 2, Aquaman's group had 3, plus 2 prisoners, Cheetah and Black Manta. Just as Kahina wanted to greet her companions, she saw Aquaman roar, raise his trident, and shoot a bolt of lightning as thick as a child's arm at Black Manta. Although she felt Black Manta wasn't a good person, Diana felt that her prisoner shouldn't be touched by others. Her heroic eyebrows stood erect. Gripping her shield with her right hand, she slapped diagonally against the path of the lightning. The first clash of two divine artifacts ended in a draw. The lightning was deflected. The massive energy beam fell into the rainforest, destroying countless trees along the way before vanishing from sight. Bastard! You dare stop me? Aquaman's temper was as rough as ever. Diana originally wanted to reason with him, but seeing his rude speech, she cut the crap. She bound Black Manta tightly with the lasso of truth, raised the bracelets of submission on her wrists, and blasted a surge of violent energy at Aquaman from meters away. Aquaman didn't expect this woman to block his lightning. Feeling the invisible energy erupting from the bracelets, he didn't dare be negligent. He spun the trident like a windmill. Crack! Crack! Amidst continuous explosive sounds, the trident was wrapped in a layer of golden light. As Aquaman spun it, the golden light resisted strenuously. Aquaman was pushed back 30 meters by the bracelet's energy before he stopped. Woman, you. Aquaman calmed down a bit and tried to explain. But Diana had zero patience left for casual sexism. Aquaman's words, woman, didn't make her comfortable, instead, they were even more ear-piercing. Without further nonsense, she slashed down head-on with her sword. Chapter 371, Thea and Diana vs. Aquaman and Mera. Do you two really clash this badly? Thea was speechless. She only remembered these two fighting to the death in the Flashpoint paradox, but this wasn't Flashpoint. These two were fighting for no reason. Thea wanted to break it up, but she didn't even know where to start. She turned her head, intending to ask Kahina to speak up, persuade them to stop, and then quickly take her to get the scepter. That was the proper course of action. But as she turned, she saw Yawara's two jaguars wagging their tails and fawning all over Cheetah. Cheetah had woken up at some point, her yellow eyes emitted a mesmerizing glow. Yawara was constantly saying something to Mera. The Aquaman's wife looked a bit unhappy, but she still raised both hands. Massive currents of water emerged, she wanted to break down the hard ice trapping Cheetah. Stop. Thea knew this situation was like a cheap soap opera, but she still had to exchange Cheetah for Amanda Waller's huge favor. She had to stop them from releasing Cheetah. Without time to put on armor, she instantly cast 3 fire arrows, aiming straight at Mera. Surface Dweller. You dare attack me. It was unclear if Mera was having a spectacularly bad day, but she seemed possessed by the spirit of a grumpy idiot. Water swirled around her hands. With a gentle stroke, the water transformed into dozens of icy sharp arrows, meeting Thea's magic arrows. The two volleys intersected in the air. Thea's magic was purer, while Mera won in quantity. The two fought to a draw. Yawara, what are you doing? They aren't bad people. Kahina hurriedly grabbed the brown-skinned woman who was about to besiege Thea. Kahina, you're okay. But my animal companions say they are bad people. Yawara also sensed a problem and hurriedly turned back to call her pets. But her pets, who would usually die for her, didn't respond to her call at all. The two jaguars were striving to help Cheetah break free. Looking at Cheetah's beastly vertical pupils, even the simplest person would know there was a problem. Helplessly, no matter how Yawara called, the two jaguars ignored her. Claws broke, they used teeth chipped, they used heads to ram. Small cracks gradually appeared on the hard ice covering Cheetah. You two stop the jaguars. The woman in the ice has blood on her hands, she cannot be let out. If you have time, talk some sense into this woman opposite me. Thea's strength was higher than Mera's, so she still had the leisure to observe the battlefield. Aquaman's two little friends could only go pull the two jaguars. Kahina had been chased by Black Manta for dozens of miles and was long exhausted. Yawara didn't dare use a heavy hand on her pets. The two pulled tails and legs, but the jaguars ignored them, only knowing to save Cheetah. For a moment, the scene was extremely ugly. Idiots. Thea almost lost it. Mera opposite her had red eyes and wouldn't listen to explanations at all. Ice spikes, ice arrows, water dragons, water arrows didn't stop. On the other side, Diana could slightly suppress Aquaman, but she was stubbornly protecting Black Manta, so the deadlock couldn't be broken for a while. Help me hold off those two jaguars. Thea released the elk from her ring, the one usually just eating and sleeping, and instructed in a low voice. The elk immediately sensed the cheetah god possessing Cheetah's body. Especially since the opponent had stolen the power of the moon goddess, which made the elk even more dissatisfied. But it faithfully executed Thea's order. Whenever the two jaguars approached, it used its antlers to push them back. Does your friend understand English? Someone talk to her. Thea dealt with Mera's fierce attacks, feeling utterly speechless. What a couple. They're both impossible. Aquaman's two companions hurriedly shouted loudly, trying to make Mera stop. But this Queen of Atlantis acted as if she couldn't hear, continuing to attack Thea fiercely. Needless to say, this was definitely the work of the cheetah god possessing cheetah. The opponent's methods weren't brilliant, they just happened to meet Mera's fiery temper, igniting instantly. It wasn't without reason that Mera would later be chosen by the Red Lantern Ring of Rage. However, temper did not equal strength. Despite her super-level performance, she was inevitably suppressed by Thea. Her water control ability came from her racial bloodline, Zeeble. Underwater, it would be infinitely powerful, but on land, it was just the same few tricks back and forth. Thea's single water attribute wasn't as good as Mera's, but Thea's methods were extremely rich. Fireballs cancelled ice arrows, wind blades, light spears, shadow arrows, plus a barrage of control and debuff spells, were thrown out overwhelmingly. I'll pull her away. You guys go talk to that guy with the fork. Fearing their battle would break the ice on Cheetah, Thea took out a lantern ring, put it on, conjured dense chains to bind Mera, and flew into the distance. Run out of a certain range, the mind control effect disappears, and she should wake up, right? Thea calculated well, but she flew a bit too fast. The two women on the ground were a step slow. And she didn't factor in Aquaman. You dare hurt my wife. Seeing Thea bind Mera and run, Aquaman instantly saw red. Risking a hit from Diana's sword, the trident in his hand gathered a massive amount of electric light. A lightning ball the size of a wash basin was thrown at Thea. You think only you can use lightning? That idiot couple was really getting on Thea's nerves. She took out the artifact longbow, knocked Zeus's lightning bolt, and fired an arrow at the lightning ball below. The lightning ball from Aquaman's trident was white, like a storm brewing in the ocean. Thea's lightning arrow was deep blue, quiet as the sky, yet containing deadly danger within that tranquility. Two divine artifacts capable of emitting lightning power welcomed their first collision since the day they were forged. One was like a roar from the ocean, the other like divine punishment descending from the sky. Atlantis' artifact represented the last glory of that lost civilization, firm, tough, undeniable. Thea's arrow of Zeus carried the spirit of the gods, supreme, great, invincible. Two bolts of lightning of different colors finally intersected. Time seemed to freeze. The first second was calm, as if the fear seen before didn't exist. But the next second, the two masses of energy finally exploded violently. Boom. Both masses of energy vanished. The exploding sound seemed to pierce the air. Massive energy spread in all directions. The two women who were about to speak could only drop to the ground to avoid the shockwave sweeping through 10 miles of rainforest. This round seemed like a draw, but Aquaman had been injured by Diana earlier, and the trident's charging time was too short to fully unleash the artifact's power. Thea fought even more hastily. Her lightning magic was a mix of fire, wind, and water. What she shot was just the power inherent in the arrow, far from her maximum damage limit. Both were very unhappy. They charged energy simultaneously, preparing for the next wave of attacks. Although Mera was bewitched, she still recognized Aquaman. Breaking free from the construct chains, she wanted to come up and double-team Thea. Naturally, Diana couldn't just watch. She also intervened to block Mera. The four people swapped opponents, gearing up for a muddled second round. Chapter 372, Truce and Origins. Diana often sparred with Thea, so she had plenty of experience dealing with elemental energy. Mera's hydrokinesis was merely troublesome for her, not fatal. Her shield blocked the volley of ice and water arrows, while the sword of Hephaestus slashed continuously, forcing Mera to mobilize massive amounts of water to form shields for defense. On the other side, the battle between Thea and Aquaman was far from soft and delicate. Lightning was known for being unruly and thunderous. Energy exploded, sound and light dazzled, their fight hit white-hot intensity almost immediately. Aquaman had been beaten into confusion by these two women, he had long forgotten what he originally intended to do. Thea, on the other hand, wanted to see just how strong the touted trident of Neptune really was. The lightning arrows in her hand didn't stop, firing one after another. Occasionally, she condensed her own magic into the arrows to give Aquaman a surprise attack. Get down here if you have the guts. Aquaman was being beaten passively. He was nearly invincible in water, but his strength dropped significantly on land. Most critically, he couldn't fly. After being used as target practice by Thea for so long, his already short temper could no longer be suppressed. Hovering in midair, Thea didn't just shoot arrows, she occasionally threw out a few weakening spells. However, whether it was the trident in hand or his Atlantean royal bloodline, Aquaman's magic resistance was surprisingly high. Among the people Thea had met, only Diana had higher resistance. Out of 10 spells, 9 were resisted, and the remaining one lasted for a very short time. Fear. Since pure magic couldn't take him down, Thea mixed emotional energy into her spells. The power of the yellow lantern ring, aided by magic, poured endlessly into Aquaman's heart. This time, he couldn't resist. The death of his father, the rolling eyes of the people around him, the betrayal of his companions, all kinds of miserable scenes circled in his mind. Arthur. Seeing her husband in danger, Mara finally broke through the cheetah god's control. Her eyes regained clarity. Raising her arm, she took a slash from Diana hard on her bracer, then flew up, creating a massive amount of ice to protect her husband. Disregarding her own safety entirely, she stared vigilantly at Thea and Diana. Since it was a misunderstanding, Thea naturally wouldn't continue attacking. She turned to look at the prisoners. What she saw made her blood boil. Black Manta had been bound by Diana's lasso earlier, but as the battle escalated, Diana had tossed him to Aquaman's two companions to watch. Taking advantage of their distraction, Black Manta launched a sudden surprise attack, wounded Kahina, snatched the package from her back, and fled deep into the dense forest. Yawara had to take care of her injured companion and hold back her two jaguar pets. Her already not-so-bright brain completely short-circuited. Thea originally wanted to chase Black Manta, but at this moment, Cheetah had broken free. Although there was still a lot of ice on her body, she could barely run. "You dare run!" Thea drew a lightning arrow and shot it, simultaneously calling Diana to chase. Realizing the mistake they had made as a couple, Aquaman and Mara saw their companions weren't in fatal danger and helped intercept. Cheetah was formidable, but her previous injuries were not light. Facing these four people, she couldn't beat a single one. She didn't make it 3 kilometers before being surrounded, beaten to a pulp, and captured once again. This time, they didn't dare to be careless. Perhaps Cheetah herself wasn't much of a threat, but the cheetah god possessing her was indeed troublesome, especially that silent, imperceptible method of bewitching minds, which annoyed everyone. Fortunately, what magic couldn't solve, science could. Thea told the elk to go back to sleep, then rummaged through her spatial ring, picking out a few pieces of metal. These pieces were specially manufactured by Batman to prevent Martian Manhunter's mind control. Composition unknown, origin unknown, solid bleeding edge tech. Damien had swiped them from his dad to study the relationship between science and magic. Thea modified them on the spot into a headband and jammed it onto Cheetah's head. From a distance, it looked like a high-tech sci-fi crown of thorns, but it effectively blocked the opponent's mental fluctuations from leaking out. Trussed up like a dumpling, Cheetah was bound tight. Thea finally stood up to greet the others. The brown-skinned woman, Yawara, apologized to Thea first. Her jaguars had been bewitched first. The two cats, now free from control, looked very pitiful, bowing their heads cooperatively and whining, begging for forgiveness. Thea had a lot of love for animals now. She had contacted elks, gorillas, sharks, and unicorns. Stroking the big heads of the two jaguars, she felt the texture was quite nice. She pondered asking Yawara later if she had any cubs, maybe she could take a cub home to raise for fun. The two jaguars had broken claws and missing teeth, and their bodies were dirty. Thea casually threw 2 cleanse and heal spells on them. Their bodies recovered visibly. Beside them, Kahina clutched her shoulder, which had been pierced by Black Manta. Looking quite pitiful, Thea thought about it and threw a healing spell to her as well. The two sides exchanged names. Thea gave her real name, expecting to receive gasps like "It's you," or "Impossible." But their reactions made her jaw drop. These people were either hermits, jungle recluses, or simply underwater dwellers. They had never heard of Thea's name. A bit depressed, Thea went aside to tease the two jaguars. Once she'd healed them, the jaguars grew a lot closer to her. If not for their deeper bond with Yawara, they might have gone back to Star City with her directly. The others didn't have her leisure. Kahina recounted how she had been chased by Black Manta all the way. She was happy when her mortal enemy was caught by 2 passers-by, but she didn't expect a melodramatic mess of a battle to follow. The prize slipped through their fingers, and not only did the duck fly, but it also wounded her and snatched a golden seal, one of the dead king's artifacts. This lady's artifact, Kahina pointed at Diana, made Black Manta tell the truth. He wants to collect 3 artifacts, open the tomb seal, find the dead king's 7th artifact. Kahina recounted everything she knew. "I will gather my companions and deal with Black Manta together." Aquaman issued a declaration, his blood boiling. Mara looked at him with eyes full of love. Thea curled her lips watching them. Several metahumans carrying a pile of divine artifacts ganging up on a normal person, yet you shout so self-righteously. Do you have no shame? Do you need our help? Thea stayed silent, but Diana, with her surplus of justice, spoke up. "We don't need your help, Greek." Mara looked at Diana with some vigilance. There were too many women around her husband. Kahina and Yawara claimed to be her husband's companions, but she had never heard him mention them. Mara, fallen into blind love, was like a female beast, scrutinizing every woman approaching her husband. Chapter 373, Teacher Thea Tells a Story. Hearing her tone was a bit unfriendly, Thea was unhappy. Greeks once fought side by side with Atlanteans. You wouldn't look down on your former allies, would you? Moreover, I don't think you are Atlantean. You are Zebelian, right? The exiled people of Atlantis. Huh. Aquaman was bewildered. He turned to look at his wife. Mera avoided Aquaman's gaze, a flicker of panic in her eyes. Thea continued to drop bombshells. Dead king. Is that what you call him? Don't you know his real name is Atlan? He is the creator and founder of Atlantis, the first king. Yet to you, his own descendants, he's become nothing more than the dead king. Too ridiculous. Diana also delivered a divine assist. I know of Atlan. Mother's books mentioned him. He was a great former king, his achievements can rival the sages in human history. This Aquaman, Arthur Curry, was completely speechless. Half a year ago, he was still guarding a lighthouse in Maine. How would he know these secrets from tens of thousands of years ago? Others called him the dead king, so he just followed along. Now he realized it was inappropriate, this seemed to be his old ancestor. Atlan, the men you now call the dead king, established Atlantis on land. That was a civilization before the current Earth civilization. King Atlan was broad-minded. He abandoned prejudice and accepted all races. As long as they agreed with his philosophy, he treated them as part of Atlantis. Thea slipped into lecture mode. Of course, these things came from her memories. Diana knew she had read all kinds of obscure texts, so she wasn't surprised. The remaining Aquaman couple listened with relish. Promoting harmony between surface dwellers and sea dwellers had always been Aquaman's goal. Now hearing that his ancient ancestor had done the same, a strong sense of identification welled up in his heart. Unexpectedly, Thea made a 180-degree turn. Her next words dealt him a heavy blow. The dead king's inclusive policy caused strong dissatisfaction among the conservatives. His brother launched a coup, seizing the trident of Neptune which symbolized authority. The kingdom's founder and pioneer was expelled from his home by his own kin. You mean? Aquaman held up the trident in his hand, his face full of disbelief. My ancestor was a traitor. Thea shook her head slightly. Whether he was a traitor or not, the truth has long been lost to history. However, I know that your statement about the seventh artifact just now was incorrect. Pointing at the trident in Aquaman's hand, she continued, this trident was cast by the dead king in his early days. After being expelled from the country, he forged 6 new artifacts, and you have obtained 5 of them. As for the remaining one. What about the remaining one? Several people hurriedly asked. Even the 2 jaguars lying on the ground, who couldn't understand human speech, pricked up their ears pretending to listen. Thea hesitated a bit. Records say the dead king finally forged a scepter. In his hands, this scepter's power was nearly infinite, he sank the entire continent of Atlantis with a single strike. I think that's a bit of an exaggeration. Artifacts don't have that much power, Diana explained calmly. Thea didn't say anything. Either the scepter could only exert full power in the dead king's hands, or he found some magic node, like the Purgatory Island, Lian Yu, where Oliver stayed for several years. Otherwise, sinking a continent with one hit, that level of power is downright insane. We can help you fight Black Manta, but the dead king's scepter is too dangerous. It cannot remain in Atlantean hands. Thea finally stated her purpose, then immediately threw another big bomb at them. The dead king disappeared from sight after sinking Atlantis. Many believe he crossed the boundary of life and death and still slumbers somewhere. Human scholars, Greek gods, and your records calling him the dead king also stem from this belief. None of them were fools, they roughly understood Thea's meaning. If they kept it in their own hands, they'd have to face the dead king alone. If they gave it to Thea, at least there'd be someone to share the target on their backs. Maybe when the dead king revived, he would go directly to kill on land. Mera thought this was a good idea and signaled Aquaman with her eyes to agree. People on land. Aquaman was still a bit hesitant. Was it better for this dead king time bomb to go off on land or on Atlantean heads? Without the artifact, he can't exert his strength. With so many people on land, he'll be spotted as soon as he shows up. Thea felt that Ancient Lich wouldn't survive 2 punches from Superman. Taking his equipment came with 0 psychological burden. All right. As the king of Atlantis, I agree to your request. The dead king's scepter will remain on the surface. Aquaman didn't care about artifacts. The 5 artifacts found that day were all distributed to his teammates. Originally, inheriting the throne came with a set of cool armor, but he didn't want it either. He only wore a belt symbolizing royal power and held a trident. The 2 sides happily finalized the details. Yawara, possessing the globe of transportation, went to pick up their remaining partners. Several people gathered quickly. There was Prisoner of War, wearing the dead king's golden manacles capable of creating force fields. There was the operative, holding the golden key that could open any lock. Finally arriving was Vostok X, wearing a golden helmet that allowed him to survive without food, water, or air. Vostok was an astronaut who grew up in a claustrophobic environment. Seeing that her husband's other 3 companions were all men, Mara finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before they could formally discuss, Amanda Waller also arrived. So many people. The operative. Why are you here? When will you send me the file I asked for last time? Waller got off the plane and saw the operative at a glance, dressed in high-tech gear, not exposing a shred of skin. Then she looked at prisoner of war. Soldier, which unit are you from? I should have seen your designation number. Thea hurriedly pulled her aside. Waller was almost obsessed with rebuilding her suicide squad. Her purpose for needing Cheetah shouldn't be too obvious, but Thea had to warn her, Cheetah's strength wasn't something easily controlled like Harley Quinn. On the other side, Aquaman also called the operative aside to ask what Waller did. The operative maintained close contact with many organizations around the world. He naturally had many dealings with the famous Waller. He was a bit puzzled about how Aquaman had gotten involved with Waller, but he didn't hide anything from his good friend and told him what he knew. Government personnel, ARGUS. Aquaman had lived on the surface for many years, but he'd always been out of the loop. He knew nothing about high-level intel. That young woman, how do you know her? The operative pointed his chin at Thea, who was talking to Waller. Aquaman could only recount how the 2 groups wound up fighting by mistake. Chapter 374, You Can Teleport Too. After Aquaman finished speaking, he found the operative looking thoughtful. What, is she famous among humans too? I don't really know her. The operative shot him a look, speechless at his friend's dullness. Thea had long since taken off her mask. How could the operative, who was perennially active in intelligence gathering, not recognize her? She's one of the richest women on the planet. I've collected quite a bit of data on her. If you hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have expected her to be a metahuman. How is her combat ability? Hearing this question, Aquaman felt extremely awkward. Just now, he had faced the fear shock directly. If not for Mara using large blocks of ice to keep him awake, he would have been talking gibberish by now. At this moment, in front of his old partner, he couldn't exactly admit he'd nearly been pounded flat. He could only say vaguely, about the same as me. The operative couldn't help but give him a long, measuring look, making Aquaman nervous, before skipping the topic. Arthur, if you want surface dwellers and sea dwellers to live in harmony, she can provide you with some help. In recent years, her major moves have been frequent, often with the government and military pushing from behind the scenes. Aquaman nodded. It was still too early to say anything. Neither surface dwellers nor sea dwellers were ready to accept each other. He needed to observe more before making a decision. Not far away, Thea also completed the handover with Amanda Waller. Several fully armed soldiers carried Cheetah, hogtied and trussed up, onto the plane. Whatever happened afterward had nothing to do with Thea. If Waller wanted her to do anything else, she would need to pay a new price. After Waller left, Aquaman gave everyone a simple introduction. Next was the issue of studying how to deal with Black Manta. It's too humid here. Can we talk on my plane? I never feel quite safe on the ground. The operative interrupted Aquaman, and everyone looked around. Originally a sparsely populated tropical rainforest, it was now a mess after the lightning clash between Thea and Aquaman. Ditches covered the ground, many trees were smoking, and large flocks of birds and swarms of insects were evacuating the area. No matter how you looked at it, this was a chaotic place. Their small team's gathering place had always been the operative's plane, named the living room. Yawara used her artifact, the globe of transportation, to open a long-distance portal. Several people teleported to the plane at an altitude of 10,000 meters. This was Thea's first time passing through someone else's portal. She had to admit, it was worthy of being called an artifact, convenient, fast, stable, and efficient. As long as one remembered a certain location, they could teleport there regardless of distance. The only regret was that this thing could be used by anyone who got their hands on it. Thea and Diana, being outsiders after all, didn't participate in their discussion. Strangely, their small team imperceptibly excluded Mara, Aquaman's wife, as well. Aquaman, a bit out of it, didn't notice anything wrong. The frustration in Mara's heart at this moment was indescribable. Originally, she and Aquaman were living a nice little life at the Amnesty Bay lighthouse. Suddenly, Yawara teleported over saying Kahina was in danger. Her husband hurriedly took her to save people. Heaven knows, Mara didn't know Yawara or Kahina at all before this. Immediately following that was being bewitched by the cheetah god, brawling with Thea and Diana in a confused mess for a long time, and finally running to this plane to discuss countermeasures. Heaven pity her, she didn't even know who the enemy was. In her own clan, Zeeble, because of her hydrokinesis, Mara was the symbol of royal power and was raised as a queen in Atlantis. Now, being vaguely excluded by Aquaman's small team, she felt extremely sad. She couldn't show it on her face, so she could only stand on the periphery watching them discuss. Thea listened for a while and knew why they couldn't beat Black Manta. Kahina was known as the Seer, but her ability was actually very limited. Similar to Lissa Drac under Sinestro, she could only predict things a few seconds into the future. Yawara was a wild child who grew up in the jungle. Being able to stumble through English was already a sign of her talent for languages. Asking her to come up with ideas was a pipe dream. Prisoner of War was constantly wrapped in the ghosts of his comrades. 59 minutes out of 60, he was immersed in his own inner world. Vostok X was intensely withdrawn. He would rather wear his helmet, which removed the need for food, and hide alone for 2 years than say a word to anyone. In their team, the only two who could come up with ideas were the operative and Aquaman. Unfortunately, the operative was a 70-year-old grandpa with an extremely conservative style. His idea for Aquaman was actually for them to split up again, lure Black Manta to steal 3 artifacts, and then ambush him at the end. Aquaman naturally wouldn't let his companions take risks. His idea was to find the opponent and start fighting directly. The operative flatly refused. The two argued about this for half an hour. In the end, Aquaman was actually preparing to jump off the plane alone to chase Black Manta. Thea hurriedly stopped him. Black Manta was just an ordinary person, did they really have to act like the whole team was about to fall apart over him? Arthur, my satellite has found traces of Black Manta. He is purchasing some equipment at a black market in Germany. Actually, the satellite part was nonsense, it was entirely reported by Deathstroke's eyes and ears in the global black market. Let's wait for a situation with no people and take him down in one fell swoop. Thea generally supported Aquaman's idea. Doing it the old man's way would be a lot of trouble just to launch a surprise attack. Actually, it was completely unnecessary. Now, adding Thea, Diana, Mera, and their small team, 9 people. Could more than 10 divine artifacts not take down one Black Manta? Thea didn't believe in that nonsense. Aquaman received unexpected support and gave the old operative a provocative look. The old man had good self-restraint and didn't bother with the brat's smugness. He asked for the coordinates Thea mentioned and piloted the plane straight to Germany. Thea redirected 2 more satellites over Europe, transmitting the signal directly to the operative's plane. Facial recognition made finding Black Manta's eccentric diving helmet not difficult. Black Manta's figure soon appeared on the plane's display screen. How to go down and catch him? They all scratched their heads. Thea asked carefully and learned that Yawara's teleportation artifact required a place she had been to personally or a person she was very familiar with. She had only met Black Manta once, far from being familiar. Looks like they still need me to step in. Thea felt quite smug inside. You guys put on your gear. I can teleport you there. You can teleport too. Thanks to the 2 Jaguars as a bridge, Yawara was now the one in Aquaman's team who got along best with Thea. This girl who grew up in the jungle asked with some disbelief. What do you mean, too? Thea curled her lips. Yours is an artifact's function, mine is knowledge I mastered myself. It's not the same thing at all. Nodding casually to indicate she could also teleport, Thea opened the Eye of Horus, observing Black Manta 10,000 meters below, looking for the best opportunity to strike. Chapter 375, Aquaman vs Black Manta. It could be seen that Black Manta's body hadn't fully recovered, his steps were still a bit unsteady. Although Diana's punch hadn't used full strength, and most of the impact was absorbed by his wetsuit, the remaining force was still far beyond what a normal human body could endure. Fleeing the rainforest desperately had aggravated his injuries. He had injected some recovery agents, but the effect wasn't great. Thea carefully examined the surroundings. The opponent seemed defenseless, but under the Eye of Horus, many guys wearing similar diving suits were exposed around them. Chances were, those were Black Manta's men. He might have anticipated that Aquaman's group had a teleportation artifact and vigilantly set up an ambush around the perimeter. It had to be said, as Aquaman's nemesis, Black Manta understood his enemy deeply. If not for the 2 variables, Thea and Diana, Aquaman would have definitely charged headfirst into his encirclement. Everyone. Thea spoke to attract their attention. The enemy has an ambush around us. Their layout is like this. Thea used magic to draw a sketch in the air, marking out the hidden enemies. Besides Black Manta, there are 15 enemies in total. 8 on the east side are ours. 7 on the west side are yours. Arthur, you and your wife go directly to capture Black Manta. Everyone, prepare your gear. In a minute I'll open the portal. Remember, go through fast, no hesitation. Thea was really tired of their charge-in without thinking tactics. Like instructing subordinates in her own corporation, she assigned specific tasks to everyone, 1, 2, 3, 4. The few silent types had no objections to the mission. Aquaman also felt it was appropriate for him and his wife to deal with his nemesis. The operative was a bit dissatisfied, but considering her status, he forcibly endured it. Go. Seeing they were ready, Thea opened a deep blue portal at maximum speed and stepped through first. Several people followed closely, filing out one by one. Attack. Enemies. Black Manta suddenly saw a deep blue portal appear not far away and immediately knew it was bad. He shouted orders at the same time as Thea, who stepped out of the portal. Thea's artifact longbow was swift and fierce. In the blink of an eye, she shot down 4 men in diving suits. Diana's ranged attack methods were slightly inferior and slower. She lassoed 2, then leaped over to the remaining 2, knocking them down with 1 punch each. On the other side, Aquaman's 5 teammates also took down 7 ambushers. Everyone looked toward the fighting Aquaman. Stay out of this. This is between him and me. Aquaman Arthur Curry even blocked Mara's help. He insisted on defeating Black Manta with his own hands. Black Manta also realized this was his last chance for revenge. Swinging his 2 long blades like windmills, he stopped thinking about escaping or his injuries. He only had one thought: kill Arthur Curry. Clearly, Aquaman's physical abilities in all aspects could crush Black Manta, an ordinary human. But Black Manta's entire suit of tech gear was prepared specifically to deal with Aquaman. For a time, the two fought to a draw. The lightning sprayed by Aquaman's trident was cancelled out by the lasers fired from Black Manta's helmet. From their very first clash, it was already a fight to the death. Aquaman's tactic was trading blows. But his massive strength hitting Black Manta's diving suit didn't cause much damage. Instead, the shirtless Aquaman was slashed twice. Fresh blood gurgled out, flowing down his pants onto the ground. "Should we help?" Diana asked. Thea shook her head. The grudge between Aquaman and Black Manta was their own problem. It wasn't good for outsiders to interfere. Black Manta was greedy. He tried to forcibly take Aquaman's blood and accidentally injured Aquaman's father. Aquaman naturally went for revenge, but after he accidentally killed Black Manta's father, he learned that his own dad was only injured at the time and died of a heart attack later. The target of revenge reversed instantly. In his grief and indignation, Black Manta spent his family fortune to challenge the King of the Seven Seas as an ordinary human. Setting aside his actions for a moment, his courage was worthy of praise. Thea saw in him a courage not inferior to the Green Lanterns. Ganging up on Cheetah was fine because that was an evil god possession. But a bunch of people ganging up on Black Manta. Thea felt she would become the villain. Better let him and Aquaman fight it out slowly. Black Manta used all his skills. Spotting an opening, he used a giant fishing net to trap Aquaman, then stabbed at him with 2 sharp blades. The fishing net was made of unknown material. The more he struggled, the tighter it got. The tall Aquaman was balled up. The trident in his hand was a long weapon and couldn't be swung, so he had to discard it and use both hands to tear the net. Puffed. This was the opportunity Black Manta was waiting for. 2 long blades stabbed instantly. Unfortunately, no matter how well he calculated, he was just an ordinary human. Aquaman was a hybrid of human and Atlantean. His natural strength, agility, and reaction speed were all above human limits. Facing 2 fatal blades, Aquaman turned sideways slightly. One blade stabbed into his left shoulder, the other into his arm. Muscles tensed all over, clamping down on Black Manta's blades. Using his free hand, he clenched his fist and desperately hammered Black Manta's helmet. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Black Manta also realized his miscalculation. He wanted to abandon the blades and let go to reopen the distance. But Aquaman switched from hitting to grabbing. He grabbed the air hose at the edge of the helmet, then used his own head as a hammer to smash hard against Black Manta's helmet. That fight is too ugly. Thea had the urge to cover her face. The fighting Aquaman looked heroic, but once you compared their physical attributes side by side, it was obvious that he was completely bullying people relying on his own high stats and high regeneration. Diana, who upheld classical Greek ideals of beauty, also turned her face away. Relying on brute force to take down an opponent clearly inferior to oneself, it really didn't reflect the glory of a warrior. Mara didn't care. She was happy with whatever her husband did. Aquaman's teammates were all excited, just short of applauding and cheering for him. Black Manta was knocked dizzy by him. The lasers on the helmet fired continuously, blasting Aquaman's face and chest into a bloody mess. Aquaman ignored these injuries. As if going berserk, he kicked Black Manta to the ground. Almost instinctively, he copied Batman's tactic against Bane: pull the tubes. Grabbing the tubes on Black Manta's helmet, he yanked outward. Crack! An oxygen tube was forcibly pulled off by him, taking a large chunk of the helmet with it, revealing the face of an African-American man. The laser on Black Manta's mask was completely ruined, but he still had plenty of gear. The two engaged in close-quarters combat. Every punch from Aquaman caused immense damage, but Black Manta also got vicious, hammering at Aquaman with every weapon he could get his hands on. Water jets, brass knuckles, tasers, ropes with blades, Black Manta used whatever he grabbed. Finally, he even shoved a miniature naval mine into Aquaman's wound. Chapter 376, A Tragic Battle. Boom. A muffled sound echoed. The continuous heavy blows had made Black Manta dizzy. He miscalculated the detonation time of the miniature naval mine. It exploded in his hand just as it touched Aquaman's skin. Both suffered a violent impact. Although Black Manta's left hand was cushioned by the diving suit, facing the explosion directly still caused severe trauma. Aquaman, who was shirtless, took the brunt of the blast. The original 5-centimeter wound was blasted into a massive hole. One could faintly see signs of internal organs. "Don't come over." The blast-dazed Aquaman saw them making moves to intervene and hurriedly stopped them. The enemy was hanging by a thread. He couldn't let them steal the kill. Stumbling over to Black Manta, he raised his massive fist and struck. Realizing the diving suit had excellent defense, he switched to attacking the half-exposed head. "Do you yield? How dare you chase my companions? How dare you offend the majesty of Atlantis?" Black Manta was just an ordinary human after all. He couldn't take 2 punches and fainted in a daze. Although Aquaman's recovery was strong, he was also in a trance state, supported entirely by the refusal to admit defeat in his mind, punching again and again. "Arthur, he's unconscious. You are the victor." Mara looked at her husband like a die-hard fangirl, her eyes full of love. "I won. Yes. I won." Aquaman, Arthur Curry, straightened to his full height and raised his right fist high, enjoying this hard-won victory. Thea grimaced at this scene. At this moment, Aquaman was covered in wounds. A long blade was stuck in his shoulder and arm, respectively. Various bits and pieces like steel needles and daggers hung off his body. A large hole was blown open in his stomach. A rope full of barbs was wrapped around his neck. A large patch of his left face was burned black by Black Manta's laser. Anyone in the know would say Black Manta had an arsenal tailored specifically to counter Aquaman. Those who didn't know, looking from a distance, would think he was cosplaying Whitebeard at the Battle of Marineford. You beat an ordinary person with no combat training into this state, and you still have the face to raise your arm and cheer. For the sake of the dead king's scepter and maintaining bilateral friendly relations with Atlantis, Thea turned her face away, forcibly suppressing the urge to roast him. The fight was brutal and ugly. Thea waited a while until Aquaman stopped that particularly silly victory pose. She guessed he was mostly too injured to shout anymore. Raising her hand, she cast a heal on him. Although his recovery would skyrocket once he entered seawater, Thea was afraid he would keel over before they even reached the shore. Acting on the principle of fairness, she also cast a heal on Black Manta on the ground. He didn't have Aquaman's recovery. His face was deformed, beaten beyond recognition, looking like it had been run over by a train. Without external treatment, it would be impossible to recover for a year or so. Black Manta was tied up tight. His subordinates were irrelevant. Without time to discuss, Yawara opened her artifact portal and teleported everyone to the seaside, because Aquaman Arthur Curry was bleeding non-stop. His recovery couldn't keep up with the blood loss, and he was too weak to speak. Teleporting to the North Sea, Mara controlled the water very gently, rolling her husband into the ocean. They waited for less than half an hour before a lively and vigorous Aquaman reappeared in their sight. This guy's recovery in the sea is fast enough. Thea couldn't help but think. Fighting this guy requires moving away from water sources, otherwise, his recovery is catching up to a Kryptonian. No one can beat him underwater. "Arthur, should I hand this guy to ArrowVerse, or are you taking him?" Thea asked only after seeing Aquaman was mostly recovered. The fully healed Aquaman regained his calm. Looking at Black Manta, who had been beaten out of human shape, he felt a bit guilty. He had killed Manta's father and beaten him like this. Handing him over to ArrowVerse now seemed too cruel. He weighed his words. He killed many Atlanteans. I want to take him back to stand trial. Thea nodded, defaulting to this solution. Black Manta posed almost no threat to the surface world. If Aquaman wanted to spare his life, he was just asking for trouble, but that had nothing to do with Thea. Aquaman wanted to escort Black Manta back to Atlantis. He didn't invite them to visit, and naturally, Thea, who now had water attributes but still disliked going underwater, didn't bring it up. She remembered Aquaman had a pile of messy political crap at home. She had no interest in participating. A ball of white light flashed on the trident. Even without an oxygen mask, Black Manta could be dragged underwater by him. The group watched them swim directly into the deep sea. Thea and the others returned to the plane to head to the Dead King's Island first. It was already night when they arrived over the Atlantic. A thin layer of mist rose on the sea surface, and the waves undulated lightly. Occasionally, there were a few scattered islands. If one were sightseeing, the environment was beautiful, but unfortunately, none were the Dead King's Island they were looking for. Thea, Diana, and Mara had never been there. The job of navigation naturally fell to Aquaman's teammates. But these guys were either hopeless shut-ins, wrestling with their own demons, or had never paid attention in geography class. They didn't push the responsibility around, the job automatically fell on the operative. Initially, the old man swore up and down that there was no problem. But after circling the Atlantic for an hour, his tone became less certain. Within this hour, the old man swore more than 10 times, but his words became less and less confident. From the initial, "It's right around here," to the current, "It might be nearby." Helpless, they could only land on an island. Mara used her special contact method to call Aquaman. They waited in boredom. Midway, Diana sparred with a few people. Thea went back to the jungle with Yawara and adopted a jaguar cub that had just turned 1 month old, planning to take it back to Star City as a pet. In Aquaman's small team, Thea had the best relationship with this girl who grew up in the woods. Yawara was very simple, she stubbornly believed that people who were good to animals were good people. Plus, seeing the relationship between Thea and Diana, she was incredibly envious, because she had a secret crush on the Arabian woman, Kahina, but dared not say it. They waited a full night. It wasn't until nearly dawn the next day that they saw Aquaman's exhausted figure. No wounds, no signs of fighting, which only meant his trip home was definitely unpleasant. The group didn't say much and silently followed him. Combined with their experience entering the island last time, Thea judged that the island had very strange magic, similar to Themyscira. It couldn't be found with the naked eye at all. However, Aquaman's trident automatically guided the direction. They didn't take the plane again. Aquaman summoned several gentle dolphins for them to ride. Chapter 377, The Dead King's Scepter. Thea sat for a while and got a bit impatient. She switched into her hydro armor suit. Last time she was carrying Farah, so she hadn't demonstrated her maximum speed. She wanted to test exactly how fast she could go underwater. "I didn't expect you to swim so fast." Mara, who also wasn't riding a dolphin but swimming with her own ability, was startled by Thea's sudden burst of speed. Although far inferior to Aquaman holding the trident, it was already very close to Mara's speed. "I'll race you." It had been a rough day for Mara. She couldn't make sense of the emotional undercurrents between human women. She felt her husband was an upright hero, yet the Arabian woman Kahina, the brown-skinned wild child Yawara, and also Thea and Diana all posed a threat to her status. Among them, the unusually active Thea was the biggest threat. Mara admitted she couldn't beat Thea on land, but she didn't think she would lose in the sea. Thea didn't think that much of it. "If you want to race, let's race. No rules, no referee." They got ready and swam forward simultaneously. Thea relied on the armor's energy source for propulsion, while Mara had nearly infinite stamina in the ocean. The two shot out like arrows from a bow at the same time. Mara quickly took the lead with her skilled movements. Thea instructed Gideon to scan her movements, entry angle, body oscillation frequency, then calculate, simulate, optimize, and apply it to the armor. Her speed quickly caught up. "You picked that up so fast." Mara didn't know about the existence of the AI. Seeing Thea's familiar movements, which were obviously simulating her own swimming posture, she thought Thea had learned it just by watching once. She was shocked inside. This surface dweller's learning ability is too terrifying. Shock was one thing, but getting her to admit defeat was another matter entirely. Mara drew in a massive amount of seawater to propel herself forward. Her speed increased by another 30% out of nowhere. "So you can play it like that." Thea felt she had learned another trick. This time she didn't need Gideon. Although she didn't use it often, she possessed the water attribute too. Following suit, she mimicked Mara, gathering a large mass of water magic behind her to push herself forward. 1,500 knots. 1,600 knots. 1,650 knots. The propulsion effect was immediate. Gideon faithfully reported her speed. The final speed settled at just under 1,700 knots. Mara sensed Thea catching up again and could only speed up desperately. Thea followed behind her at an unhurried pace. When they arrived at the Dead King's Island and everyone went ashore, Thea was still glowing with energy, while Mara was so tired her face turned pale. She had to soak in the sea alone for a long time to catch her breath. "Did you fight her again?" Diana asked Thea in a whisper, looking at the pale-faced Mara. "No, I just followed behind her. I didn't pass her from start to finish. I have to say, she swims really fast." Thea acted as if nothing had happened. She had consumed absolutely no stamina, using only the armor's energy. She was puzzled too. Thea didn't know that it was precisely this, didn't pass her from start to finish, that forced Mara to use the fastest speed of her life. Aquaman couldn't figure out why his wife swam as if her life depended on it. He asked after her well-being warmly. Mara's legs were trembling, but she pretended nothing was wrong and dragged Aquaman into a full-on public display of affection. Unfortunately, apart from her, the 4 other women were all tangled up in vaguely ambiguous relationships with each other. Of the 3 remaining men, one was a complete shut-in lost in his own head, one was half crazy from being haunted by ghosts, and the only normal one was the operative, but the old man was 70 and his grandson was 20, he couldn't appreciate Mara's painstaking efforts. Mara scattered a handful of dog food, but with the crowd's reactions flat and uneventful, she felt like her punch had hit empty air. Feeling a bit stifled, she followed everyone onto the island. This island wasn't big. If one didn't walk close, even the Eye of Horus couldn't discover it. The vegetation on the island was very sparse. Within sight was a mountain that wasn't too high, with dark red magma flowing out occasionally. Due to the high temperature, the entire island seemed shrouded in a layer of invisible black smoke. The group entered a cave on the side of the mountain. The cave was very deep. Along the way, everyone seemed to lose the interest to talk, walking carefully into the depths. After walking for an hour through winding passages, the view suddenly opened up. A carved stone platform came into view before Thea. A massive throne stood on the platform. Behind the throne, 4 female statues surrounded it, either looking up or bowing their heads. Aquaman pointed at the female statues and said, "Back then, the artifacts they held were placed on those statues." Thea observed for a moment. The dead king had fallen into slumber. This island was just a deceptive array set up to hide the news of his death. The layout wasn't complicated. Or perhaps, the era he lived in was still obsessed with raw magical output, finesse lagged far behind modern spellcraft. You guys pick out any 3 artifacts. Use them, but don't let any energy leak out. I will find the resonance frequency, and we can open the secret compartment. Yawara took out her globe of transportation first. Kahina also took out the golden seal snatched back from Black Manta. Aquaman raised the trident in his hand. The fluctuations of the 3 artifacts were very similar. Thea concentrated on feeling the differences, her hands moving slightly to adjust the resonance of the 3 artifacts. Once they hit a certain threshold, the 3 artifacts resonated at a bizarre wavelength. An invisible breeze swept in all directions. The female statues behind the throne slowly parted, and a golden scepter slowly rose from within. The scepter was 2 meters long, entirely golden. One could see the head's initial shape was very similar to a trident, but the 3 prongs had been artificially closed together into one, forming a single, enclosing head. The 2 sides were extremely sharp. Looking closely, ancient script was carved on it. This scepter looked a lot like a weapon from a game in Thea's memory, the golden staff of the Sindorii. Thea looked back at everyone and seeing no one object, she reached out to take the scepter. The scepter neither rejected her nor actively welcomed her. The sky didn't change color, the wind didn't surge, none of that happened. It only transmitted a faint image to Thea. In the image, an old man suffered a miserable betrayal, then forged artifacts and returned to his country for revenge. After being abandoned by everyone, this old man angrily used the scepter to strike the magic node, causing the destruction of the ancient Atlantean Empire. This old man is the dead king, Atlan, right? Thea compared it with her memory and sighed a little. What a pity. The idea had been good, end war, embrace all races, only for him to be betrayed by his own blood and recast overnight from hero to monster. Just as Thea was preparing to study the scepter's functions carefully, a high-pitched shout rang out. Surface dweller. Put down the treasure in your hand. That is the holy relic of my Atlantis. A large group of weirdly dressed soldiers swarmed in, clustering around a young man holding a war halberd and wearing a finned helmet. Chapter 378, Brothers. Who is this idiot? Call his name, see if he answers you. With her strength increased, Thea naturally wouldn't be as cautious as before. Since the opponent was rude, she pushed back forcefully. Surface dweller. You. Before the helmeted young man holding the war halberd could finish, Thea turned the scepter. A streak of dark gold lightning shot toward him. He didn't know what she was capable of, so he cautiously dodged the attack. But he underestimated Thea's combat experience. Just as he lifted his leg to take 2 steps to the left, a sharp earth spike rose abruptly from his landing spot. Of all places, it went straight for his crotch. The young man was shocked. Disregarding grace and demeanor, he fell back hard, barely dodging this fatal blow. The earth spike's angle was tricky, it avoided his leg armor and cut a large gash on his inner thigh. Blood dripped down. Several subordinates hurriedly helped him up. Let go. The young man was furious. His helmet had fallen off, revealing a somewhat majestic face. His originally cool outfit was now covered in mud, and his cape was stained with blood. His original arrogant momentum was forcibly knocked down by half. You dare attack me? The young man said through gritted teeth. Thea replied contemptuously, idiot. The scepter in her hand accumulated energy again. This wasn't a game, you couldn't just pick up a piece of equipment and have all its stats explained clearly. The scepter's specific functions required a little experimentation. Stop. Everyone stop. Aquaman Arthur Curry stood in the middle, stopping the two sides from continuing the fight. Seeing him jump out to take the heat, Thea seized the excuse to stop and continued studying the scepter. This young man appeared here wearing a finned helmet and holding a war halberd. Combined with the strange soldiers behind him, it wasn't hard to guess his identity. Ocean Master ORM. Arthur Curry's maternal half-brother and the most direct competitor for his throne. These two brothers had a relationship very similar to Thor and Loki from the Marvel Universe next door. The difference was that here, the older brother was a hybrid and the younger brother was pure-blooded. But the similarities were too many. The older brothers were reckless, and the younger brothers were cunning. The older brothers didn't want the throne, but it automatically fell on their heads. The younger brothers wanted the throne badly but couldn't get it no matter what. Thea scoffed at this kind of melodramatic love-hate relationship. As long as the opponent didn't provoke her, she wouldn't meddle. ORM, you tracked me. Aquaman wasn't stupid. With a little association, he knew the cause and effect. ORM pointed at Thea, then swept his finger to include everyone. Arthur. You actually gave all of Atlantis' artifacts to these surface dwellers. You are not fit to be called the king of the seven seas. Thea smiled and didn't speak. Originally, only Diana stood by her side. But now, Thea could practically see ORM pulling massive aggro. Aquaman's teammates instantly stood on her side. They didn't care about artifacts, but ORM wanting to take them back with just empty words. No one could tolerate that. Mera hesitated. ORM wanted to snatch her husband's throne, she couldn't support him. Looking left and right, she had no choice but to stand on Thea's side too. ORM and Aquaman talked for 2 sentences before negotiations fell apart. In ORM's heart, Thea and the others were only powerful because of the artifacts. Several surface dwellers were like weaklings in his eyes. He waved his hand and commanded his subordinates. Kill those surface dwellers. The artifacts must belong to Atlantis. Don't hurt anyone. Aquaman hurriedly shouted. Actually, he was afraid Thea's group would strike without mercy. The soldiers in front of them were his clansmen. ORM misunderstood. He thought his wild brother was worried about his friends. With a vicious grin, he held his war halberd, wanting to entangle Aquaman. But the brothers had only exchanged 2 moves when ORM realized something was wrong. He saw his subordinates rush up anxiously, only to be beaten back as if riding the clouds. Screams rang out incessantly. The Atlantean armor, which usually had excellent protection, seemed non-existent. Several subordinates were knocked flying dozens of meters, their screams revealing pure misery. Are you kidding me? ORM craned his neck to look sideways during a lull in the fight. The one-sided situation he envisioned had indeed appeared. It was just one-sided against his side. He saw a heroic woman holding a sword and shield, taking down one with each hit, tossing his elite guards away like trash. Only his captain of the guard lasted 3 moves, but Diana gave him special care, kicking one of his legs to fracture directly. The usually brave captain was now hugging his leg and wailing. These guys aren't strong, Diana told Thea truthfully. No better than the German soldiers I fought back in the war. That's because you're much stronger than before. Thea could only explain it this way. In her eyes, these elite Atlantean soldiers were actually quite formidable. Pulling out tens of thousands of them could crush national armies without a problem. The only defect was that very few soldiers could fight out of water. This small portion of soldiers had to wear special breathing equipment, otherwise, they couldn't exert their combat power. Regardless of whether Atlantis' leaders wanted peace or war, their bodies were no longer suitable for surface life. Conquering the land and restoring past glory could only be heard as dream talk. Surface dwellers are this strong. Is this woman Greek? An Amazon? ORM almost collapsed. He finally realized what Aquaman meant by shouting, "Don't hurt anyone," earlier. He was so ashamed he almost wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Trying hard to keep his head calm, he carefully examined Diana's appearance and equipment. The opponent was covered in artifacts, no doubt, but the casting style was obviously different from Atlantis. Unlike Arthur Curry, who was a wild child, he, ORM, and even Mera were royals who had received strict education. ORM was arrogant, yes, but he had basic discernment. Looking closely, it wasn't hard to discover the difference between Diana's features and modern humans. Take your people and leave here now. Aquaman looked around and found that most of the soldiers only had flesh wounds, they would heal after soaking in water for 2 days. He nodded to Diana to express gratitude, then turned his head and shouted orders at ORM. ORM was now alone, without a leg to stand on. He needed to step down. With a humph from his nose, he turned around and ran with his defeated remnants. Sigh. Aquaman sighed. Too many messy things. The surface people didn't accept him, and the underwater people rejected him too. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. With matters here concluded, he held hands with Mera and bid farewell to everyone. Thea looked around the site. There was no instruction manual, so she could only go back to study the scepter's functions. She and Diana left the cave. The cavern, which had been bustling just moments ago, returned to calm, as if nothing had ever happened. Chapter 379, The Staff's Functions. Diana went back to work at her foundation, while Thea returned to Star City alone, carrying the jaguar cub and the staff. After handing the cub over to a specialist, she began to study the functions of the artifact. It didn't take long to figure out the affinities, earth and water. The earth spike Thea used against ORM earlier was powered by the staff's magic. Borrowing the staff's power, Thea could form a pseudo-cycle of light, dark, earth, fire, water, and wind within her body. It wasn't stable yet, but the shape was there. With the earth magic in the staff, Thea could now cast some high-end earth spells. Next time she faced Cheetah, perhaps a single earth prison spell or a large-scale fissure would settle the fight. It took her hours to realize the staff's full potential. The Dead King's staff amplified earth and water spells the best, roughly tripling their effectiveness. For wind, light, and dark, the boost was weaker, a little over double. Fire was the worst, barely benefiting with less than a 50% boost. The staff contained two very ancient spells. The first was a sea beast control spell. The definition of sea beast initially confused Thea. After researching for a while, she realized the staff referred to those super-large ancient marine creatures. Searching her memory, Thea could only recall one such beast. Hidden in the abyss of the Atlantean capital was an ancient creature that fit the criteria, a hybrid of a crab and an octopus. For tens of thousands of years, Atlanteans had kept to themselves and left it alone. It wasn't until Arthur Curry returned that things changed. His outstanding telepathy allowed him to control all marine life. Although controlling such an ancient behemoth was a stretch, he could manage it slightly. It was precisely because of this transcendent ability that the Atlantean Council broke their 10,000-year-old iron law and allowed him, a half-blood, to inherit the throne. If Thea ran to Atlantis waving the staff and claiming she could control their greatest biological weapon, the Council would definitely fight her to the death. This move was good, but it would wreck the relationship completely. Besides, a deep-sea behemoth's strength would drop significantly on land. Thea secretly noted this spell, planning to improve it later and integrate it into her existing knowledge system. The second function was introduced even more vaguely. Thea could only understand it as a mix of imprisonment and sealing. Ignoring the target's size, it would imprison them within a small crystal. Were there limits to the target's power level? How long did the imprisonment last? There was absolutely no information. Maybe the Dead King who forged the staff knew, but that guy hadn't left a user manual inside. Helpless, Thea ran to Poison Ivy's greenhouse in Metropolis and tested it on a pile of plants for hours. Completely ineffective. Was the plant's level too low? Or did the imprisonment spell have other requirements for the target? Too many options, Thea couldn't guess for a while. During the experiment, Thea discovered a feature that wasn't really a spell. Unlike the wands used by modern wizards, this staff was itself a weapon. When swung, it carried formidable momentum, death if it hit, injury if it grazed. Several of Poison Ivy's man-eating plants being smashed to death fully illustrated this point. "Boss, do you have a vendetta against my plants?" Poison Ivy drooped her eyelids, speaking helplessly. As their contact increased, Thea had revealed her true colors. Discovering that Thea was 2 years younger than herself, Ivy was no longer as fearful as she was initially and could crack a joke occasionally. Just a little experiment. By the way, have you found the things I asked you to collect?" Seeing that she had smashed a corner of Ivy's greenhouse, Thea was a bit speechless too. This new weapon was more like a warhammer than a staff. She had reinforced her body many times, otherwise, an ordinary earthling really couldn't handle this ancient Atlantean artifact. Talking about business, Poison Ivy became slightly more serious. "Billy Batson. I've approached this kid. I've collected quite a bit of his hair and blood. As per your request, I recorded every conversation with him. I've input the raw voice files into the main computer. Boss, what's the use of this kid? You won't let me mess with his head. That kid is too childish. Just chatting with him is really boring," Poison Ivy said, half confused, half angling for praise. "Just a contingency plan," Thea said lightly. Billy Batson. The future superhero, Shazam. She said it was a contingency, but this was actually her true goal. Shazam and Black Adam were the only two mortals in the world abundant with divine power. But this divine power wasn't cultivated by themselves, it was gifted by ritual. Shazam gaining power that could rival Superman in an instant was the thing Thea had envied most for years. But just absorbing their divine power wasn't enough. Thea needed to spend a lot of time artificially degrading the gifted divine power into her own magic. Only when her own magic reached the peak could she transform it into divine power that belonged uniquely to her. The old wizard Shazam. Born 9,000 years ago, originally a shepherd boy, he received the blessings of the gods and became the first Shazam. In that era of magic scarcity, after the gods retreated, he believed he was the true god. Unfortunately, he had power but no vision. He considered himself the guardian of the world, yet he did countless foolish things. Pandora was one case, Black Adam another, and Billy Batson was the same. He chose Billy Batson as his heir. As long as Billy shouted the word Shazam, he could gain the power of Superman. His criteria for selecting an heir were extremely vague: the purest good. How could there be a person of purest good among humans? This was just a beautiful goal, an unattainable moral standard. The old Shazam, born a shepherd boy, decided this standard on the spot. Although it was a melodramatic standard, it was a standard nonetheless. So how did old Shazam select heirs? He cast a wide net all over the world. Found one. Looked inappropriate. Wipe their memory, release. Find another, loop again. ArrowVerse alone had found thousands of people with lost memories. These were all good deeds done by old Shazam, all candidates for his purest good. With such an unreliable selection process, in the end, whether he got annoyed or for some other reason, Billy Batson entered his field of vision. The old man decided immediately, this kid is the purest good. The old man simply felt that Billy Batson, whose parents were murdered when he was 15, didn't go down the path of revenge against society, so he insisted this kid was purest good. Billy Batson's childhood experience of losing his parents was indeed worthy of sympathy. But just because he didn't go astray, the old man concluded he was purely good. With 6 billion people in the world, Thea felt she could find 10 million candidates like that. Chapter 380, Long-Term Goals. It was no exaggeration to say that very few superheroes had happy families. Superman, Batman, could they be considered pure of heart? What about Green Arrow? Thea even felt she could be included in that list. The old wizard Shazam felt he had found his heir. Through a simple ritual, he handed over divine power to a kid with no real-world experience, no training, no guidance, just a power dump and a shove out the door. Billy Batson then acted like a kid let loose, recklessly sharing his divine power with friends. He even granted power to his pet tiger from the zoo. A tiger that could use magic. Thea didn't know what the gods thought of this scene, but she felt it was a colossal joke. Absorbing that abused divine power for myself. I'm practically doing a public service, Thea thought. Billy Batson was just a child, the burden of protecting the world was not something he could bear. Thea felt she had never been so righteous. She ordered Poison Ivy to maintain contact with Billy Batson and collect as many voice samples as possible. Carrying quite a few gene samples, Thea traveled to a planet somewhat similar to Earth. If Deathstroke was responsible for the Black Ops intel on Earth, then Farah was in charge of information in the nearby star systems. During the days following General Zod, Farah had been responsible for contacting various aliens and collecting resources. Now, Thea tasked her with gathering intelligence and building their own force. Farah was extremely skilled at these things. Grodd had also sent many mind-controlled soldiers from the planet he dominated. Coupled with Farah's high-tier combat power, she had already established a foothold on nearby planets. Clone an Earthling. Farah took the gene sample, a bit puzzled. But her character never questioned orders, she only executed them. Collect deep-sea behemoths within our sphere of influence, I want to run some experiments. Also, gather some plants to send to Poison Ivy on Earth. Earth sea beasts couldn't be touched for now, but Thea wondered if alien sea beasts could also be controlled by the scepter. The task Thea gave Farah was the heaviest. The range of materials to collect spanned from artificially synthesized clean energy to plants, animals, and rare metal deposits. Thea herself possessed abundant knowledge of Kryptonian gene modulation. The modified cloning device was fully adapted to human physiology. Unlike Lex Luthor, who needed 10 years to clone Superman because Superman's genes were too powerful, Billy Batson was currently just an ordinary human. Thea's standards were low. She didn't need the clone to have high intelligence, she just needed it to be able to shout Shazam when the time came. The clone doesn't need intelligence. The voice reproduction must meet the standards of the samples sent by Poison Ivy. The higher the match, the better, Thea instructed Farah again before turning back to Earth. Earth-aligned mana is really hard to find. The Shazam matter was a long-term plan. Thea had another imminent issue to solve, her own Earth affinity problem. Achieving full affinities, absorbing massive amounts of mana, and becoming a god in one fell swoop, that was her goal. Lacking one element always felt incomplete. Originally, she had no leads. But seeing the trident, combined with her memories and many records, she had found her target. That was Diana's half-brother, the Hercules of human mythology. According to various ancient texts, he was undoubtedly an Earth-aligned deity. Hercules hadn't fallen in the twilight of the gods, instead, he was trapped in a different dimension. The key to opening that dimension was the trident. 10,000 years ago, Atlantis on land allied with the Greek gods to fight against the Firstborn, descendants of ancient giants. They joined forces to drive the Firstborn into a desolate dimension. But the enemy resisted fiercely. At the critical moment, Hercules walked into that world and closed the door from the other side. This hero of humanity, this warrior of Olympus, chose to sacrifice himself. His ideals were absolutely noble, and his purpose was great. But 10,000 years had passed. Fighting alone against numerous Firstborn in that dimension, his mind had fallen into madness. The noble ideals no longer existed, only hysterical madness remained. In Thea's mind, the plan was simple: form a party, pull the boss, start the raid, absorb divinity. Thea felt that if she called enough people, it wasn't impossible to brute force Hercules. But now, with Diana's relationship in the mix, this matter became difficult. From kill him to capture him and restore his sanity, the difficulty level jumped up several steps instantly. Thea would have to spend countless favors to get this done. At the very least, she had to call Martian Manhunter, who usually stayed on the sidelines, to help. In the original timeline, a doctor studying Atlantis stole the trident and opened the seal. Thea didn't plan to interfere with this event. When Hercules was released, the Firstborn sealed with him would all escape. The implications were too great, no single hero's reputation could shoulder that kind of fallout. Thea instructed Deathstroke to find that archaeology doctor, secretly provide financial support, accelerate his research speed, and encourage him to excavate more Atlantean ruins. The gene serum formulated for her parents had entered the late testing stage. Deathstroke found many loyal subordinates to inject it. The response was excellent, everyone who injected it felt reborn. Any side effects? Thea asked Deathstroke beside her. Through the monitor, they were watching a mercenary injected with the serum performing a truck-lifting act. Thea didn't care how much power this thing could bring to humans. Longevity and zero side effects, that was her positioning for the serum. No symptoms of side effects seen so far. Everyone's mental state is about the same as before, except for some excitement and insomnia, Deathstroke answered cautiously, weighing every word. Thea looked at his expression and spoke casually. Afraid these people will surpass you? Don't worry. These are just the basic serums. I've already prepared a few bottles of the advanced formula. If they show no side effects, you can inject it too. The serum's effect will directly override the Mirakuru you injected before. Your leadership position won't change. I trust you very much. After all, you're my brother's friend, right? Thea laughed and walked out of the basement, leaving a speechless Deathstroke behind. Chapter 381, News of Jason's Death. Thea mentioning Oliver wasn't just a casual remark. She had a premonition, Oliver could reappear at any moment. It had been 4 years since the shipwreck. Many things had shifted direction because of her involvement, but if Green Arrow popped up in the next second, Thea wouldn't be surprised at all. The gene serum still required further observation. Thea wanted to wait for Oliver's return to inject everyone at once. Otherwise, she'd have to give the same long-winded lecture over and over. Just thinking about it was a hassle. Metropolis was gradually heading toward peace. Everything seemed to be on the right track. Thea was busy with her experiments. Lex Luthor continued to hide in the shadows, planning something. Superman worked his day job while doing good deeds, from fighting criminals to saving stray cats. Occasionally, he and Lois Lane would engage in some public-pleasing activities. The world seemed to have settled down. Sister Thea. Running into the lab with urgent desperation was Thea's star pupil, Damian Wayne. Shadow didn't count as a formal disciple due to her messy situation with Oliver, Thea just gave her pointers. Plus, Shadow picked things up fast and was already fighting crime with Felicity every night. That left only Damian, this little terror, studying by Thea's side. They were close. Even Diana had met Damian. Thea never put on airs, she bantered with Damian casually. In a way, they got along better than Damian did with his stiff parents. Thea ignored Damian's shouting, continuing her experiment. The super gene optimization serum was basically complete. By her estimate, it was stronger than the Mirakuru inside Deathstroke, likely on par with the super soldier serum from the universe next door. But the quantity was too low. She couldn't just keep draining Farah's blood. She needed the final report before testing it on her parents. Jason. Jason is dead. Damian grabbed her arm, shaking it hard. Thea's gaze remained fixed on the test tube. Oh. 2 seconds later, the words registered. Jason. Batman's partner. Dead. Damian nodded painfully, staring at Thea with desperate eyes. Hey. Don't look at me like that. I can't revive the dead. Thea guessed the kid's thought instantly. Are you kidding? Resurrection. If I had that kind of godlike power, would I still be here messing with test tubes? Damian had studied magic with her for over a year. He knew the difficulty. Resurrection involved levels far beyond them. He sighed, his small face collapsing in disappointment. Jason Todd shared many of Damian's views, neither agreed with Batman's no-kill rule. Jason was one of the few people in the Batcave Damian could actually talk to. Jason Todd. Thea recalled the young man she met that day, stubborn, confident, defiant. Now, a single bomb had taken him. Thea felt a pang of regret. If she didn't know, fine. But since she knew, she had to go. She opened a portal straight to the Batcave and pulled Damian through. The cave was full of people, yet silent. The three old men, Gordon, Alfred, Lucius Fox, were there. Nightwing, Batgirl, Catwoman, and Talia stood or sat nearby. Seeing Thea and Damian emerge from the portal, they only nodded slightly. No one had the will to speak. Batman stood alone in the shadows. Just as Luthor didn't need pity, Batman didn't need comfort. Thea didn't say a word. She simply walked over and lifted the white cloth. The body had been cleaned. No blood, no dust. But the bruises covering him screamed of the torture he had suffered. Everyone's gaze gathered on Thea. She was one of the few supernatural beings on Earth. Even Batman turned his head. The rigid lines of his cowl betrayed a hint of desperation. Thea checked repeatedly. His condition is weird, she finally said. He's not completely dead. Jason's heart has stopped, but his brain is locked in a hallucination of resistance. Body dead, mind alive. But the window is short. If he realizes it's over, he dies. Thea crossed her arms, thinking. He's holding on by a thread. Do you have a way? Batman asked. The urgency was palpable. Thea didn't answer. She pulled a state-of-the-art medical pod from her spatial ring. According to Gideon, this tech was 70 years ahead of Earth. Hands moved quickly to help, connecting, powering up. They placed the battered body of Jason Todd inside. Scan. Plan. Batman was a mess inside, but he forced himself to focus on the medical data. They agreed on a plan. The pod sealed. Mechanical arms blurred into motion. And after? Batman asked, seeing a glimmer of hope. Thea didn't give him the answer he wanted. It's complicated. His heart stopped. He's mobilizing every last bit of vitality to sustain that consciousness. Every second, he is burning through his own essence. The cost is total. I estimate his chance of waking up is less than 10%. She paused. Even if he wakes, he can't fight anymore. What about magic? Batman asked bitterly. He hated magic, but he asked anyway. This involves what science calls consciousness and what we call the soul. Magic can't fix this. Thea shook her head. As long as he lives. Batman's voice was raspy. Not the modulator, his own voice. It sounded jagged, like a hard object grinding against sandpaper. The pod worked for 3 hours. Heartbeat. Nightwing shouted, eyes glued to the monitor. But Thea and Batman stared at the data grimly. Jason Todd didn't sit up. He didn't gasp for air. A weak pulse. Just enough to say he wasn't a corpse. But the distance from being alive was an abyss. What now? The question hung heavy in the silence. Chapter 382, A Day Trip to Nanda Parbat. Unlike Talia back then, Jason's physical trauma isn't hard to fix. But his spiritual damage, or rather, the damage to his soul, is very difficult to treat, Thea explained patiently, afraid the others might not understand. Healing soul damage isn't a mage's strong suit, shamans or witch doctors are better at that. The only other method I can think of is the Lazarus Pit in Nanda Parbat. That should be able to restore his soul. Thea dropped the name of a place they were all familiar with. Whether to take the risk or not was up to them. Batman hesitated for less than a minute before making his decision. We save him. Thea was satisfied with his decisiveness. I have another friend with symptoms similar to Jason's. Batman waved his hand. Bring them. We might as well save them all. Thea quickly contacted Shadow, telling her to gear up and bring her father. The convenience of portals really shone here. In less than 5 minutes, Shadow, clad in green Kevlar and carrying a bow, arrived with Yao Fei. Knowing Batman's paranoia, Thea didn't teleport directly into the Batcave but waited outside with Shadow. Soon, everyone gathered. Yao Fei! Talia exclaimed. Although Yao Fei was more than 10 years older than her, he had indeed been trained by Talia personally. There was a bond of mentorship between them. Seeing him in this half-dead state, she felt a bit emotional. Batman was originally curious about Thea's friend and wanted to investigate, but finding out he had ties to Talia, and seeing that Shadow, Damian, and Barbara all knew him, he let it slide. Let's call Superman too. I'll contact Diana. By the way, do you know Martian Manhunter? If so, pull him in too. Thea said casually. Batman nearly choked. Are we crazy? Is it necessary to call that many heavy hitters? My father-in-law may be a martial arts master and a master strategist, but we don't need to organize a Justice League raid just to bully an old man. For a few seconds, Batman thought his worry for Jason was causing auditory hallucinations. But seeing Thea's serious expression, he realized she wasn't joking. He got serious too. I need a reason. Thea used the demon sword as a starting point and explained the potential existence of Trigon behind Ra's al Ghul to Batman. An interdimensional archdemon. Batman muttered, repeating the words. We might not necessarily run into him. As far as I know, that archdemon won't descend directly into our world, he needs a medium. Thea's caution aligned with Batman's usual operational policy. Perhaps he also harbored the idea of using this event to completely sever the connection between Ra's al Ghul and the demon. No need to call them. Seeing Thea pick up the phone, Batman interrupted her. There is a unique barrier around Nanda Parbat. All superpowers and magic are suppressed. Superman and the others wouldn't be effective there. Thea froze for a second, feeling a bit lucky. It seemed she was right not to steal the sword personally back then. Thinking about it, it made sense. Ra's al Ghul had enemies all over the world. If his lair didn't have protection, he would have been dead long ago. She put down the phone, a bit bummed out. Fortunately, her combat skills weren't weak, and she had her power armor. Even if there was an anti-magic barrier preventing the magical functions, the mechanical parts alone were enough to crush most people. Yes, Thea planned to visit Nanda Parbat too. After all, she had learned so many of their martial arts, she might as well go see this world-famous Institute of Higher Learning. No one invited her, but if she wanted to go, no one would object. The team was quickly selected: Batman, Talia, Nightwing, Batgirl, Thea, and Shadow. 6 people in total. Catwoman stayed behind. Whether she was the main wife or the mistress, it was better not to add to Ra's al Ghul's headache. Damian, the little brat, wanted to go, but everyone rejected his request in unison. Are you kidding? A fight could break out instantly. Damian had better stay home. How to get there? Everyone looked at Thea, waiting for a portal. Where is Nanda Parbat? I haven't been there. Thea said helplessly, seeing everyone staring at her. It has to be a place you've been. Do you need a visual lock? Batman fired off 7 or 8 questions like a machine gun. Thea was speechless. This guy was fishing for intel again. If you can analyze it, good for you, but don't expect me to tell you. She didn't answer any questions but asked for the coordinates. Signaling them to wait, Thea flew directly out of the atmosphere. Nanda Parbat was in the Middle East, and they were in Gotham. There was a whole Earth between them. Her telescopic vision could see it in a straight line, but looking through the Earth was too strenuous. Following Batman's coordinates, she searched and quickly found the valley. But when she tried to look inside, a wave of obscure energy blocked her sight. Ra's al Ghul's setup felt different from the ArrowVerse layout, but the effect was the same, shielding all supernatural forces. She remembered that originally, Barry Allen ran to Nanda Parbat to rescue Team Arrow without issues, but later lost his speed force at ArrowVerse. Maybe the shielding level wasn't high enough back then, or there was a switch. Thea didn't dwell on future problems. She descended, opened a portal straight to the outskirts of the valley, wrapped the 2 comatose patients in psychic energy, and stepped through first. Stepping out of the portal, she began equipping her power armor. Once everyone was through, she released the psychic hold on the 2 patients. For the rest of the journey, you'll have to carry them. Shadow automatically picked up her father. Nightwing consciously picked up Jason. The group walked toward the valley at a steady pace. If negotiations fail, we can engage, but no killing. Batman walked at the very front, saying this without looking back. Nightwing, Batgirl, and even Shadow, who didn't dare speak to Batman right now, nodded in agreement. Thea and Talia had their own thoughts, but neither refused openly. Batman. Why have you come? The elderly Ra's al Ghul, dressed in fine robes, stepped out of the shadows. He looked only at Batman at the front, as if he didn't see his own daughter. He knew Batman's true identity but had no intention of exposing it. My heir is gravely injured. I need the help of the Lazarus Pit. Ha ha ha, Ra's al Ghul laughed loudly. Only when Thea felt the old man was overacting a bit did he stop. I told you back then. As long as you accept the position of the demon's head, everyone, including me, will obey your command. Ra's stared intently at Batman. I refuse. Batman gave the answer that was both expected and logical. The negotiation broke down in just 2 sentences. Thea felt these 2 understood each other too well. The dialogue was just a formality, neither expected to move the other with words. Chapter 383, The Pit. Now. Now. Both shouted at the same time. Batman flicked his wrist, throwing batarangs as he engaged Ra's al Ghul. Around them, hundreds of League of Assassins members emerged, pouncing fiercely on the group. Facing the rain of arrows, Thea raised the power armor's energy shield, protecting everyone inside. Her attitude was nonchalant, she was prepared to observe this rare battle between the detective and the demon. If Lex Luthor could research energy shields from scratch, then for Thea, who had so much alien tech to borrow, creating this thing was too simple. It was practically cheating against these ordinary assassins. Powered by a white dwarf star, the shield was massive and dense. The few assassins charging at the front were startled, but their training taught them to despise technological weapons. They raised their steel blades and slashed at the energy dome. There was no sound of metal clashing, no scene of blades breaking. It felt like slashing through air, yet no matter how hard they pushed, their blades couldn't cut through. A few skeptics slashed wildly, only to stand there dumbfounded without exception. Unbelievable. Thea shot them a cold glance. Ignorance is terrifying. This energy source could power a city of 1 million people for a year. Trying to deplete it with 100 men and steel swords. A conservative estimate would take them 10 years of hacking without sleep. The people inside the shield were surprised at first, but quickly accepted it. Nightwing had seen plenty of black tech following Batman for years. Shadow and Batgirl had known Thea for a long time, nothing she built was surprising anymore. Seeing the League assassins helpless against the shield, Talia relaxed and focused on watching her father fight Batman. Fists flew and legs kicked. Ra's al Ghul's moves were eerie and deadly, while Batman utilized his tactical mind, integrating martial arts from all over the world. Why are they fighting so conservatively? Thea's combat skills were not inferior to either of them. After watching for a while, she quickly realized something was wrong. Both Batman and Ra's were holding back. For the first 10 moves, prioritizing defense was understandable. But now, after 40 or 50 moves, they were still defending more than attacking. This was suspicious. By the 80th move, Thea figured it out. Ra's al Ghul truly liked this son-in-law. He wished Batman would take over his mantle immediately. Ra's wasn't using even a tenth of his true intensity. He was just looking to lose by a move or two so he could complete the handover. Batman, being smart, obviously saw through the plan. He wouldn't take over the League of Assassins even if it killed him, so he defended desperately, with absolutely no intention of attacking. Watching the two men exchange stalling blows, Thea understood. The actors were just going through the motions. Her interest in watching the show faded. Just then, Batman gave her a look. Thea understood his meaning, or perhaps, this was also Ra's al Ghul's meaning. I can't move the shield while it's active. Gear up, we're rushing in. Talia, guide us. We saved Jason and the others at top speed. Thea turned and ordered. 3, 2, 1, move. They were still outside the main sanctum. Not knowing the strength of Nanda Parbat's barrier, Thea didn't use her bow. She dropped the shield, raised her hands, and fired 2 blasts of cryogenic gas, clearing a path through the encirclement. Go. Go. Thea urged them on. Batgirl's skills had improved significantly over the past year, and her combat awareness was sharp. With Talia leading the way and Nightwing and Shadow carrying the wounded, the task of covering the rear fell to Barbara. Smoke bombs and batarangs were constantly thrown behind and to the sides. Amidst the chaos and fire, they rushed into the inner sanctum of Nanda Parbat. The interior was ancient. Bluestone paved the ground, torches lit the path, and faint screams echoed from the distance. It felt like stepping from civilized society directly into an ancient tomb, solemn and full of killing intent. Only Thea carelessly observed the decor. Barbara felt the pressure increasing. Shadow handed her father to Nightwing, taking out her bow and using various high-tech arrows to block the pursuers. Talia led them through twists and turns. Any minion jumping out was frozen in place by Thea. Here. They arrived at a stone wall. Talia pulled a mechanism on the side. A massive stone rose, revealing a pool of green water. How does it look? Barbara wiped sweat from her forehead, asking Thea, who was studying the water. Thea shook her head. My abilities are sealed, I can't tell if there's an issue with the water. But the sensors in my armor detect massive energy inside. Don't hesitate. Throw them both in at the same time. She remembered that because of the demon's corruption, the energy in the water could repair the soul but also induce madness. The original Thea had suffered a lot because of it. Would sharing this madness between two people dilute the effect? Nightwing took out a prepared rope, tied it around the waists of the two men, and slowly lowered them in. Pursuers were still arriving endlessly. Thea dared not seal the door with ice, because once sealed, they wouldn't be able to get out later. She picked up a long sword from a fallen minion and blocked the door with the others. Nightwing, the only male present, besides the unconscious ones, fought valiantly. Although he and Barbara had broken up, their feelings were still there, lingering. His twin Eskrima sticks flew up and down. He already possessed 70 to 80% of Batman's combat level, beating the League minions until they were wailing in agony. How long will this take? Barbara leaped into the air, kicking an enemy down and whipping another away, before asking Thea. Thea looked back at the pool. Bubbles were gurgling, like something was boiling. Should be soon, Thea answered vaguely. She honestly didn't know. She couldn't see magical fluctuations, couldn't see energy trajectories, couldn't even see enemies hiding in the dark. Accustomed to the Eye of Horus, being sealed like this was extremely uncomfortable. Just as Thea thought of the Eye of Horus, she suddenly realized her vision had returned. Her body shuddered as her connection to magic was restored. The anti-magic barrier of Nanda Parbat had suddenly vanished. Yao Fei and Jason Todd burst out of the water. Their eyes were crimson red, their throats making guttural growls. They looked completely feral. Chapter 384, The Other Side of the Pool. The emerald waters didn't settle after the two men jumped out, instead, the turbulence intensified. The disappearance of Nanda Parbat's anti-magic field didn't bring Thea any joy. A drop of cold sweat slid down her forehead as she felt a massive, vile energy surging relentlessly from the pool. Thea couldn't tell if it was always like this, or if Jason and Yao Fei's entry had broken some seal. Either way, a world filled with malevolent forces was connecting to this place through the water. Using magic constructs to bind Jason and Yao Fei, who now looked more like beasts than men, she tossed them to Nightwing and the others before turning her attention back to the pool. Disordered, evil energy was leaking into this world through a tiny crack in the water. Even this sliver of energy wasn't resting, it was constantly trying to corrupt the combatants on the scene. The heroes had wills of steel and weren't affected, and the League's minions were rigorously trained, so they showed no signs of corruption for now. But Thea knew this state wouldn't last long. As the crack widened and more corrupting power seeped into this world, willpower alone wouldn't be enough to hold out. Bruce, we have a problem. An evil passage has opened up. You and Roz need to stop fighting. I'm evacuating the team and will try to seal this place. Thea used telepathy to message Batman, but she waited 30 seconds and got no response. Didn't he hear me? Or what? Thea was puzzled for a moment before slapping her forehead. She was being an idiot. Batman doesn't have telepathy. He was just a human, he couldn't receive mental transmissions. Just as she was about to use the Eye of Horus to check the situation outside, her power armor's communication system intercepted a new call request. Thea opened it effortlessly. Batman's agile figure appeared on the HUD. Nice comms system. Did Felicity make it? I heard your message, but Ra's al Ghul went completely berserk a minute ago. I can't stop him now. After speaking, Batman panned the camera toward Ra's. The previously elegant elder had transformed completely. His symptoms were far worse than Jason or Yao Fei's, his attacks were now laced with blood-red energy. He's corrupted. After soaking in the pit for so many years, his body stopped being human long ago. Thea made a judgment instantly, recalling his mutated constitution from their last fight. Can he recover? I don't know. I have to seal the breach here first. We'll deal with the rest later. They ended the call quickly. Thea turned to Talia. Can you control these people? Your father has gone mad outside. We can only rely on you here. Talia was an ambitious woman. If it weren't for her relationship with Batman, she would be a stranger to the concept of justice. Hearing that Ra's had gone mad, a trace of sadness flashed across her face, but it was quickly replaced by the thrill of opportunity. I'll try. If you can help me get the old man's ring, I'd be more confident. Talia whispered. Thea shot her a cold look. Put away your schemes. I know your rules, whoever wears the ring commands the League. Just stabilize them and don't cause trouble for me. The other side of this pool is an extremely evil world. If my seal fails, no one here survives. Talia didn't get angry at the rejection. She slashed down two enemies with her sword, leaped onto a high platform, and shouted, Brothers of the League. I am Talia al Ghul. I am the eldest daughter of the Demon's Head. Listen to me. It had to be said that Talia held high prestige within the League. When she defected, hundreds had followed her to the death. Although the current crowd wasn't loyal to that extent, they respected her. A large swath of black-clad assassins stopped their attacks to listen. The Demon's Head has gone mad. Talia dropped a bombshell. You lie. Impossible. Traitor. The crowd exploded. Ra's disciples were all over the world. In an instant, assassins cursing in various languages turned on Talia. However, most of their curses involved ancestors but stopped short of insulting Ra's himself, so their momentum was a bit lacking. Thea was busy carving the ceiling circle. The Constantine bloodline had dealt with demons for generations, summoning and sealing were their bread and butter. Although she was a bit annoyed that Talia was using this opportunity to seize power, she decided to help her out. A giant water mirror spell materialized in front of everyone. The image in the mirror showed Batman and Ra's al Ghul fighting outside. The old man's eyes were crimson, the sounds from his throat were bestial, and his entire aura had changed. Anyone could see there was a problem. See that? He's mad. I am the true leader. Sarden, do you still trust me? Philip, have you forgotten who taught you archery? Talia used both carrot and stick, stating facts while appealing to the specific assassins she was close with. The crowd's attitude softened quickly. Many were loyal to the system, not the men. If the demon's head was truly mad, then pledging loyalty to Talia wasn't out of the question. Go. Quickly. Thea was sweating profusely. She didn't know if it was Trigon on the other side, but she had never faced such immense pressure. The entity was clearly held back by something, not using its full power to break the barrier between worlds. Talia knew Thea wasn't bluffing and immediately ordered everyone to evacuate. You guys go first. I'll see if I can help. Nightwing showed true leadership qualities. He knocked out Yao Fei and Jason, directing Batgirl and Shadow to leave first while he stayed behind. Thea nodded at him. Her energy was focused on the magic circle, she had no time to spare. As Thea chanted the incantation loudly, a mysterious rhythm filled the small room. But the resistance from the other side increased. The passage between worlds didn't shrink, it widened slightly. Even fighting across dimensions, Thea could tell the opponent was leagues above her. She was fighting on her home turf, and the opponent was restricted, yet they could still widen the crack. This power far eclipsed even Horus back in the day. Thea took the Dead King's scepter from her spatial ring and released a magical double. Mind and body connected, casting spells simultaneously. They immediately curbed the opponent's speed in breaking the barrier. The Dead King's scepter amplified Thea's magic and shortened the casting time. For a moment, things seemed to be turning around. Suddenly, Thea's pupils constricted. A black shadow drilled ferociously out of the crack, striking toward her like lightning. Chapter 385, The Demon King's Princess. The magical double fired a volley of magic missiles, hitting the enemy square on. Seizing the moment the opponent lost his footing, Thea lunged with the God-Killer sword, piercing his chest and ending the monster. Damn it. It really is Trigon. Thea examined the monster she had just killed. Horns, white hair, 3 pairs of eyes, dark red skin. This had to be one of the sons of Trigon. What a pain. Watching the corpse sink into the ground, Thea shouted to Nightwing, he's not dead. He can absorb all negative emotions in the area to regenerate. You just have to stall him. Nightwing had already seen the enemy Thea just killed drill out of the ground unscathed. He nodded. Leave it to me. He brandished his Eskrima sticks and engaged the son of Trigon. With his help, Thea could finally restart the sealing process. The barrier, which was almost closed, had been damaged again by the surprise attack. Both sides entered a stalemate once more. Unknown caster on the other side, can you hear my voice? Just as Thea was struggling to push the entity back, the faint voice of a young girl echoed in her mind. Who are you? Thea was swamped. She had to coordinate spells between her main body and her double, while sparing a bit of attention for Nightwing's battle. The enemy kept firing dark red energy beams. Nightwing, a mere human, was struggling to hold on. Phew. Thank goodness. You have telepathy. You're stronger than I imagined. The one currently trying to drill into your world is the greatest demon in the multiverse, named Trigon. The girl's voice sounded visibly relieved. She had been terrified that no one on this side could respond. Now that they could communicate, the odds of winning had increased significantly. Thea, however, felt zero joy. She just felt incredibly unlucky. It was supposed to be a simple rescue mission for Jason and Yao Fei, maybe a relaxing countryside getaway to Nanda Parbat. A happy day trip. How did it turn into 2 worlds joining hands to seal an archdemon? The script changed too fast. The one communicating with her was, without a doubt, Raven, the demon's daughter. Somehow, Thea's group had inexplicably stuck a foot into Raven's debut event of sealing her father, opening up a second front for Trigon, leading to this mess. I know Trigon. An interdimensional archdemon. My seal is almost complete. What's your plan? Thea sped up her hand movements. Her double even found time to cast a few speed and protection buffs on Nightwing. What I'm saying is, I can't hold him back anymore. The girl's voice and the sound of the barrier shattering rang out simultaneously. A dark red hand, 10 meters long and 2 meters thick, burst violently out of the barrier. The aura accompanying the hand was filled with burning pain and wailing souls. Thea was startled and nearly cursed aloud. If you can't hold him, say so earlier. Why did you come over too? Thea stared speechlessly at the girl who had materialized. She looked only 8 or 9 years old. I came to help you. I'm very strong. The girl, wearing a black cloak that covered everything above her nose, cast a few restrictive spells as she spoke, binding the demon that was chasing Nightwing. Thea nearly choked. Help me. Help me, my ass. Shouldn't I be the one helping you? How did I become the lead tank here? What does this have to do with me? What logic led you to believe you're helping me? Looking at the gigantic hand, one could imagine how massive the main body was. Thea pointed at the hand, asking in disbelief, can't you seal this big guy? Young Raven looked at Thea like she was an idiot. How could I seal him? I was just stalling before. He is the greatest demon in the multiverse. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what you're thinking. Thea was extremely annoyed. Young Raven glanced at her. The big beauty and the little beauty both huffed, humph, at the same time, turning their heads in opposite directions. Thea looked at the crumbling barrier. Without Raven's restraint on the other side, the enemy's breakthrough speed was accelerating. Thea knew Trigon's power. Superman, Wonder Woman, and Flash combined couldn't even scratch his defense. In the eyes of Trigon's main body, those three were just slightly stronger ants. Totally unworthy of his personal attention. As for Thea, don't even mention it. If Trigon fully emerged, the best strategy would be to grab Moira and run for the hills. But the problem circled back. She had to beat him back and seal him before he fully emerged. The Nanda Parbat node was broken, repairing it would take time. Holding off Trigon while repairing the wall. Besides those few entities whose names could not be spoken, Thea didn't know who else had that capability. Seal. Seal. Thea stared at the dead king's scepter she had acquired just 2 days ago. She hadn't figured out the sealing function inside the staff yet. Was it destined for today? As her involvement in events increased, Thea grew more confused. The original timeline definitely didn't have her participation, so how did they handle this? Or was the timeline with her participation the real one, and the others just stories in movies and comics? She waved the scepter gently, forming waves of obscure energy in the air. What are you doing? Raven asked. Sealing him. Thea answered concisely. She flew up, using the scepter like a spear, and stabbed it into the giant hand. The feedback from the scepter was vague. Not that it couldn't do it, but that it had failed. Hold him down for me. Thea commanded Raven. After all, Her Highness the Princess had been tangling with her dad for a long time. She might not be able to handle the whole body, but handling one hand should be fine, right? Raven raised her chin arrogantly. She lifted both arms, and a massive shadow rose behind her. A pure, humanoid dark energy construct, her soul self, pinned down the struggling giant hand, leaving only the wrist exposed. Pinned. Watch this. Thea roughly understood the principle of the scepter. It could seal, yes, but it had a probability mechanic. Sealing Trigon in one go was impossible. This was the dead king's scepter, not God's scepter. Thwack. Failed. Thwack. Still failed. Thwack. Thwack. Thea treated Trigon's hand like a slab of pork, stabbing it with all her might, again and again. The scepter's sealing probability was touching. Every time she stabbed, Gideon calculated the success rate. From Thea's estimated 20%, it plummeted to 0.025%. Hey, can you do this or not? Raven, the snarky girl, asked. I can. Almost there. Thea was sweating buckets. She had no idea if she could do it. If there were any other way, she wouldn't be doing something this stupid. Just as Gideon calculated the probability dropping to 0.0007%, a massive ball of non-elemental energy suddenly gathered on the scepter. Like a curtain rolling back, the energy wrapped around the giant hand, tumbling forward and surging toward the other side. Chapter 386, Sealing. This sphere of energy looked familiar. It was clearly the power of laws. Just like Diana's lasso and Thea's own arrows of vengeance, this staff had been forged with the power of laws embedded within it. However, the law of sealing far exceeded rules like vengeance and truth in quality, though its quantity was inversely much smaller. This was why the staff's sealing probability was so pathetically low. This demon must be completely sealed. Your ability counters him perfectly. Come with me, the scheming Raven said with uncharacteristic cheer. Agreed. Before Thea could respond, Batman, who like a cop only showed up after the monsters were beaten, accepted as if he ran the place. Thea considered the situation. The staff's power of laws could overwhelm their opponent, meaning there was no serious danger on the other side. She nodded. Hearing the other side was hell itself, Nightwing, who'd been chased and beaten for half the day, grew curious and wanted to tag along. Though Raven looked the two men up and down and couldn't detect any magical ability, she didn't object. After binding the son of Trigon who had emerged, the four took their captive and used Raven's teleportation portal to cross over. This is hell. Thea surveyed her surroundings. Everything was dominated by dark crimson tones. Heavy clouds shrouded the sky. The soil looked as though it had been soaked in blood, ashen earth streaked with dark red, deeply unsettling to behold. Help, quickly. Raven cut short their observation, speaking urgently. They didn't need her prompting. Thea, Batman, and Nightwing all saw Trigon's massive form. This was a giant with a true height of several hundred meters. His appearance matched his son's, bull horns, white hair, 3 pairs of eyes, but his oppressive presence was 10,000 times stronger, his aura 10,000 times more malevolent. Simply drawing near, one could feel his essence, an evil capable of tearing souls apart. However, a large mass of unknown energy was currently gushing from the great demon's left palm. The energy spread rapidly, already enveloping his upper body and half his head. Trigon was channeling all his power to resist the sealing law. Use your artifact, now. Raven summoned another phantom raven, binding the demon's feet firmly. She had witnessed the power of Thea's artifact firsthand. She hadn't expected Earth to possess such a peculiar weapon. Though the probability was low, this was currently their only option. Thea assessed the situation. Though the demon's feet were bound, he wasn't foolish. His upper body resisted the sealing force while his lower body struggled with all its might. Raven wouldn't be able to restrain him much longer. Looking at the demon's still thrashing feet, Thea remembered the staff's pitiful success rate. She split off a clone and handed her the dead king's staff. For dangerous work like this, a clone was perfect. Her true body donned the yellow lantern ring, released all her emotional energy, and manifested a network of yellow chains based on Raven's binding, wrapping the demon's legs in multiple reinforced layers. Batman and Nightwing began dealing with the various minor demons and sons of Trigon appearing around them. Throughout, Thea and Raven split their attention to provide magical support. Time crawled by agonizingly. Clone Thea continued striking the demon's toes relentlessly, one blow after another. The demon lived alone in a valley-like region, shielded by dark red mountain ranges on all sides with only a single narrow path leading in. Batman and Nightwing held the entrance firmly. Thea summoned an elk to help guard the gap while she drew her divine longbow, targeting every airborne demon and eliminating them one by one. Facing the ever-increasing demon horde, Batman and Nightwing deployed every skill in their arsenal, hurling smoke bombs and magnetic explosives desperately. Amid the smoke, Batman switched into pitch-black steel armor. His strength, speed, and defense skyrocketed. Facing the swarming demons fearlessly, he combined overwhelming power and thick armor with masterful combat technique, shouldering 70% of the demon army's assault alone. Everyone fought desperately. But the demons here were endless, killed one moment, they'd revive nearby the next. Even Batman, with his extraordinary stamina, felt exhaustion creeping in. Is it done yet? The bat grabbed a demon's arm, swinging it as a weapon to shatter a cluster of demons, their bones breaking audibly. He asked Thea between labored breaths. Almost, almost. Time dragged on. More flying demons swarmed in waves. She had to constantly eliminate them, her pressure was no less than those fighting on the ground. Clone Thea still gripped the staff, contending with the demon's toe. She'd lost count of how many times she'd struck. Just as Thea's main body wondered if the staff only worked once per target, the pitiful sealing effect finally activated. The same attributeless energy wrapped around Trigon's toe and surged upward. The demon, who had been fighting the sealing law to a standstill, could no longer hold out. His feet and calves were rapidly sealed. The two streams of energy from the same source met at his waist. The demon unleashed an earth-shaking roar before being completely enveloped by the sealing energy. The 100-meter giant vanished, leaving a deep crimson crystal suspended in the air. What is that thing? Raven turned to ask Thea. You're asking me? I don't know. How would Thea know? In the original timeline, this should have been Raven's job, right? You're asking me, who am I supposed to ask? The two, one tall, one small, stared at each other in bewilderment, both unclear on the situation. However, the Demon King was definitely sealed, that much was certain. Raven used her dark magic to transform the surrounding mountains into an enormous boulder, sealing the crimson crystal at its center. Thea's clone was nearly exhausted. She returned the staff to the main body before emerging back. I'll dig a pit. Thea gripped the staff with both hands, imitating King Atlan from her memories, and struck the ground heavily. Boom. The staff's reputation for sinking Atlantis was well-deserved, it was the ultimate tool for excavation. This time, no probability was involved. Without expending much magical power, Thea created a massive hole with a single strike, 1,000 meters deep, 100 meters in diameter. Raven guided the enormous boulder down to the pit's bottom. Together they increased their magical output, filling the crater level with the ground. They exchanged glances and breathed simultaneous sighs of relief. Seeing Trigon sealed, most of the demon army fled immediately. The few loyal remnants were eliminated swiftly. Raven teleported the group back to Nanda Parbat. Thea set about sealing the interdimensional portal. When she asked Raven for assistance, Raven answered carelessly, "I don't know how." "Really?" Thea asked again, disbelieving. Raven turned her head away haughtily, ignoring her. Another brat. Speechless, Thea could only handle it herself. She constructed the magic circle, broke down the components, and applied several patches to the original foundation, finally blocking the passage to hell. Chapter 387, Taking Another Apprentice. She had just finished dealing with that mess and hadn't even had time for a sip of water when Shadow pulled her over to check on Yao Fei and Jason. Having soaked in the waters of the pit, the two had recovered from their vegetative states, but their minds were in extreme chaos. Barbara and Shadow could only tie them up and wait for Thea, the expert, to take a look. Thea gave them a rough examination, then wanted the scheming Raven to take a look as well. "I don't know any of this complicated nonsense. My magic is innate, I was born with it." Raven pretended to glance at them twice, then shook her head to indicate she didn't understand. So envious. Born with powerful magic. Thea increasingly felt this was a world where everyone had cheat codes. There really weren't many left like her, who painstakingly studied the application of spells. The demon princess indicated that blasting enemies to ash was no problem. She had ample practical experience, but she lacked theoretical knowledge. Thea could only draw her own conclusions. Their souls were damaged before. Now, with the supplement of the pit's waters, their souls have been made whole. However, this is a supplement, not a repair. The original soul and the newly supplemented soul will engage in fierce confrontation. They'll be confused for a while. When their own souls devour the foreign soul, they should wake up. Thea recounted her judgment to the group, not caring whether they understood or not. With a tap of her finger on each, she knocked the two of them out. Outsiders couldn't help with soul fusion, they could only rely on themselves. Just as she finished with those two, Talia arrived with a group of people dragging the demonized Raz al Ghul, wanting her to see if the old man could still be saved. The formerly tall and thin elder now had eyes that were completely crimson, his throat emitting raspy, beast-like sounds. It took 4 or 5 people pulling on iron chains to barely control him. An outstanding figure of his generation, reduced to this, what a waste. Thea sighed. She used her mental power to sense the old man's soul, then circulated her magic through his entire body. Can he be saved? The Bat and Talia asked simultaneously. However, their thoughts were different. Batman respected this mentor who had taught him his skills, although the two had been hostile many times, they had never used lethal force. Talia's feelings for her biological father were far more complex: resentment, jealousy, fear, and a little father-daughter affection, but mostly, she wanted the old man to die quickly so she could conveniently take over the League of Assassins. Facing their complicated gazes, Thea roughly considered the methods she knew and gently shook her head. He's different from Yao Fei and Jason. His demonic corruption runs too deep, this physical condition cannot be eliminated. However, it can be suppressed. As Thea spoke, she drew several mysterious symbols on Raz al Ghul's forehead and arms. The originally beast-like Raz instantly calmed down and fell into a deep sleep. Thea looked at Batman. My spell can keep him calm. If you want him to recover his sanity, you'll need more suppression methods. You can ask ArrowVerse for some of their anti-magic metal to make 2 bracelets for him to wear. He'll regain consciousness, but he can never use the pit again. Optimistically estimated, he's got about 10 years left. Batman listened and pondered for a long time, then nodded. Leaving Raz to die, he couldn't do that. But anyone could figure out with their toes that getting something from ArrowVerse wouldn't be easy. Anti-magic metal was their primary weapon against superpowered individuals. Knowing Amanda Waller as he did, Batman wouldn't get it without paying a steep price. And as a hero of justice, he couldn't exactly steal or rob it. The Bat began calculating his bargaining chips, figuring out how to obtain the item. Seeing that everyone was sorted out, Thea finally caught her breath. She turned to find the scheming Raven staring at her. Are there many people like you in this world? Raven asked out of the blue. Thea knew she definitely wasn't asking about appearance, but whether there were many who knew magic. There shouldn't be many, Thea admitted. Except for those few immortals, who in modern society could master magic without some kind of cheat ability. The field had broad prospects, but before reaching a certain level, mages really weren't as useful as a submachine gun. The scheming girl looked a bit embarrassed, her small face twisting in hesitation. Can you teach me? I learn things very quickly. So I'm taking on another apprentice now. Thea had considered absorbing the scheming Raven's magic, but she was different from Shazam. This was magic inherited from Trigon, naturally carrying a potent evil aura. Without a blood relation, one simply couldn't control it. Thea sized Raven up. The little girl looked at her nervously. Say, how old are you? 9. Raven Warren, I'm totally an adult, expression. Thea nearly burst out laughing. This little girl, scheming, prickly, and excellent at sarcastic commentary, thinking about it, she was quite similar to Thea's own personality. And the key difference from Billy Batson. She was a pretty girl. So looks really could determine fate. All right, you can stay with me for a while. Thea didn't make a definitive promise, but she had essentially agreed. Raven was different from Damien, she possessed massive magical power, she just feared the dark energy within and didn't dare use it. In the original timeline, she'd bottled it up with no one to guide her, completely wasting what could have been an incredibly powerful mage. Thea's heart ached just thinking about it. There were techniques involved, with just a little guidance, Raven's strength would skyrocket without any side effects. Though caster types were rare in modern society, there were still a few around. Magic application had shifted from crude, explosive styles to refined, minimalist approaches. Modern magic was perfectly suited for someone like Raven, massive mana reserves but poor control. Several onlookers watched from a distance as Batman and Talia whispered constantly. Finally, he sighed helplessly and slowly walked toward the group. Talia turned her head and returned to the League's formation. Sigh, in the end Talia gave up both the men and the sun, choosing power instead. Thea sighed. She had no right to comment on Talia's choice, she just felt the woman was truly ruthless. Or perhaps, having lived in the League of Assassins environment for so many years, the organization's status outweighed everything in her heart. Let's go. Batman's voice was as steady as always. Proficient in psychology as he was, perhaps he'd already seen through Talia's ambition. Thea had no objections. This trip to Nanda Parbat, busy chaos for half the day. Besides figuring out the dead king's staff's function, she'd only adopted a little girl. She herself had gained nothing. Opening one portal directly to Gotham's outskirts and another to Star City, the group waved goodbye. Thea led the scheming Raven, along with Shadow and Yao Fei, through the portal back to Star City. Your teleportation technique isn't bad, but your total mana is a bit lacking, the girl said somewhat haughtily. As she finished, she opened a dark-colored portal herself, raising her eyebrows at Thea to show off. Chapter 388, Sudden Upheaval. 3 black lines appeared on Thea's forehead. This kid really wasn't cute at all. Your portal shakes too much, and the landing point is unstable. She was now an old hand at dealing with brats. She rattled off a litany of complaints, this was wrong, that wouldn't do, targeting Raven's weakness of having almost no foundational knowledge. After picking out 4 or 5 flaws, she completely extinguished Raven's arrogant flair. However, she didn't just suppress her, she also offered appropriate praise. This made the girl's face pout at first, only to perk up right after. You have good taste. The haughty Raven pulled back her hood, revealing a somewhat pale face, and constantly sized up the crowds on the street. I estimate your father still needs some time to rest. He should recover in about 2 months. No matter how you looked at it, Shadow and Yao Fei were much closer to each other than either was to Jason. Before leaving, Thea checked on old Yao one last time before taking Raven back to her own home. She found Damien practicing with his sword and introduced him to Raven. Here, I'm giving you a mission. Teach this older sister everything I taught you back then. Thea generously threw the 2 kids together, then went to her room to shower and get ready for bed. Even from far away, she could still hear the 2 brats arguing. You little pipsqueak, you know magic too. Only Raven would be so dismissive. Who are you calling a pipsqueak? Wanna fight? Accompanied by the sound of a sword being drawn, this was definitely Damien, who cultivated both magic and martial arts. Thea couldn't be bothered to listen to the 2 brats bickering. Raven and Damien both had a sense of propriety and wouldn't let things get out of hand. She was confident about that. Time passed in a blur, and another 2 months went by. Jason Todd was young after all, and his will to survive was tenacious. He woke up earlier than Yao Fei. Upon learning that Batman still adhered to his no-kill rule and hadn't avenged him, he left Gotham alone with a depressed expression. Old Yao was quite a bit worse off. In terms of age, experience, and potential, he couldn't compare to Jason. Thea treated him one more time midway through before he finally woke up within the 2 months. Father and daughter wept in each other's arms. When he learned of Thea's abilities, he was shocked enough, his reaction was similar to Slade's back then. He hadn't expected Oliver's sister to be this formidable. Although in Raven's eyes, Thea's magic level was merely passable, in the eyes of ordinary people, she was already incredibly powerful. Father and daughter reunited for a few days. Knowing that his daughter now had a job and life goals, Yao Fei was very happy for her. One early morning, he left a letter and departed Star City alone. The anticipated appearance of Oliver did not happen. She couldn't ask Amanda, so Thea had to pretend she didn't know he was still alive. Who knew where Oliver had run off to fool around? She had too many things to worry about, and her energy was quickly diverted by other matters. Thea had already been in Metropolis for a week straight. As an outstanding entrepreneur of Metropolis and even the entire US, the number of social engagements she had was simply unimaginable. Many times she could use a clone to attend meetings while her main body slept at home, but sometimes the main body had to be present. For instance, this current venue. This was an internal meeting. The full title was the Committee on National Security and Superman Affairs. This wasn't a tea party where they invited Superman to chat. This was a targeted, small-scale meeting where a bunch of people locked the doors to figure out how to deal with Superman. Whether as a government-sanctioned hero or an outstanding entrepreneur, Thea had to attend this meeting. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, but here deep underground, fearful of being heard by Superman, the walls were lined with lead. Thea groggily listened to some general speaking on stage. What if Superman flies into this room and snatches one of us away? Will he abide by the Constitution? Does he understand our democratic system? Do we have the means to protect ourselves? This impassioned general didn't expect anyone to answer him. His speech was extremely long, but the summary was, they must develop weapons capable of dealing with Superman, otherwise, having fought for the country for half his life, he wouldn't be able to sleep. Thea had no impression of this man, but seeing his calves cramping from fear, he certainly wasn't a good person normally and had likely done plenty of wicked things. She wouldn't even spare a glance if such a person died right in front of her. Just as she was pondering whether to eat Chinese or Western food after the meeting, she felt a strange ray sweep across her body. Someone's targeting me. Thea's lazy expression immediately turned vigilant, but 2 seconds later, she found the meeting proceeding as usual. The people around her hadn't noticed anything abnormal. There weren't many people in the conference room who knew her true strength, but there were a few. Among them was Thea's old acquaintance, the anti-Superman vanguard, General Lane. Seeing her suddenly become vigilant, the old man also panicked a bit. Not knowing what had happened, he shot her a questioning look. Thea was confused. She definitely hadn't been mistaken about that strange energy just now, but she wasn't clear on what kind of energy it was. She wanted to check the outside world, but the lead within these walls blocked her vision. Helpless, she took out her phone, intending to ask Diggle, her bodyguard guarding outside. No signal. Thea let out a soft sound of surprise. Including General Lane, several people who had been watching her also took out their phones. Raising their heads to look at each other, they found the meaning in everyone's eyes was the same. Why is there suddenly no signal? For these few people, who were just as paranoid as Thea, only one thought crossed their minds: Superman knows we're meeting to discuss him, and he's come to kill us. The looks exchanged by several heavyweights made the atmosphere in the venue freeze. The consortium businessman currently on stage, talking big about Superman's dangers, quickly shut his mouth and looked cautiously at the crowd below. A few slow-witted guys also discovered their phones had no signal. A wave of panic spread among this group of elites. Everyone shut up and come with me to see what happened. The speaker was Thea's old acquaintance, Lex Luthor. But before he could put words into action, the conference room doors were violently slammed open. A large crowd of bodyguards in suits, soldiers in uniform, and secretaries in business attire rushed in. Luthor's secretary and Thea's bodyguard Diggle were among them. The crowd didn't dare delay, pushing and shoving, they ran towards the exit. What on earth is happening outside? Is it that guy in the red cape? Some restless fellow asked his bodyguard. Everyone else, including Thea, listened with rapt attention. This bodyguard realized that countless big shots he only saw on TV were staring at him. Stuttering, he explained the situation outside. A giant glass dome has covered the entire city from the sky. No one's communication equipment can receive a signal. You'll know the specific situation as soon as you look. Chapter 389, The Full Story. A glass dome. A bunch of people couldn't figure out what it was and ran out together in a bustle to watch. The sight that greeted them was shocking. The moment the crowd arrived outside, they immediately saw what the bodyguard meant by the glass dome. An azure dome stood on the periphery of the city, boundless and endless. A few people looked up at the sky, but gazing as far as their eyes could see, they could only discern that the top of the dome was obscured, drifting in and out of sight among the clouds. It should have been working hours in the city, but at this moment, everyone was stunned by the sudden anomaly. Large numbers of citizens took to the streets. The slow-witted ones were still looking at the horizon, while the quick-witted ones were trying hard to dial their phones. But no matter how they fiddled with them, the phones showed no signal whatsoever. An air of incomprehension settled over the crowd. No one knew what had happened. Mr. Mayor, the city's power supply seems to have stopped. The existing power can only last for half an hour. General, there is instability within the army. We can't contact the gas group, the city's heating system will be paralyzed soon. The anti-Superman committee group could be considered the elite representatives of Metropolis at present, including figures from political, military, and business circles. News was constantly being passed to them. The leaders were all overwhelmed. The key issue was that they didn't know what this scene meant. They didn't know, but Thea had already guessed 70 or 80% of it. Unexplained energy rays, a giant glass dome, while others couldn't see, her eye of Horus was unrestricted. Outside the glass dome, there were many other glass products, and inside them, without exception, were various cities. Combining this with the massive robot walking not far away, Thea grimaced slightly. Truly fucking unlucky. This was Brainiac's collection room. That robot wasn't boundlessly huge, rather, she and the others, including the city of over 10 million people, had been shrunk. The opponent's rays completed the shrinking process in an instant, followed by a spatial displacement. Under the public gaze, Thea couldn't fly up, so she could only judge that they should be on an alien spaceship. As for whether it was in the solar system, it was really hard to say. The silver lining was that Gideon's main program had been placed by her into the power armor, and the armor was separated by a spatial ring, so it hadn't been discovered by Brainiac. Otherwise, facing Brainiac, an artificial intelligence that had evolved to the apex, let alone the current Gideon, even the emotional Gideon on the Wave Rider would not be his match. With eternal consciousness and knowledge of the entire universe, in a certain sense, Brainiac was an immortal god. Gideon couldn't be brought out. The moment she was brought out, she'd turn traitor in a heartbeat. There was a reason high-tech planets across the universe prohibited the development of artificial intelligence. Brainiac dealing with low-level artificial intelligence was just like Thea dealing with ordinary people, a piece of cake. He could casually come up with 100 ways to deal with them. Several authorities from the government and business sectors initially thought it was a military experiment. They grabbed General Lane by the sleeve, yelling and spraying spit in his face. The old man explained repeatedly before finally dispelling their suspicions. "Everyone, does anyone know what is going on?" General Lane asked. His gaze seemed to be on the crowd, but he was actually staring mainly at Thea. After all, she was the only supernatural ability user present. The old man didn't actively mention Thea's ability. His thoughts weren't hard to guess. If the situation deteriorated to the extreme, he wanted Thea to save him first. If he pointed out Thea's ability now, a whole pile of people would want saving. Who to save and who not to save would become trouble. There was absolutely no need to increase his own competitors. Several others who harbored the same thoughts as him also stared at Thea with burning gazes. Their thoughts were all about the same: ensure their own safety first, then talk about other things. Thea weighed her words. She hadn't spoken yet when Luther, standing to the side, decided not to let this opportunity to show off pass by. "Go to my laboratory. My equipment detected a ray, but the specific efficacy still requires analysis by experimental equipment." After Luther spoke, he even raised his wrist, showing the crowd the cutting-edge tech he was wearing. Of course, Thea couldn't happily watch him act pretentious. She cleared her throat. "Mr. Luther, no need to go to your lab. I'll tell you right now." Waiting until everyone's gaze was focused on her, she continued, "We people, including the entire city, have been atomized by a type of ray." Atomized? This bunch of businessmen and politicians didn't understand what that meant, but Luther understood. His expression became grim to the extreme. The secretary sitting beside him also gave Thea a look filled with complex emotions. Luther's expression, which usually remained unmoved even if the sky fell, finally showed a trace of panic. This field was too niche. Although he had dabbled in a small part of it, he was far from proficient. His brilliant brain thought rapidly, and unknowingly, sweat beaded on his forehead. Seeing this, Thea let out a light snort through her nose. Actually, Thea didn't understand the knowledge inside this very well either, but she had all of the Atom's data and notes. Atomizing people and then restoring them, this was the Atom's professional field. In terms of intelligence and wisdom, Ray Palmer was definitely inferior to Luther, but Luther studied too many and too broad a range of subjects. Ray Palmer only focused on one thing. In terms of research depth in the atomic field alone, Ray Palmer far exceeded Luther. "Miss Thea, come over here and speak with me." General Lane and several high-ranking officials who knew of her ability squeezed her bodyguard Diggle aside as if they were fighting, dragging Thea to the side to talk. Diggle had served in the military for many years. Although he was retired now, he still had a conditioned reflex to obey generals. Watching General Lane, such a big shot, squeeze him aside, he couldn't figure out why this old general suddenly used so much strength. He looked at the group from afar, a bit bewildered. "Is there any way to get me out of here? I still need to report to the minister." "Right, I also have to report to the president. I have to report to Congress." Several people surrounded Thea, asking in hushed voices. A bunch of rats. Thea despised them in her heart but didn't say it out loud. She focused and sensed her magic circulation, completely no problem. Although she didn't know where she was right now, she wasn't worried at all. At worst, it was within this universe. The lantern ring allowed her to traverse the universe, and the divine artifact bow could travel through time. She couldn't relate to the feelings of these old guys. "Everyone, don't rush. Listen to me slowly. Thea first calmed them down. Old Man Lane was still okay, but one high-ranking official's legs were barely supporting him. Although it will be very troublesome, I can send you back. Giving them a reassuring pill first worked as expected. Hearing her say this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Their demeanor became composed, their legs stopped shaking, and their upper and lower teeth stopped chattering. However, I said it just now, maybe you didn't hear clearly, so I'll say it again, all of us, including this city, have been atomized. Do you understand what this means? We are currently only the size of atoms. What's outside the city isn't some sky curtain, it is a sturdy glass jar. Thea's words were like an iron hammer striking the hearts of the group. Their faces instantly turned extremely ugly. Chapter 390, Seizing the Initiative. Thea ignored their faces, which were dark with humiliation, and continued, even if I send you back, you'll still be in your current state. This is the power of science, not myth or magic. You won't be able to report to any minister or president because you are too small, you won't even register in their world. Telephones will look as tall as mountain peaks to you. Your size might be just slightly larger than a microorganism, even ants would be countless times larger than you. Do you still want to go back? Thea looked at them with a faint, mocking smile and spoke again, your families are all in the city, right? General Lane's daughter, Senator Harris's mother and son, and Ms. Emily's husband. Surely you don't expect them to spend their lives reduced to microbes. The group fell into silence. Thea actually had one more point she didn't say, but they could figure it out themselves, power. Becoming like this, all their authority would vanish. After all, an army couldn't possibly obey a general who could only be observed under a microscope. The same applied to the government officials, voters wouldn't go out carrying high-powered lenses just to watch them give a speech. Then do you have a way to restore us to our original state? Someone asked Thea. First, I need to find the wavelength that shrunk us. Then, using the isotope principle, I'll set up a reverse matrix. At that point, by stimulating the atomic structure. There's Ehrenfest's theorem in modern quantum mechanics. All right, we get it. Several people hurriedly interrupted Thea's long-winded speech. None of them cared what the hell quantum mechanics said, they just wanted to return to their original state. Unfortunately, their voices during the dispute were a bit loud. The remaining people, including those bodyguards, also leaned in, wanting to hear what they were saying. Thea savored the moment quietly. Prestige was forged in moments like this, turning the tide in a crisis. This event was perfect, she could solve it using the atom's theories without exposing any superpowers. Everyone, listen to me. Today wasn't a formal meeting, so Thea wasn't wearing that tacky business suit. Instead, she wore a stylish V-neck white shirt paired with a navy blue short skirt and strapped high heels. Now, putting away her lazy demeanor, she radiated the cold edge of a drawn blade. Her gaze scanned everyone, and those who met her eyes couldn't help but quiet down. It's what I said just now, all of us, including the city, have been atomized. We need to maintain order in the city and then find a way to save ourselves. An old man in the crowd stuttered, will Superman come to save us? Thea almost laughed. 10 minutes ago, this old man was eloquently calling for Superman to obey the Constitution. He wanted to develop weapons to deal with him, and now that there's a problem, he remembers Superman again. Talk about biting the hand that feeds you. The thickness of this man's skin was astounding. Can Superman handle everything for you? If a house catches fire, Superman goes to save it. Because of Superman's existence, we no longer care about fire safety, because there's Superman. Crossing the street without following traffic rules. Superman will come to save people, surely won't die from impact, because there's Superman. Everyone, I haven't seen where Superman is today. We can only rely on ourselves. Thea looked coldly at the crowd. Scattered applause rang out at the scene. These people hadn't completely abandoned their integrity, after all, they were here for an anti-Superman conference. Relying on Superman to save them at the first sign of trouble was just too ironic. Even the conceited Luthor reluctantly clapped twice. Between being rescued by Superman and death, he might swallow his pride to survive, but it wasn't a life-or-death moment yet. He agreed with Thea's words, only regretting that he wasn't the one who said them. Actually, Thea wasn't deceiving them. She really didn't see the men of steel in the city. She saw quite a few acquaintances, like Lois Lane, who appeared wherever there was danger, like the wife of the big guy beside her, ARGUS's Lila Michaels, and her own subordinate Poison Ivy. But Superman. Sorry, really didn't see him. Miss Queen, do you really have a way to solve the current situation? Luthor asked somewhat skeptically. Although it's not 100% certain, my plan is this. To boost their confidence, Thea laid out her anti-atomization process and principles to the group. The group of politicians and generals looked like they were listening to gibberish, their expressions blank. But Luthor truly understood. Although Thea didn't discuss the details, he knew this plan was feasible, and it was technology deduced from Earth's current scientific level. This made Luther extremely unhappy. Superman was stronger than him, but he could say that was because the opponent was an alien. But now, Thea, an Earthling, was suppressing him in his most expert field of science. He couldn't tolerate this no matter what. Proud as he was, he couldn't lie with his eyes open. He only understood 40 to 50% of Thea's theory, and he was calculating in his heart if there were any parts of this technology he could perfect. Luther lowered his head to calculate, trying to find flaws in her theory to salvage some of his dignity. Thea wasn't prepared to let him off. She asked slyly, "Mr. Luther, I heard your scientific research ability is extremely strong. Do you think there are any problems with what I said?" At this moment, Luther had his fingers on his temples. If he were sitting in a wheelchair, he could go play a young version of Professor X. But no matter how fast he spun that brilliant brain of his, he couldn't find any deficiencies in Thea's theory. Facing Thea's question, it was like he was backed into a corner. His head was thinking so hard it was about to smoke. Combining his own knowledge, he could only judge that what Thea said was completely correct. As for improvements, or going a step further, that was just a pipe dream. No matter how smart he was, without a year or so of time, he couldn't reach Ray Palmer's level. Luther forced a smile that looked more painful than a grimace. "I have no issues. Miss Queen's theory is feasible." Huh. Several people who knew him all let out confused sounds in unison, looking at Thea and then at Luther. One had to know that relying on his intellect, Luther viewed this bunch of politicians and generals like imbeciles. Sarcasm and mockery were common occurrences, and he would occasionally tell dry jokes that left these people hanging. Now that he actually publicly admitted Thea's theory was feasible without offering any new opinions himself, what did this mean? It meant Thea's scientific research ability also had merit. If the timing wasn't wrong, several of them were ready to pull Thea aside to talk about new weapons. They had really had enough of Luther showing off his superiority every day. Thea felt incredibly good watching the silent Luther right now. Physical elimination wasn't true skill, knocking him down in his area of expertise was what gave a sense of accomplishment. As for this knowledge coming from the atom, Ray Palmer, and not belonging to her, Thea didn't care. No one would expose her anyway. Moreover, at this point in time, the atom was still out there roaming around. If she said it was Thea's theory, no one would have an opinion. Chapter 391, Television Address. After the group was delayed for a short while, signs of chaos had already begun to appear throughout the city. "Everyone, first gather all the subordinates you can find and bring the city under control. We cannot let people take advantage of the chaos to loot. Then restore the power, connect all electrical equipment to Queen Group's new energy sources. Use traditional methods to broadcast television and radio signals and calm the entire city. Gather all the scientists in the city to work with me on designing this anti-atomization device. And finally, if possible, we also need to seize this alien spaceship." Thea domineeringly assigned tasks on the spot. As for Luther, who had always loved the spotlight, she automatically assigned him to the scientist camp. Everyone felt her first few proposals were feasible, but when they heard that she still intended to counterattack the alien spaceship, the entire group was dumbfounded. "We're on an alien spaceship. Can we even fight aliens? I'm not a soldier. I'll handle logistics instead." The crowd erupted into chaos. Even the bodyguards were rattled. Diggle, Thea's personal guard, stood there with his eyes bulging, his mind a complete mess. Thanks to Hollywood, whenever people of this era thought of aliens, they imagined dazzling, effects-heavy wars. Several bodyguards genuinely didn't believe their pistols could take down extraterrestrials, especially with Superman, a living example of an alien, standing as precedent. Only after they gradually quieted down did Thea explain, "Aliens living among us isn't that strange, is it? With something as absurd as the entire city shrinking, you don't seriously think this was done by some mad scientist on Earth, do you?" Everyone shook their heads in unison. They didn't believe Earth possessed such advanced technology. A few of the angrier ones were still muttering that if this had really been done by an Earthling, they'd beat the hell out of him. "You're already this panicked, ordinary citizens would be even worse. That's why I need to stabilize the situation first before starting the broadcast. Does anyone have a better idea?" Several people in power exchanged glances. They were qualified to compete for leadership, yet they also hoped Thea would save their lives when it mattered. Rationally, they all chose to wait and see. The rest of the group was completely stunned by the news and had no thoughts of leadership at all. Luther did harbor some thoughts about taking the lead, but having lost ground earlier, his momentum was much weaker. Seeing that several major figures remained silent, and lacking knowledge of the full situation, he too chose to wait cautiously. After gathering everyone's bodyguards and guards, totaling more than 200 people, the question arose of where to go first. Thea made the final decision: head to the National Guard base. With power gone and mobile communications cut off, the entire city seemed to have fallen under the devil's control. The darker sides of people's hearts quickly surfaced. As soon as they reached the streets, they witnessed several incidents of robbery and murder. kill on sight. That was Thea's strategy. With the mayor of Metropolis absent, the vice mayor and several councilmen hesitated briefly, then shut their mouths. Those qualified to serve as bodyguards for this group were all excellent shots. Any criminals encountered along the way were shot dead. At the military base, they still ran into trouble. The base officer insisted on an order from the Pentagon before allowing the troops to leave the camp. General Lane spat in his face. In this godforsaken situation, where was he supposed to find the Pentagon? In the end, the old general, together with another lieutenant general and 3 major generals, jointly signed a written guarantee and handed it to the base officer. Only then did they gain command authority over the garrison. Split half the troops to suppress the city unrest. The other half guard the armory. Thea's order was concise. There was no helping it, there were always those who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to steal weapons and advanced equipment. Some colluded from the inside, others robbed openly. Thea had to take precautions early. The police department's command authority was obtained smoothly. With a single order from the vice mayor, just like the military base, half the force went out to the streets while the other half guarded the weapons depot. During the advance, veterans occasionally joined the ranks. General Lane also pulled his daughter into the group along the way. Thea subtly questioned the professional trouble magnate, Lois Lane. As expected, Clark Kent had returned to his hometown in Kansas for vacation and was indeed not in the city. It seemed Superman couldn't be relied on for the time being. Thea, what exactly is going on? Diggle's wife, Amanda's assistant at ArrowVerse, Lila Michaels, found the main group. Using Diggle's connections, she squeezed over to Thea's side and asked in a low voice. In the original timeline, her first marriage to Diggle lasted only a short time. Diggle's pride couldn't endure living off a woman for long, and the two separated peacefully. They only remarried after Diggle joined the Green Arrow team. Now, with Thea employing him, Diggle was doing quite well. Whether it was Amanda or Lila herself, both needed Diggle to maintain contact with Thea. Although the couple still had occasional friction, their tolerance for each other was much higher than in the original timeline. Thea could only explain everything to her again in a low voice. Halfway through, Lois Lane also joined the listeners, citing a reporter's so-called right to know. Aliens. We're on an alien spaceship right now. Lila's ability to accept reality was far stronger than that of the high-ranking officials. She made an instant decision, stay by Thea's side and not leave. Diggle didn't know her thoughts and assumed his wife was seeking his protection. His masculinity immediately surged, and he patted his chest, declaring that he would definitely protect her. Stabilizing a metropolis with a population of 10 million was no easy task. By evening, the chaos was barely brought under control. Those acting on hot-blooded impulse were killed, while those with ulterior motives chose to wait and see. Thea first restored communications among her own people. Luther launched a small satellite over the city, setting up a special channel to temporarily transmit communications. Several major city power lines were also connected to Queen Group's system. The power plant was located in the suburbs and never made it over, so the city could only rely on the new energy independently developed by Queen Group for electricity. Using the Daily Planet's broadcast studio, Thea began her address to the entire city. The reputation she had built in Metropolis earlier proved useful. Most people recognized Thea and knew her as a young, compassionate billionaire. You may recognize me, or you may not. That doesn't matter. But please listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Many people are wondering where the electricity went, where the communication signals went, and where the city's water and gas went. I'm here to tell you, we have been abducted by an evil alien life form. All of us were shrunk using extremely advanced technology and then sealed inside a glass dome. That's right, if you look up now, you can see it. That's not some special metal. It's just an ordinary glass cover you could buy on the market for $2 a piece. Every single one of us has been shrunk. The earth-shattering statement left everyone watching or listening to her speech stunned. Even several criminals who had been shouting about pulling off a big score stopped in their tracks. This was far beyond anyone's expectations. If everyone had been shrunk by aliens, what was the point of robbing money at all? Chapter 392, Assigning Tasks. A homeless man who'd been about to steal food from a burger joint ended up listening to the broadcast alongside the cashier. Several robbers in black masks carrying rifles sat down with the bank employees to hear the horrifying news. A truck driver stopped his vehicle in the middle of the road. With the city sealed off, there was no longer any need to deliver cargo. Small shops closed one after another, no one would be coming to buy anything today. Teachers and students in schools, doctors and patients in hospitals all fell silent. Even a few lunatics shut up. Above the entire city, only Thea's voice remained. Thea left a few seconds for everyone to digest the information before continuing. The evil aliens miscalculated. They underestimated the wisdom of us Earthlings. A group of scientists and I are working hard to crack the method to restore everyone in the city to their original state. As long as you give us a little time, everyone will return to normal. Thea's voice rose sharply from its previous somber tone. As expected, the city's residents were stirred by her words. Although many still half believed and half doubted, the earlier despair finally eased. From the Daily Planet's live broadcast studio, faint cheers could even be heard from certain areas. Thea smiled in satisfaction. She was smiling, but someone was furious beyond measure. Lex Luthor had never imagined he would see a day like this, being casually lumped into a group of scientists. He, Lex Luthor, the smartest man on Earth, had fallen to such a position. It made him grind his teeth in rage. He almost wanted to slap that smug smile right off Thea's face. But no matter how furious he was, scientific research couldn't be brute forced. What you know, you know. What you don't, you don't. He racked his brain studying, so anxious that he lost a considerable amount of hair, yet he had only just stepped through the door of atomization research. To catch up to Thea, who was backed by Ray Palmer's research, even the most optimistic estimate required at least a year. Because although Ray Palmer was a goofball, he was also a high IQ goofball. His intelligence was inferior to Luthor's, but the gap truly wasn't that large. Someone praised even by the 25th century scientist Reverse Flash, how could Luthor possibly catch up to more than a decade of accumulated research just by cramming at the last minute? Citizens, please remain calm. The law still exists. The military and police have already taken to the streets. I have obtained authorization from the council. Anyone causing trouble will be shot on the spot. All you need to do is endure for 2 days and maintain the city's stability. I promise I will send everyone back to Earth. Thea was borrowing authority under false pretenses. Where would she get council authorization? But at this moment, strict laws were indeed necessary to protect the safety of the majority, especially the powerful figures in the room. Without law and authority, they were nothing. Old Man Lane had privately mobilized the military, something that, in peacetime, could get him executed on the spot. He had been uneasy about it. Now, seeing Thea drag the council out to take the blame, he immediately felt much more at ease. After ending the television address, Thea returned to reality. She still had to lead a group of scientists in researching the anti-atomization problem. With a single sentence, Thea pulled the deeply focused Luthor back to reality. Mr. Luthor, how many spacesuits do you have on hand? Ah. Luthor's mind was full of formulas and theories. He had almost forgotten his own name. It took him quite a while to realize she was calling him. He didn't understand why she suddenly brought up spacesuits, but he answered honestly. More than 300. Thea nodded, facing everyone's puzzled looks. Queen Group has over 100 as well. If we collect from various city departments, there may be several hundred more. Everyone still didn't understand why she was saying this, but Luthor caught on instantly. You mean the oxygen composition inside this spaceship is different from Earth's? He truly hadn't considered the oxygen issue. This wasn't because Luthor was stupid or Thea was smarter, it was because Luthor had always lived on Earth, and his habitual thinking hadn't shifted to space combat. Thea was different. She had fought her way to the source wall and back. She could survive in a vacuum, so naturally she thought of this. Exactly. Mr. Luthor is absolutely correct. We don't know where we are, and Superman won't be coming to save us. Thea glanced teasingly at the old man who had previously called for waiting for Superman's rescue. I estimate this spaceship isn't very large. We also don't know whether the oxygen inside is suitable for Earth humans. If everything goes smoothly, the number of people restored in the first batch can't be too large, and they must be combat personnel. Only then can we successfully seize the spaceship. Only then did Luthor realize how much he had overlooked. He took out a device from his pocket and began calculating. No need to check. I already calculated it, Thea said calmly. This glass dome uses some unknown spatial technology. It also captured the oxygen originally within the city. Since we've all been shrunk, our oxygen consumption has decreased proportionally. The oxygen inside the dome is enough for about 10 days. Damn it. After checking himself, Luthor found that it was exactly as Thea said. He was completely speechless. One step behind, and now he was playing catch-up. Originally, he hadn't taken Thea seriously. Now, her status in his mind was steadily rising. She was no longer some dispensable nouveau riche heiress. 10 days. That heavy phrase echoed in everyone's heart. The tasks for all of you are to stabilize the city, search for scientists across various disciplines, and select combat personnel. I estimate the ray emitter will be completed within 3 days. At that point, we'll seize the spaceship first and discuss everything else afterward. After assigning tasks to this group of largely useless high officials, Thea pulled Old Man Lane aside to speak privately. Luthor tried to listen in, but was immediately blocked by 2 fierce-looking guards under the old man's command. What is it? The old man asked, confused. Do you know who our enemy is? Thea asked. Old General Lane shook his head. Thea didn't bother with suspense. A highly evolved artificial intelligence. It has destroyed countless planets. Superman's planet was destroyed by it. At first, the old man listened as if hearing a story. But at the final sentence, his expression changed drastically. He didn't understand alien space warfare, but the comparison of strength between enemy and ally wasn't hard to grasp, especially with Superman as a benchmark. The old man didn't know about the yellow sun. Combining Superman's identical appearance to humans, he subconsciously imagined a planet with 6 billion people wearing blue tights and red capes, then all of them being wiped out by an enemy whose shadow couldn't even be clearly seen. Holy shit. How powerful was this enemy? He had been skeptical before, but recalling how the opponent had silently taken away an entire city, methods only heard of in fairy tales, his legs went weak. He was too frightened to speak. If Thea knew what the old man was imagining, she would definitely scoff. 6 billion Supermen. Are you dreaming? With that kind of power, if 6 billion Supermen came charging in, even God would have to pack up and run. Chapter 393, Preparing for Departure. If Brainiac, whose main body was still deep in the cosmos, knew that Superman's father-in-law held it in such high regard, it would probably laugh until lubricant leaked out. Thea didn't know what was wrong with the old man when his face suddenly turned deathly pale. She waited a few seconds, saw that he wasn't about to faint, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Right now, this ship is only one of many vessels it scattered across the vast universe. Its main body is still deep in space. If we seize this ship, we must intercept its outgoing communication signals. Do you understand what I mean? Thea explained her intent. The old man had just caught his breath, he didn't understand a damn thing. Seeing the blank look on his face, Thea could only explain again. Artificial intelligence is really that powerful? The old man asked uncertainly. Yes. All high-tech planets in the universe prohibit the development of artificial intelligence. I remember mentioning this to you at the Department of Defense, didn't I? We must intercept the ship's signals immediately. This step cannot be done by machines, it must be done manually, by hand, and it has to be covert. I need all hackers under military control to handle this. We can't use civilians. This must remain classified. Only then did the old man roughly understand Thea's strategy. He figured it wouldn't be difficult, he'd already mobilized the garrison, so mobilizing a few detained hackers was hardly an issue. After sending the old man off, Thea kept the government officials outside busy as well. Power was rationed, food and drinking water were distributed according to need, in short, everything was handled strictly according to disaster response procedures. Only then did Thea finally take the group of scientists, including Luthor, to tackle the anti-atomization problem. Several scientists initially refused to accept her leadership, but she stunned them by rattling off piles of theory. Luthor could at least understand 40 to 50%, for the others, understanding 10% already counted as having a solid theoretical foundation. Copying the atoms theory was fine, but applying it in practice still required overcoming many obstacles. The Atom suit only atomized himself. It was impossible to issue everyone a suit now, everything had to be simplified based on the existing theory. And even after returning to Earth, how to restore Metropolis to its original state would still be a major problem confronting Thea. They worked through the entire night and finally settled on a final plan. During this process, Luthor contributed quite a few ideas. At critical moments, he was actually someone very reliable. By dawn, the blueprints were finally completed. The scientists were utterly exhausted. Even Luthor's brilliant brain couldn't withstand an entire night of non-stop work, he lay on the floor staring blankly at the ceiling. These people are really in terrible shape. TSK. Thea hadn't rested all night either, but her physical attributes were 1,000 times higher than those of ordinary people. She could maintain this level of exertion for a year without rest. That was precisely why she could study so many fields at once and still achieve results in each of them. Leaving the scientists to rest, she went outside alone to organize the collection of materials. You with the glasses, collect 3 sets of everything on this list. You, the bald guy in the corner, take 2 people and dismantle the transmitter on the rooftop across the way. Several high-ranking officials were resting, and no one present dared disobey her orders. Countless personnel were dispatched to gather supplies. Fortunately, Metropolis was an international metropolis. In a crisis, no one wanted to make things difficult for themselves. All requisitions and reallocations would ultimately be paid for by the government. Thea herself didn't stay idle. She directed technicians to install equipment, debug circuits, and write control systems. To avoid drawing suspicion, she took a half-day break midway and handed on-site operations to Luthor, who had recovered somewhat. In this world, and even in the neighboring Marvel universe, anyone who relied on technology, hero or villain alike, built their own equipment if they didn't want to expose their trump cards. All of them possessed outstanding mechanical fabrication skills. Lex Luthor, Bruce Wayne, and even Tony Stark next door were all like this. Drop any of them into some backwater country, and they'd easily qualify as top technical specialists. Their mechanical expertise was well above proficient. Thea enjoyed a good sleep. When she woke up, more than half of the equipment had already been assembled. Has the ground beneath our feet been drilled through? Thea asked Diggle. Anti-atomization absolutely couldn't be carried out inside the glass dome, they had to go outside. Half a day passed. In a city of this size, only a dozen people signed up. No one fought for the chance to be restored first. Everyone preferred to let others risk their lives fighting aliens. This suited Thea perfectly. A chaotic civilian population wouldn't follow orders anyway, sending them out would just be feeding them to the grinder. They were better off staying inside the glass dome. She selected 300 people from the military, the bodyguards of various dignitaries, and ARGUS agents. With Thea leading the team, they would form the first group to go out. Thea subtly signaled Poison Ivy and the others to blend into the crowd. She didn't bring them along on this mission. Her Eye of Horus had already confirmed that there was only a single tracked robot on the ship. In a fair fight, even Deathstroke could cut it down. There was no real danger outside. This operation was largely for show. General Lane had provided 12 hackers at once, all mixed into the 300 personnel. Their mission was to manually intercept any signals transmitted by the ship. Everyone, take care. 300 people boarded 3 C-17s and flew from the tunnel opening toward the surface. Chapter 394, Thea and the 300 Warriors. Members of the action team bid farewell to their families and loved ones. 3 aircraft, full of determination and carrying everyone's hopes, roared into the tunnel. It looked incredibly heroic, especially when passing through the lower strata of Metropolis and the tabletop above. The surroundings were pitch black, like plunging headfirst into hell. Within the deep tunnel lurked many bizarre, faintly glowing creatures. Thea piloted the lead aircraft. The flashing light at her tail guided the 2 planes behind her. Afraid the group might panic, all 300 people had been briefed in advance. Anything they saw along the way posed no threat. This was just a hole drilled through a table, not the gates of hell. Those creatures were parasites and microorganisms, terrifying only because they themselves had become small. "Hey, are you scared?" a bodyguard asked the soldier beside him. The soldier was terrified too, his teeth chattering, but could he admit it? If people later talked about how some captain had been scared into wetting himself by a table, how would he ever live that down? "Not scared," the soldier said through clenched teeth. In truth, most of the people aboard the 3 planes were scared stiff. But the atmosphere was strange, no one had the courage to admit fear. Through mutual questions and encouragement, 10 minutes later they finally passed through what they would later jokingly call the Gate of Darkness, actually nothing more than a piece of wooden tabletop. The planes shook slightly. This was because the air composition inside the spaceship differed from that inside the glass dome. Fortunately, all 3 planes had been modified and tested in advance. An hour later, they successfully landed. Everyone disembarked wearing spacesuits. Thea first arranged for several hackers to begin intercepting the ship's signals. The anti-atomization device was pushed out of the aircraft. "Who goes first?" Thea asked. Everyone exchanged glances. Seeing no one respond, Thea knew they still didn't trust a technology that existed only in movies. "Then I'll go first." Worried she might step on them after enlarging, Thea ran far away alone, then shouted, "Begin." Diggle aimed the probe at her and pressed the button. An orange-yellow, nearly transparent beam struck Thea. Before the 300 people's eyes, Thea instantly grew larger, until everyone had to crane their necks and could see no higher than her calves. Only then did they know the device had worked. "Leave 100 people to guard the machine in the tunnel. 200 begin anti-atomization and come with me to seize the ship." The crowd hurried to undergo the ray treatment as Thea scanned her surroundings. Brainiac had collected many things. This was merely one of its countless ships. More than 20 bottles contained major cities from several intelligent civilizations near the Milky Way. In some, signs of life activity could still be seen, others were already utterly silent. "Can these all be freed?" The one asking, pointing at the glass bottles, was Lex Luthor. He was the only non-combatant besides Thea willing to come down. Everyone's spacesuits had communicators. After a brief pause, Thea replied, "Maybe." Leaving Luthor alone to ponder the glass domes, Thea began assigning tasks. She couldn't say she had already scouted the ship and knew there was only one enemy. Necessary search procedures still had to be followed. The ship wasn't small. 50 soldiers were dispatched to cover all corridors. The remaining 150 prepared their weapons and waited for further orders. Gravity inside the ship was lower than Earth's, but it wasn't a vacuum. After brief adaptation, everyone could engage in combat. "Commander, I spotted a green, tracked robot at the K2 corridor entrance. It's mobile, seems to be an enemy." The corridors had all been named by Thea. The reporting soldier wasn't entirely sure and spoke cautiously. Thea ordered him to continue tracking and hold position. After half an hour, with no enemy sightings in the other 49 corridors, she judged the act had gone on long enough and led the main force to the K2 corridor. This world had already witnessed Superman's battle with Zod, so ordinary people were far more accepting of aliens. Still, seeing the owner of this ship for the first time was shocking. Is this an alien, or a robot? The thought crossed many minds. Heavy tracks provided its mobility. Its body was covered in cables and mechanical joints, shaped like a giant insect. Countless mechanical arms and data cables extended from its torso. Its head was an inverted triangle, with two eyes emitting infrared beams as they scanned the surroundings. It spotted us. Attack. Thea knew immediately something was wrong. These soldiers knew too little about high-tech weaponry. With a quick glance, Thea identified 4 or 5 types of detection beams. The enemy had discovered the tracking long ago and was clearly waiting for them to walk into the trap. A sentient AI was far too troublesome. Thea didn't join the fight immediately. She contacted the hackers first. Any signals getting out? Reporting, Commander, we've intercepted 14 signals, 15 now. The dozen hackers had clearly suffered plenty under military custody, their unruly edges had been worn down. Keep intercepting. Tell me when you can't hold any more. Thea said nothing else. If they failed, she had no backup. She couldn't risk deploying Gideon. For now, they could only rely on simulated signals and manual interception. Facing an unknown alien enemy, and wary of damaging the ship, everyone present except Thea and Luther carried rifles. Over 100 M4A1s opened fire simultaneously. Amid the roaring muzzle flashes, the robot calmly activated an energy shield. Bullets splashed against it in rippling waves before vanishing. Use grenades. Thea ordered. More than 10 soldiers with grenade launchers aimed and fired. The rifle grenades struck the shield. This time, the explosions wreathed the robot in crackling electric sparks. It was clear the shield was under heavy strain. Bang. 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 Humans feared damaging the ship, the robot had no such concern. Fire flared beneath its tracks as 4 rockets launched toward the crowd. At the same time, its mechanical hands transformed rapidly. In a blur of motion, 2 arms morphed into cannon barrels as thick as a child's arm, firing 2 dark blue laser beams. Diggle, freeze gun. Freeze guns were extremely difficult to manufacture. Thea had only made 3. Moira and Felicity, both lacking offensive power, had 1 each. Diggle, as her bodyguard, carried the 3rd. As long as it wasn't used often, the radiation wouldn't be excessive. Returning to the battlefield, Diggle was exhilarated, filled with a sense of mission. His tall frame rolled forward, then sideways, steadily closing the distance to the robot. As the soldiers on the other side drew the robot's attention, he suddenly leapt out, squeezed the trigger all the way down, and unleashed the freezing blast straight ahead. Chapter 395, A Hail of Gunfire. The robot was extremely sensitive to energy. It immediately judged that Diggle posed the greatest threat. The gun muzzles aimed at the soldiers rapidly swung around, but it was a step too late. A massive stream of freezing gas blasted toward the ground beneath its tracks. Its body could rely on the energy shield for protection, but the ground under its tracks could not. The absolute zero freeze visibly sealed several meters of terrain beneath it in ice. Fire. Keep shooting, its energy shield won't hold much longer. Thea gave Diggle's combat instincts her approval. With its mobility gone, the enemy was now just a stationary target. With over 100 people, they could grind it down no matter what. Not wanting Thea's people to steal all the glory, Lex Luthor gave a look to the secretary who had followed him down. The secretary pulled out numerous components from the massive backpack on her back. Her movements were lightning fast. Dozens of parts snapped together in her nimble hands, and in under 30 seconds, they formed a strangely shaped firearm. She hefted the heavy, pitch-black weapon. Dazzling arcs of electricity flickered between 2 parallel rails. A railgun. An electromagnetic launcher. Thea instantly recognized the principle and nodded faintly. The secretary took a brief aim, waited a second for the electromagnetic charge to build, then pulled the trigger hard. Even with Thea's exceptional dynamic vision, she only caught a black cylinder being hurled forward by electromagnetic force, slamming violently into the robot's shield. Driven by tremendous kinetic energy, the orange energy barrier flared brightly. The 2 sides locked for a second as the robot poured power into the shield. Unfortunately for it, this kind of concentrated point penetration was its weakness. Even with far greater total energy than the railgun, its surface defense was at a disadvantage. With a sharp crack, the railgun round punched through the shield. The cylinder continued forward, striking the robot's torso, but after breaking through the barrier, its momentum was spent, and it failed to cause real damage. That was enough. Gunfire poured down like rain onto the robot. The artificial intelligence launched a desperate counterattack, infrared targeting, dynamic tracking, full 360-degree fire. Few people it locked onto survived. Diggle, holding the freeze gun, flung a grenade. It didn't explode. Instead, it transformed midair into a massive net crackling with electric arcs. This was an idea Thea had borrowed from Black Manta beating Aquaman senseless with a giant net, especially effective against tough, heavily armored enemies. The electric net wrapped around half the robot's body. The violent surge of electricity fried countless intricate internal components. Diggle pressed his charge at great risk, blasting one of the robot's launch tubes apart with the freeze gun, but he took a hit to the arm and was forced to fall back. The secretary fared no better. She was chased relentlessly by lasers and missiles. Her agility was genuinely impressive, dodging and weaving desperately until she barely escaped the robot's maximum range. The price was steep, the railgun was destroyed, and a bloody gash was torn open across her shoulder. As for Mr. Luther, after ordering her to fire, he promptly ran in the opposite direction to stand beside Thea. The two exchanged brilliant smiles. What they were thinking was known only to themselves. They didn't need to oversee the fight. The soldiers and bodyguards were already fighting with fierce courage. After all, this was a stationary enemy. Over 100 people against one, no matter how bad morale might be, it wouldn't collapse. Send interference data. Thea ordered the hackers to give Brainiac some trouble. Massive amounts of junk data flooded the robot's receiving systems, hundreds of pop-up windows per second, garbled emails, inexplicable installation packages. All kinds of chaotic nonsense, worse than viruses, were shoved down its throat. This tactic was useless against low-level AI, where languages and coding systems didn't match. But it was perfect against Brainiac. Every time it reached a planet, it scanned and absorbed that civilization's knowledge. That meant it could parse this garbage data too. Although Brainiac quickly began intercepting the information bombardment, part of its processing capacity was still tied up. On the battlefield, this translated into a roughly 20% slowdown in aiming and firing. The soldiers seized the opening. Over 100 rifles opened fire at once. The robot showed no weakness. Despite losing one launcher and being harassed by data interference, its firepower barely diminished. Laser beams poured out as if energy were free. For an artificial intelligence, there was no concept of marksmanship. Acquire target. Predict movement trajectory. Fire. If the heat signature vanished, switch targets. If it didn't, keep firing. Thea watched from behind cover, with no intention of intervening. This was only one of the countless billions of Brainiac's distributed avatars scattered across the universe. To balance cosmic energy levels, this was likely one of the weakest, lowest processing power, weakest armament. And yet even this low-spec unit had beaten Metropolis's elite forces bloody. Brainiac's reputation for wiping out worlds and destroying Krypton was well-deserved. Diggle and the Secretary both had damaged spacesuits, but their life support systems were intact. After quick field bandaging, they returned to the fight. The freeze gun and the Secretary's reassembled railgun played crucial roles, not in killing, but in containment. They weren't stupid. They knew the enemy used a precise threat priority system. Wielding advanced weapons made them high-value targets, so neither dared overexpose themselves. After several coordinated exchanges, Diggle and the Secretary developed a rough rhythm. Exploiting the robot's energy evaluation logic, one attacked from the south to draw its focus while the other struck from the north. The robot's weapon spun through 2 full rotations, unable to determine which was the greater threat. The soldiers seized this rare opening. A storm of bullets crashed down. Grenade launchers didn't stop, incendiaries, armor-piercing rounds, acid rounds, no one cared whether the damage types were optimal. Everything was fired. The robot was formidable. Under the barrage, it responded calmly, tanking bullets and selectively deploying partial shields against grenades. But there were simply too many attackers. Its body was riddled with holes. The AI began frenzied calculations, discarding destroyed components and replacing them with internal reserves. Weapon systems and defenses were reassembled mid-battle. But even a fierce tiger can't hold off a pack of wolves. Each reconstruction reduced its size by a third. The original 5-meter body was beaten down to 3 meters, then 2, then 1. After 9 minutes of sustained combat, all its mechanical tentacles were severed. A grenade finally blasted half of its inverted triangular head apart. The orange-red electronic eyes flickered twice, then went dark. On Thea's side, more than 30 soldiers were killed. There were few wounded, the enemy's attacks were too fast and too lethal. Aside from a handful of highly skilled fighters, most who were targeted died outright. The battle was over. For a moment, no one dared step forward. No one was entirely sure the robot was really dead. Chapter 396, The Return Journey. The scene remained frozen for a full minute before a few bold soldiers finally walked over, rummaging through the robot wreckage to see if there was anything worth salvaging. "Miss Queen, aren't you going to take a look?" Luther asked Thea from his position well away from the battlefield. After you, Mr. Luther. Thea had no intention of going over herself. She could tell at a glance whether a living being was alive or dead, but with a pile of machines like this, without Gideon to scan them, she couldn't be certain whether the enemy was truly finished. Thea didn't go herself, but she could command others. Abby, cut the red wire on that arm-like piece of wreckage under your feet. Joe, see that iron box by your left hand. The thing inside emitting a faint yellow glow should be the energy block. Pry it out. Pearl, the thing by your feet is extremely dangerous. Kick it away. Drawing on her extensive mechanical engineering knowledge, Thea pretended to peer through binoculars from a safe distance as she directed the group to systematically dismantle the wreckage. No one objected. In their eyes, Thea was the quintessential scientist type, and commanding from the rear was perfectly normal. They had no idea that this scientist could single-handedly annihilate 80 or 100 robots of this caliber. To the soldiers, Thea was a beauty, a billionaire, a scientist, and a leader all rolled into one. With so many halos surrounding her, none of them expected her to possess much combat prowess. The fact that she was willing to brave life and death alongside them was admirable enough. So even though everyone was being ordered around by her, not a single complaint was raised. The weapon systems, communication systems, and energy supply, once we've stripped those, that should cover it, right? Mr. Luther, what do you think? Still holding the binoculars, Thea continued issuing instructions. The robots, already shattered across the ground, were being dismantled even further. After muttering a few calculations under her breath, she turned to Luther beside her. Now that they were all in the same boat, Luther wasn't about to oppose her. He observed carefully and offered several suggestions, all of which Thea accepted. Neither she nor Luther could assemble a robot from scratch, but taking one apart. Child's play. Scientific principles were largely interconnected. No matter how absurdly powerful Brainiac was, he didn't have technology powered by love, that much was certain. With the only enemy dealt with, everyone searched the spaceship twice more to confirm no threats remained. Only then did they return to the collection chamber and selectively restore another 300 or so people. General Lane needed to stabilize the situation in the city, so he gave the opportunity to be restored to his daughter. In the original timeline, she had experienced a day trip aboard a Kryptonian ship, but in this timeline that journey had been disrupted by Thea. Now, aboard an alien vessel, this could be considered Lois Lane's first real contact with extraterrestrial civilization. She touched this and examined that, endlessly curious. 70% of the dignitaries were restored to normal. They congratulated one another repeatedly and secretly swore that they would never again set foot in Metropolis to attend any damned anti-Superman conference. More than a dozen scientists were also pulled out. Experiencing extraterrestrial civilization for the first time, the group was practically vibrating with excitement. The spaceship's propulsion system, hull materials, and energy weapons became the focus of their heated discussions. The entire marching group moved in relative silence, only their non-stop chatter over the communication channel could be heard. At first, Thea held herself back from interrupting, but eventually she couldn't resist and selected a few components that were close to Earth's current technological level to explain. She had seen more spaceships than these scientists had seen living people. This ship's technology was indeed very advanced, but in the broader universe, it ranked upper middle tier at best. After all, Earth was too remote, and Brainiac wouldn't waste anything particularly sophisticated on this backwater region. Because of the successful deatomization, the scientists had already accepted Thea as one of their own, and each of them humbly began seeking her input. Some answers right, some wrong, and the rest pure speculation. Thea casually deflected their various questions while leading the way toward the main control room. This wasn't due to any foresight on her part. A few military hackers had traced the signal source and pinpointed the location. Pretending she had no idea how to operate the ship, Thea took out a tablet and recorded everything aboard that resembled written text. She huddled with the group of scientists off to the side, throwing out wild guesses and weaving in a few subtle suggestion spells. After continuous brainstorming and pooling the collective wisdom of everyone present, a rudimentary spaceship operation manual was officially produced. First, adjust the oxygen levels on the ship to Earth standards. Then figure out how that artificially synthesized food is actually made. We're full-sized now, so the existing supplies won't be enough. Check our current position. Are we still in the Milky Way? What's this ship's maximum speed? Thea boldly found a crate and perched on it, legs crossed casually. She was becoming more and more adept at commanding others. The scientists and politicians had no clue what to do on their own, so when given clear orders, no one complained. Everyone racked their brains, combining the manual with trial and error to explore the ship's functions. The oxygen issue was easy to solve, setting it to Earth standards was sufficient. Once the environmental tests matched Earth conditions, Thea was the first to strip off the cumbersome spacesuit. For everyone else it was life-saving equipment, but for her it was purely a prop. She didn't want to wear it for a single second longer than necessary. Seeing her exemplary leadership, everyone else followed suit and removed their spacesuits. Several leaders heard that there was no food on the ship. Undaunted, they organized a few soldiers who hadn't yet been restored to their original size to transport food from inside the glass enclosure, then enlarged it for everyone to eat. Thea didn't have time to worry about their affairs. She was examining the ship's flight logs. After just a brief glance, she knew the ship had long since left the solar system. How far are we from Earth now? Thea could understand most of the ship's text even without using the ring. It was essentially written in the universal common language. Luther didn't have that advantage. He was a pure Earthling, but he was still impressive. With his photographic memory, he had forcibly memorized all the symbols. Through deduction alone, he could parse 60 to 70% of the text. Seeing Thea frown, he quickly asked in a low voice. Thea glanced back at him, hesitated for a moment, then told him the truth. According to the flight records, converted into Earth distance units, we're approximately 1.5 light-years from Earth. Luther immediately fell silent. The number 1.5 didn't sound large, but the diameter of the solar system was only 0.003 light-years. This distance was unimaginably vast. This ship couldn't have taken us this far in one jump, could it? Does it have some kind of jump drive? Space folding or similar technology? Several high-ranking officials were popping champagne to celebrate in the distance, while the more pragmatic scientists remained nearby studying the ship's structure. Hearing Thea's words, they all went pale. A round-eyed, portly old man spoke up. Professor Stein, Thea acknowledged first. This man was none other than one half of the Firestorm duo from the Wave Rider, though at this point in time, he wasn't Firestorm yet and had only met Thea yesterday. Thea had initially been quite surprised to find this physics heavyweight in Metropolis. She'd heard he was here to attend some kind of seminar. Professor, you're right. This ship does indeed have jump technology, Thea said, first giving them some reassurance. Then she shifted tone. However, during a jump, the ship's systems were designed around a robot's physical tolerances. That means when the ship passes through a black hole, it will instantly generate enormous G-forces. The human body simply can't withstand them. She handed her tablet to the group. This is the overload data I calculated. It would generate roughly 200 GS. For reference, even our best pilots can only withstand about 9 GS. Chapter 397, Returning to Earth. Some of them examined her derivation process, while others lowered their heads and ran the calculations themselves. Thea scratched her head in frustration. This spaceship speed could exceed the speed of light, but even ignoring energy consumption, flying back normally would take at least a year. The tens of millions of people inside the glass enclosure couldn't wait a year, and this ship couldn't possibly carry that many people either. The only viable option was to use a spatial jump to return to the solar system. However, the tremendous overload produced by a jump was something only Thea herself could endure. Publicly revealing such terrifying physical resilience would inevitably expose her abilities, which went completely against her plans. So what should she do? Thea fell into deep thought along with the large group of scientists. The difference was that the scientists were thinking about how to get home, while Thea was thinking about how to keep up the act. After much deliberation, she decided not to expose herself for the time being and instead contact the nearest Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, and have him help send the ship back to the solar system. Just as she was about to act, she heard the resident troublemaker, Lois Lane, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Superman's here! Superman's here!" The surrounding crowd instantly erupted with excitement, shouting over one another, "Where is he? How do you know he's here? Do you two have some kind of connection?" Watching this scene left Thea a little speechless. Lois Lane and Clark Kent were so close, yet these oblivious Metropolis residents somehow still hadn't connected the dots that Clark was Superman. She really didn't know what to say. That said, Superman showing up was a good thing, at least she wouldn't have to call in a favor. Opening the Eye of Horus, Thea looked outside the ship and immediately spotted Clark in blue with a red cape. His brow was tightly furrowed and his lips pressed into a hard line, clearly he'd rushed here at full speed to rescue his girlfriend. "Clark, this is Thea. The ship is already under control. Come in through the rear diagonal entrance," she said. She'd originally wanted to discuss things outside, but quickly realized Superman was no different from Batman in this regard, he couldn't communicate telepathically either. Letting him in was the only option. "Superman's here. Superman's come to save us. We're saved." The moment Superman entered the ship, everyone inside went wild with excitement. This left Thea feeling slightly annoyed. After all, these weren't ordinary civilians, most of them were government and military personnel. 60% of them were people who normally broke into a cold sweat just hearing Superman's name. Seeing how fervently they rallied behind him now, it could only be said that Superman's approval rating was completely maxed out. "You're not thrilled about this either, are you?" Only Lex Luthor could speak in such a sardonic tone. Deep down, he would rather fly straight back to Earth like this than accept Superman's help. Originally in a foul mood, he noticed the faint trace of displeasure on Thea's face. He'd worn that exact expression countless times over the past year, the feeling that no matter how hard he worked, it could never compare to the acclaim Superman earned with a single gesture. Finding a kindred spirit instantly lifted his spirits. Luthor jerked his chin toward the Superman surrounded by the crowd. A perfect alien, with godlike morality. People worship power and ignore wisdom and knowledge. Thea neither agreed nor disagreed. Pretending not to know Luthor at all, she briefed Superman on the situation. Superman completely understood her decision to hide her true identity. In his eyes, Earth's heroes, whether Thea or Batman, were all like this, one identity in daily life, another in battle. There was nothing wrong with that. After hearing her explanation, Superman didn't hesitate. "I'll push the ship. Can you handle it?" Thea asked quietly via telepathy. Superman couldn't reply directly, only giving a slight nod. Thea thought it over and couldn't come up with a better plan. Worst case, she could always use her ring to replenish him with some yellow energy. After sending Superman outside to prepare, Thea began calibrating their position. Brainiac had never taken Earth seriously, the ship didn't even retain Earth's coordinates. She had to calculate Earth's position herself. Superman was much like Diana in the original timeline, clearly capable of space travel, yet spending decades anchored to Earth. The reason he arrived so quickly this time was entirely thanks to Lois Lane's locator. Otherwise, letting him search the universe blindly, he might never have found them. Once the calculations were complete, the engines ignited. The ship roared to life, spewing massive exhaust flames as it rocketed toward Earth at light speed. Superman waited until the ship reached its maximum velocity, then placed both hands against the rear hull. Using his own flight capability, he added an incomparably massive thrust. 3 days later, when Thea announced that they were about to enter the solar system, cheers erupted throughout the ship. Few people praised Thea, most praised Superman. They had no idea that if Thea hadn't secretly sent a clone wielding a yellow ring to recharge him, Superman would have collapsed long ago from pushing the ship at superluminal speed. To help conceal Thea's secret, and because he didn't want anyone to see him weakened, Superman never entered the ship during those 3 days. After reaching the solar system, he headed straight back to Earth. Several core members of the anti-Superman committee remained ignorant of the truth and became even more wary of Superman's seemingly limitless stamina. Entering Earth's atmosphere in 3 minutes. Begin deceleration. Thea had effectively trained the scientists into ship pilots. Even several men in their 50s and 60s were now accustomed to her commands and hurriedly began landing preparations. Upon entering the solar system, the first to establish contact with Earth was Luthor. He'd launched his satellites all the way out to Jupiter's orbit. Shortly afterward, several military leaders and Thea herself received feedback from their own satellites. Each contacted their respective subordinates and superiors, and thankfully, the cliched scenario of being attacked by nuclear missiles never occurred. Thea's superior was, of course, Director Moira. She likely had a rough idea of Thea's capabilities. A week without news didn't worry her much. She merely said she would come to the site to pick her up, and that she'd be bringing a big surprise. A big surprise? What was that supposed to mean? Thea didn't have time to dwell on it. Before the ship had even landed, Secretary of Defense General Swanwick impatiently boarded the vessel via a transport plane. "Is this ship intact?" The secretary immediately pulled a few people into a small meeting. Before anyone even sat down, he asked the question. The meeting truly was small, only 4 people including Thea, all of whom knew her true identity. Faced with the secretary's question, the generals all turned to Thea in unison. They had no choice. Unlike Luthor, they didn't have the ability to instantly learn an alien language with no connection to Earth's. That was asking too much of a few old soldiers. The damage is minimal. The weapon systems and propulsion systems are still functional, Thea said. However, I do not recommend that the military dismantle it. Why? The secretary asked, puzzled. This is Brainiac's ship. It's only been temporarily suppressed. I can't guarantee there aren't other communication devices on board. You must understand, this is a top-tier artificial intelligence that has destroyed countless planets. Its technology is far beyond our comprehension, Thea said solemnly. The secretary was extremely frustrated. Last time, the Kryptonian ship had been smashed nearly to dust, and the military spent a year with nothing to show for it. Now they finally had an intact alien ship, and still couldn't touch it. Still uncertain, he asked, is that Brainiac you mentioned really that powerful? Yes, Thea replied. The guard we fought this time was only one of its countless avatars. To destroy it, we lost more than 30 brave soldiers. It can produce tens or hundreds of billions of such robots. Once it gets serious, no planet in the universe can stand against it. She had to shatter their illusions. Krypton couldn't stop Brainiac, Earth certainly stood no chance. Chapter 398, Oliver returns. The secretary found himself scratching his head as well. In the end, he could only shelve the issue for the time being and focus on fully restoring Metropolis to its original state first. During the week they were gone, the world's media had gone completely insane. An entire city disappearing on that scale was impossible to cover up even if they wanted to. The other major powers claimed to be concerned, but in reality they were happily watching the spectacle. After some thought, Thea called the secretary aside and whispered a few words to him. What? There are still aliens inside this ship? How many? General Swanwick was startled. Being Secretary of Defense was anything but pleasant, he was dealing with aliens every single day. Anyone who didn't know better might think he was the minister in charge of Earth-alien relations. Thea did a rough estimate. There were more than 20 glass domes, and the number of alien cities inside matched that. Although many lives had perished due to environmental incompatibility, several races with strong vitality had survived, they were simply lacking deatomization equipment. Probably over 100,000, Thea said uncertainly. Seeing General Swanwick's bloodshot eyes and trembling lips, Thea continued explaining. They're all cities captured by Brainiac's ship. I took a look, most of them are intelligent species from nearby star regions. Their technological level is roughly on par with ours. No, this is too big. Even the president can't make this decision alone. I'll report it. Let the people who should be worrying about it deal with it, Swanwick said. After thinking it through, he knew the implications were far too extensive for him to take responsibility. Thea had no objections. Quietly smashing the glass domes and letting over 100,000 aliens die would be far too cruel. Even if others didn't bring it up, Superman had been on the ship. If he ever found out that Thea and the government had killed more than 100,000 intelligent beings, he'd probably snap on the spot. The secretary didn't think that far ahead. He simply felt that issuing an order to kill over 100,000 intelligent lives went against his moral code. But leaving them unattended wasn't an option either. How to deal with them would be left for higher authorities to debate. Thea had no idea that her casual remark would prompt the president to convene an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council overnight. Staffers, think tank advisors, international relations experts, and former leaders all gathered in massive numbers, holding closed-door discussions for 7 days straight. Whether to execute, expel, or shelter them, no consensus was ever reached. That was a story for later. At the moment, Thea was already overwhelmed with work. Brainiac's artificial intelligence had taken the city with ease, but putting it back exactly as it was required an enormous amount of calculation. City planning blueprints, spatial coordinates, angles of deatomization, all of it had to be factored in. The scientists on the ship, including Luther, weren't enough, so renowned scientists from around the world were urgently summoned to assist with the calculations. Thea's old acquaintances, Dr. Silas Stone from the Red Room Laboratory, Reverse Flash from STAR Labs, and Cisco, were all dragged in by various agencies, whether they liked it or not. After working non-stop for an entire day and night, they finally produced a result. Link to Metropolis's glass dome. Coordinates confirmed. Airspace restricted. Activate spatial stabilizer and balancer. After issuing a long series of complex commands, Thea double-checked everything. Only after confirming there were no errors did she give the final order. Activate the deatomization ray. Unlike the deatomization equipment they had developed themselves, the ray built into the ship was at least 200 years more advanced. A brilliant, multicolored beam shot into the glass dome. The moment it made contact, spatial displacement was triggered, using the coordinates calculated by Thea and the others. The empty plain was instantly filled with towering skyscrapers. Bare soil was replaced by asphalt roads, and artificial lakes appeared abruptly across the landscape. Tens of millions of citizens were completely unaware that they had just been restored to their original state. Aside from a few animals in the zoo letting out startled cries, everything was as if nothing had ever happened. Those watching the scene on the monitors were ecstatic. Yeah. Cisco, who had been drafted in, was a little overexcited. He wanted to find someone to high-five in celebration, only to realize the room was full of elderly men and women. The only 3 young people present were himself, Thea, and Lex Luthor. Luthor wore a sour expression, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. Cisco didn't dare provoke him and instead lightly slapped palms with Thea, counting that as celebration enough. The city had been restored, but not without flaws. Thea noticed that the city's sewage system was off by 5 meters in some places, and various oil lines, power grids, and suburban roads were slightly misaligned. But none of that was her problem, let the Metropolis government deal with it. Thea. Not long after she exited the ship, she saw Moira. Mother and daughter rushed into each other's arms in a warm embrace. Come take a look at who this is, Moira said with a broad smile, as a young man stepped out from behind her. Thea. The young man carried himself with calm composure and a stern expression, but upon seeing his family, genuine joy shone through. Oliver. Thea was truly shocked, this wasn't acting, it was genuine surprise. With her usual composure, it was rare for her to show such an expression, but after calculating non-stop for a full day and night, her mind was foggy. Seeing a living, breathing Oliver so suddenly, she couldn't stop her emotions from surfacing. "I missed you so much." Thea hugged Oliver tightly. The memories of her childhood and youth hadn't been buried, only deliberately pushed aside. The emotions were real, and so was the bond of family. Overwhelmed by her feelings, her eyes grew moist, and she couldn't help but regret not helping Oliver sooner. The three of them embraced and wept together. Many of the scientists from the ship, as well as citizens who had come to thank them after learning they'd been restored, quietly watched the scene. The image of a strong, wise, and compassionate girl was etched into everyone's minds, a perfect embodiment of the modern American grassroots hero. Calm in a crisis, decisive in command, yet full of warmth and humanity. The onlookers applauded, offering their blessings to the reunited family. "What a waste of talent, she's still just a woman," someone muttered. Coincidentally, Luther also stood with his own family of three. Though he would have liked to bask in the spotlight as well, he was a 30-year-old man, there was no way he could imitate Thea by hugging his mother and sister and crying in public. Annoyed, he led his mother and sister away. Oliver had returned to the United States 2 days earlier and had already heard about his sister saving the city. Beyond pride, there was only deeper pride in his heart. Still, being surrounded and watched by so many people in such a public setting made him uncomfortable. He quickly pulled his mother and sister along and left the scene right after Luther. Oliver had no idea about the chaos his sister had stirred up over the past few years. The moment he, her biological brother, appeared, his name instantly landed on the desks of countless insiders. The government and the Pentagon copied his entire file from ArrowVerse, evaluating his future potential and his influence on Thea. Several heroes, Superman, Batman, and Martian Manhunter, began gathering information on him through different channels. Meanwhile, several neutral or villainous figures, such as Poison Ivy and Grodd, gathered together, listening to Deathstroke recount his complicated history with Oliver. Chapter 399, Oliver's Ordeal. At this moment, Oliver had no idea that his every move was drawing attention from all sides. As the family left the scene to board a plane back to Star City, they spotted Amanda Waller from afar. Thea knew this woman was signaling that she had repaid her a huge favor. All Thea could do was give a slight nod in acknowledgement. Oliver hadn't undergone any enhancements, but his natural eyesight was excellent. He immediately noticed Amanda and, by instinct, stepped in front of his mother and sister, staring at her warily. Amanda paused for a moment, then instantly realized that Oliver didn't know about the connection between herself and Thea. The more she thought about it, the more interesting she found this family. Without saying a word to them, she left alone with a faint, knowing smile. After returning to the old Queen estate and finishing dinner, Moira went to rest by herself, deliberately leaving space for the siblings. "Let's go for a walk," Oliver suggested. Thea nodded, and the two headed outside together. When they reached the empty graves of Robert Queen and the old Oliver, Thea found herself unsure how to begin. "I know some of what you've been through. I wasn't on the island the entire time these past few years," Oliver said with a smile. "Yao Fei told me." "You didn't know, did you?" He went back to Lian Yu again. Thea's mouth fell slightly open. It seemed Yao Fei's old habits died hard. Why would he go back when things were going well? That man really couldn't live a peaceful life. No need to guess, if Oliver had met Yao Fei again, then he must have also met Shadow. Thea scratched her head. "Sorry. I really did want to rescue you from the island back then, but later I got caught up in other things. No need to apologize. Even back then, I wouldn't have gone with you anyway," Oliver interrupted. With the knot between brother and sister completely untied, the rest was much easier to talk about. "Your skills are pretty good. Did Yao Fei train you again?" Thea had noticed it the moment they met. It was hard to judge how strong Oliver was in the original timeline, but the Oliver standing before her now, compared to people she knew, was about on par with Nightwing, maybe even a bit stronger. Talia al Ghul was busy reorganizing the League of Assassins and definitely wouldn't have taught Oliver. Thea doubted the two of them even knew each other. Combined with Yao Fei's return to Lian Yu, it wasn't hard to guess that Oliver had undergone new training. "Without using any of your weird tricks, want to spar?" Oliver issued a challenge. "Bring it on." After days of playing a role, Thea's hands were itching for a fight. The siblings went to the large training ground behind the Queen estate. Unlike the original timeline, Moira's physical condition had improved significantly, and she exercised regularly. Thea had recommended simple, easy-to-learn karate, relying on raw physical stats to overpower ordinary people, not to become a master, just to have some means of self-defense in an emergency. Melee combat. Seeing Oliver take 2 wooden swords from the rack, Thea had no objections. She tied up her hair, rolled up her sleeves, kicked off her high heels, grabbed 2 wooden swords herself, suppressed her attributes to an ordinary human level, and assumed a stance, waiting for Oliver to attack first. Oliver had originally planned to let his sister strike first, but the moment he felt the aura she released, he immediately changed his mind. Sharp, resolute, unstoppable, any of those words could describe Thea's presence right now. She hadn't even attacked, yet from her stance alone, he knew she was a formidable opponent. His own sister was this strong. Thea was completely different from the girl in his memories. Over the past few years, he'd traveled widely, met many people, and fought countless battles, but in terms of sheer presence, Oliver had never seen anyone who could match her. His competitive spirit flared, and he grew serious. Gripping both wooden swords, he observed carefully before launching the first attack, left hand forward, right hand back. Use your full strength, Thea said calmly, casually deflecting his overhead strike and snapping her right hand blade against his arm without mercy. Oliver reacted instantly. His feet shifted rapidly as he sidestepped, cleverly using the wooden sword in his left hand to block both of Thea's blades at once, while his right sword swept horizontally toward her abdomen. Thea pushed off the ground and leapt backward, her body twisting lightly in midair as her wrist slashed horizontally toward Oliver. The siblings traded more than 10 rapid exchanges. To Thea's surprise, she hadn't gained much of an advantage. Oliver's close combat skills were taught by Deathstroke, but unlike Deathstroke's brutally aggressive style, Oliver's own nature was less domineering, leaning more toward offense within defense. His defense was airtight, yet his attacks were razor-sharp. Though Oliver hadn't reached his peak yet, he was already developing a distinct fighting style of his own. Given time, it wasn't impossible that he could one day catch up to Batman. Thea thought her brother's offense was impressive. For Oliver, however, the feeling was pure shock. Back on Lian, Thea had relied mostly on magic to deal with those 3 enemies. He had no idea her physical skills were this terrifying. By now, Oliver had long surpassed Deathstroke's old teachings and developed his own understanding of combat, yet no matter how he changed his tactics, he couldn't break through Thea's defense. Sensing that trace of competitiveness in him, Thea smiled inwardly. She had no intention of knocking her own brother flat on their first day reunited. After all, they'd grown up together, their bond was far deeper than with Tommy. To spare Oliver's pride, Thea quietly reduced her speed by another 20%. Only then could Oliver finally keep up with her rhythm. After another dozen exchanges, the two finally stopped. Thea confirmed her assessment. Oliver's melee combat was roughly on par with Nightwing's. Factoring in his exceptional long-range talent, with a bow in hand he ranked just below Lady Shiva and Batman among ordinary humans, slightly stronger than Nightwing and Talia. With no interest in continuing the spar, the siblings strolled through the leaf-covered hills behind the estate. What exactly is magic? And do you know John Constantine? Oliver hesitated before finally asking the question that had troubled him for a long time. Magic is a form of energy application derived by ancient humans from demonic languages and various other worldly beings, a way of probing the truth of the world. Why? Did you run into Constantine? Thea replied. I don't know him personally. I just know of him, he's infamous and not exactly a good person. She was puzzled. Oliver shouldn't have crossed paths with Constantine anymore. Hearing his sister's assessment, Oliver thought of certain memories and gave a wry smile. He really is a bastard. I met him on Lian. He was looking for some kind of orb at the time. The Orb of Horus? Thea was stunned. Oliver nodded. That seemed to be the name. Thea's mind raced as she fell silent. Back then, she had taken the orb, traveled to 1918, and handed it to Madame Xanadu. Could it be that Madame Xanadu later buried it on Lian again? The artifact had gone full circle and still ended up in Constantine's hands. John Constantine had met Oliver after all. Fate worked in mysterious ways. Chapter 400, The Alien Management Committee. That night, Thea called Oliver and Moira together and gave them the super gene optimization serum she had developed herself, explaining its functions and precautions in detail. She also handed Oliver the diluted divine blood she had prepared for him earlier. As for how he chose to use it, that was entirely up to him. If he insisted on rejecting supernatural power like Batman did, there was nothing Thea could do. She couldn't exactly pin him down and inject him, could she? Everything was voluntary, the opportunity was there, and the choice was entirely his. Early the next morning, Thea called the mother and son over to discuss another matter. She intended to return to Oliver the shares that should originally have belonged to him. Oliver firmly refused, repeatedly stressing that he hadn't come back for the money. But faced with Thea's even firmer attitude, he finally accepted the division plan. Queen Consolidated could be said to be Robert Queen's life's work. Thea herself wasn't his flesh and blood, after all. Now that Oliver was back, both emotionally and logically, his share should be returned to him. Moreover, Thea had already earned her doctorate, and the group's transformation into a high-tech corporation was a foregone conclusion. She had no desire to hold a PhD title while being followed around by construction workers, excavators, and bulldozers. That image was just too lame. With Oliver's lack of formal education and his solid physique, being a major contractor actually suited him quite well. The new split was simple: strip out Queen Construction entirely and hand it all over to Oliver. With major conflicts looming over the next few years, the construction crews would never lack work, just that the jobs would be tedious. After shedding the construction division, all that remained were the new R&D department, the medical division, and the advanced polymer materials division. Thea's net worth, which had once been close to Luther's and Bruce Wayne's, was slashed by more than 30%, but personnel were reduced by 90%, and headaches by 70%. From now on, all the messes of the construction industry could be Oliver's problem. The easy days didn't last more than 2 days. The debates from the UN Security Council summit finally trickled down to the top levels, and Thea was urgently summoned to the Batcave. The Security Council held a national-level conference, while a smaller meeting was convened in the Batcave for the heroes. Superman, Martian Manhunter, Thea, Diana, and Batman as host, no more, no less, exactly 5. Thea had originally planned to introduce Martian Manhunter and Diana, but to her surprise, the two not only knew each other, they were quite familiar. On reflection, it made sense: Martian Manhunter had lived on Earth for 200 years, and Diana for over 100. Everyone, the Security Council has been debating the issue of those 100,000-plus aliens for 3 days now. What are your views? Batman asked first as the convener. We should restore their bodies first. I only glanced at them back then, but many were already extremely weak, Superman said. We need to confiscate their weapons before we can provide food, Martian Manhunter added. Thea and Diana voiced similar opinions. On this point, the heroes were largely aligned. No one suggested killing over 100,000 aliens. That would be far too unjust. The preliminary direction was set, but a major disagreement arose over resettlement. Based on his own experiences, Superman believed they should foster goodwill toward Earth among the aliens and even arrange jobs for them. Martian Manhunter believed they should be sent away outright. Diana, however, advocated local resettlement, designating specific areas for them to live in. All three believed they were right. Their voices grew louder, and none could persuade the others. Did you meet the president before coming here? Batman asked calmly, watching the argument without any urgency, then turning to Thea, who was observing as well. Just thinking about it made Thea want to laugh. The president actually suggested resettling the aliens in Afghanistan and pulling US troops out. I nearly lost it. Batman gave a soft snort. You're going to New York tomorrow. What's your position on this? Thea answered without hesitation. Accept them. Earth's future requires uniting all forces that can be united. They're intelligent beings too, no less than us. She couldn't bring up hypothetical threats like Doomsday or Darkseid, but the threat posed by Brainiac was real enough. She continued, did you see the robots on that ship? That was just one of Brainiac's countless avatars. Even Krypton was destroyed. I don't think Earth could withstand him. Before Batman could reply, Superman turned his head sharply. Was Krypton really destroyed by that artificial intelligence? About 70 to 80% likely. That's the Lantern's conclusion, Thea replied. Opinions differed on Krypton's destruction, so she didn't state it as absolute fact. Superman fell silent, processing the loss of his people. Martian Manhunter and Diana also lost interest in arguing. In the end, they were worrying over nothing. Their opinions weren't decisive anyway. With Thea clearly siding with Diana, Batman carefully considered the matter and ultimately agreed with the plan to designate settlement zones. It wasn't what Martian Manhunter wanted, but it was a compromise, and he accepted it. Superman could only abstain helplessly. The heroes' opinions were only part of the process. The next day, Thea, whose influence was growing by the day, went to New York to face questioning by the Security Council and persuade them to pass the resolution. Dr. Queen, an elderly delegate, began. Yes, after 5 years of hard study, Thea had finally shed that damned Miss title. This incident fully demonstrated her intellect. The doctorate was well-deserved. Can't those aliens be sent back to their original planets? Thea nodded slightly. Gentlemen, current investigations show that of the 20 glass domes, only 7 still contain life, and their home planets were destroyed long ago. Collecting a planet's core city and then destroying the planet has always been the modus operandi of the Collector, Brainiac. At present, the only planet that wasn't destroyed after a city was taken is Earth. With experience dealing with these people, Thea knew the rules. With Batman, honesty worked. With them, fear worked better. Everyone in that room was a seasoned politician, no fools among them. The implication was obvious: aliens would come again. The logic of uniting against an external threat was something they all understood. The two who had held the hardest stances softened immediately. After making her case, Thea withdrew. The arguments inside continued for another day, and only after Thea had gotten a full night's sleep did they finally reach a conclusion. The aliens would be centrally resettled in the Nevada desert. A specialized coordination, supervision, and management committee for alien affairs would be established to handle all conflicts between aliens and humans. And the chief person in charge would be Dr. Thea Queen. What was this supposed to be? Thea found it a little amusing. A real-life Area 51. Chapter 401, Merlin's Sword. The first thing Dr. Thea did after officially taking office was accept an order to form a guard force. To coordinate interests, how do you coordinate? With words alone. The committee needed its own armed power. After negotiations among all parties, the Guard's authorized strength was set at 5,000 personnel. This would become the armed force under the committee's direct control. At last, Thea had some legitimate, above-board military power. After all, a bodyguard detail had its limits, 100 people was already excessive, and any more would be completely inappropriate. Now that she had received formal approval, Thea immediately laundered over 500 people from Deathstroke's shadow forces, bringing them into the Guard under various identities. These people would serve as the backbone for a long time to come. She also didn't spare the alien cities. Choosing the most populous one, Thea and Farah atomized themselves and infiltrated it, brainwashing and implanting suggestions into several leaders. They fabricated a story that after Farah left Earth, she crash-landed on another planet and was later captured by Brainiac. The future management committee would have 7 seats. The alien cities would elect 3 representatives to occupy 3 seats, while Earth would hold 4. Among the Earth representatives, Thea would take 1 seat, ArrowVerse 1 seat, the government 1 seat, and the military 1 seat. Thea intended to strengthen her own influence. Publicly, she would win over several representatives. Privately, she would sow division among the aliens. She wanted to keep this armed force firmly under her control. There were plenty of restrictions, but the benefits were equally substantial. With the exception of nuclear weapons, all arms could be issued. To guard against aliens with unusual abilities, ArrowVerse also provided part of its less-than-presentable black technology to support the committee. Anti-gravity micromalleable energy nets, electromagnetic signal isolation pods, quantum cages. Whether it was Amanda or Steve Trevor, ArrowVerse was full of crafty operators. They slightly twisted the higher-level resolutions and supplied Thea with nothing but defensive equipment. Naturally, Thea refused. With the 5 permanent members backing her, she could walk into the president's office whenever she pleased. She wasn't afraid of ArrowVerse. Today she could drag in a senator, tomorrow pull over a general, using both soft and hard pressure. ArrowVerse couldn't win in a fight against the big dogs, so in the end they could only provide a set of blueprints for an advanced laser rifle. If you want a finished product, we don't have one either. Develop it yourself. Thea was still dissatisfied. If I develop the finished product myself, who does it belong to then? That's a research task, this isn't a concession at all. Then what exactly do you want? Amanda felt that Thea really was easier to deal with than other superheroes, but that was both an advantage and a drawback. Other superheroes, like Batman, came and went quickly, said what they needed to say, and left. Who else would sit in her office for 3 straight hours? I want to visit the Black Room. Thea stated her condition. Amanda thought for a moment and shook her head. No. No metahuman is allowed into the Black Room. That's an iron rule of ArrowVerse. Any so-called visit would just be an excuse to conveniently pocket a few items. As an ordinary person, she couldn't keep watch over her. That loophole could not be opened. Thea snorted in disdain. In the future, when ArrowVerse faced a major threat, Constantine waltzed in, and no one mentioned any iron rule then. These people never learned until it was too late, but she didn't want to push Amanda too far. Some of the things in the Black Room really were outrageously powerful. From a broader perspective, banning metahumans from entering was a sensible decision. How about this, Thea said. I won't go in. You take it out for me. I only want 1 item. What item? Let me be clear first, those few dangerous artifacts can't be given to you, Amanda said helplessly. A superhero constantly playing administrative games with her, hitting her right where it hurt, this was driving her to misery. ArrowVerse headquarters was right there, even if she wanted to hide, there was nowhere to go. Merlin's sword. Naturally, Thea wouldn't mention Dr. Fate's helmet, the Heart of Darkness that contained Eclipso, or the tank suffused with the Speed Force. Either she didn't fully understand those items or couldn't control them, making them unsuitable for her current situation. If she remembered correctly, Merlin's staff was also stored in the Black Room. After weighing the two for a long time, she ultimately followed an indescribable instinct and chose the sword. Merlin's sword. Amanda hadn't eaten pork, but she'd seen pigs run. She dealt with these items every day. Though she was only an ordinary human, her insight might surpass that of many metahumans. In her experience, such weapons were useless in the hands of normal people, or even most metahumans, and only displayed their power when wielded by someone with a special bloodline. This allowed her to guess a thing or two about Thea's lineage. Considering that the sword really wasn't very useful, Amanda hesitated several times before finally nodding and whispering, "This time, it's not ArrowVerse helping you. Remember, it's my personal favor." Thea smiled without replying. This favor wouldn't be hard to repay. Amanda's talent for courting death was second only to Lois Lane's. Superman wouldn't come to save her. When the time came, Thea could easily step in and pull her out. Half an hour later, Amanda handed Thea a long, narrow box. The call from her bloodline couldn't be faked. Thea didn't open the box on the spot, choosing instead to leave alone, which left Amanda somewhat disappointed. Only after returning to her residence did she open the ancient box. Just from its surface alone, ornate patterns tinged with antiquity, it was clear that it was valuable. Lifting the lid, a nearly transparent sword lay quietly inside. Thea grasped the hilt and drew the sword, flicking her wrist lightly to trace two sword flourishes. Light and fluid, with just the right balance of toughness and hardness. Thea silently praised it. A fine sword. She had seen many good swords before, whether it was Diana's godkiller or her own god-slaying blade, all were top-tier divine or demonic artifacts. In terms of forging materials, this sword of Merlin was slightly inferior to those, but the sensation of bloodline resonance allowed it to unleash several times its normal power in Thea's hands. It followed the traditional English longsword design, with a blade length of 90 centimeters, a cruciform hilt, and no unnecessary ornamentation. When swung, the transparent blade emitted a faint blue glow, a natural reaction caused by merging with the ambient magical energy in the air. Thea channeled her own magic into the sword. The faint blue light instantly deepened, and the blade began to vibrate in a way invisible to the naked eye. If one listened closely, an extremely fine hiss could be heard. With a light flip of her wrist, she slashed upward through the air. A deep blue arc of sword light flashed, and a metal rack 10 meters away was cleanly severed. Thea examined the cut. It was smooth and flawless, not like something sliced by a blade, but more like the result of modern machining, water jet cutting or wire cutting. Aligning the two halves and examining them carefully in the sunlight, the cut surface was minuscule. The sword light was as thin as paper, yet it had sliced through the metal effortlessly. She then fed her various attributes into the sword one by one. Overall, its compatibility was excellent, with only subtle differences between attributes. For example, light aspect sword energy was faster, while dark aspect energy offered greater concealment, and so on. Chapter 402, Controlling the Committee and the Marriage of Two Middle-Aged People. In addition to conventional magical attacks, Merlin's sword itself came with two high-tier spells, one Ice Storm and one Greater Invisibility per day. Thea could cast these spells herself, but releasing them through the sword consumed none of her own magic. In the real world, magic doesn't distinguish between friend and foe, making Ice Storm impractical, while Greater Invisibility was an excellent spell for everyday use and travel. The sword also possessed an extremely overpowered attribute. It contained a trace of the law of luck, subtly and gradually influencing the wielder's fortune. Thea experimented for a long time without figuring out how it actually worked, but with a better safe than sorry mindset, she decided to keep it on her at all times. In modern society, carrying a nearly 1-meter-long sword around every day was obviously impossible. Fortunately, her ancestor was a mage god, not a sword saint. He had already considered this problem for his descendants. Those with Merlin's bloodline could transform the sword into an accessory. Thea chose a necklace. The cruciform longsword shrank and hung around her neck, looking like a simple cross from a distance. Coordinating with the administrators of the alien cities required little effort on Thea's part. All 7 cities were already on the verge of collapse. 3 of them had civilizations inferior even to Earth's, roughly equivalent to the Renaissance era. Thea atomized herself along with over 1,000 people and entered the cities, unleashing various pieces of black technology and scaring the locals senseless. 2 other cities had civilizations comparable to Earth's, but their populations had dwindled to only a few thousand. Faced with an entire planet, they didn't dare make trouble. The remaining 2 cities were more advanced than Earth. They had once developed their own pseudo-artificial intelligences, but these had already been taken over by Brainiac. Just before Thea and her group entered the cities, Brainiac had dismantled the pseudo-AIs completely. Now, seeing a tablet made them tremble, and seeing a laptop sent their blood pressure skyrocketing. Thea unexpectedly harvested a large amount of fear energy from them, showing just how badly Brainiac had traumatized them. Farah's infiltration went very smoothly. Rewriting a few people's memories was enough. They unanimously believed that Farah, who had crash-landed on their planet, had led them in destroying the pseudo-AI, and they publicly elected her as their representative, successfully securing 1 committee seat for Thea. The government seat was confirmed to be held concurrently by Kentucky Senator June Finch. This middle-aged woman was Moira's political ally and the rotating chair of the Anti-Superman Committee. Overall, she was fairly friendly toward Thea. The military representative was another old acquaintance of Thea's, General Lane. 3 seats for the aliens, 1 for Thea, 1 for the government, and 1 for the military. The remaining seat belonging to ArrowVerse remained undecided for quite some time. It wasn't until 2 weeks later, likely due to balancing considerations among multiple parties, that Amanda's appointment was shelved and Steve Trevor was assigned instead. The government handled funding allocation, ArrowVerse provided black tech weaponry, the military supplied conventional arms, and Thea took charge of personnel matters. She showed no hesitation at all and directly promoted her own bodyguard, John Diggle, to the position of military director. Lila Michaels naturally hoped for her husband's promotion. What future was there in being a bodyguard for life? Although she was a die-hard supporter of Amanda, that didn't stop her from indirectly leveraging her connections within ArrowVerse to persuade Steve Trevor and secure internal approval. The military considered Diggle's background in Kandahar Special Forces, while the government factored in his race. All sides were quite satisfied with the choice. In the original timeline, Diggle on Team Arrow often looked like a sidekick, but in reality his military qualities were solid. He was a textbook soldier, being a superhero didn't play to his strengths. Now, taking office in high spirits and leading by example, he brought the 2,000 initially recruited soldiers into excellent order. Forging this force into a tightly bound whole would still take time, but with Thea herself and her promoted personnel in the open, and mercenaries controlled by Farah and Deathstroke in the shadows, controlling the committee, or even pushing it further into something like a World Security Council, wouldn't be difficult as the future grew increasingly dire. Originally expecting to spend the weekend within her jurisdiction, Thea instead received a phone call and immediately flew back to Star City. She had returned to attend a wedding. What made it amusing was that it wasn't a wedding between young people, but the marriage of Felicity's biological mother and Laurel's biological father. When Thea first heard the news, she wasn't particularly surprised. She remembered that in the show, those two had some chemistry, even if it never developed further. But in this timeline, because Felicity and Laurel had met earlier, their parents had also become acquainted sooner. One husband had gone to prison, one wife had gotten divorced. The two middle-aged individuals unexpectedly hit it off and, in short order, came up with a wedding plan. Rushing back to the Queen family estate, Moira, as the mayor of Star City, naturally had to attend to congratulate Detective Lance. As a friend of both Felicity and Laurel, Thea also had to be there. Oliver had recently reconnected with Shadow, and Thea had even noticed that he seemed to be living in Shadow's apartment. Of course, Oliver's public excuse was that he was taking care of Yao Fei's daughter. Shadow was a Star City police officer, so Oliver, as a friend of a police officer, also had reason to attend. Although the three family members had different reasons, their destination was the same, so they headed to the church together. There weren't many people at the church entrance, but Thea recognized quite a few of them. At a glance, she spotted the tall man in a sharp suit with a brooding aura, Bruce Wayne. "What are you doing here?" Thea asked quietly. Detective Lance invited quite a few people from the police system. "I count as law enforcement now, too. Besides, I know Laurel and Felicity as well," Batman said confidently, lowering his voice only at the very end. Thea took a closer look and saw that it was true. Detective Lance was chatting with Commissioner Gordon, and standing beside them was a tall black man with a short buzz cut who occasionally spoke up. Judging by his rank, he was also a detective. "That detective over there, who is he?" Thea asked, realizing she didn't recognize him. "Joe West, a serious and dedicated detective from Central City," Batman replied solemnly. Thea immediately understood, Barry Allen's foster father. Detective Lance certainly had a wide social circle. Leaving Batman with only the back of her head, Thea moved off to the side after spotting Felicity and Barbara. "Hey, how does it feel to suddenly have a stepfather and an extra sister?" Thea joked as she patted Felicity on the shoulder. Felicity's expression was hard to read, neither clearly happy nor unhappy. Her mouth hung half open, and her eyes lacked their usual sparkle. It was obvious the sudden development had caught her off guard. She wouldn't oppose it, but wholeheartedly approving was another matter entirely. The key issue was that she already knew Detective Lance and Laurel. Suddenly becoming one family left the IT was completely unsure what expression she should wear. Thea watched the scene with a grin. Felicity didn't know that Sarah Lance was still alive. During the previous battle at Nanda Parbat, no trace of Sarah had been found. Barring any surprises, she had likely been taken away for special training by Talia's sister, Nissa. Felicity was a few months younger than Laurel and 2 years older than Sarah Lance. When the three eventually reunited, things would surely become even livelier. Chapter 403, Barry Allen. While the three women chatted and laughed, really, it was mostly Thea and Barbara teasing Felicity. Laurel soon arrived as well. Walking beside her was naturally Thea's other biological brother, Tommy Merlin. The two had been tempered through bloodshed and hardship in Gotham. As fellow crime fighters, the restrained aura they carried was even stronger than Shadow's back in Star City. As the leader of the Birds of Prey, Barbara naturally intended to go over and greet them. But after taking just 2 steps, she stopped, because she saw Oliver pulling Shadow aside and intercepting the pair from an angle. "Laurel. Tommy." Watching his best friend and former true love holding hands, Oliver didn't know what he was feeling. Still, he couldn't pretend not to know them, so he stepped forward and greeted them warmly. Oliver. Laurel and Tommy were much the same. They didn't know how to face him either. Although recent headlines had been dominated by Thea saving Metropolis, there were still bits of news circulating about Oliver's return from the island. Naturally, they had seen those reports as well, which was precisely why they had delayed returning to Star City. Longing, guilt, lingering love, friendship, romance, everything was tangled together. Let alone outsiders, even they themselves probably couldn't sort it all out clearly. I heard your brother was also involved with Laurel's sister. He's really promiscuous enough. Barbara said with clear displeasure as she watched from a distance. That's nothing yet. Thea cursed inwardly. In the original timeline, Felicity, and even Helena, the huntress from your Birds of Prey who didn't come today, had both had flings with Oliver. Several women knew full well that he loved Laurel, yet they all forgave him anyway. What kind of absurd, overpowered charisma was that? Barbara only said it in passing and didn't expect Thea to mentally roast Oliver. Seeing how awkward the atmosphere among the four of them was, she quickly pulled Thea and Felicity over to join in. With the three of them added, the mood immediately became much livelier. These 7 people all had connections to one another in one way or another. Laurel herself also felt a bit awkward about the newly blended family, but she had always been generous and didn't reject Felicity. Felicity, though a hardcore introvert in private, had served as vice president of Queen Consolidated for several years and had no trouble handling social situations. After cracking a few jokes, the scene really did take on a sense of sisterly harmony. Thea, did you see Sarah back when you went to Lian? Oliver quietly pulled Thea out of the crowd and asked in a low voice. Thea's high intelligence allowed her to replay past events in a split second. She had indeed saved Sarah back then, and afterward she boarded the Wave Rider. The future Sarah had then handed her over to Nissa. In other words, Oliver hadn't seen Sarah on Lian, he shouldn't know that Sarah was still alive. With time travel, the Wave Rider, and a whole pile of messy issues involved, Thea considered it for a moment before telling him part of the truth. I did see Sarah, but I ran into a lot of trouble afterward and got separated from her. Unless something unexpected happened, she should still be alive. Can you use that magic of yours to find her? No. I could find you because of our bloodline connection. Finding Sarah among countless people is extremely difficult, and the spells I've learned aren't from the divination school. Thea rejected his suggestion outright. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing for Sarah to receive some training. Judging by the fact that she once stole her sister's boyfriend, her personality as a teenager had been pretty terrible. Thea had helped her back then because they crossed paths by chance. She had no intention of going out of her way to search for her now. Ah, hello. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but are you looking for someone? I'm a crime scene investigator, maybe I can help. Before the siblings could finish their conversation, a magnetic voice suddenly cut in from the side. A young man with a sunny face and upright posture smiled as he extended his hand. Barry Allen, forensic investigator with the Central City Police Department. The siblings shook hands with him in turn and exchanged names, becoming acquainted. Oliver felt immediately comfortable with the young man, and his impression of him rose sharply. Thea didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did Joe West think Star City had been too peaceful these past few years, with Detective Lance's salary rising steadily, and decide to expand his network? He'd even brought along Barry Allen, someone completely unrelated to the wedding, to meet people. In truth, Barry Allen himself was also rather conflicted. Joe West meant well, bringing him along to meet people within the police system. Even though they weren't in the same city, law enforcement shared information, and who knew when they might need help from another city's police department. At this point in time, Barry Allen wasn't yet the Flash. He had already paid his respects to several senior figures in law enforcement at the venue, especially after meeting a titan like Commissioner Gordon. Finding himself with nothing else to do, he happened to notice Thea and the other young people chatting and decided to come over and join them. Thea didn't want to get too deeply involved in speedster-related matters. After exchanging a few pleasantries with him, she left the conversation space to Oliver, who seemed naturally compatible with Barry. Before long, Tommy, finding himself surrounded by women, also joined the conversation. 8 people in total, 5 women and 3 men, began chatting together. Ollie, is that your sister? The hero who saved Metropolis. After just a few exchanges, Oliver and Barry had already become quite familiar. Barry glanced at Thea, who was surrounded by the women. Even though she deliberately restrained herself, her temperament and bearing still overshadowed everyone else, like the moon in the night sky, calm and reserved, yet impossible to ignore. Oliver took a sip of wine, his heart filled with pride for his sister. Yeah. I heard Metropolis has already started casting a bronze statue of her. Then, are aliens really real? I heard their sudden disappearance was caused by aliens. Metropolis vanishing into thin air for an entire week was something that couldn't be concealed. The US government wasn't bold enough to claim responsibility themselves, so aliens became the official explanation. Barry had spent years investigating the truth behind his mother's death. That strange red lightning often appeared in his dreams. He desperately sought answers, painstakingly trying to uncover the truth hidden in that night. Becoming an outstanding forensic investigator hadn't brought him any closer to the truth. And then, at this very moment, Metropolis abruptly disappeared from the world. Aliens neatly explained the doubts that had plagued him for more than a decade, but they left him with one burning question: why? Why was he chosen, and not someone else? Faced with Barry's question, Oliver paused in thought. He knew some things about aliens. Thea was responsible for coordinating all alien-related matters, and she hadn't hidden this from the family. Over 100,000 aliens couldn't possibly be confined to a small area forever. Like casual dinner table conversation, Thea had selectively shared some details about the aliens with her family. At first, Oliver had been deeply shaken. Superman was one thing, after all, there was only one of him. But now, with more than 100,000 appearing all at once, his worldview had taken a tremendous blow. Chapter 404, A Spar Between Brothers. Barry, I heard from Thea that there really are quite a few aliens. They're intelligent life just like us, and like the citizens of Metropolis, they're survivors as well. Oliver selectively shared part of what he knew. Unsure of Barry's intentions, he didn't mention specific numbers. The two had just met, so their acquaintance was shallow. Oliver held things back, and Barry wasn't about to reveal his own concerns either. Before long, they shifted to other topics. Barry's imagination was impressive. He actually managed to connect his mother's case to aliens. Thea, who had been quietly listening in, thought it over briefly and then pushed it to the back of her mind. The one who really needed worrying about was the Reverse Flash. This had little to do with her. The wedding was warm and heartfelt. Although there weren't many guests, the atmosphere was exceptionally lively. Detective Lance probably never imagined that, as an ordinary man who had spent his life fighting for the police force, his wedding would end up gathering nearly half of Earth's male and female superheroes. At this moment, Lance was beaming, feeling that life could hardly get any better. After the wedding, Oliver and Tommy left together. The two close friends had far too much to talk about. Seeing this, Thea remembered something and stopped Laurel, who was about to leave. Under Laurel's puzzled gaze, Thea handed her a silver-white briefcase. You know about my abilities, right? This is something I prepared for Tommy. I never knew how to give it to him, so you pass it on. When Laurel's expression shifted from confusion to alarm, Thea realized she had misunderstood. You're overthinking it. Actually. Tommy is my half-brother. This was far too awkward to explain. Thea felt she'd rather fight Brainiac 800 times than bring this up. This was all Malcolm's fault. She glossed over the older generation's affairs and explained the injection details instead. If Tommy asks, don't say it was from me. You know how bad his relationship with his father is. It's only just improved. If Tommy found out his father had something like this, the outcome would be unpredictable. Laurel's not-so-brilliant mind ran through the tangled relationships. All she could think was, your family is really messy. Or looked at another way, whether she chose Oliver or Tommy, Thea would still be her relative. Taking the briefcase in a slight daze, Laurel left, while Thea finally felt a heavy weight lift from her heart. Like Oliver, whether Tommy chose to inject it himself or give it to Laurel was his own decision. They were all adults, Thea wouldn't interfere. After the wedding, the women agreed to go shopping and get beauty treatments together. When they returned to Thea's secret base, they found Oliver and Tommy already there. Officially, the two were sparring. What it really meant was something only they understood. The women had gone on a major spending spree, bags large and small in hand, all in great spirits. Thanks to Star City's excellent public security, population growth had naturally driven commercial prosperity. Star City was now one of the few genuinely safe and stable cities. Who do you think will win? Felicity, the only one who didn't understand martial arts and also the one who bought the most, asked Thea quietly after putting her things away and watching the fight. To be honest, this was the first time Thea had properly watched Tommy fight. After only a couple of glances, she knew Tommy wasn't Oliver's match. This was an era without internal energy or long-term cultivation, combat techniques were limited, and how they were applied depended entirely on the individual. Deathstroke's Kali martial arts came from the Philippines, but Thea would wager that even the art's founder couldn't beat Deathstroke himself. That was the human factor. Oliver's talent for combat was exceptional. Later on, when Ra's al Ghul abandoned Batman and sought Green Arrow as his successor, it spoke volumes about Oliver's value. Stripped of all technological gear, his combat strength was only a notch below Batman's. For Green Arrow, a mere human, to become the eighth powerhouse beyond the Justice League's Big Seven wasn't just about popularity. His strength had been proven by history. Tommy's aptitude lagged far behind Oliver's. Though it was clear he trained hard and had endured a year of brutal trials in Gotham, his innate limits were decisive. Without a major stroke of fortune, he would top out as a lower mid-second tier hero. Most critically, Thea could tell that Oliver had injected divine blood. In terms of raw physical ability, he already completely outclassed Tommy. By rights, Oliver should have ended the fight within 20 moves. Of course, he wouldn't do that to his best friend. Just as Thea had done to him days earlier, Oliver deliberately slowed himself down, and the two exchanged moves convincingly. Tommy spun in midair, drew an arrow, nocked it, aimed, and fired. The entire motion was fluid and aesthetically pleasing. It was obvious how much effort he'd put in. Oliver didn't block it head-on, sidestepping left instead. What he didn't expect was that Tommy, sacrificing his own balance, loosed another arrow while still in the air. This time, Oliver had no chance to dodge. He reached out with his right hand, intending to catch it. Still not enough experience. Thea could see that the arrow's power and angle were nearly perfect. Oliver had underestimated it. He couldn't catch that arrow. A flicker of yellow light, both tangible and intangible, lit up in her eyes. Moving with impossible speed, it struck the arrow directly. With a faint vibration, the arrow dissipated into nothingness, as if it had never existed. The immediate result of Tommy's shot was that he fell straight to the ground. Oliver grabbed at empty air. Both of them turned toward the doorway at the same time, only then realizing a group of women had been watching the whole show. The two men were a little embarrassed. Oliver pulled Tommy to his feet and, grasping for something to say, remarked to Thea, "Your bass is pretty good." Yes, it was originally yours, of course you'd think so." Thea looked at him speechlessly. "Ollie, what are you planning to do next?" Thea still wanted to know his true thoughts. After all, Star City had changed drastically. Criminals still existed, but honestly, not many. After being home for several days, Oliver had thought about it too. His original plan had been to eliminate the names in his little notebook, stopping killing with killing. That was his conviction at the time. But under the butterfly effect of Thea's actions, Star City had changed far too quickly. Malcolm, the ultimate boss, had vanished outright. Of the remaining minor criminals, some had changed professions, others had left for different cities. Less than a third of the names in his notebook remained. Moira controlled the city now. The shadow forces at her disposal couldn't compare to Malcolm's, but passing along information was still possible. In public, Detective Lance cracked down on crime. In private, Shadow and Felicity provided covert support. Star City might not dare claim to be the safest city in the nation, but ranking among the top was beyond doubt. Shadow had also repeatedly warned Oliver not to kill, leaving Green Arrow feeling lost. He had little left to do. Especially now, with Barbara returning to Batman's team in Gotham and Laurel and Tommy back in Star City, 4 heroes, 2 men and 2 women, found themselves staring at one another, hard-pressed to even find someone to pick a fight with. Chapter 405, Oliver's New Enemies. It seemed heaven had heard their thoughts. Less than a week later, Shadow, who was working at the police station, brought them some good news. At last, a reckless villain had surfaced within Star City's borders. The group, who had been idle for far too long, were overjoyed. It didn't matter what he was here for. First, they'd beat the crap out of him. This guy's name is Brick. The limited information we have shows he's been secretly gathering Star City's underground forces. The police tried to surround and suppress him once, but he seems to have a power that makes him impervious to blades and bullets, and he ended up killing his way out of the encirclement. Shadow gave a brief introduction. There was nothing to discuss. Thea had made it clear long ago that her current area of responsibility was Metropolis. Star City was up to them. Shadow, Laurel, and Tommy unanimously recommended Oliver as the leader of this small team. Whether it was to look more compatible with Shadow or because he genuinely liked the color green, Oliver still chose the codename Green Arrow. With her stockpile of black technology, Thea naturally wasn't going to let Oliver head out like he did in the first season of Arrow, wearing a green hood and painting his eyes like a panda while fighting criminals. She gave him a suit of high-density Kevlar armor no worse than the Batsuit, painted entirely green at his request. His bow was a 150-pound American takedown hunting bow. As for Shadow's high-tech trick arrows, he didn't want them. He did notice Tommy copying Batman's grappling gun by making grappling hook arrows, so he crafted a few of his own for mobility. The 4 of them didn't let Thea take part. Fired up and full of confidence, they charged off toward the target location. Half an hour later. Thea. "Come quick, look at Tommy, he looks like he's been poisoned." Oliver burst into the base carrying his friend, shouting between gasps for breath. Thea, who had been in the inner room developing new armor using the body of the cheetah god, hurried out to check. "He is poisoned, but you've been shot too, haven't you?" Thea examined them. Tommy's lips were bluish-purple, his face deathly pale, and black blood was gushing from a wound beneath his ribs, clearly a gunshot wound. Oliver had taken a shot to the shoulder as well. He must have reacted quickly and twisted his body. The bullet grazed his shoulder. A simple bandage would suffice. Why were Tommy and I shot at the same time, yet I'm fine? Oliver asked in confusion. What do you think I injected into you? It was just poison smeared on the bullet, that's all. Thea replied without turning her head. Tommy clearly hadn't injected the god blood yet, otherwise, he wouldn't be in such bad shape. She traced a few intricate runes through the air and pressed them into Tommy's body. After a moment, she cast a spell at a distance and extracted a pale green droplet, about the size of a pinky nail, from inside Tommy, tossing it far away. Plant-based toxin. She took a bottle from her spatial ring, an antidote formulated by poison ivy that could neutralize almost all plant toxins. Since the toxin had already been removed, giving Tommy the whole bottle would be waste. Thea fed him 2 drops. Once his breathing stabilized, she laid him down to rest. Heroes? Can someone tell me what happened? After Tommy was treated, Shadow and Laurel, who had taken a long detour to cover the retreat, also rushed back, their expressions grim. Oliver and Laurel were both older than Thea and felt a little embarrassed. Shadow quietly explained what had happened. In truth, their experience was utterly unremarkable. 25 minutes were spent traveling back and forth, the actual fight lasted less than 3 minutes before they were counterattacked and forced to retreat. Brick is that strong? Thea was skeptical. In the TV series, Brick was a complete clown, constantly showing off, letting anyone shoot him once just to test his endurance. Against someone that brainless, Thea didn't believe that a Green Arrow team upgraded several times over the original timeline could possibly lose. We didn't really exchange blows with Brick, but he did take my arrow head-on with his body. The rumors about him being immune to blades and bullets are probably true. Still, we were mainly beaten by a sniper. His marksmanship was unbelievably precise. I've never seen anyone shoot that well, Oliver said, as the team leader. He then described the sniper's appearance. Thea knew immediately: pinpoint accuracy, a high-tech infrared sight over the right eye, special body armor, a tall black man with a silenced pistol mounted on his arm. Wasn't that Deadshot? What was he doing in Star City, teaming up with Brick? Amanda must have been incredibly busy, otherwise, she'd never have let him roam free this long. A miracle. Oliver didn't ask for Thea's opinion and continued, I know the woman who was dealing with Brick at the time. Her codename is China White. People who know her also call her Chien Na Wei. She's a triad leader. It took Thea a few seconds to recall who that was. It wasn't that her memory was bad, this really was a minor character, the kind with constant petty crimes but nothing major. She pulled up the city surveillance footage of the fight. Looking at the white-haired Asian woman on the screen, Thea clicked her tongue, her skills were mediocre at best. Still, the team composition of Brick, China White, and Deadshot was very solid. Brick tanked damage up front, China White handled close combat with dual blades, and Deadshot provided powerful long-range fire. Compared to that, the Green Arrow team was much weaker. 3 of the 4 were archers, plus Laurel tagging along. Losing to a counterattack wasn't unjustified at all. Moreover, Green Arrow's role in the team hadn't really come through. He lacked coordination with the others. Even though their overall individual skills were stronger, they were still defeated. Teamwork was the most pressing weakness of the current Green Arrow squad. Do you need my help? Thea asked. She doubted they did, but she still offered. Oliver didn't disappoint her. He waved his hand immediately. No. We can handle it. Rely on his sister. If it came to that, what kind of hero would he be? He might as well go back to Lian and fish with Yao Fei. Thea nodded quietly and didn't get involved further. Watching them pull the just-awakened Tommy aside to drill their shortcomings, she returned to working on her armor. As far as she was concerned, Brick was nothing more than a paper wall, one kick would knock him over. From a genetic standpoint, he could be considered mildly mutated, but his extreme toughness came with side effects, namely, a problem with his brain. In a one-on-one fight, Green Arrow could beat him outright. There was no need for her to worry. Her peace didn't last long. Trouble came knocking the very next day. Miss, you may not know me, but Boss Merlin instructed me to seek your help if anything happened, a tough-looking middle-aged man said respectfully. I know you. I even drank at your bar back then. Something happened to Malcolm. Thea narrowed her eyes as she stared at him. Chapter 406, Malcolm is in trouble. The middle-aged man was one of Malcolm's most loyal subordinates. The bar where Thea had gotten drunk earlier belonged to him. Over the past few years, he'd followed Malcolm out of Star City, which was why they hadn't crossed paths again. Though she didn't know his name, Thea still recognized him. Yes, you have good eyes. The middle-aged man wiped cold sweat from his forehead. The courage that usually let him take on 10 men with just a knife had been completely shattered by Thea's scrutinizing gaze. He couldn't explain why, it was simply fear. What happened? Malcolm traveled constantly, wandering across the globe. To be honest, Thea worried about him. This world ran deeper than most people knew. In Star City, Malcolm was nearly invincible, but outside, that was another story entirely. The middle-aged man quickly recounted everything he knew. Get to the point, do you understand what that means? Thea forced down her impatience. She'd listened to him ramble for 5 minutes about Malcolm's recent activities, how they'd cut off some punk's finger for information, how local gangs had chased them across the city. He went on and on without reaching the crucial detail. The point? We didn't find anything important. It's just that the boss missed our weekly check-in, so I knew something was wrong and came to find you. The middle-aged man finally reached the key information, making Thea sigh with relief. Malcolm's subordinate had loyalty in spades. As for competence, that was debatable. You know the relationship between me and your boss, right? I know. Your father and daughter. Good. That makes this easier. Do you know who Malcolm last made contact with? The middle-aged man thought for a moment. I think he was looking for some Brotherhood leader. Thea felt lost at that. In America, Brotherhoods were everywhere. There was the Defias Brotherhood from video games, the Brotherhood of Mutants from the other universe. The major ones could overthrow governments, the minor ones might just be voyeur clubs formed by basement dwellers. The Haitian Brotherhood. At a small tavern in New York. The middle-aged man finally provided a concrete target. Haitian Brotherhood. Papa Midnight's place. Thea asked doubtfully. Miss Queen is wise. Yes, exactly that place. The middle-aged man said obsequiously. Papa Midnight was a well-known voodoo warlock in the dark world, his relationship with Constantine equal parts enemy and ally. He wasn't exactly good, but he wasn't purely evil either. He operated more as an intelligence broker in the magical community. Thea had spent considerable effort investigating modern magicians. The infamous Constantine, Satana touring the world with her stage shows, the archmages and grand alchemists of the cult of the cold flame, including this Papa Midnight, she'd researched them all. This was the twilight age of magic. Magic's glory had faded, replaced by technology that filled every street and alley. Natural magic concentration in the environment was extremely low. Magic had fallen to an awkward position, almost like martial arts in the modern world. No accumulation was possible, or rather, accumulation was simply impossible. As long as you knew the incantations, that was enough. Your spell power wasn't great, but neither was anyone else's. High-power spells existed in books, but few had the mana to cast them. The most obvious example was Constantine. He drank, gambled, and smoked every day, never seriously meditating, yet his spells could match the archmages of the cult of the cold flame blow for blow. His personal cleverness and wit played a role, but so did the fact that his opponents weren't much stronger. Thea had once observed Mr. E of the cult of the cold flame from a great distance. This archmage, who guarded against divination curses and never revealed his true name, was 1,000 times more diligent than Constantine. He practiced obsessively, tantric yoga at dawn, Indian Shakti techniques at noon, Taoist cultivation at night. Ancient and modern, Eastern and Western, anything related to meditation, he tried it all. In ancient times, such practice would be suicide. But in the modern depleted environment, he achieved nothing beyond eye strain. This diligent practitioner's ultimate fate was defeat by Constantine, who didn't train at all. His soul was sealed into a treasured sword, becoming a bargain bin wise mentor spirit. From this, you could see why magical practitioners were so rare in the modern age. Every one of them trained themselves into injuries. In another 100 years, magic would exist only in storybooks and children's tales. This was also why Thea had focused on Shazam and Black Adam instead of these practitioners. Their magic contained too many impurities. Absorbing and converting their power wasn't worth the effort, she'd grow stronger faster just by basking in sunlight. As for this Papa Midnight the middle-aged man mentioned, Thea didn't take him too seriously. At least the Cold Flame members still dreamed of reviving magic's ancient glory. This one. He led street thugs to carve out territory in New York's slums and collected protection money. Whatever hidden strength he possessed would be severely limited. Under the middle-aged man's bewildered gaze, Thea's vision left Star City and flew straight to New York, searching for Papa Midnight. After some effort, she found the intelligence broker. Papa Midnight stood bare-chested, wearing a black trench coat covered in trinkets, holding a cookery knife. He was giving orders to his underlings. A faint magical signature, that was him. Thea set up a soundproof barrier in her office, casually opened a pale blue teleportation portal, grabbed Papa Midnight by the collar, and, under the terrified stares of his subordinates, forcibly pulled him straight from New York to Star City. Now that Thea's magic power had greatly increased, her technique was far more refined than when she'd rescued the former Secretary of Defense. She no longer felt half-dead after a single teleportation. Papa Midnight reacted to the sudden change with an extremely ugly expression, but he still struggled to his feet and swung the cookery with fierce momentum, ready for an attack. Unfortunately, neither person in the room reacted after his display. Malcolm's loyal subordinate stood frozen in shock. A living person appearing out of nowhere, was this real? How did this person just materialize? His worldview shattered like broken glass. Thea maintained an indifferent attitude. She just wanted to ask a question. His overreaction, swinging that knife so tight not even water could slip through, was excessive. She'd wait until he calmed down. Papa Midnight swung until his wrist ached without any enemy attack materializing. Only then did he spare attention to examine his surroundings. Bright, clean windows, clearly a spacious office, and judging by the view outside, they were on a high floor. Inside the room, a dazed middle-aged man and a cold, beautiful office woman. Papa Midnight's head spun. This environment didn't match his world at all. Had he forgotten to take his medicine this morning? How did he end up here? Chapter 407, Papa Midnight. After Papa Midnight calmed down, he quickly identified the problem. This woman was too calm. She ignored his sudden appearance, ignored the blood-stained knife in his hand, and even ignored his threatening posture. Combining several factors, he reached an inevitable conclusion: this woman had brought him here. To the naked eye, she appeared extremely beautiful with outstanding presence. But when he probed with secret voodoo techniques, he was shocked. This person's magical power felt impossibly deep. In the current depleted environment, such a powerful spellcaster actually existed. Papa Midnight suspected she was using an illusion. He couldn't see through it. Like humans unable to perceive gods, though both used magic power, setting combat strength aside, Thea's life level had already transcended these earth spellcasters. The transformation by divine power caused her to emit no magical signature, while this group of spellcasters, with their mortal flesh, looked like walking torches from an energy perspective. Thin-skinned and vulnerable, easy targets. Constantine mocked people for picking up magic rings, sneered at those who found enchanted cloaks, but in truth he was envious. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been that incident trying to steal Shazam's magic power. Who are you? Tell the truth. Papa Midnight felt uncomfortable under Thea's gaze, like she was examining a rare specimen. He pulled a small piece of air-dried human jawbone from his jacket, coordinating hand gestures. The sound he produced resembled a reptile's hiss, attempting to influence Thea's will. Thea snorted contemptuously. She brainwashed people daily, planting suggestions left and right. She never expected someone would try to brainwash her. Look into my eyes, you demon hybrid. This guy had demon bloodline in him, though extremely diluted. Thea didn't want to waste words. She'd ask directly, then throw him back. The Eye of Horus added no energy, just pure emotional impact. Her pale yellow eyes met Papa Midnight's tense gaze directly. Voodoo failed instantly. The intense emotional impact was something even a demon hybrid couldn't withstand. No one was immune to fear. Countless nightmare scenarios flooded his mind, and Papa Midnight's willpower rapidly collapsed. Just as Thea was about to speak, the trembling Papa Midnight pulled a charcoal-like small statue from his jacket. An ordinarily simple movement took a full half-minute. Thea could have stopped him, but wanting to see Voodoo's wonders, she took no action. Midnight tried to crush the statue directly, but his whole body shook like a leaf. He had no strength in his hands. Veins bulged on his forehead, his teeth chattered loudly, and gripping the statue with both hands, he used nearly all his strength before finally snapping it in half. A faint pale green breeze, invisible to ordinary eyes, wound around his body. Drenched in sweat, he finally escaped the nightmare of fear. However, the intense physical exertion left him unable to stand. Impressive method. Thea's eyes brightened. He hadn't eliminated it or endured it head-on. Instead, he'd transferred his emotional energy away. Considering the methods shared between voodoo and shamanism, Thea's mental impact had likely been shifted to somewhere like ancestral graves. Most people threw their fathers under the bus, this guy threw his ancestors. What do you want from me? Papa Midnight became completely cooperative. After using his trump card and discovering that Thea sat calmly in her high-backed chair, still twirling a pen in her pale fingers, clearly not taking him seriously at all. Normally, this attitude would have him calling his thugs to start swinging knives. But he couldn't gauge Thea's depth, and he was no fearless hero. He'd already decided, whatever this was about, he'd bow his head first. I want to ask about something. In the past few days, have you seen someone named Malcolm Merlin? Thea's attitude was excellent, even gentle, like when she'd comforted disaster victims in Metropolis. This attitude nearly made Papa Midnight cough blood. He thought there was some great enmity and prepared to apologize. Turns out it was just for information. Teleportation and mental attacks, all for such a small matter. There was a phone in his bar, couldn't she have just called? Unhappy inside, he dared not say it aloud. Having navigated between legal and illegal worlds for years, he was long past hot-headed reactions. After thinking, he said, I don't think I handled it personally. I need to go back and ask my subordinates. Thea was accommodating. All right. I'll give you half an hour to help me ask. Thanks. Polite words, but her actions weren't polite at all. Thea opened another portal behind him and pushed the sweat-soaked Midnight back through. What the hell? Papa Midnight saw countless spatial fragments flash before his eyes. In less than a tenth of a second, he left the bright, spacious office and returned to his gloomy basement. The only difference, before, he'd been sitting in a chair, now he was weak and leaning against a wall. Papa, you. The thug who'd been reporting earlier hadn't left, staring stupidly at the Voodoo King who was invincible in his mind. Whoosh, gone. Whoosh, back again. Had the boss finally mastered some divine technique? The lackey was dumbfounded, and Papa Midnight was stunned too. After a while, he finally realized he'd returned. Nearly crying, he felt this basement full of blood smell, with wronged souls occasionally wailing, was familiar and comforting. Fortunately, he was a magic practitioner, so he wouldn't dogmatically believe the previous scene was all a dream. Thinking it over, he'd heard of Malcolm Merlin but never met him. He slapped his subordinates awake and ordered them to immediately investigate. Had this person come or not? What did he say? Time, place, people, purpose, ask everything clearly. Papa Midnight worked in intelligence and had an excellent memory. After gathering information from his subordinates, he pondered the potential benefits of this incident, sitting alone in the basement waiting. When the agreed half-hour arrived, a deep blue energy portal appeared before him. This time, Thea didn't rudely pull him through but instead made an inviting gesture. Papa Midnight took a deep breath and calmly walked in. He returned to that office. The previous middle-aged man had left to rest, leaving only Thea sitting alone. The savior of Metropolis, Dr. Queen. You don't look as frail as the newspapers report. You deceived the entire world, you're the most powerful spellcaster I've ever seen. Papa Midnight made his living from intelligence. These days, Thea appeared daily in newspapers, magazines, and various media. Very few people didn't recognize her. Before, Papa Midnight hadn't connected these two people at all. They existed on completely different levels, senators, presidents, those things were far removed from his world. Chapter 408, Target, Cult of the Cold Flame. The series of attacks had left him completely dazed. Forget Thea, if the president had been standing before him, he might not have recognized him either. But half an hour was enough to calm down. The truth was horrifying, yet Thea was indeed someone he often saw in newspapers and on television. He casually flipped through a few newspapers. Words like clever, resolute, calm in crisis, composed and steady, not half a word mentioned she was a supernatural ability user. Papa Midnight burned the newspapers directly between his palms in frustration. All liars. The people in the newspapers were liars, the ones who wrote them were liars, and most infuriating, he believed it without the slightest doubt. However, knowing Thea's true identity offered no help with his current predicament. Without legal status, he couldn't call the police to arrest a billionaire with enormous influence in politics, business, and the military. His ultimate fate would be a bloody battle with New York police on the streets, fighting until dawn. After thinking it through repeatedly, he could only helplessly step through the portal and act as an obedient intelligence informant. Still, before speaking, he deliberately pointed out Thea's identity, trying to salvage some disadvantage. Thea remained completely indifferent. Quite a few people already knew her identity, and more would learn in the future. She'd never expected to hide it forever. Someone like Papa Midnight, operating entirely outside the legal system, could never go to the media with a named report. Ordinary people in the magical world were separated by an artificial wall, there was nothing to worry about. Seeing his words caused no psychological impact on Thea, Papa Midnight ran out of tricks and honestly told everything he knew. Croydon's compass. Thea clasped her hands together, thinking over the information Papa Midnight had provided. The voodoo warlock didn't know how much Thea understood about this magical item, so he explained in a low voice. The compass belonged to a scumbag named Angus Croydon back in the 1930s. This man was trash and eventually died in a sewer. But rumor has it his compass can find all magical items in the world. Most importantly, ordinary people can use it. Papa Midnight spilled everything he knew. Thea felt the item was somewhat exaggerated. If it were truly that powerful, it wouldn't have belonged to some old mage who died on the streets. So you're saying Malcolm Merlin was looking for this compass, and then he disappeared? Yes. My intelligence only pinpointed the compass's location to Norway. After the transaction was completed, he left New York. Papa Midnight wanted to sound tougher, but his confidence was lacking, and by the end he became somewhat humble. Malcolm really couldn't stay idle. Back when Thea had tricked him into tracing his roots, it was simply to avoid conflict between him and Green Arrow. She truly hadn't expected the old man actually had detective skills, relying on all sorts of messy clues, he'd forcibly stepped from the ordinary world into the magical one. Barring accidents, he was probably trapped in some small area. Thea didn't sense any loss in her bloodline. Coupled with Malcolm's resourcefulness and agile skills, there should be no immediate danger, but if too much time passed, that was another story. In the European magical world, the local overlord was the Cult of the Cold Flame. It was a small sect jointly founded by 4 archmages decades ago. Now, its doctrine had grown increasingly twisted, taking on cult-like characteristics. The 4 founders were Mr. E, whom Thea had once observed from afar, who practiced 18 different meditation methods daily and trained himself to exhaustion. Zatanna Zatara's biological father, Grand Magician Giovanni Zatara. They claimed to be direct descendants of Da Vinci, but the old man had been dead for years, and Zatanna was touring the world performing magic shows. The remaining 2 were Archmage Sargon and Alchemy Grandmaster Tanarak. These people were nothing like Papa Midnight. They were all veterans who'd mastered magic for decades. Thea could spy on them remotely, but opening a portal and dragging someone out like she'd done to Midnight was impossible. Voodoo excelled in strangeness over magic, but defense had always been its weak point. Papa Midnight being toyed with by Thea wasn't because he was weak, it was because Thea was strong. Ultimately, magic was a systematic discipline. Offensive formations and defensive barriers were essential knowledge. Trying to grab someone from an enemy's heavily guarded lair, with who knew how many defensive barriers, was harder than a frontal assault. Thea opened a portal for Papa Midnight. She didn't speak, but the meaning was clear, this no longer concerned him, and he could leave. Unexpectedly, Midnight paused for a few seconds. May I ask, where do you plan to look for him next? Switzerland. I'll ask at the Cult of the Cold Flame headquarters, Thea said calmly, as if she weren't going to a cult's lair but simply visiting a neighbor. Papa Midnight felt he was extremely clever. From Thea's tone, he could tell she had nothing to do with the Cold Flame. Judging by her domineering way of asking questions, the probability of the 2 sides fighting was about 90%. Can I come with you? You might not know this, but the Cold Flame's current doctrine is to eradicate all magic users and collect all magical equipment. Thea sized Papa Midnight up from head to toe. This intelligence broker had abundant magic power, only slightly inferior to Mr. E and the others. By Thea's comparison, it was slightly lower than her magic level before absorbing the amulet of Isis. Though he trained for many years, if converted to ancient times when magic power was plentiful, it would only equal an ordinary mage who'd meditated for 10 years. The only flaw was his magic power contained too many impurities. Each circulation placed burden on his body. Over time, practicing until suddenly dropping dead wasn't rare. In combat, this manifested as lack of endurance. After releasing 2 big moves, he'd need rest. Without rest, circulating magic power could hurt him so badly he'd faint. Papa Midnight waited uneasily for an answer. Unexpectedly, Thea changed the subject and asked another question. Are you willing to become my subordinate? Your body is full of hidden dangers. I can help you, and even let you advance further. Thea felt this guy was, at minimum, a magic practitioner. Paired with Deathstroke, the 2 controlling the Dark World's intelligence network wouldn't be difficult. Like she'd done with Deathstroke, she tossed out an imitation yellow ring. Papa Midnight caught it reflexively. In 2 days, I'll lead a team to Switzerland. You can think it over. Wearing the ring allows communication. Of course, if you refuse, the ring will fly straight back to me. After saying this, Thea directly used a mage hand to toss him into the portal. 2 days. Sitting alone in the basement, Papa Midnight stared quietly at the ring in his hand. Needless to say, this ring wasn't easy to wear. There were far too many ways in witchcraft to control others. Judging others by himself, he felt the price wouldn't be small. His desire for power and concern for his life made him hesitate endlessly. Should he ignore Thea and continue living as he was, or take a gamble? Papa Midnight couldn't decide even by dawn. Chapter 409, Preparing to Depart. After Thea sent off her guest, she immediately summoned Deathstroke and Poison Ivy, having them take 300 mercenaries and rush to Switzerland in advance, to the Cult of the Cold Flame headquarters deep in the Alps. As contact with ARGUS grew more frequent, quite a lot of black tech equipment was secretly requisitioned under the committee's name. That's right, cautious as ever, Thea had made 2 sets of preparations. The probability of the other side being reasonable and answering every question was practically non-existent. What remained was beating them into submission. If they harbored resentment, then directly wipe them out. A group of cultists, no matter how you looked at it, they'd be no help whatsoever in Earth's future crises. If their magic was lacking and attacks weak, then simply crush them. If their magic was strange and hidden, then use black technology to forcefully push through. Near the end of the workday, her assistant reported, "There's a gentleman named Barry Allen who wants to see you." Thea didn't know that Oliver had already told Barry quite a lot about her. She only felt it strange he'd come to see her for no reason. Let him in. 3 minutes later, the somewhat familiar Barry Allen greeted Thea. It had to be said, this man truly had charisma. Not physical charisma, but his temperament was exceptionally outstanding. Thea had seen quite a few superheroes. Barry's temperament was like that of a sunny, good-natured guy. Different from Superman's sunshine. Superman had that radiant presence. In Luther's own words, he was like God walking among humans. You'd never think he also ate, slept, chatted, or joked about trivial things. All you could feel was his all-encompassing presence. Barry was much more approachable than Superman. After just a few sentences of casual conversation, the distance between them greatly reduced. I heard Ollie say you're responsible for the alien project. Is that true? Do aliens really exist? Feeling the small talk was sufficient, Barry finally reached his main topic. Thea was slightly startled. She hadn't expected him to focus on aliens. What if his passion got the better of him and he piloted an alien spaceship into space searching for his mother's killer? Would this timeline still be salvageable? She had to dispel this idea. Thea absolutely didn't want to face hundreds or thousands of reverse flashes in the temporal cracks. Thea rotated her office computer 180 degrees. These are the 7 alien races that have currently landed on Earth. I can't tell you where they're settled. Their bodily composition, blood concentration, living habits, we've done some rough statistics. You can take a look. Barry Allen took the computer without even stopping to thank her and examined it carefully. Though he couldn't compare with Batman or Luther, his knowledge was broad, and reading the data posed no difficulty. The more he read, the more he frowned. Barry felt these aliens were ridiculously weak. Judging from the data, some aliens' physical strength wasn't even as good as Earth humans. This was far from the flying through the sky, burrowing into the Earth beings he'd imagined. Dr. Queen, do you think there could be a kind of alien that transcends physical constraints, moving like lightning? Thea waved her hand broadly. You're friends with my brother, just call me Thea. As for your question, I can only say it's impossible. The body is fundamental. No matter how tiny a life form is, even microorganisms, they're still tangible. We live in a material world. This is the conclusion reached by countless generations of human scientists. Please don't question it. Looking at Thea's serious expression, Barry, also a scientific researcher, felt deep respect. This was true scholarly bearing. For a moment, he felt he'd been overthinking things. In truth, Thea was secretly complaining. As a magic user, she was impersonating a scientist and passionately extolling modern science's might. She had no choice, something like the speed force violated physical laws. Forget her explaining it, even if Newton were dragged out, he wouldn't make sense of it. As for the lightning you mentioned, that violates physical laws even more. Fast as lightning is just a figure of speech. That speed is far too great, air friction alone makes it impossible. So the situation you described isn't caused by aliens. You need to have confidence. Aliens aren't stronger than us. The aliens currently on Earth, without our aid, not one would survive. Don't believe the nonsense in movies. You subconsciously place aliens in a dominant position. That's incorrect. To completely extinguish Barry Allen's thoughts, Thea disparaged aliens to worthlessness. In her words, those hundreds of thousands of aliens were no different from refugees. Give them food when you're happy, kick them a few times when you're not. Barry was somewhat stunned. Aliens were really this weak. Though kind by nature, his identity as an Earth human still gave him pride. Hearing Thea praise Earth humans as invincible didn't provoke any resentment. Feeling his doubts were resolved, he directly took his leave and departed. After impersonating a believer in the Church of Science for half the day and successfully fooling Barry Allen away, Thea returned to handling other matters. The European trip, she didn't know how many days it would take. Committee affairs could be handled anytime. As for the few tough guys in Star City, she still needed to make preparations. 1 portable energy defense ring per person. Activating the switch could withstand 1 full M4A1 magazine or 3 rifle grenades. Tommy returned poisoned and took the lesson to heart. Though he hadn't figured out where this divine blood and genetic optimization fluid came from, he obediently began the injections. Afraid they might suffer severe injuries and she couldn't treat them in time, she also prepared 1 healing arrow for each. The arrow shafts contained large amounts of nutrients and a small dose of adrenaline. Poisoned, gravely injured, no matter what, stabbed themselves with 1 arrow. Complete restoration might be too much to say, but at least they could run back on their own. 2 days later, Thea activated the high-level invisibility spell on the Sword of Merlin and arrived alone in Switzerland, rendezvousing with Deathstroke and the others. Papa Midnight ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of power and put on the imitation lantern ring. Emotional energy helped him clear out excess magical impurities in his body. On the surface, his total magic seemed reduced by 1/3, but in reality his magic application became far more flexible. Many witchcraft techniques that previously required finesse could now be cast directly. His strength had increased significantly. Not bad. How are our people doing? Thea glanced at Papa Midnight, nodded in approval, then turned to ask Deathstroke. Infiltrating other people's territory to kill and burn was Deathstroke's specialty. With many years as a mercenary, he'd heard about the cult of the Cold Flame. In his view, these spellcasters were nothing special, especially since the men he brought this time were all elites with top-tier weapons. Wearing his red and black mask, Deathstroke's expression couldn't be seen, but his voice brimmed with killing intent. All ready. We can set off anytime. Good. Then let's go. Remember, we're here to ask questions. Pay attention to etiquette. Thea pulled Poison Ivy and Papa Midnight into the invisibility field, then looked at the more than 300 soldiers armed to the teeth outside the tent, 5 sets of mechanical exoskeleton armor, and 2 M270 multiple rocket launchers, and said with a hint of amusement. Chapter 410, Reverse Speech Magic. Regarding Miss Thea's so-called etiquette, several subordinates didn't really believe it. Deathstroke snorted disdainfully, Poison Ivy gave a hee-hee laugh, and Papa Midnight, recalling his own experience, clasped his hands behind his back and looked out over the distant valley with schadenfreude. Using the cover of night, the group moved extremely quietly. The multiple rocket launchers were left at camp, their attack radius was more than sufficient to hit those cultists. Thea didn't want ordinary mercenaries to know of her existence. The operation on site was entirely commanded by Deathstroke. It had been explained beforehand that the mission was to eliminate cultists. The mercenaries weren't particularly resistant, good people they killed, bad people they could also fight, as long as the money was paid, anything was negotiable. The cult of the Cold Flame members played with spells and might be considered competent at magic, but when it came to constructing their lair, they couldn't even be counted as amateurs. Moreover, they'd long been accustomed to arrogance. It was always them going to cause trouble for others, never had others come looking for trouble with them. The group stayed alert for quite some time, yet there wasn't a single patrol or night watchman. The enemy occupied an ancient medieval castle built entirely of brick and stone. The heavy wooden door carried a strong sense of history, at least, in Thea's opinion, it would make an adequate filming location for Underworld. You, go knock on the door. Deathstroke finally remembered Miss Thea's instruction to pay attention to etiquette and, in a low voice, pointed at a subordinate. The subordinate was confused. Normally, in situations like this, didn't they just throw a few grenades, kick the door open, and charge in killing? Now they were fully armed and standing at someone else's doorstep, and they still had to knock. Though his face was full of bewilderment, the subordinate didn't dare disobey Deathstroke's order. Somewhat awkwardly, he stepped forward and knocked on the castle's wooden door. Watching her people nervously holding rifles and aiming at the main gate, Thea almost burst out laughing. If someone inside shouted, "Who is it?" and the people outside replied, delivering warmth, that would have been even more amusing. Unfortunately, the people inside seemed dead. The mercenary knocked for 2 full minutes and no one made a sound. Others couldn't see Thea, but those wearing the imitation lantern rings could still see her. Deathstroke gave Miss Thea a look. What next? Activate our Italian cannon, no, the M270 multiple rocket launcher. Fire 2 rounds first. Thea said through the lantern ring. The few of them stared at her blankly. This was what you called etiquette, your ladyship. Deathstroke silently nodded. The word fear didn't exist in his dictionary. He motioned for his men to pull back some distance, then took out the radio and ordered the rear M270 to fire 2 rounds to blast open the gate. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 M26A1 extended-range rockets dragged red tail flames and slammed straight toward the wooden door. When the rockets were only 2 centimeters from the door, a burst of metallic, copper-colored light flared up. The rockets were intercepted outright. The violent explosion made the copper light flicker frantically. When the smoke cleared, everyone discovered the main gate was completely intact, as if the 2 rockets had never existed. The magic defense here was quite intelligent. Thea's interest was piqued slightly. Knocking on the door had no effect, but when the energy level reached a certain threshold, the defensive magic activated. The original designer was a genius. However, relying on just these tricks to stop Thea was impossible. See that? The metallic sheen on the door has dimmed quite a bit. Continue the attack, Thea ordered Deathstroke. The M270 carried 12 rockets. Deathstroke continued issuing fire commands to the rear. At the same time, mercenaries carrying anti-tank missiles were also ordered to fire freely. There was no need to focus on the main gate, the enemy's defensive barrier was unified, hitting anywhere would do. For a time, all kinds of rockets, missiles, grenades, and incendiaries were launched in a storm. The cult of the Cold Flame's protective barrier was indeed extraordinary, one could even call it an outstanding work of art. However, those masters had focused all their attention on spellcasters and completely ignored human technological crystallization. If Thea were to attack this barrier head-on by herself, she'd need to spend considerable time identifying the magic arrays, analyzing them, and breaking them. Even with the Eye of Horus's assistance, she'd need half a day just to tear open a breach. But now, with a large force at her back, there was no need to rack her brain. How much did those missiles and rockets cost? Just a few $100,000. Her research on powered armor cost millions daily. This money was nothing at all. A masterpiece of human magic, the final technological treasure, a barrier so perfect it was nearly flawless, was ultimately breached by a group of soldiers through sheer force. The heavy wooden door was blasted to pieces. Deathstroke, holding a grenade launcher in his left hand and gripping a long blade in his right, took the lead and stepped inside. The group passed through a corridor that wasn't very long and arrived at the front courtyard. Night spread across the area, low trees around them swayed in the breeze, and the dim view carried a palpable killing aura. Faint shouts and sounds of battle could still be heard from within the building. What was going on? The group exchanged looks, all somewhat puzzled. They'd just entered, could there already be another group of enthusiastic visitors inside? Whether there was fighting or a dance party going on inside had nothing to do with Thea. She was here to ask questions. She signaled everyone to keep moving inward. Then a kala kala sound rang out. The floor at the exact center of the courtyard flipped open rapidly. Under the turning of mechanisms, a white jade statue of a middle-aged man, about 1 person tall, slowly rose up. The statue wore a hat and suit, held a cane in its left hand, and extended its right arm straight out at shoulder level, 5 fingers spread, pointing remotely at the crowd. Isufer. Refuse, spoken backward, the statue's voice seemed to come from somewhere underground, hollow and weak. Though the voice sounded weak, the effect was astonishingly strong. Many mercenaries retreated more than 10 steps, some even walked straight back to the doorway in one breath. The originally neat formation instantly fell into chaos. Deathstroke and Papa Midnight each retreated a step, one relying on willpower, the other on magic power, to stabilize themselves. Unknown vines burst from beneath Poison Ivy's feet, firmly gripping her ankles. She didn't retreat a single step. Thea also felt an unknown energy affecting her judgment. However, her magic power and will had already reached an extremely high level. With just a slight exertion, she shook off the magical influence. Reverse speech magic. Thea couldn't help but look at the statue. If nothing unexpected had happened, this was Zatanna's father. Somehow, he'd managed to leave a trace of his spiritual power and a small stream of magic within the statue to resist all non-cult members. This spell was truly ingenious. Magic, at its origin, was the power of language. This father-daughter pair had pushed reverse speech magic to the extreme, then ingeniously added their own interpretation. Using magic power to turn the impossible into the possible, turning illusion into reality, this was a magical version of 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds. A genius born 1,000 years too late. Thea couldn't help but sigh. If this man had lived in the Middle Ages, in an era when the natural environment was saturated with magic, his achievements might not have been inferior to Merlin's. She didn't know whether reverse speech magic was something Zatanna's father had researched himself. She only remembered that Constantine and the Nightmare Nurse could also use a few lines of it. Judging from that, it probably wasn't bloodline-based magic. The cult should have the old man's notes, right? After she finished asking her questions later, should she ask for the notes to study as well? Chapter 411, The Civil War of the Cult of the Cold Flame. The matter of learning from the notes could wait. Being forced back by a talking statue wasn't exactly glorious. Some mercenaries suggested taking a detour and climbing over the wall, but Deathstroke shook his head and rejected the idea. He didn't care much about honor one way or another, but Thea wasn't about to let a statue push her around. She gave Deathstroke instructions through the ring. The group pulled back. Deathstroke had the mercenaries test the statue's power one by one. Bullets. Useless, directly rejected. Running fast or walking slow. Also useless. Everyone got forced back, no exceptions. They wanted to exhaust the statue's magic, but Thea discovered the statue's creator had anticipated that long ago. A magic array at its base continuously drew power from the earth itself. To drain it completely, they'd have to level half the valley. Interesting. In a spot the soldiers couldn't see, Thea stepped forward. Reverse speech magic was powerful, sure, but it only had one trick, refuse, and that made it rigid as hell. When it came to pure magical knowledge, Thea was no match for Zatanna's father. But her methods weren't limited to magic alone. Material energy could be refused. Magic could be refused. But how could emotions be refused? Fear. Massive waves of emotional energy shot from Thea's eyes. She didn't just want to destroy the statue, she wanted to study its inner workings and use this opportunity to peek into the mysteries of reverse speech magic. The guardians of OA couldn't refuse fear. The gods couldn't refuse it. And mortals. Even less so. The ground beneath the statue trembled. Fine cracks spread across its surface. 3 fingers on its outstretched right hand shattered outright, but it barely managed to withstand Thea's first wave of emotional energy. Was it because the statue itself wasn't alive? Thea understood now, but so what? Fear as an emotion permeates all matter. Stone might not feel fear, but that trace of spirit left behind by a grand mage certainly could. No one can refuse fear. The second wave of impact, mixed with Thea's magic and fear, crushed the statue's feeble resistance. Its jade hand exploded into fragments. That lingering trace of spiritual power was obliterated by the overwhelming emotional shock. The invisible field around the statue vanished instantly. The jade seemed stained with pale ink, the cracks widening until the whole thing crumbled into rubble. It shattered fast. Thea had barely glimpsed 30% of its inner workings before the statue self-destructed. No doubt the old mage had left behind some failsafe. When the dust settled, Thea covered her nose and walked inward with mild irritation. The mercenaries couldn't see the invisible clash. To them, the statue just exploded for no reason. At Deathstroke's barked orders, they regrouped and charged into the inner courtyard. The inner courtyard was much larger than the outer one. The ground was paved smoothly, clearly the castle's original owner had used it as a training ground. Several archery targets and straw practice dummies still stood nearby. But all that had been shoved aside. Now, the courtyard was filled with several hundred cultists, bare-armed, wearing red robes, faces and bodies covered in markings, hacking each other to pieces. At first, Thea thought these people were just incredibly dedicated, practicing late at night instead of sleeping. But after 3 seconds, she realized she'd misjudged. More than a dozen bodies already littered the ground, and more joined them by the second, becoming silent corpses. 4 figures stood out. A brown-skinned woman with a nose ring was attacking an old man with a long beard. Another person, rail-thin, barely 100 pounds, shirt open, gripping a crimson sword, was slashing viciously at Mr. E, who'd blinded himself through extreme training. Easy to see, the woman and the skinny guy were on one side, the old man and Mr. E on the other. Thea had already seen photos of 3 of them. Aside from Zatanna's father, who was already dead, these were the 3 surviving founders. But where had this nose-ringed woman come from? Did you release charm pheromones? Seeing their group of 300+ enter the courtyard while the cultists kept fighting, completely ignoring them, Thea asked Poison Ivy with confusion. I don't even know these people. Why would I? Poison Ivy rolled her eyes. Strange. Thea couldn't figure out what they were doing. With a less trouble is better mentality, she figured they might as well wait for the cultists to finish killing each other before asking questions. 300 people prepared to watch the show. Good plan, unfortunately, while the cultists were mentally unhinged, they weren't blind. The eyes of those swinging machetes inevitably drifted toward the new arrivals. With so many people, how could they not be noticed? They'd walked in openly. To ensure maximum firepower, there were even 5 mercenaries who'd undergone genetic clinical trials, deliberately equipped with new exoskeleton armor developed by the committee. Excluding freaks like Thea, Batman, and Luther, this was the latest equipment independently developed by human scientists using alien tech. The exoskeletons didn't enhance much, they just mounted a Vulcan cannon on each arm. The ammo they carried was enough for 10 solid minutes of sustained fire. The committee had produced 10 sets total. Now, under a cleverly fabricated pretext, calling it performance testing, Thea had brought 5 sets straight to the cult's doorstep. The 5 exoskeletons were heavy, making deep thunk-thunk sounds as they moved. There were plenty of torches in the courtyard. Firelight gleamed off the pitch-black metal, making them even more conspicuous. The cultists gradually quieted, clearly separating into 2 sides. The truly brainwashed stood at the front, teeth clenched. Those with slightly more sense hid behind the human wall. The 4 at the center of the conflict were relatively clear-eyed. They looked at each other in pairs, their eyes all asking the same question, are these your reinforcements? But seeing the confusion in everyone else's eyes, all 4 were baffled. The old man with a full beard, wrapped in a white turban and dressed like an Indian, was seriously injured. His eyes glowed with faint purple light as he searched for an escape route. Mr. E, though blind, actually understood the situation best. His clairvoyance let him see the 3 people in greater invisibility. Papa Midnight's body, filled with pitch-black magical energy, made him wary, but he felt he could win with effort. Under clairvoyance, Poison Ivy appeared as a mass of green energy, no internal circulation, no blood flow. Was this even human? Some kind of summoned creature? Such a strange life form left him uncertain. As for Thea at the center, she was a walking wellspring of magical power in his vision, a bottomless pit. Calm on the surface, but once angered, unstoppable. Such overwhelming power left Mr. E at a complete loss. Though he could sense her breathing and heartbeat, it still didn't feel human. Could she be an angel descended from the upper realms? The blind old man, Mr. E, automatically retreated to the rear. He'd let his former companions test this group's strength first. Chapter 412, Negotiation failed. Then fight. Both retreated for their own reasons. The nose-ring woman and the rail-thin man, both believing they should lead the cult, exchanged a glance. The thin man calmly took a step back, gesturing for the woman to handle things. "What are you people doing here?" The woman didn't know what the old guys were afraid of. She fearlessly stepped forward and shouted at Deathstroke, who looked like the leader. "TSK TSK." Thea gave her a few looks. Total rebel type. Her skin was rough as sandpaper. Nose rings, eyebrow studs, lip rings, her face was a pincushion. Even more shiny pendants dangled from her body, clinking as she walked. Her clothes, whether torn in the fight or originally like that, hung in tatters. Her brown skin flickered with savage menace under the firelight. "We're here to ask about someone. There's a person named," Deathstroke hadn't finished when the woman cut him off. "Coming to our place to look for someone." "Ha." She laughed like it was the funniest thing she'd ever heard. The cultists backing her joined in. "We only have dead people here." The woman couldn't sense a trace of magic from Deathstroke. To her, he was an ant, so she mocked him without restraint. Deathstroke had roamed the world for years. He'd seen his share of freaks. He wasn't angry, just glanced sideways at Thea. What next? Thea was annoyed. This woman looked like a hippo, was weak as a chicken, and so obnoxiously edgy. No need for more talk, beat her up. Tu-tu-tu-tu-tu, continuous gunfire erupted. 5 exoskeletons, 10 Vulcan cannons, all opened fire simultaneously. Metal bullets, denser than rain, poured down on the enemies. A chill shot up the woman's spine. She waved her hand. A puff of smoke appeared, and her figure flickered to the rear. The mercenaries thought she was a leader and worried Deathstroke might want her alive, so they didn't focus fire. Plus, she was genuinely fast. At the cost of one ear getting shot off, she managed to save her life. She had spells and barely escaped disaster, but those brainwashed heretics didn't. The result of flesh and blood against a metal storm was 40+ people getting mowed down instantly. Severed limbs everywhere. A few tried hiding behind corpses, but they got shredded too. Kill these heretics. The cold flame burns people, leave no one alive. The rail-thin man was terrified too. He raised his sword high, but his feet stayed planted. Attack. Deathstroke gave the order simultaneously. The roar of firearms echoed through the ancient, evil-soaked castle. The one-sided slaughter the mercenaries expected didn't happen. The cultists had already put aside their civil war and banded together in groups. The cold flame burns people. The cold flame protects me. Following their chants, dozens of so-called devout believers rapidly melted like candles. Green smoke burst from their eyes, ears, mouths, and noses, gathering into clumps midair. Large and small, a group of abstract white mist monsters appeared before the mercenaries. Behind them, the ground was littered with skeletons of heretics burned down to bone. Some kind of half-real entity formed by burning human souls. Looks scary, but it's nothing special. Use the quantum cage. Thea gave the order. Deathstroke gestured. 3 mercenaries with slender firearms took aim. 2 fired to either side, the third fired 5 meters ahead, then slammed a button. The 3 points formed an equilateral triangle. Azure electrical light flared up within the area. This was one of ArrowVerse's black tech toys, an electric field containing a weak nano-level disintegration beam. It had been developed by imitating Superman's heat vision, but its offensive performance sucked. ArrowVerse repurposed it from offense to defense. Useless against Superman, but against ordinary superpowered individuals. Lethal. The smoke monsters could stay in subspace, but only briefly. Once they entered the material world, the nano-level disintegration rays sliced them into particles invisible even under a microscope. The smoke monsters screamed silently. When damaged, they retreated into subspace to recover. When they re-emerged, they got damaged again. Under this endless cycle, several smaller monsters exhausted their energy and vaporized. The remaining larger ones merged, forming a 3-headed, 6-legged beast that tried to charge out of the quantum cage. The mercenaries held their firearms and engaged the remaining cultists wielding machetes. The cult of the Cold Flames leaders didn't just stand by. The rail-thin man holding the sword, Grand Alchemist Tanarak, pulled a golden stone from his pocket and hurled it at one corner of the quantum cage. Streams of powerful acid corroded the area. One of the triangular emitters vaporized instantly. Without a stable energy source, the quantum cage flickered twice and dissipated into the air. Government lapdogs. Use whatever you've got. Tanarak shouted. No wonder he assumed that. The equipment Deathstroke provided was all top tier, 300 fully armed men, black tech gear, exoskeletons. No ordinary force could field this. Put the clues together, and the idea that they were a government agency here to capture them for dissection naturally emerged. Though he shouted boldly, he himself still didn't move. His feet were nailed to the ground as he pulled out a pile of items, preparing his defenses. Want to meet him? Thea turned and asked Papa Midnight. Papa Midnight was sharp. Though Thea phrased it as a question, he knew there was no room for refusal. He also wanted to see how much stronger he'd become, so he nodded slightly, indicating he'd fight. Smart man. Suggestion spells weren't very effective on magic-side individuals. Thea had learned that when they first met. If Midnight hadn't cooperated, she'd have had to use other spells to control him. With a light tap, she cancelled Papa Midnight's invisibility. The Voodoo King, his body adorned with various trinkets, stepped out from the ranks. Midnight. You sewer maggot, how dare you bring people to run wild in the cult of the cold flame? The mercenaries didn't recognize him, but Papa Midnight was nearly their equal in power, so they knew him instantly. The nose-ring woman and Tanarak cursed furiously while wondering inwardly, had they pushed him too hard? Had he outright betrayed them and brought an army? Papa Midnight's temper wasn't good either. Back then, it had been 4 against 1, he couldn't win head-on, so he'd had to endure. Now things were different. In his view, Thea alone could handle at least 3 of them. He himself could take 1. Add Poison Ivy, whose nature was impossible to decipher, and the odds were heavily in their favor. No need to grovel. Reaching into his robe, he pulled out a pure white human skull. Didn't you want my skull of the dead? I brought it for you. He spat a mouthful of fresh blood onto the skull. It seemed to come alive, the jaw clacked together, spewing a stream of foul-smelling black wind toward the others. Chapter 413, The Grand Magician Sargon Who Courted Death. Tanarak glanced back in frustration at Grand Magician Sargon, who was lying on the ground playing dead. Dealing with voodoo warlocks was what Sargon did best, but unfortunately, he and Sargon's daughter had earlier joined hands to ambush him, completely tearing their relationship apart. Mr. E's eyeless face looked at him with a half-smile. It seemed Tanarak would have to step up himself. An alchemist fighting a voodoo warlock was an odd matchup, but Tanarak, who looked down on Papa Midnight in his heart, still stepped forward. A street punk who can't even make it onto the stage dares run wild in the cult of the cold flame. The Grand Alchemist swept a glance and roughly judged the poison gas's composition. He flicked his hand and tossed out 2 bottles of solvent, one clear, one cloudy. The potions mixed mid-air into a gas with a hint of fresh fragrance. It neutralized Papa Midnight's poison spray outright. Midnight showed no weakness. He pulled out a palm-sized dark brown skeleton and silently chanted. The skeleton expanded with the wind, but judging by its bone structure, it didn't look like modern human remains. So small. Is this human? Deathstroke looked at the skeleton Midnight threw and asked Thea with confusion. The thing wasn't even a meter tall, had it been a dwarf in life. That should be a Lemurian skeleton, from a civilization on Earth even older than Atlantis. For present-day humanity, it's a super prehistoric civilization. Thea was quite interested. She hadn't expected Papa Midnight to have such treasure. Lemurians were divided into giants and dwarves. Barring accidents, this skeleton belonged to the dwarf race, born psychics. But supernatural abilities were tied to bloodlines. Dead for hundreds of thousands of years, trying to squeeze the last bit of value from the skeleton that crumbled at the slightest touch really wasn't simple. Papa Midnight had thought this through long ago. He gave the skeleton a small hand drum to carry. The dark brown skeleton slowly beat the drum. Invisible psychic shocks intermittently shot forward in a cone. The Grand Alchemist's willpower wasn't high, and he was forced to retreat repeatedly by the psychic assault. At the critical moment, Mr. E, who practiced 18 sets of meditation techniques daily, stepped forward. Ripples radiated from his hands as he engaged Papa Midnight. Whether he intended to leave the inscrutable Thea and Poison Ivy to his companions, no one knew. The Grand Alchemist had been played by a voodoo warlock he looked down on, and resentment surged. He stopped holding back, continuously slapping the ground. Amid booming impacts, 2 massive steel golems ran out from the backyard, their enormous bodies quickly appearing before everyone. Kill them. The Grand Alchemist pointed at the mercenaries. Thea was mildly surprised. These earth spellcasters really did have good stuff. Midnight's super prehistoric skeleton, and now these steel golems, all extremely valuable. Letting everyone blow them up with missiles and incendiaries would be wasteful. Thea gave Poison Ivy a look. Poison Ivy's eyes instantly turned emerald green. The steel golems, which had been striding heavily toward the crowd, suddenly had massive vines burst from beneath their feet. Influenced by Poison Ivy's chlorokinesis, the vines' growth speed was heaven-defying. The vines, which initially could only entangle, had already slowed the golems in less than 10 seconds. The golems were immensely strong and charged forward tirelessly. Vines as thick as a child's arm snapped under tremendous force. 1 snapped, 2 more wrapped around. 2 snapped, 5 or 6 took their place. In less than 30 seconds, the two steel golems were still struggling fiercely but couldn't advance an inch under the mass of vines. Seeing this, Mr. E shrank back and pulled his battlefield with Papa Midnight further aside. By now, the Grand Alchemist sensed something was wrong. He pulled out a handful of powder and threw it toward Poison Ivy and Thea. "Hiding yourselves, come out." The powder was scattered, yet it violated physics. Thrown dozens of meters, it only dispersed 5 meters in front of Thea. Poison Ivy casually waved her hand. A green wall of plants rose from the ground's cracks, blocking all the powder. "Play with them for a bit." Thea changed into a black robe, covering herself head to toe, and reached out to cancel their invisibility. Except for Mr. E, who'd noticed earlier, the remaining 3 all gasped. Poison Ivy sat atop an incredibly vivid, gigantic man-eating flower. The flower alone was 3 meters tall. With roots, stems, and branches fully spread, it was at least 10 meters across. Did Earth really have plants this big? Facing powerful external enemies, Sargon and his daughter, who temporarily made peace, looked toward the Grand Alchemist. Among them, he had the widest knowledge. The Grand Alchemist Tanarak shook his head. This thing didn't look naturally grown. As mages, they often summoned strange species. A gigantic plant didn't surprise them. What left them dizzy was they couldn't see through Poison Ivy's essence. Was she alive or dead? If alive, her internal circulation was completely different from humans. If dead, she could breathe, and there was no aura of death, only a dazzlingly bright aura of life. Like Mr. E before them, the 3 regarded Poison Ivy as some kind of summoned life form from another realm. As for the summoner, who else but Miss Thea beside her, dressed like a necromancer? Poison Ivy was full of vitality but had no magic, so they were merely wary. But Thea? They were completely dumbfounded. This person's magic was simply too deep. The Nose Ring Woman, who'd just begun learning magic basics, and Tanarak, who focused on alchemy and rarely accumulated magic power, only felt she was formidable. Among those present, aside from Thea, the strongest, Grand Magician Sargon, felt things far more deeply. Pure, heavy, profound, vast, none of these words sufficed to describe this magic power. Sargon couldn't figure out what kind of being this was. Driven by curiosity, he used a secret technique to peek at Thea's inner essence. He was the oldest and had seen too much. Even if she were an angel descended from higher realms, it wouldn't surprise him. But the scene he imagined didn't appear. He seemed to be standing alone in the void. Up, down, left, right, front, back, everything was pitch black. Subconsciously, he lowered his gaze. As his vision descended, the void grew darker and darker until it swallowed his sight. He could no longer see anything. Only his cultivated spiritual power was warning him, "You are looking into the abyss, and the abyss is looking back at you. If you want to see tomorrow's sun, you'd better get out now." He didn't know this was the psychic shield Thea had learned from Martian Manhunter. Yellow fear energy wrapped around the mind. Having been ambushed by his daughter and betrayed by a close friend, his willpower had already dropped to nothing. Looking at Thea's magic reaction from afar would have been fine, but he just had to court death by trying to look at her inner essence, resulting in him smashing headfirst into the psychic shield and a magically modified psychic maze. All kinds of hallucinations appeared one after another. Spellcasters he'd tortured to death, demons of hell, monsters of the abyss, nightmares from spatial interlayers, countless species, some seen and unseen, appeared around him. His spiritual power was exhausted to the extreme until it was completely drained. His vision filled with endless emptiness. He could no longer perceive any information from the outside world. Chapter 4:14, Gem Magic. Lost in Thea's mental labyrinth, this Grand Magician, who could be compared to Zatanna's father, had his spiritual power completely exhausted. His entire mind fell into total silence. His breathing grew weaker and weaker. Finally, his legs stretched out, his neck tilted, and with a strange smile on his face, he died. Holy hell. The 2 people who dealt with him for half a lifetime, along with his daughter, were completely dumbfounded. "You just died like that without warning. Did you consider we're still fighting? Are you messing with us? What about unity? Do we even care about teamwork anymore?" If they knew this powerful companion had died just because he took one extra look at someone in the crowd, they'd be even more horrified. Mr. E, who'd been evenly matched with Papa Midnight in a hard-fought battle, was knocked off balance. He had to use 2 trump card spells consecutively before barely regaining his footing. "Old bastard. Give me your magic. Old bastard, say something. Come hit me." The Nose Ring Woman went crazy, shaking her father's corpse back and forth, as if she could shake his magic power loose. Unfortunately, when someone dies, it's like a lamp going out. The magic inside Sargon's body was like a prisoner breaking free, dispersing in all directions. Ah. The Nose Ring Woman could naturally see this. Like a wounded beast, she threw her head back and roared. "Stop screaming. Help me fend off the enemy. Tanarak was about to lose his mind. What kind of teammates are these? The strongest mage had died for no reason, and the burden had fallen onto him, an auxiliary member, and it was a bottomless burden at that. The situation had deteriorated to the extreme. Even if the nose ring woman was a newcomer, she could at least provide some help, right? He stared nervously at Thea. Deathstroke and Poison Ivy waited for orders while the mercenaries used bullets to thin out the smoke monsters and cultists. The outskirts of the battlefield were lively with fighting, but the center was momentarily quiet. So what was Thea doing? She was busy organizing a big gift package. This unlucky Grand Magician could be considered the second humanoid gift package she'd encountered. The previous one, Martian Manhunter, had also fallen to fear-based emotions, but at least back then Thea had to personally collect the knowledge. This one was different, he delivered himself right to her door. His spiritual power was annihilated by hallucinations, and a massive amount of memory was intercepted by Thea. At first, she was puzzled where all this was coming from. It wasn't until the old man breathed his last that she understood. As the soul-carrying memories dissipated, the old man left behind everything he'd learned in his life for Thea. In terms of raw function, it was far inferior to what she'd gained from Martian Manhunter, but the profession matched perfectly. A massive amount of knowledge about spell applications, secret techniques, strange arts, and rituals was completely absorbed by Thea. You go ahead. Leave that blind guy in the suit. Everyone else can be killed. Thea continued sorting through her gains. From the old man's memories, she knew Mr. E handled all external affairs. Asking him about Malcolm would be enough. The others didn't have particularly formidable methods, Poison Ivy and Deathstroke could handle them easily. Sargon's memories were truly extensive. The old man had lived over 90 years and was the eldest of the four. During his lifetime, he'd traveled all over the world and learned a great many spells. The reverse speech magic Thea had been a little envious of. He could also use it, just not very proficiently. Sargon's signature spell was gem magic. He could use special techniques to seal spells into gemstones, and when using them, he only needed to recite a specific word to release the spell. Very similar to spell scrolls in games. By stockpiling spell gems in advance and throwing them all at once during battle, very few opponents could withstand it. The old man's attacks were sharp, Zatara's reverse speech magic had astonishing defensive power, Mr. E handled reconnaissance, and the alchemist Tanarak was responsible for crafting magical items and dismantling mechanisms. At their height, the four of them could be called the strongest mage team in the world, bar none. Unfortunately, even the deepest friendships couldn't withstand the erosion of time. Zatara's death created a rift among the once close four. That rift kept widening until today, when Tanarak and Sargon's daughter directly led half the cultists in rebellion, ambushing and severely injuring Sargon. In the original timeline, their plan succeeded perfectly. Sargon's daughter seized her father's magic, Mr. E surrendered outright, and the cult of the Cold Flame suffered no losses. But Thea's sudden and bizarre intrusion completely rewrote the scene. Old man Sargon, possessed by who knows what, took that one look and looked himself to death. Without obtaining his magic, the nose ring woman became useless, and the situation deteriorated beyond repair. Carefully analyzing the sequence of events from Sargon's memories, Thea couldn't help but sigh at how perfectly timed their arrival had been. 10 minutes earlier, they hadn't fallen out yet. 10 minutes later, the nose ring woman would have inherited the old man's magic and spell gems. Could this be the luck attribute of the Merlin sword? Thea touched the sword hanging around her neck as a necklace, thinking uncertainly. Still, with this humanoid gift package delivering itself right to her doorstep, her luck was indeed pretty good. Thea glanced at the battlefield. Deathstroke hadn't asked Poison Ivy for help and was fighting the alchemist Tanarak alone. The alchemist, who originally hadn't taken Deathstroke seriously, was stunned by the barrage of anti-magic bullets and was forced to pull out self-made alchemical items to hold on. Deathstroke's grenade launcher had been magically modified by Thea. The ammunition it now fired consisted of high-speed armor-piercing rounds engraved with anti-magic arrays. Thea didn't have time to make each bullet individually. She crafted one prototype, then used AI to repeatedly scan the array engraving, letting modern machinery carve it out bit by bit. Fully automated equipment, producing only a few rounds daily. The machines faithfully replicated her carving technique. The resulting anti-magic bullets had slightly less spiritual essence than handmade ones, but they were convenient and efficient. All these bullets were concentrated in Deathstroke's hands. He'd also been injected with the super gene optimization fluid Thea prepared, causing his physical attributes to soar. Though he was a bear-like brute, his movements were now as nimble as an eagle's. He slashed left and right around Tanarak, while an invisible arm behind him controlled firearms to fire various rounds at the alchemist's magic barrier. The alchemist was never known for abundant magic, he was auxiliary. His combat experience was worlds apart from Deathstroke's. Without his barrier, he was just flesh and blood. Deathstroke's great blade moved so fast it left afterimages. Tanarak didn't think his 100-plus-pound body could withstand that. The alchemical items in his hands were being consumed rapidly, leaving him drenched in sweat, yet he had no way to break the deadlock. Poison Ivy watched the battlefield with a giggle. She wasn't particularly fond of fighting. If no one paid attention, she entertained herself. Yes, entertained herself. She released charm pheromones from time to time, bewitching a few cultists into swinging machetes at their former companions. She was having an exceptionally good time. Chapter 4:15, Constantine and Zatanna. Controlling cultists into killing each other, restraining 2 steel golems, and simultaneously keeping an eye on the nose-ring woman, who was screaming hysterically but posed little real threat, to prevent her from interfering with Deathstroke's fight. Poison Ivy seemed busy, but in reality, none of it was particularly strenuous. The heretics might look ferocious, but they were all just ordinary people. Add chronic malnutrition and their habit of bleeding themselves dry for rituals and blood sacrifices, and their physical condition was actually worse than normal civilians. The nose-ring woman was also just a newcomer to the magical world. She shouted with earth-shaking fervor, but in Thea's estimation, if Damien activated his full suite of tech, magic, and martial arts, he could take her down without much trouble. She really wasn't a serious threat. Poison Ivy's potential was enormous. She effortlessly controlled the flow of the battlefield. Her methods were bizarre and mysterious. She wasn't a mage, yet she was more troublesome than most mages. Of everyone present, Thea was most optimistic about Ivy's future. While everyone else fought fiercely, Thea dragged Sargon's corpse over. The old man's head was wrapped in cloth, making him look like an Indian. Since Thea had already claimed his gift package, she had no interest in his darkened corpse. From his side, she took out a small cloth pouch. Opening it, she found 5 or 6 brilliantly gleaming gemstones inside. Thea picked up one gem and, amid the deafening battle sounds, calmly examined its quality by torchlight, as if nothing unusual were happening. She curled her lips in disdain and silently cursed. Poor bastard. Though she wasn't as obsessively knowledgeable about gemstones as Catwoman, relying purely on a woman's intuition was enough for Thea to judge that these gems were, at best, mediocre. Sargon had no idea that even with his body nearly cold, he was still being deeply scorned. In truth, he had his difficulties. Though born into a wealthy family in India, and compared to many of his compatriots, whose lives could be measured by trainloads, he counted as rich. Next to Thea, he was utterly destitute. First, the wealth belonged to the family, not him personally. The clan had countless branches, all reaching for money. To avoid attracting attention from the mundane world, he couldn't recklessly use magic to open shortcuts. As a member of an extended family with many competing interests, the funds he could freely control were actually quite limited. Second, his assets were concentrated in the most basic industries. He was, in plain terms, a landlord. His family owned vast tracts of land across India, with tens of thousands of farmers cultivating them each year. 200 years ago, that would have been worth boasting about. In today's information age, it earned little more than a sigh from onlookers. Finally, most importantly, he'd met Zatara and the others 30 years ago. The other two weren't wealthy. Only Zatara, based in Gotham, had solid financial backing. The cult they founded relied primarily on Zatara and Sargon for operating funds. Once Zatara died, the cult's income was cut in half. Sargon had been forced to dig into his own savings just to barely keep things running until now. Under such dire financial strain, he truly had no spare money to buy high-quality gemstones. Thea despised the old man's poverty from the bottom of her heart. "You're this broke and you still insist on playing gem magic? What a joke." It seemed this art would only truly flourish in her hands. Thea tossed the pouch of gemstones lightly in her palm and thought, among mages, I'm the richest. Among the rich, I'm the best at magic. That description fit her perfectly. Gem magic, gems first, magic second. The name itself showed how important high-quality gemstones were. Without exaggeration, aside from dragon clans hiding in unknown dimensions, no one could afford to play this art better than Thea. In recent years, she hadn't deliberately collected jewelry, being constantly busy. But as her reputation rose, people seeking audiences, making visits, and forming connections came in an endless stream. First meetings required gifts, basic social etiquette. Anyone qualified to meet her was either rich or powerful. To avoid embarrassment, they racked their brains over what to give a young woman like Thea. Jewelry was the safest choice. Though she'd rejected many gifts, even more priceless jewels and jade pieces still filled 12 safes in her home. Among them were over 300 items famous enough to be recorded in history. If she hadn't given some to Diana, that number could have easily doubled. Catwoman often commented sourly that Thea had become a prime target for international thieves, and that wasn't without reason. With a simple earth element spell, Thea dug a large pit and buried the mage Sargon, clearly dirt poor yet obsessed with gemstones. Keeping one eye on the battlefield, Thea's thoughts had already drifted into idle speculation about exactly how many gem spells it would take to blast Darkseid into the stratosphere, when a burst of silvery light interrupted her reverie. A teleportation circle. A man and a woman stepped out. The man wore a khaki trench coat. His white shirt underneath was filthy, his tie loosely knotted. He looked utterly haggard, with unshaven stubble covering his face and a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He barely paid attention to their surroundings after arriving, instead desperately trying to explain something to the woman beside him. The woman had shoulder-length hair and wore a purple jacket over a white blouse. The deep V-neck emphasized an impossible-to-ignore fullness. Her legs were clad in seductive fishnet stockings, and she wore leather boots. She was beautiful and resolute, a stark contrast to the lazy, slippery men beside her. Z, listen to me, the Croydon compass can help you find anything. That's enough, Constantine. I've had enough of your hypocritical lies and malicious help, you bastard, you scum. Every time, you drag me into trouble. I just want to find my father's relics. Your adventures, you can go on them yourself. The woman in purple spat directly into the man's face without the slightest grace, then froze mid-sentence, stunned by the heated scene in the square. She finished her words haltingly, staring at the situation in confusion. Her first reaction was much the same as the Cold Flame cult's original assumption: this looked like a covert government unit besieging a socially active organization. The man reacted far more calmly. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes before being replaced by his usual cynicism. The night wind was strong. He shielded his cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and said with a hint of indulgence, "This really isn't my mess. You know, I was planning to sneak in quietly." Quietly, my ass. There had to be at least 1,000 people in the square. With that many, even a mosquito wouldn't sneak through. Given the man's long list of past offenses, the woman automatically assumed this chaos had been specially arranged for her. Unable to make sense of what was going on, the two cautiously surveyed the battlefield. The first thing that caught their eyes was poison ivy, seated high atop a 3-meter-tall man-eating flower. This had nothing to do with magic, it was simply impossible to miss. Anyone with functional eyesight would spot her immediately. What is that, a person? Even these two well-informed mages were drawn to poison ivy's peculiar life form. Is that really human? Chapter 416, Thea's reverse speech magic. Should Constantine and Zatanna even be here? Thea couldn't figure it out either. Judging from their conversation, Zatanna had come in search of her father's relic, while Constantine's objective matched Malcolm's original purpose. Both were here looking for that so-called compass. Could Malcolm really be here? Earlier, Thea had felt that wiping out an entire household just to gather information was a bit too brutal. Now, it seemed these people didn't deserve any sympathy at all. She immediately activated the Eye of Horus at full power, breaking through layer after layer of magical barriers and peering deep into the castle. The sudden intrusion of two unexpected outsiders made Grand Alchemist Tanarak, who was being battered to the brink by Deathstroke's anti-magic bullets, let out an excited howl. If those two had dared to swagger into the cult of the Cold Flame an hour earlier, he would have made sure they remembered the lesson for the rest of their lives. But now he was too busy to care about anything else. He couldn't understand how Deathstroke, that hulking brute, had so many anti-magic bullets. His alchemical stockpile, accumulated over many hard years, was being consumed at an alarming rate. If those two hadn't intervened unexpectedly, he would already be preparing to flee. Zatanna. Hurry and help me. I know where your father's relic is. He was my best friend when he was alive. The Grand Alchemist knew Zatanna. To a certain extent, he could even be said to have watched her grow up. As for whether he was truly her father's best friend, only heaven knew. His thinking was extremely devious. If he could drag them in to help, all the better. If not, provoking the enemy into attacking Zatanna would still give him a slim chance to escape. That was why his shout was so loud and clear. His frail body practically summoned all its strength, his voice resonating from deep within and echoing across the entire plaza. On the other side of the battlefield, Papa Midnight, who had been going through the motions against Mr. E, also heard the shout. They had only exchanged blows for less than a minute before tacitly holding back their deadlier techniques. Hearing the Grand Alchemist's words, Midnight noticed the men and woman who had appeared on the far side of the battlefield. He had seen photos of Zatanna but never interacted with her. As for Constantine, he knew him all too well. The two were sometimes friends, sometimes enemies, at times opposing each other, at times working together. No one understood Constantine better than he did. He glanced back at Thea and saw that the young mistress remained silent. Papa Midnight had no idea what she was planning, but to demonstrate his usefulness, he shouted toward the other side as well. Constantine, you scumbag. Your old man's over here, get over and help me. Banter and abuse were simply their way of dealing with the world. Only then did Constantine, who had been leisurely puffing on his cigarette, show a hint of surprise. He held the cigarette between his fingers and focused his gaze. Papa Midnight. You bastard, what are you doing here? You actually dared to storm the cult of the cold flame. You've got some nerve. Though his mouth kept cursing, Constantine's expression became noticeably more serious. This situation was getting complicated. From Papa Midnight's position, it wasn't hard to tell that he was on the same side as the soldiers armed with advanced firearms. Based on Constantine's understanding of Midnight, the man was dirt poor. Just the equipment on any one of those soldiers could buy Midnight's shabby bar outright. He clearly wasn't the leader, but there was no escaping the role of a glorified guide. Constantine scratched his messy hair. From personal ties and from his hatred of the cult of the cold flame, he should go help. But he really didn't want to get dragged into such a massive mess. Clever as he was, it wasn't difficult for him to see that there were deeper forces backing these soldiers. He shook his head slightly and held back Zatanna, who was about to enter the battlefield. Niece Zatanna, hurry and help your Uncle Tanarak. Don't you remember, I even held you when you were little. Having shouted too forcefully earlier, the Grand Alchemist's voice was now hoarse, but he didn't care anymore. He began begging for help in an almost shameless manner. If even a lofty master like him could abandon all dignity, then Papa Midnight, who operated in both the underworld and legitimate circles and had no concept of shame, was even more unrestrained. Constantine, my brother. We were drinking together just a week ago. Can you really stand by and watch your old buddy get bullied? The two shouted back and forth like they were using a loudspeaker. Before long, the Grand Alchemist's throat couldn't take it anymore. He pulled out a black metal object and placed it in his mouth. His voice was instantly amplified countless times, shaking the Alpine Valley and making it hum through the night. Papa Midnight wasn't intimidated at all. He took out an animal tongue coated in mucus and swallowed it in one gulp. His voice immediately boomed across the land like rolling thunder. At first, the two were still calling for reinforcements. After a few more shouts, they devolved into hurling insults at each other across the battlefield. The Grand Alchemist called Papa Midnight a sewer rat. Papa Midnight mocked him as a maggot that lived off filth. Enough. All of you, shut up. The castle was filled with far too many chaotic spells. Thea had spent considerable effort sweeping the entire structure and still hadn't found any trace of Malcolm. She was already irritated. Hearing their insults grow more and more vulgar only worsened her mood. Ignoring friend and foe alike, she unleashed a wide-area psychic shock. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried terrifying penetration. Ordinary people, mercenaries and cultists alike, were all slammed to the ground. The few magic users felt their hearts jolt violently. Papa Midnight, being farther away, suffered the least impact. He shrank his neck and didn't dare make a sound. Mr. E felt his heart quake as well. He was already contemplating whether feather fall or glide would be better when jumping off the cliff later. The Grand Alchemist was the most unfortunate of all. Just as he was about to shout again, the shock forcibly choked the sound back down his throat. Unfortunately for him, Deathstroke possessed an extremely high willpower and was barely affected. Seeing the sudden opening, Deathstroke didn't hesitate and brought his blade down. A bony left hand was severed. The alchemist let out a pig-like shriek. His barely sustained defensive posture finally collapsed. Deathstroke followed up with 3 storm-like slashes, chopping this profit-obsessed Grand Alchemist into several pieces. The action was far too fast. Only after the still warm corpse hit the ground did Zatanna, who had just shaken off the mental shock, cry out. Stop. Despite doubting the Grand Alchemist's claim of being her father's friend, Zatanna was still furious at seeing someone she knew die before her eyes. She pulled out a small wand. Pointing the tip at Deathstroke, she fired a beam of violet light. Don't. Constantine shouted, but he was already too late. To him, members of the cult of the cold flame were enemies, the more that died, the better. Avenging an alchemist. That was insanity. Go back. Thea had no goodwill toward this reckless woman. She extended her left hand, and an invisible ripple flashed between her pale fingers. This was the reverse speech magic that made both father and daughter famous. This spell was extremely profound. What Thea possessed were Mage Sargon's memories, not Zatara's. Moreover, the old mage hadn't been particularly skilled in this discipline during his lifetime, he had merely learned it through exchanges with close friends and was far from mastery. Still, relying on her immense magical power rather than delicate technique, Thea found it effortless to cast. Chapter 417, A Legendary Senior. The flying purple energy beam seemed to be intercepted by some mighty force, abruptly reversing direction in midair and shooting back towards Zatanna. Reverse speech magic. Zatanna was shocked. She had only just begun learning the spell and was still far from using it fluently. With her competitive nature, she spread her hands, attempting to reverse the spell once more. This was her family's signature technique, with many secrets unknown to outsiders. She refused to believe she was inferior to someone else. Go back. Her momentum was excellent. The spell casting, technique, and timing were all on point. However, there was a fundamental difference in total magical power between her and Thea. At her peak, she might have been able to exchange a few moves with Thea, but right now, today, an enormous gulf separated them. Her family's secret technique failed to reverse the spell. It couldn't even slow it down. The purple beam rushed unhesitatingly toward its original caster. Get out of the way. Constantine spat out his cigarette butt and leapt forward, making what he considered a heroic and manly diving save, though it would have been far more impressive if the two of them hadn't ended up covered in dust and dirt. Seeing this, Thea couldn't help baring her teeth slightly. Zatanna's level was obvious at a glance, but Constantine was harder to judge. This wasn't because he was hiding his strength, but because the yellow trench coat he had obtained from Nick Necro completely blocked Thea's perception. The trench coat was of extremely high quality. Judging by the aura lingering around it, it was unquestionably a high-tier magical artifact. What's this man's background? My pheromones can't control him at all. Poison Ivy's voice reached Thea's ears. Thea nodded. With resistance this absurdly high, it wasn't surprising that the coat could block Poison Ivy's control. She tilted her chin toward Mr. E, who was still fighting Papa Midnight on the other side, signaling Poison Ivy to go assist there. She herself watched Zatanna, who had been knocked completely dizzy by the flying tackle, and Constantine, who looked heroic but had deliberately avoided exposing his true capabilities. Constantine's strength had always fluctuated wildly. At his strongest, he could seal a demon lord of hell. At his weakest, he could be beaten senseless by street thugs or humiliated by prison guards. It was impossible to tell whether he was pretending or genuinely pathetic. This time, Thea didn't use reverse speech magic. Instead, relying purely on her own mana, she combined water, wind, and fire attributes into lightning, deliberately increasing the proportion of fire. The lightning was no longer the traditional bright blue, but a dim orange-red. She lifted her finger and aimed remotely at the pair. The orange-red lightning plowed a deep trench into the ground as it shot toward them. She deliberately reduced its speed while amplifying its ferocity. Thea still wanted to probe Constantine's limits. Midway through its flight, the lightning split into three, sealing off every possible escape angle and attacking from three directions at once. Seeing there was no way to evade, Constantine lightly stomped his left foot. A purple halo rose up, firmly enclosing the two of them. The orange-red lightning struck the halo, yet there was no violent energy clash, no dazzling display of light. Like hot water poured onto ice, all three lightning bolts vanished instantly. An octagonal layout, inscribed with runes symbolizing the sun, moon, and stars. This is the defensive array used by the 15th century Archmage John Dee to counter the Demon of Loss. Impressive response. Did you start drawing this array the moment you teleported in? Your sense of danger is excellent. Thea casually commented on his magic array. Hearing her casually name its origin, Constantine's expression darkened slightly, though he still calmly pulled out another cigarette and lit it. What he hadn't expected was that her next sentence would make his face change completely. You're Thomas Constantine's son. You look very much like your father. Thea was practically glowing with delight. No wonder Deathstroke called everyone kid, playing the role of an elder felt amazing. Constantine and Zatanna exchanged glances, both seeing the same question in each other's eyes. Who is this person? Who else in the world knows your family's reverse speech magic? Have you taught it to anyone? Constantine asked quietly. Zatanna shook her head. Father had a few friends who might know it, but I've definitely never taught it to anyone. The two fell silent. Someone who knew Constantine's father, could use reverse speech magic, and possessed mana as vast as the sea, the conclusion was obvious. This was a legendary senior. To deepen the impression, Thea casually recounted events from 100 years ago. At the time, your grandfather died in battle at the Somme. I personally returned his remains to your father. When I first met your father, he wasn't even 10 years old. Time really flies. Constantine took out 3 detection tools in succession. All of them confirmed the same result, everything she said was true. She hadn't lied even once. That made him slowly believe her. After all, for someone with immense magical power, living 100 years was nothing unusual. What Thea said wasn't false, it was just that she had been time-traveling back then, and she never met Thomas again afterward. She simply omitted those details. Under layers of subtle misdirection, Constantine developed the strong illusion that she was either a friend of his father or even his grandfather. You really knew my father? That's right, kid. Tell your companion to stop. I'll explain everything to you later. Thea radiated the demeanor of an old master. Papa Midnight, who knew her true identity and had dealt with Constantine for years, heard the entire exchange and nearly burst out laughing. Constantine, who had scammed and conned people his entire life, was actually being fooled by someone else. How could a billionaire like her possibly know Constantine's alcoholic father? The ages didn't match at all. Papa Midnight concluded that Thea's magical mastery had deceived Constantine's detection tools. Amused and unsettled at the same time, his respect for her deepened slightly. The seed planted by her suggestion spell finally began to sprout. With Constantine and Zatanna stabilized, Thea finally turned her attention to Mr. E. Besieged by Papa Midnight, Poison Ivy, and Thea together, the blind old man couldn't withstand a single exchange. They didn't even give him time to jump off the cliff before Poison Ivy's bizarre vines bound him tightly. The vines dragged the blind old man in front of Thea. She spoke politely, her posture elegant. "Actually, we came here today just to ask something. Do you know Malcolm Merlin? Do you know who he last contacted, and where he disappeared?" Her tone was courteous, but to Mr. E, her words struck like thunder. "Damn it. You stormed into our home with such violence, and it turns out you were just here to ask for information." Mr. E's empty eye sockets stared straight at Thea, filled with disbelief. With his clairvoyant vision capable of seeing in all directions, he glanced toward the distance, at the Grand Alchemist's corpse, hacked into several pieces and lying in a pool of blood. A wave of genuine bitterness rose in his heart. What a pointless death. These vicious intruders weren't government agents clearing out dangerous organizations at all. They were just passing through. The cult of the Cold Flame was famous, so they stopped by to ask for information. And his old companion paid for it with his life. Chapter 418, Shaking Hands and Making Peace. Regarding the alchemist's death, Mr. E didn't feel particularly saddened. After all, they had already fallen out completely. What kind of hypocrite would mourn someone so driven by greed, someone who betrayed friendship for profit? He only wanted to muddle through the immediate crisis. Malcolm Merlin. Did their side even have anything to do with that man? To help him form a clearer impression, Thea took out her phone, intending to show him a photo, but quickly realized, damn it, this guy was blind. Fortunately, she had plenty of methods at her disposal. Using telepathic transmission, she sent Malcolm's image directly into his mind, while also discreetly probing his true thoughts. If there was resentment, she would kill him on the spot. If not, she would spare his life. Having read all of Grand Mage Sargon's memories, Thea now understood the entire sequence of events. It could be said that if she hadn't let her people in, these two would have been finished for sure. From another perspective, she had actually saved this blind old man's life. We don't know this person very well. I only know that he clashed with Felix Faust in Northern Europe. After that, I have no further information. Mr. E took a thick piece of parchment from his bag. His aged fingers slowly traced across it. Thea guessed it was Braille. After a long while, the old man finally spoke with certainty. Internally, he felt immense relief. After checking repeatedly, he was sure this matter truly had nothing to do with them. You people stormed into our home, killing and wrecking everything for half a day. Now that the truth is clear, can you finally leave? After all, even cultists have dignity. Thea scratched her head. With the fighting over, none of their group of information seekers had died. 6 or 7 were injured, and 1 mechanical exoskeleton had overheated and shut down. Most of the losses were firearms, ammunition, and equipment, just a few $1 million to fix everything. The other side, however, had suffered disastrously. Of the 4 pillars, 2 were gone, 1 frightened to death, 1 hacked apart. The only remaining leader had been captured. The plaza was littered with red-robed corpses. Excluding those who had killed each other earlier and those who died while summoning monsters through evil rituals, a conservative estimate put the death toll at over 300. Only a few dozen relatively new believers remained, hiding behind trees and rocks, trembling. Once upheld by 4 grand mages and feared throughout the magical world, the cult of the Cold Flame had been smashed back down to earth. From a major international organization, it had become a regional group, its scale now comparable to Papa Midnight's bar. The word miserable didn't even begin to describe it. Should I wipe them out completely? The thought briefly crossed Thea's mind. Mr. E was highly sensitive and immediately realized this was the critical moment. I swear a true spirit oath. From this moment onward, we will coexist peacefully and will never pursue today's matter. On the contrary, since you helped us suppress the rebellion, the cult of the Cold Flame will present a generous gift. As he finished speaking, he severed one of his fingers and began chanting a tongue-twisting incantation. Soon, 15 golden symbols were pressed into his chest. The blind old man let out a muffled groan. It was clear this oath placed a heavy burden on him. A veteran tempered by time, he was decisively ruthless. The oath was bound directly to his heart. If violated, his heart would explode into fragments. Fine. I believe you. As for any generous gift, that won't be necessary. Thea decided to let them off. The cult of the Cold Flame had been operating for over 30 years, with believers scattered all over the world. Killing everyone present today wouldn't change that reality. Cutting the grass was easy, uprooting it entirely would be a massive undertaking. She had no intention of hunting down Cold Flame believers across the globe. The young mistress didn't have that kind of time. Besides, there was no shortage of people in this world with twisted minds who loved dabbling in cults. What was meant to exist would continue to exist. Destroy cold flame today, and tomorrow some hot flame or frost flame would appear. These people were impossible to exterminate completely. Refusing the generous gift was just Thea putting on a show. What kind of valuable gift could these poor bastards really offer? Having absorbed Sargon's memories, she knew better than anyone that their finances were barely holding together. They used to rely on the Indian old man and the alchemist to craft small items for money. Now both were dead. Was Mr. E supposed to open a blind massage parlor to make a living? If his subordinates were even remotely normal, Thea might have absorbed them wholesale. But brain-damaged cultists? They'd only cause trouble. Better to let them lick their wounds behind closed doors. Mr. E finally relaxed. Although Thea claimed she didn't want the gift, he still ordered his subordinates to bring out a large bag, hoping to send these ferocious people away as soon as possible. We came here recklessly and caused you trouble. We really can't accept these gifts. No trouble at all. You helped us greatly. These are just small tokens of appreciation. Please, you must accept them. Thea refused firmly. The blind old man insisted just as stubbornly. Back and forth they went. Ignoring the corpses scattered across the ground, the scene was almost harmonious. All right, then I'll accept it with embarrassment. If the cult encounters trouble in the future, you can contact us through Papa Midnight. Seeing how bulging the bag was, Thea hesitated briefly before accepting it and making a promise. The two sides could be considered to have tentatively turned enemies into allies. Where is Croydon's compass? Constantine, who had remained silent while watching them reconcile, suddenly spoke up. Mr. E's expression darkened slightly. Thea, however, remained calm. Even without Constantine's reminder, she could guess the blind old man's intentions. Their strength had been severely weakened, and they had offended countless people while collecting magical artifacts worldwide. Taking this opportunity to dump a hot potato onto her in public was clearly his plan. Thea didn't mind. Contemporary mages posed little threat to her, and her true identity hadn't been exposed. Anyone digging deeper would only find Deathstroke, Poison Ivy, and Papa Midnight, none of whom were easy targets. Bring that woman over. I'll examine her. Thea pointed at the nose ring woman wrapped in vines and instructed Poison Ivy. Mana. So much mana. Old monster, give me all your mana, the woman continued screaming incoherently. Thea extended her psychic power into the woman's mind and examined her. Extreme emotional swings in a short period had damaged her brain, her thoughts were utterly chaotic. She was no longer a threat, she was completely insane. Reviewing Sargon's memories, Thea found that the Indian old man had actually treated this daughter reasonably well. It was the deep-rooted patriarchal mindset that repeatedly fractured their relationship, ultimately leading to today's tragedy of patricide. For the old man's sake, she decided to spare his mad daughter. Where is Felix Faust now? I'll go ask him myself. Thea waved for Poison Ivy to drag the woman away, casually tossed the bulging bag into her spatial ring, and asked Mr. E politely. Papa Midnight and Mr. E both shivered. You're going to ask again. With a mindset of if I'm suffering, you won't be comfortable either, the blind old man began drawing maps and checking records, explaining everything he knew in meticulous detail to the young mistress. Chapter 419, Found Him. After giving detailed directions, Mr. E escorted the entire group, including Constantine and Zatanna, out of the castle as if sending off a plague. He pretended not to see the shattered statues or the blown-open gates along the way. Zatanna also failed to notice that the pile of pulverized debris on the ground had once been her father's statue. Only after their figures disappeared into the night did the blind old man finally breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, excitement stirred in his heart, the foundation built by the four of them back then now belonged entirely to him. Leaving aside the blind old man who had just turned a joint venture into a sole proprietorship, Thea began counting her gains and distributing the spoils on the return trip. Take it. Thea tossed a katana glowing with green light to Deathstroke. An acid enchantment had been embedded into the blade. Each strike dealt enhanced physical damage along with corrosive acid damage. There were plenty of enemies immune to fire or ice, but those immune to acid were extremely rare. Poison Ivy received a pair of bracers designed for rapid movement through forests. To others, they were somewhat underwhelming, but they suited her perfectly. She could generate massive amounts of plant life at will, which qualified as a forest. These bracers significantly compensated for her lack of mobility and were equally useful for offense or retreat. This one's for you. It should help nourish your little skeleton. Thea sifted through the loot. There were very few voodoo-related items. In the end, she selected a stone tablet about the size of a tablet computer, covered in crude, childlike drawings of strange symbols. Within it was a small space saturated with death energy, perfect for Papa Midnight. His super-prehistoric civilization skeleton was too severely damaged. With this tablet, it could at least recover part of its former power. After the loot was distributed, she watched them return to camp. With over 300 people and a large amount of equipment, taking transport aircraft was the better choice. Opening portals for that many would have been far too exhausting. Thea removed the magical power cores from the 2 iron golems and handed the constructs to Deathstroke to take back to Metropolis. She planned to study them later. As for herself, she intended to head alone to Northern Europe to find Felix Faust. The man owned an observatory usually hidden in an alternate plane. There would only be a single enemy, bringing more people would be pointless. The mercenaries departed in formation. Not one of them asked who the mysterious black-clad figure was or why she remained behind. They left quickly. In the end, only Thea, Constantine, and Zatanna remained. "My 2 worthy juniors, do you still have business here?" Thea asked them curiously. "Worthy your ass." Constantine had lost track of how many cigarettes he'd smoked. Annoyed, he spat one out after only a few puffs. The compass is split into 3 parts. The cult of the cold flame only obtained 2. The remaining part is in a friend's hands. I want you to hand those 2 parts over to me. This thing is dangerous. If it falls into the hands of ordinary people, it'll cause major trouble. Thea hadn't paid much attention to the compass before. But seeing how seriously Constantine spoke about it, she immediately raised its priority by 2 levels. My gifts are not to be refused. But if I'm unwilling, no one can take anything from my hands. John Constantine, you're not my opponent. Her voice was as cold as a winter gale. Hey, easy there, easy. Aren't we talking things out nicely? Say something too, attack. Grinning like a clown, Constantine raised both hands as if surrendering. When he thought Thea's attention was drawn by his antics, his hands suddenly traced red arcs in rapid succession. A rose-colored magic array appeared beneath Thea's feet. Old senior, hand it over. You hit it well, but my nose tells me you're a woman. This array only works on women. Constantine flipped up the collar of his trench coat, trying to destabilize her mentally and find an opening. Thea remained unmoved. A joke, this spell was recorded in the Constantine family's own grimoires. Breaking it was trivial. But simply breaking it was meaningless. Drawing on Mage Sargon's knowledge and the principles of magic arrays, she chose a method no one before her had ever used. She lifted her hands, following the flow of mana within the array, and forcibly pulled the entire formation out of the ground. Like displaying a product, she rotated it twice through a full 360 degrees. Little John, for something drawn in a hurry, this is decent. But there's excessive mana buildup at this node, too easy to sabotage. And this node here? The lines are overly complex. You could simplify them. Like a teacher instructing a student, she critiqued the array inside and out. Then she tossed it aside like trash. After a faint wisp of smoke, nothing remained. To make sure you remember this lesson, the teacher is assigning homework. As she spoke, Thea produced the dead king's staff. Under the horrified gazes of the 2, the staff emitted a silent black beam that struck them directly. The rolling darkness engulfed them, dragging both into the interstitial space between the material world and the shadow plane. This was an improved version of the Huntress Goddess's maze spell. Even Ares had once been trapped for over 10 minutes. Against them, such a high-grade labyrinth was unnecessary. A pitch-black shadow maze where one couldn't see their own hands would keep them occupied for days. These 2 had far too much nerve. Ignoring the cult of the cold flame, beaten into utter ruin, they still dared to bare their fangs at her. If she didn't teach them a lesson now, they'd suffer far worse later. Thea lightly clapped her hands, confirmed her bearings, opened a portal to Norway, and left. Once in Norway, how was she supposed to find someone in a sea of people? Fortunately, Constantine had already provided the solution, Croydon's compass. After rummaging through Mr. E's gift for quite a while, she finally found the pointer in the dial. Strictly speaking, it was a compass. The missing component was the lens, which, unsurprisingly, was in the hands of Constantine's friend. In its incomplete state, ordinary people couldn't use it at all. For a magic user, however, it posed no problem. Between locating Malcolm and tracking down the unlucky Felix Faust, Thea chose to find Malcolm first. She injected mana into the pointer. It hovered in midair and spun rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, it transmitted a vague signal. Found him. This thing's pretty good. I should complete it later. Thea was genuinely pleased. It was far faster than scouring mountains and wilderness with the Eye of Horus. After casting invisibility on herself, she continually adjusted her course, flying from the city toward the outskirts. As she drew closer, the signal from the pointer grew stronger. After a third adjustment, she arrived at the foot of a mountain. The mountain was rich in metal deposits, severely obstructing her vision, but she still spotted Malcolm standing at the entrance of a cave. She quietly let out a breath. So many innocent lives had been sacrificed just to find him. Cult of the Cold Flame, we died unjustly. Thea. Malcolm's expression had been stern. When he saw her remove her hood and step out of the darkness, heartfelt joy immediately spread across his face. Chapter 420, Etrigan. How did you find this place? After father and daughter shared a brief embrace, Malcolm asked excitedly. Naturally, Thea couldn't say that in order to find him, she had led more than 300 people on a bloody rampage from the United States to Switzerland, then from Switzerland to Norway, leaving corpses everywhere and consuming so much ammunition that international black market arms prices had risen by 5% year on year. She glossed over her story, simply taking out the pointer and indicating that she had relied on it to locate him. But why did you come to such a desolate place? The information I got was that you originally came looking for this pointer, right? Could there be a divine artifact here? Thea examined the dilapidated cave. The mountain was nothing but bare rock. No matter how she looked at it, it didn't resemble a place where a legendary sword might be embedded in stone. My story's a long one. But someone was injured while saving me. Come take a look. Malcolm spoke as he pulled Thea inside. The cave wasn't deep, and the smell was unpleasant, most likely a former beast's den that Malcolm had forcibly occupied. The two passed a bend, revealing a narrow inner chamber. Jagged rock walls rose on all sides. On a slightly flatter area to the left lay a pile of weeds, and against the wall sat a middle-aged man covered in blood. He was extremely weak, yet still forced one eye open. The instant he saw Thea, his pupils contracted violently. His limp arm suddenly found strength as he pointed at her and asked uncertainly. You carry Merlin's bloodline. Thea sensed a familiar aura around his body and looked at Malcolm in confusion. Malcolm's expression soured. Jason Blood, this is my daughter. I've told you twice already, I also carry Merlin's bloodline. Couldn't you tell? The man on the ground forced his eyes wider, comparing father and daughter carefully before shaking his head with complete honesty. Sorry, my friend. Your daughter's bloodline is obvious at a glance. But yours? I genuinely couldn't see it. Malcolm nearly passed out from frustration. Is my bloodline really that weak? He slumped to the ground in silence. Thea felt a pang of sadness. Malcolm had never injected divine blood, he was still an ordinary human. Years of constant travel had even turned his temples gray. Craving power wasn't a bad thing, as long as it could be controlled. When it came to strengthening those close to her, Thea had always been unwavering in her efforts. Malcolm didn't ask questions in front of outsiders, nor did he introduce the injured men. But Thea was no longer the fragile girl she'd been 5 years ago, she had her own methods. A careful glance told her the man's injuries were severe. Stranger still, an explosive life force churned inside him. If he could mobilize even a fraction of it, his wounds would heal instantly. Who exactly is this man? Her scrutiny triggered a sudden upheaval within his body. The man grimaced in agony. Descendant of Merlin, step back. I can't control it anymore. Seeing the situation worsen, Thea calmly traced several profound runes in the air. With light taps of her palm, she struck his limbs and heart in turn. The trembling man immediately calmed, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. After this brief exchange, and recalling what she knew of the lore, Thea finally recognized him. You're one of King Arthur's knights, Jason Blood. And the demon sealed within you is Etrigan, bound by Merlin back then, correct? Malcolm, still sulking on the ground but now mentally immersed in British legend, immediately perked up. You're a knight of the Round Table. Is that just an alias? Seeing her father's expression, Thea felt a twinge of guilt. Had dragging him out of Star City been the right call? He was starting to verge on obsession. She explained. It's not an alias. Jason Blood is his real name. But he wasn't a Round Table knight, just one of Arthur's knights. Because of the demon inside him, he's lived for about 1,500 years. Malcolm's disappointment was obvious. A trace of disdain crept into his voice. So just an ordinary knight. And an ordinary knight can live that long. He shook his head repeatedly, incredulous. Now it was Jason Blood's turn to feel aggrieved. What's wrong with being an ordinary knight? Do I deserve contempt just because I wasn't at the Round Table? Already badly injured and further shaken by the demon's turmoil, he finally lost consciousness. Is there a way to save him? Malcolm asked. He saved my life. If it's too difficult, forget it. Malcolm didn't understand Thea's current level of power. In his mind, she was still the same as years ago. He didn't want her to pay too great a price for his sake. Thea examined the injuries carefully, one hole through the abdomen, another through the shoulder. Both were penetrating wounds, yet clearly not caused by bullets or conventional weapons. Her father's request couldn't be ignored. And since this man was tied to Merlin in some way, she had no choice but to act. A medical pod was impossible in this isolated cave, there wasn't even electricity. Setting up a power source would be even worse. After weighing her options, magic was the only solution. If the patient were normal, a couple of healing spells would suffice. But this man had a powerful demon sealed inside him. Healing magic was typically light or water aligned, while the demon was almost certainly dark and fire aligned. The energies were completely opposed. The demon had to be suppressed first. Thea removed her cloak, revealing her true attire. She unleashed her full magical power, causing the entire cave to resonate. When her mana peaked, blazing energy halos formed around her hands as she pressed them onto the wounds. She initially attempted to communicate with the demon. Instead, the moment her magic entered, sensing her unique bloodline, the entity went berserk, abandoning all concern for its host and launching a violent counterattack. Can't deal with you. We may not be able to beat Trigon, but a demon that originated from a human is another matter entirely. To suppress it, Thea donned the lantern ring she hadn't used in a long time. Fear energy erupted at 100-fold intensity. Carefully avoiding Malcolm, she flooded the cave with yellow light. Magic and emotion fused once more, crushing Etrigan's resistance. Overwhelming fear restored a measure of clarity to the demon, forcing it to withdraw part of its power and allowing treatment to proceed. Even so, Thea didn't trust it. What if it lashed out mid-healing? Without hesitation, she used sheer energy to seal Etrigan completely. With the demon locked down and unable to emerge, she finally began treating Jason Blood's wounds. Chapter 421, Taking the Fight to Their Door. Once the actual treatment began, things went much more smoothly. She cleared away the residual magic in the wound, stimulated cell regeneration, and accelerated the healing process. As for the missing blood, Thea had no way to help. This guy had lived for over 1,500 years. Who even knew what blood type he had at this point? Thea worked until she was drenched in sweat. The actual healing took 1 minute, while suppressing the demon took 9. What exactly happened? I don't see you injured, so why is this guy on the ground? Thea turned back to look at Old Ma. Though his clothes were a bit disheveled, he was completely intact, without the slightest sign of injury. Combined with Old Ma's claim that Etrigan had saved his life, Thea found it surprising that the two of them had ended up together at all. Malcolm began recounting his experience, a very cliched story. The knight lying on the ground, a 1,500-year-old man still deep in his edgelord phase, was someone Old Ma had met in England. He usually disguised himself as a learned scholar. The two traveled together, chatting freely about all sorts of topics, and had gradually come to regard each other as friends. The knight hadn't lied. He truly hadn't sensed any special bloodline in Old Ma and had assumed that the surname Merlin was just a coincidence. They were originally searching for the pointer when they were suddenly ambushed by Felix Faust, despite having no prior grudge against him. During the chase and escape, Old Ma sensed something was wrong and used a secret technique he had learned in Nanda Parbat, playing dead. He pretended to fall off a cliff, using a special breathing method and special drugs to completely suppress his heartbeat. By all logic, that should have fooled the enemy. What he hadn't expected was that the knight believed his good friend had truly been killed. With no more reservations, he released the demon sealed within him and fought Felix Faust with reckless abandon. In the end, both the evil mage and the knight were gravely injured. When the fox-like Malcolm circled back up from the base of the mountain, he found that the evil mage had already escaped, leaving the reckless knight on the brink of death. With all communication devices lost, he could only drag the knight to a nearby cave for emergency treatment. The place was truly in the middle of nowhere, and despite his intelligence, Old Ma didn't dare stray too far, so he ended up stuck there. Thea couldn't help thinking that this was the real difference between heroes and villains. Old Ma played dead so convincingly that not only did he fool the enemy, he even fooled his allies. Meanwhile, this so-called hero ended up severely wounded. The pointer has already been found. Should I send you back to Star City? This guy's lost too much blood and needs rest, Thea suggested. No. I'm continuing the investigation. Felix Faust is also one of my targets. Old Ma rejected the idea outright. Yes. I've also received information. Faust has found the temple of the dark archmage Morgan Le Fay. He's very important. The knight said weakly, having just regained consciousness. Heh. Thea smiled faintly and explained to Malcolm, he might look like an ordinary knight, but the demon inside him was once one of the greatest of them all. He fell in love with King Arthur's sister, the dark sorceress Morgan Le Fay, and betrayed his comrades. Merlin turned him into a demon. Only by killing Morgan Le Fay can he regain his human form. Then how did the two of them end up sharing one body? If I remember correctly, Jason Blood was gravely injured. Merlin sealed the demonized Etrigan into a human body. Anyway, it's a long and complicated story, Thea said with a click of her tongue. Descendant of Merlin, your knowledge is truly extensive. You are correct. I must kill Morgan Le Fay to obtain redemption for Etrigan and myself. With the magical residue removed, his recovery was rapid, and he was already able to shakily sit up. Hearing the phrase, descendant of Merlin, again made Malcolm irritated. His daughter's bloodline was so powerful that it made him, her actual father, seem fake by comparison. Was this kind of generational inheritance really fair? For a moment, all three fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. How about this? I'll go capture that guy and bring him back for questioning, Thea said. She recalled the original events. Felix Faust did indeed discover a temple deep in the Peruvian jungle. Inside were Morgan Le Fay's remains, along with a map she and Merlin had calculated together, a map supposedly leading to the so-called Book of Magic. That Book of Magic was an absolute farce, sending countless magic-oriented figures running in circles. John Constantine and his arrogant best friend Nick Necro staged an impressive cycle of betrayal and counter-betrayal. Only after everything settled did they realize that the so-called Book of Magic was actually a technological device, one that led to a world called Epic, a realm that rejected all supernatural power. Constantine could no longer lie. The dead returned to life. Madame Xanadu, who had enjoyed eternal youth, nearly died of old age. In short, it was a storyline drenched in the writer's cruelty. Originally, Thea had no intention of getting involved. The map itself was a joke. But then she remembered that Morgan Le Fay's remains were still there. This was a grand mage who had fought Merlin her entire life. Thea didn't believe someone of that caliber would truly die. Perhaps her remains concealed other secrets. Even under peaceful circumstances, Thea would have knocked on Faust's door. And now that he had dared to bully her father. That was an unforgivable insult. If that bastard weren't hiding in an alternate dimension, she would have already dropped a thermobaric bomb on him. Finding Faust's alternate dimension would take some effort. The cult of the Cold Flame had tried to ambush him twice, but both attempts failed when he escaped into that space. Since Faust had launched a sneak attack, and Old Ma was burdened with the critically injured knight, the cave was likely not far from the entrance to Faust's hideout. Thea closed her eyes and extended her psychic senses, tracing the world's ley lines in search of his location. Descendant of Merlin, the enemy is a very powerful mage. Shut up. Thea glanced at him coldly. This guy loved acting like a senior. 1,500 wasted years. Strip away the demon, and he was nothing but a weakling, yet he strutted around with a perpetually stern face, lecturing everyone he met. Without the demon's assistance, he would have been cut down long ago. In Thea's eyes, he ranked alongside Hawkman and Hawkgirl. Time always felt scarce to her, every minute had to count double, while these people drifted through 1,000 years unchanged. Letting them live was a waste of food. Found him. I'll be back shortly. Using Sargon's technique, she tore open the spatial barrier and teleported directly into Faust's alternate dimension. Is that really your daughter? Jason Blood asked uncertainly as he watched the deep blue portal vanish. She's the strongest mage of the modern era I've ever seen. Malcolm felt both pride and frustration. The gap between himself and his daughter was only growing wider. Pushing those feelings aside, he asked, modern era mage. How would she rank in ancient times? Hard to say. She's certainly inferior to your ancestor Merlin, Jason Blood replied, finally including Old Ma this time. But in King Arthur's era, she'd still be considered extremely powerful. At the very least, even the demon inside me wouldn't be able to defeat her. Chapter 422, Felix Faust. Thea was unaware of the discussion taking place behind her back. She originally thought she would teleport directly into the enemy's lair, but an unusual fluctuation caused her teleportation anchor to shift at the last moment, displacing her arrival point by over 100 meters. This was an extremely small space, completely shrouded in white mist. The mist resembled a layer of blurred glass. Looking outward from within, one could see the sun, moon, stars, and the mountains and rivers of the material world. At the center of the space were traces of artificial magical excavation. It was clear that opening up this pocket space had required a great deal of time. As far as the eye could see, there was only a suspended slab of dark gray rock, upon which stood a structure resembling a small two-story building. In Sargon's memories, this place had been mentioned. It was originally discovered in the early 12th century by a mage named Miriam. Her strength was mediocre and her talent unremarkable. Only her luck could be described as heaven-defying. She had stumbled upon this small area, previously opened by unknown predecessors, hidden within the cracks between space and time. When it became clear that she would never reach the level of a grand mage in her lifetime, Miriam followed the example of ancient mages and attempted to construct a mage tower, hoping to break through to a higher realm. Unfortunately, luck did not protect her forever. During a high-intensity confrontation between mages, she died like an ant, crushed by the residual shockwaves of the battle. This region remained dormant for several hundred years, until Felix Faust discovered it, along with a mage tower that was less than one-fifth complete. Even in the 12th century, the material requirements for constructing a mage tower were prohibitively extreme. In the modern era, completing one was utterly impossible. Faust lacked the power to defy heaven. He could only make minor alterations to the existing structure, eventually transforming the original ruins into the two-story building now before Thea. Thea had no words for this man's aesthetic sense. Since it was called an observatory, wouldn't it have been better to make it look more ethereal? Instead, in an effort to appear grandiose, he had coated the exterior in gold. A short, two-story building glittering with gold, those in the know would recognize it as an observatory rebuilt from a mage tower. Those who didn't would probably mistake it for some sort of countryside inn. Tacky. Outdated. Shabby. Those were the heiress's evaluations. Still, its functionality was not bad. The fact that it had displaced her teleportation coordinates showed that the structure possessed considerable defensive capabilities. The cult of the cold flame would normally send someone to knock first, but that was unnecessary here. She had come to cause trouble in the first place. Thea raised her hand and released a sphere of ball lightning. Crackling arcs of electricity exploded outward as the lightning slammed into the observatory's main gate. Who dares cause trouble here? The gold-plated gate absorbed the attack with ease, and a shrill voice rang out. The man who emerged was middle-aged, dressed in an ancient robe decorated with stars and moons. He wore a broken bridge mustache, a golden circlet on his head, and stood atop a flying stone inscribed with a hexagram. He drifted forward slowly, looking like a reclusive hermit, though his expression carried a trace of hostility. "You're Felix Faust." Thea flew up to his level and asked calmly. The gloomy middle-aged man scrutinized her carefully. A young woman, and she hadn't chanted any spells, nor used any magical implements, yet she was flying freely. How was that possible? Without the stone integrated with the observatory beneath his feet, he himself wouldn't be able to fly. "Woman, are you from the cult of the cold flame?" Faust was not famous without reason. He recognized that her method of breaching dimensional barriers was identical to Sargon's, and immediately drew his conclusion. The cult of the cold flame was infamous. He was alone, while the other side had 4 people. Within this small space, drawing upon the observatory's accumulated mana, he wasn't afraid of them, but once outside, he would be no match. A mage's mobility was too strong. If even one of them pinned him down, the next moment would be 4 against 1, with no chance of victory. He intended to reveal her origins and persuade her to retreat. The observatory's mana had been accumulated over 800 years within this alternate space, every bit spent was permanently lost. The cult was a band of lunatics, strike one, and 10 more would follow. Wasting precious mana on battle like this simply wasn't worth it. In his mind, calmly explaining the situation and persuading her to withdraw was already an act of generosity. Unfortunately, the heiress had come specifically to pick a fight. She had no intention of wasting words and directly took out the dead king's scepter. The golden staff was perfectly in line with Faust's aesthetic tastes. He instantly felt that this item was fated to belong to him. Let her leave, or keep her here. The 2 choices wavered in his mind. "Leave that staff behind, and I'll let you go," he said at last, greed winning out. Thea nearly threw up. Someone actually dared to spout such brainless villain dialogue. This bastard was revolting. Talking to him any further would be a waste of time. She poured surging magical power into the scepter, and a vast torrent of seawater burst forth from the void. Using an attack of the scale in the material world would inevitably cause collateral damage, but here, it didn't matter. The massive flood, carrying overwhelming kinetic force, crashed down toward the observatory from above. So strong. Faust was stunned. He couldn't tell whether this power came from the scepter or from Thea herself. Without time to think, he pulled out a thick tome and flipped to a specific page. Purple light flashed as dark brown patterns spread across the surface of the observatory, anchoring it in place like a reef resisting the onrushing sea. So that book was the original control core of the mage tower. Thea glanced at it once and then ignored it. A mage tower could indeed offer great support, but that golden age was long past. The scarcity of materials alone was enough to drive anyone mad. This was the result of bowing to reality, a pitiful 2-story structure barely clinging to existence. What was the point of letting it continue? Better to flatten it outright. If a tower spirit truly existed, it would probably thank her. Suspended in midair, Thea swung the scepter repeatedly. A massive phantom sea beast was summoned out of thin air. It had no facial features, its body nearly transparent. Where its mouth should have been were 3 layers of dense, razor-sharp teeth. Dozens of suction-cupped tentacles extended from beneath its body, and behind it trailed a dark green hard shell, like that of a hermit crab. This was a biological sample Farah had retrieved from a distant planet at Thea's request. The real creature had been dead for countless years, but its genetic material had been preserved. According to the scholars of that world, the creature possessed limitless growth potential. In ancient times, it had devoured more than half the planet's life. It wasn't slain by a hero, it starved to death, and the planet's civilization regressed by 1,000 years as a result. Using Kryptonian genetic technology, Thea had reactivated certain cellular fragments and used artificial intelligence to simulate a growth environment. She terminated the experiment halfway through and destroyed all samples. Once fully grown, this thing was far too terrifying. Doomsday at least had a kryptonite weakness. This creature, aside from eating excessively and being unable to fly, had almost no flaws. The phantom before her was the image of the sea beast's 30-year juvenile form, reconstructed using an enormous amount of magic. Though Faust didn't know the creature's origins, he still felt a deep chill. With its vicious maw and cruel appearance, it clearly had nothing to do with justice. This only reinforced his certainty. This woman was absolutely a member of the cult of the Cold Flame. Chapter 423, Forceful Assault. Breaking dimensions with Sargon's spell, wielding an ancient-style staff, attacking without a word, then following up with floods and an evil behemoth, there were too many obvious signs. If this wasn't the cult of the Cold Flame, then whose people could it be? In his heart, Faust thoroughly greeted the ancestors of the cult's 4 mages. The monster she had summoned had almost no direct attack power, but without hesitation it sprawled onto the observatory and began absorbing magical energy. This terrified Faust. His figure-8 mustache trembled as he no longer dared worry about mana expenditure. He issued several commands in succession, and the observatory began to retaliate autonomously. 7 artifacts identical to the flying stone beneath his feet shot outward. They flipped 180 degrees, turning the hexagram side toward the sea beast. 7 pale beams of energy struck out simultaneously. This was a defensive method Faust had modified using the original Mage Tower framework combined with his own knowledge, star projection, named for its resemblance to hurling starlight. The 7 streams fired continuously, blasting the sea beast's body apart. However, the creature's nature meant that as long as it had energy, it would not die. It absorbed the observatory's energy to repair itself. The star projection continued firing, and it simply kept absorbing. "I'll deal with you first." Faust made a decisive choice. He knew his current methods couldn't handle such an infuriating creature and locked his target onto Thea. His left hand gripped his right wrist. His right palm rose and aimed at her. Pa. 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 5 purple bolts fired in rapid succession. Faust didn't want to waste strength on the sea beast, and Thea didn't intend to clash head-on with someone backed by the observatory's vast mana reserves. As long as she toppled the building, in her eyes, his true strength wasn't even on par with mystery. With a light twist of her body, she evaded the bolts and tore open another rift in the void. A fresh torrent of floodwater roared down. Faust was caught in a bind. He couldn't hold the tower, yet he couldn't force a fight either. Thea's flight control was 100 times better than his. Once she focused on evasion, with such a vast aerial range, there was no way to pin her down. "Who exactly are you? I don't even know you." Faust no longer cared about artifacts. Lacking observational secret arts, he couldn't gauge her depth, but after sustaining such massive mana output without showing fatigue, it was obvious she was a formidable enemy. He had already decided to back down and seek peace. "You don't know me." Thea had arrived in her true appearance. She was extremely displeased. "I'm this famous, and you've never even heard of me." No more words, he clearly needed a lesson. Seawater poured endlessly into the confined space. With nowhere to escape, it accumulated rapidly. Half of the observatory's main gate was already submerged. Thea unleashed a deluge like the breaking of a dam, howling winds and towering waves without pause. As long as the 2-story building's mana circulation faltered even slightly, the immense pressure would tear it apart. "What do you want?" "I'll give you everything I have." Faust could feel his lifeblood, the observatory, burning through its reserves at an accelerating rate. His understanding of the cult of the Cold Flame's madness deepened. Such a precious ancient structure, and they didn't even want to seize it, only destroy it. Snap. Thea ignored him entirely and continued her demolition. She drew the Sword of Merlin and activated its built-in ice storm. The moment the spell unleashed, even she was startled, the power was fully twice that of the same spell cast by her own magic. Fist-sized hailstones crashed down like rain, densely filling the narrow space. Even Thea herself was affected, let alone Faust, whose flight relied purely on external tools. His gloomy long face was struck repeatedly. Losing balance, he plunged headfirst into the seawater. So cold. Is this the level of a mage god? Only now did Thea gain a direct understanding of spellcraft from Merlin's era. The ice storm raged for a full 5 minutes. The space was already filled with seawater, and with the summoned gale added in, the temperature plunged by 50 degrees. The observatory finally collapsed during the ice storm's third minute. First the windows, then the doors, and finally the entire brick structure and foundation. The surging seawater completely destroyed the former mage tower. All magical materials were annihilated, only broken bricks and rubble remained. Thea surveyed her handiwork. Finding no loot, she directed the sea beast to haul Faust out of the water. The north wind howled. Snow drifted. Even she, after multiple divine augmentations, felt the cold. As for Faust, a mortal wrapped in nothing but a robe and soaked in seawater for 5 minutes, it was far worse. The long-faced middle-aged man had lost all trace of his former arrogance. Dragged out roughly by the sea beast, he offered no resistance, he was completely frozen unconscious. His face was bluish-gray, only faint warmth remaining near his chest. Frostbite had already formed on his hands and feet. Thea took one last look at the ruined pocket space. It was completely destroyed. She caught the man, dismissed the sea beast, opened a portal, and returned to Malcolm's mountain cave. The one who attacked you was this guy, right? She tossed the nearly frozen Faust in front of them, clearly fishing for praise. Malcolm and the knight were chatting idly by the fire. Having already seen her come and go via teleportation, they weren't surprised. Both looked at the men on the ground. Seems like it, the knight said uncertainly. The Faust from before had been far too flamboyant, the contrast with this half-dead wreck was enormous. It's him, Malcolm said flatly. His League of Assassins training was flawless, anyone he had seen once, as long as they hadn't turned to ash, he would recognize. Thea tapped Faust's brow. A trace of magic roused him. She then applied 2 sealing spells in succession to lock down his power and gestured to Malcolm. It was their turn for revenge and interrogation. Reading his mind directly would have been simpler, but Thea deliberately brought him back conscious so Malcolm could vent. Malcolm was exceedingly experienced in interrogation. Faust, meanwhile, was no iron-willed fanatic. After only a few lashes of the whip, he answered everything. The ambush on Malcolm had indeed been Faust's own idea. At the time, he had been meditating within the observatory when it transmitted a warning, an overwhelming sense of catastrophe. He didn't understand what it meant. Using the observatory's immense mana, he performed a divination far beyond his normal limits. The result was vague, but the clearly revealed figures were Malcolm and his companion. Striking first, he clashed with the demon inside Jason Blood, leaving both sides badly wounded. On his way back, he had been quite pleased, convinced that the foretold catastrophe referred to those two. What he never expected was that just as his injuries finished healing, with the observatory's aid, the true catastrophe arrived. Tower destroyed. Captured in one sweep. Now, as Faust looked at Thea warming herself by the fire, his eyes were filled with nothing but regret. Chapter 424, Malcolm's Path to Empowerment. Further regret was pointless. In response to Malcolm's questions, Faust answered everything truthfully, ultimately revealing the location of the Morgan Le Fay temple he had discovered within Peru. How should we deal with this guy? Malcolm knocked Faust unconscious with a single punch and looked at Thea. He still remembered that his daughter was supposed to be a hero. Up to you. Thea turned her head aside and replied calmly. Faust was no decent person. During the future major event Forever Evil, he would bring catastrophic disaster upon the entire world. Eliminating him early wasn't a bad thing. With a sharp crack, Malcolm seized Faust's forehead and jaw, twisted both hands, and ended his life. Come back with me first. We'll discuss the next step afterward, Thea said to the two of them, subtly giving Malcolm a meaningful look. Though he didn't know what she was planning, Malcolm genuinely needed time to recover and nodded in agreement. The three passed through the portal, leaving the desolate cave behind and arriving in a room filled with a heavy technological atmosphere. This is my laboratory in Metropolis. Rest here for now, Thea said as she poured each of them a glass of water. Jason Blood sensed that the father and daughter had private matters to discuss and tactfully excused himself. Bringing Malcolm back to Star City for a father-son reunion wouldn't have been a bad idea, but Thea had no desire to see him clash with Oliver Queen. Between them lay the death of Robert Queen, a blood debt that could never truly be repaid. Malcolm was both Tommy and Thea's father, and Oliver's sworn enemy. Caught between his best friend and his sister, Oliver would be trapped in an impossible position. The best solution was to keep them permanently separated, never meeting again in this lifetime. Father and daughter caught each other up on everything that had happened since their separation. Thea deliberately mentioned that Tommy Merlin had already injected divine blood, urging Malcolm not to hesitate any longer. She then retrieved a vial of genetic optimization fluid from the lab and handed it to him. By now, all her close family members had been enhanced. As for making the genetic optimization fluid universally available, Thea abandoned the idea as soon as it crossed her mind. The benefits involved were simply too great. Free distribution was impossible, and exorbitant pricing would only deepen social divisions. Those with wealth and power would grow even stronger, while the poor would become even more helpless. Setting everything else aside, if the fluid ever hit the market, Batman would absolutely lose his mind. Imagine every villain carrying one, an enhanced Joker, a strengthened Penguin, a boosted Scarecrow. Gotham's danger level would skyrocket instantly. The image was both terrifying and absurdly beautiful. Maintaining the status quo was the correct path. It's like this. Thea organized her thoughts. I've come up with a way to forcibly activate your bloodline. How? Malcolm asked. You don't need to do much. Inject the divine blood and the genetic optimization fluid separately. Bring your body to peak condition. We begin in 3 days. 3 days later, Malcolm, having undergone a series of enhancements, stood there radiating vitality as he watched Thea work. The changes were unmistakable. After injecting the divine blood and optimization fluid, a renewed power surged through his body. His physical condition, which had been declining, felt as though it had reverted to 20 years earlier. Strength, speed, endurance, the sensation of returning to his prime was intoxicating. Jason Blood's injuries had completely healed over those 3 days. Standing beside Malcolm, he watched Thea in the distance, still drawing a magic array on the ground for the 3rd consecutive day. Your daughter treats you well, he said. But can this really awaken a bloodline? The knight was skeptical. In his experience, even Merlin couldn't accomplish something like this. Either one could awaken magic, or one couldn't. If it were that easy, the world would already be full of mages. Malcolm glanced at him but said nothing. Thea hadn't slept or rested for 3 straight days, he would never back down at this point. In truth, the knight wasn't wrong. Merlin truly couldn't do this, not because he lacked power, but because his era was simply too distant. While modern mages couldn't rival his age in raw spell power, 1,000 years of development had pushed magic down a different path, toward refinement, precision, and ingenious design. Moreover, Merlin's standards were far too high. He focused exclusively on the upper echelons of magic. He had neither the time nor the inclination to handle something as basic as a mage initiation ritual. That was how an objective reality formed, something Merlin couldn't do, Thea could. The array before them was a fusion of ancient and modern magic. Its most crucial component was the backward magic pioneered by Zatanna and her father, turning the impossible into the possible by forcibly drawing out Malcolm's originally faint to invisible bloodline. Afterward, vast quantities of magic would scour and restructure it. In theory, it was feasible. What Thea had drawn was a massive backward magic array, incorporating a great deal of Sargon's knowledge as well. It could be called a culmination of contemporary magical techniques. She tossed Malcolm 3 gemstones, each containing a powerful healing spell, crafted using gemstone magic. Once Malcolm stepped into the array, Thea began chanting. The entire incantation had to be spoken in reverse. The mental strain was immense, even with her exceptional intelligence, she stumbled through the words, her face turning pale. Fortunately, aided by the array and several rare artifacts supplied by the Cult of the Cold Flame, the first phase passed without disaster. A faint shadow of magical energy appeared within Malcolm's body. Hold steady. This is where it really begins. Thea shouted as she produced the dead king's scepter. Earlier, when she had summoned the sea beast to destroy Faust's observatory, the creature had fed a portion of its remaining energy back into the scepter before dissipating. Thea had originally intended to absorb that untyped magic herself, but after long consideration, she abandoned the idea. That energy had been accumulated by the observatory over several centuries, drawn from its pocket dimension, scattered and impure. For Thea, it amounted to only 2 or 3 years' worth of mana, barely a bonus. But for strengthening Malcolm through the array, it was something else entirely, true life-saving aid. Raising the scepter, Thea guided the stored magic along the array's pathways, converging it at the center, Malcolm himself. The untyped magic ignited the blood-red array, pouring into Malcolm in vast quantities. The faint spark of magic within him, once no brighter than a candle flame, was visibly nourished and began to grow stronger. That's it, the knight asked, curiosity written all over his face. Not even close, Thea replied grimly. Purification began with extraction. This magic merely gave Malcolm the conditions necessary for extraction, it was still far from success. Seeing Malcolm's body begin to sway, Thea knew he had reached his tolerance limit. She cut off the untyped mana flow. Within the array, a smaller formation emerged, the same step used on Damien back then. This was the true bloodline purification array. Chapter 425, Reunion with Madame Xanadu. If Thea's own innate magical responsiveness were rated at 10, meaning that without relying on any magic arrays or spells, whether by jumping off a cliff, suffering severe injury, or triggering memories, she would have a 10% chance of awakening her mage bloodline, then Damien would rate around 3, and Malcolm probably wouldn't even reach 0.5%. Now, however, with the aid of modern magic, Malcolm had finally reached this stage. The process was extremely painful. The purification array continuously consumed his body, making every second feel like hell. But Malcolm was no young man. He understood that gain was proportional to sacrifice, and his willpower was even stronger than Damien's had been back then. Gritting his teeth, he endured it. Thea watched him without pause. Whenever the magic within Malcolm was about to be exhausted, she manually replenished a portion. Then the array refined it, consumed it, and she replenished it once more. Twice during the process he nearly collapsed and used the magic gemstones Thea had given him to heal his body. His physical condition recovered, but the mental strain was unavoidable. He could only endure it second by second. After the fourth replenishment, a single drop of magic truly belonging to Malcolm finally condensed within his body. Thea immediately shut down the array. She herself was utterly exhausted. "That's it. I do feel something, but the effect seems rather underwhelming," the knight remarked with faint disappointment, having watched the entire process. Thea couldn't be bothered to respond. No wonder this man had only ever amounted to an ordinary knight, he truly didn't know how to speak. Besides, this wasn't a movie. What kind of spectacle was he expecting? Was a mage apprentice's bloodline awakening supposed to come with earth-shattering phenomena? It was a ridiculous notion. Seeing that almost no magic remained in the staff, Thea simply injected the rest into Malcolm's body. Later, she would give him a few spellbooks. Even a rough understanding would allow him to cast a handful of spells. Malcolm himself was an adult who had undergone brutal training, essentially a high-level character with a professional foundation, unlike Damien's beginner-level state. With the additional magic Thea supplied, he rested briefly. Though his entire body trembled and he was drenched in sweat, his spirit was remarkably strong. His eyes were bright and focused. Taking a deep breath, he stepped steadily out of the array. Thea reached out, intending to give him a high five. The childish gesture made Malcolm feel awkward, but unwilling to spoil the mood, he returned it. The taciturn, socially inept knight stared at Malcolm for a long moment. "You've got a bit of form now, but you're still far from sufficient." Father and daughter were already used to his manner of speaking. He was serious, rigid, and inflexible, but at least he was consistent in word and deed. He wouldn't stab someone in the back. "Any new abilities?" Thea asked curiously. She herself had manifested the unicorn tattoo, while Damien had awakened dark attribute damage amplification. According to records, a magical awakening, strong or weak, would always produce an ability aligned with one's personality. Malcolm said nothing. After pondering for a long while with his eyes closed, he suddenly leapt upward, twisted lightly in midair, and vanished without a trace. A faint breeze passed, and when he reappeared, he was already 10 meters away. Invisibility. Haste. Spatial magic. Several familiar spells flashed through Thea's mind, but none quite fit. She waited for him to explain. "The information conveyed by my bloodline calls it wind walk," Malcolm said. "I can become wind itself. For now, I can only borrow the power of the wind, but in the future I should be able to control it, and perhaps even become a hurricane." Thea nodded to herself. This ability suited Malcolm perfectly. It allowed both offense and concealment, and most importantly, it was excellent for retreat. The Merlin bloodline had awakened wind aspect abilities for generations. It was a solid talent with room to grow. With Malcolm's inclination toward research, he might even develop something new. Talent was only a small factor. Acquiring knowledge and accumulating magic power were the true path forward. Thea was about to advise him to focus on steady study when Malcolm hesitated and spoke again. "I think I may have another ability." "What?" Thea was startled. Her unicorn tattoo had 2 manifestations, but they were still part of a single ability. What did he mean by another one? "It's rather abstract. I can't explain it well. I'll show you." During those 3 days, Malcolm hadn't been idle. He had contacted his subordinates and vaguely learned that the cult of the Cold Flame had been beaten into near annihilation by some unknown group. He had already realized that his daughter was no longer the little girl who once trained martial arts with him. She was now a powerful mage. If he didn't understand something, asking her was the right choice. He extended his hand and traced strange lines through the air. 7 illusory stone slabs engraved with hexagrams appeared. Malcolm frowned, seemingly uncertain of what to do next. Thea hurriedly stopped him. With her extensive theoretical knowledge, she understood immediately, this was none other than the ability of Faust's observatory. Previously, the sea beast had absorbed roughly 30% of the observatory's magic power, then returned about 15% of it to the dead king's scepter. After being consumed and refined by the array, the amount now reflected in Malcolm's body was likely less than 10% of the original total. Through the bloodline purification process, this magic had merged with him, granting him a trace of divinatory ability. Thea herself had studied many schools of magic, spells, secret arts, rituals, curses, but she had almost entirely ignored divination. There was no need for it. With her foreknowledge of events, divination, which consumed both vitality and mental energy, was meaningless to her. "Don't use this ability again," Thea said seriously. "If I'm not mistaken, this is a star mage technique, predicting future events through an observational method entirely different from modern astronomy. The burden it places on you is too great. Promise me you won't use it lightly. These are words of wisdom. Listen to her. Do not attempt to wield power you cannot control. A sudden female voice interrupted the conversation. A woman in a simple, floor-length purple dress and cloth shoes stepped forward. Her attire was plain, but her bearing was refined and extraordinary. A headband held back her hair as she walked calmly into view. "You are?" the knight asked uncertainly, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Thea answered directly, bowing slightly. "Madame Xanadu." "It's been a long time." Madame Xanadu returned the greeting with flawless etiquette. "Descendant of Merlin. I told you we would meet again." "Madam." "Your body seems off," Thea said, after only a brief glance. Compared to 100 years ago, Madame Xanadu's strength had declined significantly. More troubling was that she seemed to be enduring the constant erosion of some vast power, her foundation being steadily worn away. The demigod who had once effortlessly trapped Thea and Diana now appeared barely stronger than the senior members of the cult of the Cold Flame. What had happened over the past century to damage her to this extent? Chapter 426, A Weird Future. Madame Xanadu smiled faintly. She did not answer directly, there was a trace of bitterness in her smile. "My matters are not worth mentioning. Rather, it is you. Within the future I have seen, your figure appears again and again." Thea clicked her tongue softly. She was no longer the ignorant little girl who lacked magical knowledge. Considering Madame Xanadu's profession, it was not difficult to infer her current condition. She had been divining the future frequently. For the past 1,000 years, she had always been like this. This was her path. If she wished to advance to a higher level, she had to possess this resolve. In the past millennium, however, the changes were minor. The backlash from the world, or rather, from time itself, was limited. Relying on her demigod-level power, she could essentially withstand it. But in recent years, beginning with Superman stepping fully onto the world stage, the era of great upheaval for humanity had arrived. To peer into the future at such a juncture carried consequences that were extremely far-reaching. It was the same principle as gazing into the abyss. When you look at the future also looks back at you. Those powerful beings destined to descend upon Earth, such as Hal Jordan possessed by the Spectre, Darkseid, or the Anti-Monitor, if you observe them from this point in time, they will sense it. The benevolent ones would do nothing, but for the malevolent, splitting off a thread of consciousness to observe in return was entirely possible. Xanadu's situation was dire. She had to exert her full strength to block those gazes extending from the future. At the same time, in order to prevent even more catastrophic disasters, she had to continue divining and continue observing. This vicious cycle had caused her power to plummet dramatically. This only strengthened Thea's determination not to let her biological father walk the path of a charlatan mystic. Thinking of Malcolm, she suddenly realized something was wrong. A woman had appeared out of nowhere, yet old Malcolm showed no reaction at all. This was far too abnormal. She turned her head, and an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged in her heart. The feeling appeared abruptly, without reason, and vanished just as quickly. She saw Malcolm staring at Xanadu with a strange expression. At the moment Thea turned away, Xanadu also closed her eyes slightly, as if contemplating something. "What's wrong with you?" Thea poked Malcolm. The father-daughter relationship between them was good, but their manner of address was peculiar. Thea rarely called him father, usually addressing him casually, while Malcolm simply called her by name. Outsiders would never guess they were related. "This woman is..." Malcolm's expression was odd. Thea actually saw a hot-blooded impulse flicker in his eyes. Though confused, she still explained, "This is Madame Xanadu. She is the youngest sister of the Lady of the Lake." "So similar." "Really similar," Malcolm murmured, gazing at Xanadu from afar. Lacking Superman's superhearing, Thea did not catch it clearly. "Similar to who?" "To Tommy's mother." That single sentence nearly made Thea choke on her own saliva. She froze in place. Truly words that astonish do not cease until one is shocked. Only then did Thea realize that Xanadu's appearance here was anything but simple. She saw it too, that ambiguous, half-real, half-illusory resonance in Xanadu's eyes. A melodramatic truth was about to be laid bare. In the future Xanadu had divined, she and Malcolm ended up together. Was that why she had appeared here, at this specific point in time? What could Thea say? Tell them they could not be together? Judging from Malcolm's infatuated gaze and Xanadu's willingness to follow the trajectory of time, even if she argued until the heavens collapsed, they would not listen. Moreover, the future had already been thrown off course by her own butterfly effect. In the original timeline, Malcolm should have been in Star City battling Green Arrow, Faust would still be posing as a handsome mystic in his observatory, and Xanadu would have continued her solitary journey. Now, fate, using her hands, had linked them together, one step at a time. Mutual affection, one divining and one practicing astrology, one who had lived for ages, and another just as cunning as a fox. With the tangled connections involving Merlin, Arthur, and the Lady of the Lake, the two indeed shared deep karmic ties. Thea felt an urge to cover her face. Taking all factors into account, they truly did seem like a match made in heaven. Thea, my child, I believe I have found my future goal. Back then, I failed to protect Tommy's mother. Today, I have the ability. I want to protect her, Malcolm said, stroking Thea's hair, as though speaking both to her and to himself. Thea was torn. What could she say? Madame Xanadu's future was fraught with danger. Becoming entangled with her ran directly counter to Thea's wish to keep her family far from peril. Images already formed in her mind, villains giving chase, while Malcolm transformed into a gust of wind, carrying Xanadu as they fled. Do not use astrology lightly. The damage it inflicts upon your body far exceeds imagination, Thea warned solemnly, knowing she could not stop them. Rest assured, Thea. I will guide him in this field. In matters of astrology, no one alive today surpasses me, Xanadu said confidently, having appeared beside them at some unknown moment. At least she had finally stopped calling Thea descendant of Merlin and addressed her by name. That should have been satisfying, but where did that tone of a close elder come from? Thea felt a profound, world-level malice. Just days ago she had impersonated a senior relative of Constantine, now karma had come full circle. Yet seeing Malcolm's honored expression, she could not argue. She carefully explained the uses of her magical gemstones and handed them all to Malcolm. With his greatly enhanced power, he should be able to handle any trouble that arose. Madame Xanadu whispered a few words to Jason Blood. The knight who harbored a demon within was easily persuaded by her. The three bid farewell to Thea, and in a flash of red teleportation light, they vanished, leaving her alone. Everyone's gone. Who have I been working so hard for? Thea muttered, slightly dejected. After 5 years of turmoil, Malcolm had finally crossed from villain to the side of justice. Indeed, Thea believed that when Madame Xanadu later founded Justice League Dark, Malcolm would surely become one of its honored members. Among mages, he was already one who could fight, a rare type who both fought and cast spells. With his abilities complementing Xanadu's astrology, earning a founding seat in the organization would be no problem. Perhaps if Xanadu later stepped back, Malcolm might even shoulder leadership through his own intellect. Shaking her head, Thea left Metropolis and teleported to New York. Of the Croydon compass she had collected earlier, only the dial and the pointer remained. One final component was missing, the lens. Papa Midnight, the local power broker, had already completed the preliminary work for her and located the target in his dungeon. A descendant of Croydon, the crucial lens was hidden within his pupil. Now that Malcolm had turned away from evil, Thea did not wish to use excessively brutal methods. Instead of gouging out the eye, she used a displacement spell combined with reverse incantation magic to extract the lens. The golden dial, transparent lens, and silver pointer merged seamlessly, as though they had never been separated. Chapter 427, Daily Life and New Troubles. The Croydon Compass. Thea held the palm-sized device in one hand and tested it randomly several times. Its first function was to search for magical signals, its second function was to locate people. However, due to the limitations of its original creator, it could not detect artifacts, magical equipment, or individuals at the demigod level or above. Its effective range was restricted entirely to mortals. In addition, in modern society, interference was everywhere. Many places, such as ARGUS, could not be scanned by the compass at all. Despite its many shortcomings, its advantages were equally striking. For ordinary people, it could genuinely be considered an artifact. Scenes instantly surfaced in Thea's mind, a destitute youth following the "don't bully the poor" trope, obtaining the compass, discovering a hidden inheritance, and soaring to greatness. If this item were released into the outside world, it could easily create a great deal of trouble. At this moment, she could finally appreciate some of John Constantine's painstaking intentions. That man, whose moral bottom line was even lower than a transmigrator's, collected magical artifacts across the world not for personal ambition, but for the sake of global stability. This was an era of mortals, an era of technology. Thea had no grand ambition to revive the glory of a magical age, because she knew Earth's future would continue down the technological path. This trend had long been destined. The Reverse Flash of the 25th century, the Emerald Empress of the 31st century, and the Magician of the 64th century, these time travelers were all elites of the technological path. By the 64th century, technology and magic would be indistinguishable, and humanity's way of life would undergo earth-shaking changes. What modern society called magic could all be realized through technology in that era. She did not spare much thought for whether people 4,000 years in the future were happy. She still had many matters to deal with in the present. First, she returned to Star City to check on the progress of her 2 disciples. The children were simply too intelligent, she had almost run out of things to teach them. Now, having acquired the lifetime memories of Sargon the Archmage, misleading, instructing 2 troublesome kids was effortless. Long stretches of theory left Damian Wayne completely stunned. Even the Demon King's princess herself, Little Raven, widened her eyes, her mouth forming a perfect O. Thea taught both of them gem magic and reverse incantation magic. Raven strongly disliked the idea of throwing glittering gemstones at people. With her nearly limitless magical power, there was no need for such a method. The gemstones Thea gave her were secretly hidden away, though her reverse incantation magic improved rapidly. Damien was the exact opposite. His innate magical power was insufficient, making reverse incantation magic difficult for him to practice. However, he became obsessed with gem magic. In his view, it was no different from throwing grenades. Armed with his father's credit card, he went on a shopping spree and bought an entire bag of gemstones to practice with. Ignoring Batman's near-heart attack upon seeing the credit card bill, Thea privately hired 3 expedition teams to search for the temple mentioned by Felix Faust in the Peruvian jungle. In the original timeline, this site was discovered by Constantine's close friend Nick Necro. Unfortunately, the unlucky man was soon abandoned by Constantine after the latter shifted his affections to Zatanna. On the eve of discovering the temple, Nick was killed by the two of them, and his soul fell into hell. Later on, Faust sacrificed his own lifespan to retrieve Nick from hell. Now, however, Nick remains there, and Faust himself has been sent to hell by Malcolm to keep him company. For the time being, Nick would have to reside in hell for several more years. These villains all held back secrets from one another. Without Nick's resurrection, there was no detailed guidance, and Faust only knew a rough location. The temple's power still lingered, blocking the compass's detection and shielding itself from the Eye of Horus. After trying several methods, Thea could only resort to the most primitive solution, casting a wide net and searching manually. Each expedition team included mercenaries loyal to Deathstroke. Once the target was found, Thea could arrive immediately. A full month passed. Aside from Batman complaining that Damien's expenses were slightly excessive, there was no new information. After finishing her work at the committee, Thea let out a long sigh. All 7 alien cities had been stabilized. Under a policy of both coercion and incentive, many aliens had registered. However, this process had only just begun. Of the more than 100,000 aliens, fewer than 30,000 had completed registration, the rest remained hesitant or suspicious. General Sam Lane initially proposed mandatory registration, but Thea dissuaded him. For several of the cities, although their developmental paths differed somewhat, overall they were no more advanced than Earth. These aliens had been living peacefully at home when enormous domes suddenly descended upon their cities. Chaos followed until Thea led a team to rescue them. Unlike Thea, they had no informed individual to explain the broader situation of the universe. They knew nothing of Brainiac. Seeing the committee's advanced technology, many believed Earth had abducted them, some cried, some begged, some threatened revenge. The range of reactions was vast. Upon learning that Earth was considered a developed planet by alien standards, General Lane was quite pleased and temporarily abandoned the idea of forced registration. With the general's sense of honor satisfied, and under deliberate guidance from the committee, news of alien landings was slowly released to the public, like boiling a frog in warm water. After the initial panic, many bold individuals emerged. One such incident had already crossed Thea's desk. A woman codenamed Roulette, an ordinary human with no enhancements or powers, was a notorious underground casino owner. Recognizing the value of aliens, she had abducted or trafficked dozens of them from the 7 alien cities within a single month, forcing them to fight in her casinos to satisfy the perverse tastes of the wealthy. When John Diggle, former bodyguard and now one of the commanders of the armed forces, first reported this, Thea had been skeptical. Could an ordinary Earth woman really be that audacious? Yet the evidence left no room for doubt. Human boldness truly knew no limits. Dressed in a red, high-slit gown and bearing a green dragon tattoo, the woman's business spanned the globe. Her underground casinos catered perfectly to the wealthy, humans versus beasts, humans versus aliens, aliens versus beasts. There was nothing she could not arrange, only things one could not imagine. Mr. Diggle, arrest this woman. Thea gathered intelligence from organizations such as ARGUS and handed Diggle a thick stack of files. These ordinary criminals were not worth her personal intervention. She left troop deployment entirely to Diggle. Equipped with a mechanical exoskeleton and Thea's freeze gun, leading several hundred men against a woman who relied solely on manipulation left no possibility of failure. Just as Thea was considering where to spend her weekend, Farah rushed in. News from the Pentagon. 10 minutes ago, an unidentified flying object landed on Earth. After checking that no one else was nearby, Farah lowered her voice. Based on the images, it appears to be Fort Roz of Krypton. It is different from the Black Zero prison that once held us. Fort Roz imprisons only Krypton's most dangerous criminals. Chapter 428, Fort Roz. Fort Roz. Hearing this, Thea's expression became somewhat unnatural. These prisoners were supposed to be among Supergirl's enemies. Had these brutal aliens really arrived on Earth so early? Although this fortress, Supergirl's ship, and General Zod's group all escaped the Phantom Zone at the same time, Fort Roz was massive in scale and was fundamentally not a conventional spacecraft. Supergirl's small ship had landed on Earth 6 years ago. Shortly afterward came General Zod's Black Zero, which arrived on Earth half a year ago after being modified by the scientists among his subordinates. Fort Ross was different. If Zod's group could be classified as political prisoners, then those imprisoned in Fort Ross were outright criminal offenders. The conditions of detention and personnel composition were entirely different. According to the original timeline, after breaking free of the Phantom Zone, they should have taken at least 10 years to reach Earth. History had clearly been altered. Thea did not know whether this was her doing, Madame Xanadu's interference, the work of speedsters, or some technological time travelers from the future. There were simply too many possibilities to determine the cause. Regardless of how the future unfolded, this situation demanded immediate investigation. After confirming the coordinates, Thea took Farah and teleported to the wilderness of New Mexico. After a brief search, the two located the landing site. From the outside, it appeared to be a peculiar flying structure formed by the intersection of two enormous rings, each several kilometers in diameter. A closer inspection revealed countless internal partitions within the rings, each one a prison cell for criminals. There are no remaining life signs inside the ship. Did they really escape that fast? Thea scanned it from afar. The expected scene of hundreds of aliens pouring out never occurred. The interior was completely empty, as if it had been abandoned for several days. They entered the ship. Anything that could be removed and repurposed as a weapon had already been taken. Reaching the main control terminal, they gained command of the vessel through Farah's identity authorization. After checking the logs, Farah said grimly, they used light and shadow refraction equipment. In fact, the ship landed 3 days ago. These are all Krypton's most dangerous criminals, and they all escaped. Unlike Superman, Farah felt no particular attachment to Earth. To her, the escape of these Kryptonian criminals was a direct provocation against her authority as the only remaining individual still holding an official Kryptonian position. Whether out of duty or responsibility, she had to capture them. It was the only thing she could still do for Krypton. If they escaped, so be it. Thea did not care about Kryptonian honor. She merely remembered that the original leader of this group had been Supergirl's aunt. Though Kryptonian, that woman was not a warrior, she had most likely been genetically calibrated as a support or administrative type at birth and posed no real threat to Thea. Having studied countless Kryptonian genetic profiles, Thea found the ship's data easy to interpret. She quickly identified a discrepancy from her memories. Supergirl's aunt, Astra, had committed suicide after Krypton's destruction. Now the one leading the group was her deputy, and also her husband, Non. Non had consolidated the ship's resources through ruthless methods. This was likely the primary reason Fort Ross had arrived on Earth far ahead of schedule. We'll tow this ship back and use it as a prison, Thea said decisively. She had been worrying about where to incarcerate alien criminals. It was hardly appropriate to place them in Blackgate Penitentiary or Belle Reve Prison. Now, a ready-made solution had practically fallen from the sky. Both Farah and Non had served as deputies, but Farah, being part of Krypton's combat hierarchy, outranked Non by half a grade. She easily overrode his remaining command permissions. In the past, relocating such a massive structure, thousands of tons at minimum, would have required exposing their full strength. Now, it was simple. An atomization field was deployed on site. 5 converging beams locked onto Fort Ross, and in the blink of an eye, the entire prison compressed down to the size of a fist. Thea casually prepared to stash it in her bag. Between searching the ship and atomizing the prison, an hour had passed. Just as they were about to leave, Martian Manhunter, whose acting skills were impeccable when posing as an ordinary human, finally arrived with his team. This should fall under the jurisdiction of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, Martian Manhunter said. Seeing the empty site and the toy-sized alien prison in Thea's hand, he knew he was late, but still wanted to make an attempt. This clearly falls under the authority of the Alien Supervision and Management Committee, Thea replied without yielding. Jurisdictional overlap was always messy. On paper, everyone had authority. In practice, it came down to who stood firmer. To reinforce her claim, she even produced her official credentials. Martian Manhunter felt helpless. Maintaining his civilian disguise prevented him from reacting instantly like Thea. Even rushing at full speed, he had still spent an hour en route. By comparison, he was already fast. ArrowVerse had only just mobilized. While they sparred verbally, their telepathic channel was just as active. One side argued that this was a Kryptonian vessel and Farah held indisputable authority. The other insisted that both of them were too young and inexperienced, and that he should handle the matter instead. Uncle John, Thea said cheerfully through telepathy, you don't want your identity exposed either. Leading a group of agents against Kryptonian felons is extremely dangerous. Do you really want to watch your people die? If you can't decide, we can always go to the Batcave and hold a vote. Martian Manhunter considered it carefully. Her reasoning was sound. He could not personally intervene, and expecting ordinary agents armed with guns and grenades to confront vicious Kryptonian criminals was indeed unreasonable. As for another Batcave vote, he dismissed the idea. The matter of Farah remaining on Earth had already been debated. Superman had wholeheartedly supported having another Kryptonian present. Diana, knowing Farah served under Thea, believed more powerful women were a good thing and agreed readily. Batman had abstained. The final result had been 3-1. Another vote would change nothing. With ownership settled, both sides withdrew. Thea brought the prison ship back to the committee. She did not monopolize it, whether ArrowVerse or the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, any criminals too dangerous to contain could be held there. The ship's internal capacity was enormous, housing 8 or even 10,000 prisoners posed no problem. No one celebrated. Everyone understood that these escaped alien criminals had already entered human cities. Disorder and crime were only a matter of time. Multiple departments quietly accumulated strength, planted informants, and waited for the enemy to make the first move. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Farah's superhearing remained active at all times, while Thea continuously ran searches, facial recognition, satellite tracking, everything available. California. National City. High-intensity combat detected, Gideon reported immediately. Thea cast an invisibility spell on Farah, opened a portal, and stepped through without hesitation. Chapter 429, Farah and Kara. The climate in National City was somewhat humid, making Thea slightly uncomfortable. The city was roughly the same size as Star City and Central City, but it lacked Star City's tense, high-strung atmosphere where everyone seemed wound-tight like clockwork. The greenery here was excellent, the citizens relaxed and unhurried. If one could adapt to the climate, this was a city with an exceptionally high quality of life. Unfortunately, that tranquility had been shattered today. In the distance, flames shot skyward, and thick black smoke covered more than half the sky. Many civilians stopped in place, asking one another what had happened, while police officers shouted orders to evacuate the crowds. The entire city was in turmoil. Over there. Both women had keen eyesight. After a brief search through the smoke, they located the two combatants. Judging by the scale of destruction and chaos alone, Thea already had a rough idea. Once she identified the targets and looked more closely, it was exactly as expected. One of the combatants was a Kryptonian with overwhelming destructive power. However, the Kryptonian was clearly on the defensive today. With long dark brown hair, both hairstyle and color resembling Thea's, and dressed in casual clothes with cloth shoes, Kara Danvers was being relentlessly pursued and hacked at by a nearly 2-meter-tall brute charging after her. The man had an ugly ridge across his forehead and wielded a massive axe. This little girl is also a Kryptonian. Farah recognized Kara at a glance. Yes. She's also from the House of El. Her original name should be Kara Zor-El. On Earth, she goes by Kara Danvers. Watching the fight, Thea noted that Kara's overall physical attributes were clearly superior to her opponents. She simply had no idea how to apply her strength, repeating the same few moves over and over. That fighting is awful. Farah endured watching for barely a minute before losing patience. Kara had virtually no combat technique at all, which deeply offended Farah's pride as a trained warrior. Thea neither agreed nor disagreed. Superman's own fighting style was hardly refined either. Supergirl's approach was practically a direct inheritance, very much the traditional House of El style. The House of El was Krypton's #1 cheat lineage. Publicly, it was said that only one infant, Superman, had been sent away. In reality, during the final minutes before Krypton's destruction, a whole group of distant relatives escaped. What was even more outrageous was that they had sent Superman's dog to Earth as well, a flying dog in a red cape that absorbed sunlight and even fired heat vision. With time enough to do that, Superman's parents still didn't bother saving themselves. Instead, the couple dramatically embraced each other and calmly watched their planet explode. Thea genuinely could not understand their logic. After forcing herself to watch for another minute, Farah finally snapped. Can we fight here? I need to properly teach her Kryptonian combat methods. Thea surveyed the surroundings. They were in an oil refinery, already turned into a choking mess by the shockwaves of battle. Fighting here would be too troublesome. Let's go fight at Grodd's place. For ease of coordination with her subordinates, Thea had established a permanent portal on the planet controlled by Grodd. That location was ideal, no need to worry about collateral damage. Control them. The mail is yours. As she spoke, Thea produced a magical device and tossed it in place, then rapidly inscribed a magic array. Linking to a distant coordinate, she located the destination with a brief mental scan. You're causing too much damage to the city. Come with me. Thanks to Thea's activities over the past few years, Kara still recognized her. Seeing Farah knock the brute unconscious with a single punch, Kara hesitated at the sight of the shimmering blue portal, but ultimately followed their example and stepped through. Whoa! The moment she saw the purple sky, alien flora and architecture, and unfamiliar gravity, Kara immediately realized she was no longer on Earth. "You're Miss Thea, right? I remember you." Kara didn't get to finish before Farah coldly cut her off. "Your combat technique is far too crude. That first punch, you could have dodged it completely, pivoted, and countered with a kick. But what did you do? You retreated." Farah rattled on without pause. Kara was initially displeased. Anyone would be annoyed at being harshly criticized by a stranger. But listening more carefully, she noticed something different. You're a Kryptonian." "Of course. I'm Farah. I used to live in District 115, Sector B15, not far from your home. Your mother was once my instructor." Farah spoke at length about Krypton's past. Unlike Superman, who arrived on Earth as an infant, Kara had left Krypton at 12 and still held deep emotional ties to her home. Hearing that Farah had known her mother made her eyes redden. "Stand firm. Your mother once taught me something." Farah grabbed Kara by the collar like a drill sergeant addressing a recruit, nearly spraying her face with saliva. Realizing Farah was effectively an elder, Kara shot Thea a sideways glance and shrank back like a chastened quail. Thea returned a gentle smile. Kara was 2 years younger than her, 18 this year. Perhaps Kryptonians were generally more innocent, but Kara's demeanor still felt almost childlike. Setting aside bloodlines, Thea regarded her much like a younger sister. Farah lectured non-stop for 5 full minutes before Kara finally snapped back to reality. "Why did you bring me here?" "I'm going to train your combat techniques, using this guy as an example." Farah kicked the unconscious alien brute. "He's nowhere near your equal." Kara frowned. After barely surviving the earlier fight, her confidence was shaky at best. The brute staggered to his feet after being kicked. He was momentarily stunned by the drastic change in surroundings. He only remembered charging like a tiger down a mountain, swinging his axe with ferocious force, on the verge of killing his enemy, then everything went black. Unlike the disoriented Supergirl, his combat instincts were sharp. He immediately identified Farah as a threat and brought his axe down in a vicious overhead strike. Kara hadn't even finished shouting a warning when Farah calmly caught the axe with one hand. As if nothing were happening, she continued instructing Kara. "I haven't been on Earth long. You've been exposed to the yellow sun far longer than I have, but you haven't used even 10% of your strength. Watch closely." She released the axe, deliberately lowering her power to Kara's level. Grabbing the haft again, she redirected the force sideways, flicked the brute into the air with her left foot, then pivoted and lashed out with a right leg roundhouse, the kick cracking across his face. "See. You must engage your entire body, not just throw punches and kicks." Farah showed no pride in defeating such a crude opponent and reached out to pull him back up as a training dummy. Thea chuckled softly. The unfortunate brute had been knocked unconscious again. With a light tap of her finger, she dragged him back, golden healing magic flaring over his body. "I'll handle healing him. We have plenty of time, let's train properly." Chapter 430, Cheerful Kara. While Thea was busy treating the injured, Farah continued another round of hands-on instruction for Kara. Thea listened in from time to time. Kryptonian martial arts functioned more like a science, precisely calculated, pursuing simplicity and efficiency, using overwhelming physical attributes to crush opponents and end a fight within a minute. This was the traditional Kryptonian way of combat. "Go." Farah patted Kara on the shoulders, like sending a boxer into the ring, and pushed her toward the alien brute who had just been healed again. Perhaps reassured by the presence of a fellow Kryptonian and Thea, who looked friendly enough, Kara Danvers felt her confidence rise. She quietly encouraged herself and threw a straight punch at the dazed brute's chest. The unfortunate brute took the blow before he even realized what was happening. Purple blood sprayed across the ground. Even so, his combat experience was formidable. While airborne, he slashed out with his axe, forcing Kara back and regaining his footing. "Don't just watch, strike his lower body while he's landing. When you're fighting face to face, why are you flying? Too many pointless movements. Watch his shoulders, he's about to throw a right punch. Don't be afraid of getting hurt. A Kryptonian body can withstand almost anything, but that axe must be avoided. Can't you see such an obvious energy attack?" Farah constantly corrected Kara's movements. Kara was scolded relentlessly, but with her life no longer in danger, the innate combat passion of a Kryptonian was gradually ignited. Her punches and kicks became increasingly forceful, and she slowly began to look the part. Through the fight, the alien brute also pieced together some information. Though he had no idea where he was, he knew full well that the two women were behind all of this. After being sent flying by Farah twice, he realized that even at full strength he was no match. He launched several fierce axe strikes to force Kara back, then suddenly leapt toward Thea. "Oh! Trying something sneaky." Thea's fighting style was not suited for teaching Kara, and she had no intention of instructing. She shifted slightly to evade the strike, circled to the side with light steps, and kicked the brute in the ribs. As he recoiled in pain, she turned the kick into a lift, followed by a clean taekwondo spinning back kick that sent him flying again. Thea used precise control rather than brute force, leaving the alien unharmed. Still unwilling to concede, he tried to charge again. Pa. Pa. 2 orange-yellow energy beams struck the ground at his feet. Thea pointed at Kara, signaling that this was his opponent. Was that heat vision? Kara asked, slightly confused. No. It's not something I can explain in a sentence or two. Just remember, I'm a pure earthling, Thea replied lazily. Kara nodded, half understanding, and continued sparring with her unfortunate training partner. The next half-day left Kara in an exceptionally good mood. Since arriving on Earth, she had constantly restrained her strength. Now that she could finally unleash it, her Kryptonian combat instincts were fully awakened. Every cell in her body seemed to be cheering. Each punch and kick released tremendous force. Her actual energy output hadn't changed, but her combat effectiveness had increased by at least threefold. Her joy stood in stark contrast to the misery of the sparring partner. Momentum rose with the first clash, weakened with the second, and collapsed entirely with the third. Originally, he had come wielding his axe to take revenge on Kryptonians. Unable to defeat a hardened opponent like Superman, he had targeted the seemingly weak Supergirl instead. At first, everything went according to plan. Years of training with his axe had nearly earned him a killing blow, until 2 female demons appeared out of nowhere. Farah never joined the fight, remaining strictly in an instructional role. That much he could accept. Thea, however, was unforgivable. By now, he had been knocked unconscious 14 times by Supergirl's increasingly unrestrained blows. From skull and nose to arms and thighs, not a single part of his body remained unscathed, yet every grievous injury was forcibly healed. When he began to feel utterly drained, Thea injected him with something to keep the fight balanced. His potential was forcibly unlocked. In that moment, he felt invincible, as though he could shatter a planet with a single punch. Lying paralyzed on the ground now, however, he felt quite differently. He found himself desperately missing Fort Roz. Thinking back, regret gnawed at him. When he first escaped, he should have gone to beg on another planet instead of being tricked into rushing to Earth for revenge. Once powerfully built, his body had now shrunk noticeably, at least 30 pounds lighter. Thea examined him as he stared vacantly at the sky and sighed. All bodily potential has been completely overdrawn. Cellular vitality is at its lowest. If he wants to fight again, he'll need at least a year of recovery. Kara and Farah both felt some regret but voiced no objections. To keep him alive, Thea had cast no fewer than 100 healing spells. Since he was neither kin nor friend, these were not spells fueled by her own reserves, but rather an inhumane technique that forcibly accelerated the target's natural recovery mechanisms. This spell was a form of lesser energy drain, once mastered by Sargon, rooted in necromancy. Thea had since modified it, stripping away its sinister aura and disguising it as something holy and inviolable. Transforming holy magic into necromancy was common, but converting necromancy into a holy effect was exceedingly rare. She had also layered numerous enhancement spells on him: strength, defense, haste. These spells were harmless in isolation, but duration was the problem. 1 hour was manageable, 4 hours was catastrophic. Speed and power far beyond bodily limits, sustained for long periods, inflicted near-total destruction upon bones, muscles, and internal organs. The final injection was not the genetic enhancement the brute had hoped for, but a technologically produced hallucinogen. What he perceived as explosive growth in power was merely an illusion, his brain deceived into unlocking all physical limiters and forcing supernormal output. With internal damage compounded by Supergirl's relentless pummeling, the revenge-driven alien finally collapsed. Dropping his axe, he fell to the ground with a thud, unable to rise no matter how much he was kicked. Finding him surprisingly cooperative, Thea decided to fulfill his wish and send him back to the place where his nightmare began, continuing life as an honored prisoner. As the 3 women dragged the captive away, Gorilla Grodd finally returned from his patrol. The gorilla had grown even larger and more imposing, standing nearly 5 meters tall. No one would guess that such a massive figure was not a physical powerhouse, but rather a practitioner of magic. Gorilla. Kara's mouth fell open in shock. Having lived on Earth for years, she recognized common animals, but couldn't comprehend how an Earth species could exist on such a distant alien world. Farah, already familiar with Grodd, gave a brief introduction. Chapter 431, New Friends and Aftermath. The Grodd here was different from the one in the original timeline. The vicious resentment born of human experimentation had been completely worn away. Now well-traveled and experienced, he regarded humans without hatred and without affection. Earthlings were merely ordinary members of the universe, nothing more. From Thea's analysis, when this fellow first gained sentience, his mentality was probably equivalent to that of a middle schooler in the throes of adolescent delusions. The subsequent torture naturally bred thoughts like, the heavens cannot blind my eyes, nor the earth block my will. Had events followed that course, his becoming a villain would have been inevitable. But now that his horizons had broadened, and with the aliens of this planet treating him like a god, Grodd's temperament had reversed. It was like children who fight without holding grudges, yet if you beat one every day, they might hate you for life. Grodd was precisely such a case. After being brutally abused by Earthlings, he reached a critical crossroads, only for Thea to intervene at the decisive moment. His pent-up resentment found release, and his psychological scars were gradually soothed by aliens who treated him like an honored ancestor. Heh. The gorilla sent Kara an affectionate mental signal and extended a massive hand to shake hers. Oh. He can talk to me. As if discovering a whole new world, Kara Danvers grabbed Grodd's hand and refused to let go. Had this been an ordinary Earth girl, she would have fainted on the spot. Kara had no such issues. Kryptonian genetics made her appear innocent, but nothing truly frightened her. Laughing and playing, she soon began fooling around with Grodd. Ever since leaving Earth, the gorilla's life had consisted of little more than eating and sleeping. The people he encountered were either stern types like Farah, or aliens who cowered at the sight of him. Aside from Thea occasionally teasing him, no one had played with him in a long time. Now, meeting Kara, an overgrown girl with a still immature mindset of her own, the two surprisingly got along quite well. At first, Grodd still harbored some resentment toward Earthlings. But once Kara effortlessly lifted him into the air, he immediately realized that this girl was definitely not human. One girl and one gorilla tossed each other up and down, playing with infectious enthusiasm. Thea had originally planned to return to Earth. Seeing how well they were getting along, she decided there was no rush. With Grodd's cruelty gone and his personality rapidly veering toward the comedic, his strength was somewhat lower than in the original timeline. For this, Thea was more than happy. Corruption breeds power, redemption tempers it, she had long since made peace with that trade-off. The three escorted the prisoner back, not returning to Earth until nightfall. Farah gave Kara another round of instructions, telling her to visit the committee whenever she had time. She didn't demand invincibility, only that Kara receive proper Kryptonian training. Kara nodded enthusiastically, hurriedly bid them farewell, and shot back home in a blur. Farah escorted the prisoner back to Fort Raz. This unfortunate soul would become the first inmate after the fortress resumed operation. As a grand opening gift, Farah reassigned him to his former cell. Thea returned alone to her office. Though the room appeared empty, faint distortions caught her eye. Looking more closely, she smiled. Uncle John. A rare guest. As her words fell, the invisible Martian manhunter emerged. In less than a tenth of a second, he completed the transition from revealing himself to assuming his disguise again. Thea only glimpsed a flash of green skin before he resumed the appearance he used as director of the DEO. Where did you take Kara? He demanded. Where? Thea pretended to think seriously. By our terminology, it's called Spectre Star, located in Western Universe Sector 1109. Seeing Martian Manhunter's eyes widen, she added, Kara's combat ability is far too weak. You know Farah, right? She's training Kara, not to make her unbeatable, but at least capable of defending herself. Kara is fully capable of self-defense, Martian Manhunter retorted. His boundless paternal instincts flared instantly. He treated all cute young girls as his own daughters, and the Danvers sisters ranked highest among them. Thea curled her lips and transmitted a series of images through their telepathic link, scenes of Kara being pinned to the ground and beaten. Take a look at these. She can't even use 1/10 of her power, and you're calling that self-defense? Defend what, exactly? Martian Manhunter fell silent. Truthfully, the alien Kara had fought was a one-hit kill in the eyes of both him and Superman. Yet such an enemy had nearly killed her. Kara's combat ability really was lacking. Thea laid out the facts, reasoned it through, and efficiently ushered the overprotective guardian out of her office. Remember to balance work and rest. Train reasonably, don't push too hard. Even after he left, Martian Manhunter's telepathic reminders continued unabated. Thea could only agree again and again. Afterward, Kara kept her promise and visited Farah for training every few days. Superman and Martian Manhunter both tried to observe in secret, but were promptly chased off by Farah, who possessed X-ray vision of her own. Meanwhile, events in the magical world faded like a drop of water into the sea. The Cold Flame cult withdrew its control zones worldwide, recalling large numbers of subordinates to headquarters in preparation for potential enemies. On the second day after John Constantine entered the Shadow Labyrinth, he and Zatanna emerged. They escaped more than a day earlier than Thea had expected. Zatanna teleported away immediately, while Constantine went straight to Papa Midnight. After a cordial and friendly discussion, Constantine was beaten until both arms were broken and dumped outside by a gang of thugs. Ordinary citizens would never know that a small-scale battle had taken place in a hidden world, nor that several spellcasters with extraordinary powers had already lost their lives. The magical community, long suppressed by the Cold Flame cult, was thrown into panic, with rumors spreading in limited circles. Some claimed someone intended to purge the magical world, and that Cold Flame was merely the first to stick its head out. Others claimed Cold Flame planned to become collaborators, and that anyone who didn't want to die should hurry up and accept recruitment. During this period, many organizations received applications from all manner of strange individuals. Most could barely perform party tricks and lived hand-to-mouth lives. Their true identities were naturally unimpressive. Stories circulated of plumbers applying to the FBI and street performers interviewing with the CIA. Most mediocrities were weeded out, but a few genuine talents were retained. For example, ArrowVerse recruited a volunteer metahuman known as Dr. Mist, a black man whose entire body was covered with magical arrays, capable of reflecting all magical attacks. This South African doctor abandoned medicine after his wife's death and turned to magic. Lacking innate talent, he resorted to forbidden techniques to alter his body, forcibly cultivating a mystical version of returning force upon its sender. Chato Santana, once severely injured by Thea, had now fully recovered. On Amanda Waller's orders, he unleashed his demonic fire against Dr. Mist. The results were excellent, the flames were reflected back intact. Multiple tests confirmed that while Dr. Mist possessed no offensive power, his ability to reflect energy was nearly perfect. Amanda Waller grinned from ear to ear. If ArrowVerse weren't a classified organization, she would have raised a recruitment banner in Times Square on the spot. Chapter 432, The Cadmus Project. As for Dr. Mist, who relied on his body covered with magic arrays to reflect spells, Thea found it fundamentally flawed. Everything has limits. In his case, Dr. Mist's body itself was that limit. Once the incoming energy exceeded the combined capacity of his body and mind, those arrays would collapse, taking his life with them in the process. In order not to appear overly selective, the Alien Supervision and Management Committee also recruited several idle individuals who had been scared half to death by the turmoil in the magical world. Regardless of background or intent, all of them were assigned to John Diggle's Unit 4 re-education. Time passed slowly. The Star City Quartet was locked in a fierce battle with the gangs led by Brick. Batman was busy training the third generation of Robins. As another epicenter of chaos, Metropolis was naturally no exception. Rubbing her temples, Thea arrived at a court hearing. Dozens of black-clad bodyguards surrounded her tightly, while a massive ring of reporters pressed in from the outside, raising microphones and cameras of every kind. It had been a month since the headquarters of the Queen Merlin Group was completed. Thanks to Thea's immense personal prestige, the company's operations had progressed extremely smoothly. In truth, this was entirely undeserved trouble. As the hero who saved Metropolis, she had a 3-meter-tall bronze statue in the city's central square, commemorating her rescue of tens of millions of citizens. In the original timeline, Superman's statue had been directly flapped away by her metaphorical wings. At first, the statue delighted the young lady immensely. Taking advantage of a moment when no one was watching, she secretly carved a small magic array at its base, a mark of the moon goddess. As the deity's sole contemporary chosen, Thea could continuously draw faith through this array and convert it into magical power. In a city of over 10 million people, even diffuse belief added up to a terrifying amount. Thea enjoyed herself for several carefree days, then misfortune arrived on its own. 3 individuals, no one knew whether they had been injured during the Zod incident or the later Dome event, appeared beneath her statue at the same time and took their own lives by gunshot. The reasons they left behind were absurd beyond belief. In their notes, they claimed that Thea, as the hero of Metropolis, had ignored their suffering and hardship instead of helping them. If that were all, even the most ignorant onlooker would find it ridiculous. She was neither their parent nor guardian, why should anyone be obligated to save them? But the 3 men also exposed the existence of the Alien Supervision and Management Committee during their deaths, listing various figures that portrayed Thea, as chairwoman, as excessively favoring aliens. To the wider audience, this created the impression that Earthlings were treated harshly, while aliens received generous benefits. Outside of Metropolis, where people were accustomed to Superman, most of the world still did not believe aliens existed at all. Yet under deliberate instigation, these people joined the chorus of doubt. Rumors of this caliber did not even qualify as slander. For politicians, receiving no hate mail at all usually meant they were about to be voted out of office. Still, this particular wave of gossip was deeply disgusting. The statue that collected faith had been tainted by wrongful deaths, and crowds monitored it around the clock. Thea didn't even have an opportunity to purify it. A toad jumping onto your foot, it won't bite, but it's revolting. That summed up Thea's mood perfectly. Dr. Queen, do you have anything to say regarding the alien issue? Dr. Queen, our readers want to know whether it's true that this committee spends $35 billion of global taxpayer money every year to resettle aliens. Taking advantage of his large build, Clark Kent, disguised as a human reporter, squeezed in with photographer Jimmy Olsen. Seeing him raise his microphone as if he wanted to ask something, Thea shot him a fierce glare. What are you pretending for? You came to watch the show. Ask a single question and I might actually lose my patience. In the original timeline, it had been a man with broken legs climbing onto Superman's statue to spray graffiti. Now, with her, it had escalated directly to suicide, and 3 people at that. There was no doubt the situation had been deliberately intensified. The prime suspect targeting her was still Lex Luthor. She had no idea what he was thinking. Wasn't he supposed to be locked in a love-hate struggle with Superman? Picking a fight with her made no sense at all. Unaware that Thea had taken the blame for him, Superman himself found the situation absurd. Through Kara, Batman, and others, the two had become fairly familiar. Pretending not to know each other in public, and conducting an interview on top of that, felt strange. Clark paused briefly, smiling bitterly as she walked past him. The hearing itself was purely procedural. Everyone went through the motions amid much noise and bustle. Thea remained silent throughout. There was no need for her to explain anything. Queen Group employed a legal team of over 100 lawyers, half of whom were present today. Anyone unaware of the situation might have thought this was a lawyers' association meeting. Verbal sparring and semantic nitpicking, just time wasting. The lawyers rotated in sequence, dissecting every word. Whenever aliens were mentioned, the answer was simply, no knowledge. After wasting an entire afternoon on this farce, Thea returned home and ordered all her overt and covert assets to investigate. Domestic financial conglomerates, multinational corporations, even Wayne Enterprises were not spared. She had to know who was behind this. When all intelligence was compiled, Thea was mildly startled. The Cadmus Project. The information was delivered by Poison Ivy. Her powers of seduction were unrivaled, no amount of training could counter them. She and Deathstroke had captured and interrogated 11 scientists associated with Luthor's group before finally extracting this name. Yes, boss. But that scientist only knew the name, nothing specific, Ivy reported. Good work. Suspend further action for now. After Ivy left, Thea compared the information with her own memories. She knew a little about the Cadmus Project. It was a massive research initiative secretly established by Luthor using his immense wealth. Cadmus was a hero of ancient Greece, and according to legend, the one who brought the Phoenician alphabet into Greece. Luthor's choice of this name was self-explanatory. He wanted to be that hero, to bring alien technology or knowledge to Earth. But technology was not so easily obtained. Who had given him the confidence to launch such a project, one that burned through hundreds of billions? As someone pursuing the same path, Thea had the greatest authority to judge. Her own advantages bordered on absurd, government funding, massive appropriation of Red Room research results, yet even so, only a handful of projects had seen breakthroughs, exoskeletons, laser weapons, and a few others. Luthor's ambition, however, was far greater. He sought to lead humanity through self-evolution, to reach, or even surpass, Kryptonian standards. From a human perspective, he was undeniably a hero. So who was helping him? A figure suddenly came to Thea's mind, the escaped Kryptonian deputy from Fort Ross, Non. That man had vanished without a trace, as if erased from the world. Could he have joined forces with Luthor? Chapter 433, Good News. Before leaving the ship, this group destroyed all visual records related to themselves. Relying on Croydon Compass, it was extremely difficult for Thea to track them. There wasn't even a single photograph. The compass was merely a magical artifact, it wasn't a search engine. With nothing but Farah's vague recollections to go on, the search went in circles. Finding the Kryptonians yielded no leads, but she could go directly to Lex Luthor. Early the next morning, the young lady dressed in a sea blue long gown and slender high heels, leading dozens of bodyguards and assistants in over 10 vehicles, and arrived at Luthor Corp in grand fashion. This was her first visit to the new L Tower. If one ignored the enormous portrait of Luthor at the entrance, along with the motivational style Luthor quotations plastered everywhere, the building's overall design was actually quite decent. You all wait outside. Standing before Luthor's office, Thea turned back and gave the order, then walked forward alone. The secretary smiled and opened the door for her. Are the missing Kryptonians here with you? Thea wasted no time and went straight to the point. Luthor shook his head emphatically, denying it outright. It doesn't matter whether you admit it or not, Thea said coldly. But what I want to tell you is this, never try to control something you don't understand. At this point, Thea would not be surprised at all by the appearance of Doomsday. It was something she fundamentally could not prevent from happening. The probability that the Kryptonian adjutant had joined forces with Luthor was extremely high. Both sides believed the other to be foolish. Non looked down on Earth's technological level and had come with a condescending attitude. As for Luthor, this was someone who had supposedly solved Fermat's last theorem in kindergarten. Give him even a small hint, and with his intellect, replicating Doomsday's cells would not be particularly difficult. After all, Doomsday had originally been derived as the ultimate biological weapon through extrapolation from Kryptonian cells. Killing Luthor now would not be difficult, but it would bring Thea no real benefit. Humanity needed concrete, undeniable evidence to truly recognize its own danger. Once fear reached a certain threshold, it would inevitably rebound, superheroes would erupt like a blowout, and the formation of various teams would become unstoppable. Only then could Earth secure a chance to survive in an increasingly turbulent future. After issuing her warning, Thea continued staring at Luthor. The atmosphere between them was heavy. "Don't think I don't know, you've done plenty of those experiments yourself," Luthor said. Relying purely on his arrogance, Luthor forcibly withstood Thea's pressure. She had not invoked fear-based influence, only her natural presence. Even so, this casual confrontation was enough to show that his willpower was approaching the upper limits. Thea neither confirmed nor denied his accusation. She had conducted many experiments, even harboring fanciful attempts to locate Doomsday's weaknesses. These were things that could be done, but never spoken aloud. Instead, she countered. "So you're admitting that those Kryptonians are with you?" "I admit it." Luthor's pride spared him any pretense. He pulled several documents from a drawer. "I helped them obtain residency permits issued by your committee. They are now legal residents of Earth." Thea casually flipped through the papers. They were legitimate documents. The committee handled the residency, travel, and daily affairs of more than 100,000 aliens. With so many trivial matters, it was impossible for her, as chairwoman, to personally sign everything. Beneath her were tens of thousands of clerks and staff. Obtaining residency papers for a few aliens was hardly difficult. Only 3 Kryptonians. The documents listed only these 3. According to Farah's memory, aside from Non, also an adjutant, there should have been 6 additional warriors. However, unlike the cheat-heavy House of L, they were ordinary civilians by birth. Their genetic limitations severely constrained their growth. "Only 3 remain," Luthor said with a faint smile. "They endured great hardship to reach Earth." "Their hardship is only just beginning," Thea replied calmly. "Let's hope they still have intact corpses after working with you." She was genuinely speechless toward these naive Kryptonians. Trying to outplay Luthor. That was an almost impossible task. All she could do was hope the gods of Krypton would bless them. Both sides had obtained the information they wanted. Thea turned and left. There was still time. Although Brainiac classified Earth's average technological level as Tier 3, Krypton as Tier 8, and Luthor's personal intelligence as Tier 9, for Luthor to traverse the long road of science and independently recreate Doomsday, even the most optimistic estimate still required at least 1 year. Unlike Luthor, Thea used every conceivable pretext to divert taxpayer money into her own research and armament programs. While some results had to be shared, her personal finances suffered almost no loss. Massive daily cash flows were instead funneled into ever larger commercial expansions. Her financial reach was steadily penetrating every sector of the nation. Luthor's arrogance caused him to fall behind Thea in political maneuvering. One step behind meant every step behind. Now he could only force the launch of the Cadmus project using his own connections and capital, no government backing, no military support, no consortium participation. Resting by day and working by night, he labored underground like a stereotypical mad scientist. This was not ancient times when one could bury several tons of gold in a cellar. In today's globally integrated world, siphoning off such vast sums without drawing attention was impossible. Thea herself owned shares in Luthor Corp. By regulation, she had full access to its financial reports. She hired over 100 renowned accountants, whose sole task was to scrutinize Luthor Corp's cash flow and industrial assets. The initial investment into the Cadmus project alone had already cost Luthor at least $3 billion in liquid funds, and that was merely the beginning. The daily expenditures to follow would be astronomical. Since he was willing to throw tens of billions of dollars into the abyss, Thea had no intention of stopping him. She was already planning how much capital she would need to acquire Luthor Corp., drained of liquidity yet still possessing a colossal foundation, once Luthor inevitably failed and went to prison. Their meeting had little immediate effect on the broader situation. Even without Luthor's instigation, the earlier suicide incident spread widely across online media. Doubts, accusations, and speculation surged endlessly. The best solution was to muddy the waters. Thea instructed the group's PR department to clear the way with money, buying off print media and hiring online troll armies to derail discussions. To further divert attention, she negotiated with several major talent agencies, engineering celebrity scandals, who met whom at a hotel today, who was breaking up tomorrow. Global attention shifted almost instinctively. The alien controversy that had raged for a month was gradually buried beneath endless gossip. Although the incident subsided, perceptive individuals had already noticed the implication of extraterrestrial existence. After closed-door discussions, the committee decided to maintain the status quo. Those who knew could know, those who didn't know were better off not knowing. As the bad luck finally ebbed, the expedition team deep in Peru delivered long-awaited news. The temple had been found. Chapter 434, Morgan Le Fay's Temple. Excited, Thea rushed to the site that very night. The expedition team felt she had arrived a bit too soon, but she brushed it off by claiming she had taken a supersonic jet. Is this the place? Looking at the structure before her, which resembled a pyramid more than a temple, Thea turned to ask. The expedition team was positioned at the outermost perimeter of the ruins. The temple itself stood like a small island in the middle of what had once been a lake. The water had long since been replaced by thick silt. Having taken the job for money, the team had not continued any deeper investigation. Finding the location was sufficient to complete the task. This is it. Look inside. Locals say this temple has a history of several thousand years. No one dares to enter, but according to what we heard, there seem to be traces of some isolated natives living on the island. The expedition leader explained enthusiastically. To him, this mission was easy money. No dangerous exploration was required, just visual confirmation, and the pay was generous. A task like this might not come around even once a year. Smiling broadly, he continued telling Thea about various local customs. Thea took out her phone and instructed her assistant to transfer payment to the expedition team. The other two teams had not found the site, but they were also given some compensation for their efforts. Only after the noisy crowd departed did she finally begin to examine the temple carefully. Hovering in midair and focusing her gaze, she estimated the structure to be roughly 300 meters long and over 100 meters wide, with a height exceeding 40 meters. Wide stone steps ascended tier by tier, leading to a pool-like altar at the summit. The four walls of the altar were carved with scenes of primitive tribal warfare, sacrifice, and harvest. Just as the locals had said, there were signs of native habitation around the exterior, though the numbers were small, roughly 30 people. The atmosphere here was extremely obscure. Ripples of a peculiar frequency permeated the air. Whenever Thea attempted to peer inside using the Eye of Horus, the strange wave simply cancelled the effect. Even her current, near-sublime mental power was blocked by the special reliefs carved into the temple's outer walls. With her eyes closed, she could not sense the structure at all, despite its massive footprint. Interesting place. Having arrived in haste without bringing any subordinates, Thea circled the perimeter once more. Detecting nothing that could pose a threat to her, she slowly descended toward the former lake bed at the center. The muddy ground, layered with dead leaves, made walking in leather boots somewhat uncomfortable. Who? Woo. Several natives clad in simple animal hides reacted to her sudden descent from the sky with mixed expressions, some baring their teeth in hostility, others kneeling in worship. Their language, however, was too crude to understand. Frowning, Thea selected an elderly man who looked relatively clean and stood near the center of the group. She extended her hand, grasped at empty air, and pulled him toward her. Her powerful psychic force entered his mind directly, bypassing the language barrier and extracting memories of this place straight from his thoughts. The results disappointed her. The old man had once been the tribe's leader, his son now held that role. Even so, his memories contained no deeper knowledge of the temple, only an ancestral rule passed down through generations. They were forbidden from leaving this region and absolutely forbidden from entering the temple. Such a familiar bloodline curse could only have been the work of Merlin or Morgan Le Fay. Most likely, their ancestors had been sinners of some sort. This kind of story was common to the point of banality. Tossing the old man back into the crowd, Thea ignored the natives and walked calmly toward the entrance. The ground before the doorway was stained with dried blood and littered with weathered bones. Clearly, the natives had not resigned themselves to eternal confinement. Generation after generation, they had sent people to test the temple. Unfortunately, every such attempt had been crushed by the bloodline curse. Over time, the stone pathway had been soaked in a dark crimson hue, and many skeletons had fused with the masonry itself. Several skulls lay scattered on the ground, jaws slightly agape, as if silently warning anyone who dared to enter. After sequentially casting 4 or 5 detection spells, Thea confirmed that the main entrance contained no traps. Under the tense gazes of the natives, she stepped inside. As she crossed the threshold, torches lining both walls ignited one after another, as though responding to an unseen signal. The interior layout was simple, a cross-shaped corridor. Entering from the north and exiting through the south, Thea advanced cautiously. The entire walk took less than 10 minutes. Strange, there's nothing here. She turned back and walked east to west. Apart from the torches lighting up in response to her footsteps, nothing else occurred. Ancient mages always loved putting on airs of profundity. Too lazy to search manually, the young lady summoned her powered armor and activated its AI scanning system. While the temple's magic interfered with the scan to some extent, the disciplines were different. After adjusting the scan frequency twice, the magical concealment gradually lost its effect. Gideon scanned the structure thoroughly, inside and out, then began data comparison. Gaps between stones, wall composition, load-bearing distribution, ancient architecture was still architecture, and numbers did not lie. After 2 minutes of intensive trigonometric calculations, a hidden door was identified. The door was not heavy. With a gentle push, it opened automatically, revealing an utterly black chamber beyond. The darkness seemed to absorb all light. The hundreds of torches within the temple extinguished instantly. Thea felt as though she were standing in absolute void. Above, below, left, right, front, and back were all pitch black. She raised her hand and cast a light spell. A spell once effortless now required significant exertion. Fortunately, her current mastery of magic ranked among the world's elite. As Etrigan had once said, had she lived in ancient times, she would have had no trouble securing a position as a court mage. What is this? Only after increasing the spell's output did the chamber's interior come into view. At the center stood a massive dark coffin, thick, heavy, and imposing. Yet what truly drew her attention was not the coffin itself, but the skeleton seated cross-legged atop it. Unlike the natives outside whose remains had been eroded into unrecognizable shapes, this skeleton appeared to have belonged to someone at least 1.90 meters tall in life. The pelvic structure made it clear the remains were female. Morgan Le Fay. Thea tried to look away, but found it difficult. The pristine, jade-like bones radiated an eerie allure. A seductive rhythm pulsed silently, tapping against her consciousness. The skeletal hands cradled a floating golden cube. The cube rotated slowly, emitting shifting golden light and continuously transmitting knowledge of life and death, order and chaos. Power. Status. Wealth. Beauty. Knowledge pointing directly toward cosmic truth. This was a perfect temptation, one that no ordinary person could withstand. Unfortunately, Thea was precisely the exception. At first, she truly was momentarily captivated by the strange remains. But the moment wealth, status, and ultimate knowledge were laid before her, the corners of her mouth curled upward, into a faint, mocking smile. Chapter 435, Morgan Le Fay's Trial. No matter who designed this setup, Thea found it completely ridiculous. Medieval mages actually thought they could tempt her with wealth. How much money had they ever seen in their lives? Status and power were even more of a joke. They followed King Arthur to the death, fought to the death, and at best obtained a small fief. In modern terms, it might not even be larger than a ranch in Texas. A landowner guarding a few acres trying to discuss status and power with Thea, someone aiming to control the lifeblood of the global economy. It was laughable. As for women, they were an even more absurd temptation. She might have the interest, but she definitely didn't have the stamina. Dealing with just Diana already required her to exhaust every trick she had. Add 2 more beauties. Spare her. That rotating golden cube was nothing more than a clue pointing to the Book of Magic, an unmistakable product of the world's malice. On the other side of that book lay a technological plane that rejected all supernatural power. How careless would she have to be to even consider coveting such a thing? Even if it were handed to her for free, she wouldn't want it. Nick Necro and Felix Faust, those 2 major villains, most likely failed to resist the temptation. They probably hugged the golden cube with glee, rushed off to search for the trap-filled Book of Magic, and in doing so missed things that were far more important. The corpse's bewitching aura seemed to function as a kind of filter. Sensing that Thea had broken free of its influence, the strange rhythm withdrew its power and gradually fell silent. I come from the void. Starlight shines upon the fountain. Flames burn beneath the azure dome. The winds of the 4 seasons, the winds of the 4 seasons sigh upon distant shores. An antique high-backed chair suddenly appeared in the dark chamber. Seated upright upon it was a beautiful woman. She wore a flowing, iridescent purple robe. Her figure was graceful, her curves elegant. Her eyes flickered with a lightness like glancing reflections. Most striking of all was her long golden hair, shimmering with flowing colors. Her bearing was ethereal and otherworldly, and her words carried an archaic cadence, as though they concealed profound truths. Thea stared at her intently, listening with restrained tension as the woman recited her opening lines in a song-like tone. Several defensive spells had already been condensed into gemstones, all clenched in Thea's palm. At the slightest sign of danger, she would trigger them without hesitation, ensuring she remained invincible. However, midway through the recitation, the blonde woman faltered. Her calm, clear gaze flicked quickly toward Thea's half-open palm before she continued. The farewell sunlight fills us with reluctance. Past events rise vividly before our eyes. The breeze drifts and wanders. She glanced once more at Thea's hand. The small movement shattered her previously cold and dignified aura, yet she acted as if nothing had happened. Thea's eyelid twitched involuntarily. This one looked serious, but she was clearly a goofball. Cough, cough. Thea cleared her throat, making her presence known. She had noticed the woman straightening herself again, clearly intending to continue the recital. The blonde woman was interrupted and glanced at Thea instinctively. Then her expression changed as if she had made a startling discovery. Merlin's bloodline. Impossible. 1,000 years later, the one who comes to see me is actually Old Man Merlin's descendant. She abandoned the chair entirely and, with movements utterly incompatible with her lofty appearance, scrambled up onto the giant coffin. She inspected the white skeleton closely, muttering to herself. This makes no sense. That old Merlin was greedy, lustful, and full of bad habits. These spell formations are still running, how could they possibly allow his descendant to enter? Thea's smile turned strained. The temptations she had just endured were still fresh in her mind. Greedy and lustful. Was that really her great ancestor? The grand image of the Archmage in her heart shattered instantly. Combining the woman's words with her current spiritual form, her identity was no longer difficult to infer. Still, Thea asked to confirm. And you are? After rummaging over the skeleton without finding anything, the woman scratched her head in confusion, jumped down from the coffin, and walked over to Thea. Under Thea's wary gaze, she made a gesture comparing their heights. Oh my, Merlin's descendant, you're not very tall. As for me, I'm a clone of Morgan Le Fay. Can't you tell? Haven't you heard of my main body's great name? She spoke in a bright, lively tone completely mismatched with her appearance, then smiled smugly, clearly pleased that she was taller than Thea. Thea's eye twitched. By all reason, her height, 1.79 meters, was considered tall among women, only a few centimeters shorter than Diana's 1.83 meters. When attending events in high heels, few people even dared to stand beside her for photos. But compared to Morgan Le Fay's 1.9-meter stature, those advantages vanished. Thea couldn't help but complain internally, are you really a mage and not a basketball player? So many stories described mages as tall and thin, did this profession secretly come with a height bonus? Remembering her original purpose, Thea spoke again. I know Archmage Morgan Le Fay. She was one of the greatest figures of Merlin's era, and also King Arthur's half-sister. She deliberately avoided mentioning anything about dark magic before continuing. Where is your main body now? The blonde woman clasped her hands behind her back and sighed softly. The main body has long since left this world. She probably ran off somewhere to have fun. Thea felt her eye twitch in exasperation. She finally understood, this clone no longer had any real connection to the original. Either the distance was too great, or Morgan Le Fay herself had severed control long ago. This woman, identical in appearance to the original, had developed an entirely new personality. Although she retained the main body's knowledge, growing up in isolation had left her with a childlike simplicity. Thea put away 2 of the gemstones in her hand. Just as she was about to speak, the blonde woman suddenly slapped her forehead. Ah. You came here specifically to undergo the trial left behind by the main body, didn't you? Completely unaware of how much information she had just revealed, the blonde woman stared at Thea with sparkling eyes. Morgan Le Fay's trial. Thea's heart rate spiked instantly, only to be forcibly suppressed. Thoughts collided at lightning speed, dozens, then hundreds, before converging into a single conclusion. Agree first. Yes. I came here to accept the trial. Even though she had known nothing a second earlier, Thea answered with absolute certainty. The blonde woman was clearly pleased. She struck her right fist into her left palm, then turned around and rummaged through the void with her back to Thea. Where did I put it? Honestly, this place is such a mess. After searching for a full 10 minutes, she finally pulled out a tattered parchment. Glancing at the first line, she cleared her throat. First condition, the one undergoing the trial must be female. You are female, right? At those words, half of Thea's face darkened. With drooping eyelids, she nodded silently. Chapter 436, Test in Progress. It was unclear whether this clone of Morgan Le Fay was simply naive or overly conscientious, but she insisted on carrying out a so-called physical inspection. In extreme embarrassment, Thea allowed her to examine her once. After that, the clone even compared Thea's body with her own. Because the clone remembered that she herself was female, after comparing the two, Thea finally managed to prove that she was indeed a woman. After doing something this outrageous, the blonde woman showed not the slightest hint of shame. She immediately reverted to her goofy expression and smugly read out the second requirement, must be able to cast spells. Afraid that she might start some overly intimate inspection of her internal mana circulation, Thea attacked from both sides at once, magic missile, fire arrow, ice arrow, and a whole pile of spells. In the blink of an eye, she had fired off 7 or 8 different kinds. The goofy blonde nodded. Third item, must not be over 50 years old. Thea hurriedly pulled out her driver's license. The blonde woman glanced at it with great seriousness, pretending she could understand it, then continued reading. Fourth item, appearance must be beautiful. A long list of miscellaneous questions followed, leaving Thea exhausted from dealing with them. She felt this wasn't a test at all, it was a census. Name, age, gender, family situation, a full round of interrogation. 17th item, the main body requires the testee to obtain the scepter gemstone of the first ruler of the Roman Empire, Gaius Octavius, the Star of Scribonia, named after his wife. Time limit, 3 days. No need for 3 days. The gem is already in my hand, Thea said flatly. She rummaged through her ring for a moment, then tossed a purple gemstone to the blonde woman. Oh. So beautiful, ahem, I need to hand this gemstone over to the main body for appraisal. This stage counts as passed. Morgan Le Fay's clone played with it for a long while. She clearly wanted to throw it back to Thea, but simply couldn't bear to part with it. In the end, she came up with a lame excuse and stuffed it straight into her own pocket. Thea stared at her until the clone finally put on a flattering smile, only then letting the matter drop. If you're going to covet my stuff, the least you could do is say thanks. 18th item and 19th item, the material gathering tasks, you pass them both. 20th item. As the clone continued reciting one test after another, Thea finally understood just how outrageously flexible the main body's trials were. For example, the 44th item required the testee to kill a Medusa. In a modern society like this, where was Thea supposed to find a Medusa? She took out a fiery red gemstone and pretended to drop it by accident. The gem rolled to the clone's feet, and the blonde woman instantly played along, boldly declaring that the gemstone on the ground was Medusa's head. Without a sound, that stage was passed. People said Merlin was greedy and lustful. Judging from this Morgan Le Fay clone's personality, her main body probably wasn't much better. Holy or evil, those were all embellishments by later generations. After direct contact, Thea felt no reverence whatsoever for these legendary figures. Dealing with them wasn't much harder than dealing with General Amanda Waller. Although both examiner and examinee were fond of this flexible working style, Thea's gemstones didn't come from nowhere. Some troublesome tasks that couldn't be done could be handled flexibly, but for simpler ones, she still relied on her own abilities. As time went on, the tests grew more and more difficult. For the 82nd item, Morgan Le Fay's clone directly dragged in a native from outside. The moment the native entered the temple, his bloodline began to boil violently throughout his body. The task was simple: under the bloodline curse, ensure that this person survived for 10 minutes. Thea didn't dare slack off. The instant the man entered the temple, his pupils began to dilate and his entire body convulsed. Without immediate treatment, he wouldn't last even 10 seconds. Healing spells, greater healing, regeneration, every light and water aspect spell she had was thrown at him. At the same time, she stacked various enhancement spells onto his body. But in less than 2 minutes, the man's bodily potential was completely exhausted. Mana recovery lagged far behind the curse's eruption. Magic alone could no longer save him. She injected a shot of adrenaline straight in. Thea glanced at the blonde woman, and seeing no reaction, stopped worrying about appearances. The medical pod powered by new energy was activated immediately. Heart failure, set up extracorporeal circulation. Kidney necrosis, open him up and replace them with mechanical ones. She injected 10 doses of stimulants potent enough to make an elephant run wild for 3 days. Various nutrients were poured into his body as if they cost nothing. Poison Ivy, based on her own experience, had formulated a chlorophyll solution rich in life energy. After a brief test confirmed that the human body didn't reject it, Thea poured an entire bottle into him as well. Time's up. Not bad, the blonde woman said with clear satisfaction. Thea let out a long breath, summoned a sphere of clean water, and washed the blood from her hands. Only then did she have the leisure to carefully inspect her handiwork. It seemed that the temple's bloodline curse only lasted 10 minutes. Now, after those 10 minutes, the man had breathing and a heartbeat, and his brain was still receiving external signals. From a physiological standpoint, he had survived. However, his heart was temporarily mounted outside his body, more than half his internal organs had been replaced, his capillaries had burst from the chlorophyll, and his cells, stimulated by the drugs, were still erupting with energy, dividing, growing, and dividing again. This violent cellular explosion in such a short time had drastically shortened his lifespan. The best outcome for him was to live on as a half-cyborg. Thea didn't stop just because the time limit was over. After some thought, she used her proficient mechanical knowledge to expel the excess substances from his body. Metal framework, biosynthetic nerves, artificial skin. With the powerful functions of the medical pod, it took half an hour to finish tidying him up. She gestured for the blonde woman to send him out. Thea felt a genuine sense of accomplishment, 40 minutes to create a half-cyborg. After he woke up and returned to his tribe, his strength and speed would certainly increase significantly, and the synthetic skin ensured that without dissection, nothing unusual could be detected from the outside. After calming herself for a minute, she signaled to continue the test. Having invested so much effort, Thea was determined to see what the final reward would be. Morgan Le Fay's clone was a spiritual entity and didn't know fatigue. Seeing that Thea wished to continue, she cheerfully launched into the subsequent trials. The Phantom of the Knights of the Round Table was beaten senseless by Thea with a combination of magic and martial skill. When it came to riddles with the Sphinx, Thea pulled out a file on Gotham's Riddler. Many of those riddles had given Batman serious trouble. She selected a few of the harder ones and instantly defeated the Sphinx projection, whose intelligence had clearly dropped by several levels. 98th item, locate the sword of the main body's mortal enemy, Merlin. When the blonde woman read this line, she stared blankly at Thea, or rather, at her neck. You can see it too, right? The sword is right here, Thea said, shaking the sword disguised as a necklace. This test was entirely reasonable and well within expectations. In other eras, this trial would have been extraordinarily difficult. But in the modern age, with ArrowVerse having searched high and low for decades, the equipment of all well-known mages had basically been collected. Even if it had required Merlin's staff, Thea could have obtained it by paying a modest price. This stage posed almost no difficulty for her at all. Chapter 437, Thea's Choice. Very well. You've passed all the tests. You may now take your reward. As Morgan Le Fay's clone spoke, she closed the parchment, summoned the golden cube clasped in the skeleton's hands, and gestured for Thea to step forward and take it. What was this supposed to mean? At first, Thea thought the reward really was this cube, but she quickly realized something was off. Leaving aside its actual use, the fact that it had been part of a temptation trap already suggested that Morgan didn't truly value it. Stories about Morgan and Merlin fighting for 3 days and nights over it, or later joining forces to deduce clues, those were probably all fabrications. Even the skeleton seemed dubious. Thea didn't believe Morgan would carve a charm spell, such a low-level enchantment, into her own bones. That was just too cheap. Most importantly, there had only been 98 tests. Anyone who'd read a few more books would know there should be 1 or 2 more at the end. Perhaps the cube itself was another test. Taking it now would be downright foolish. Thea remained where she was, unmoving, and shook her head. I don't want it. You really don't. This contains the truth of the universe. I don't want it. The blonde clone sighed and put away both the golden cube and the parchment. Then you've passed the final test as well. Come and take your real reward. With that, she swiped her hand through space. A pool of deep blue lake water abruptly appeared inside the dark chamber. Ripples spread across the surface. This was no so-called mountain spring from the modern world. The water was crystal clear, brimming with vitality. As the ripples gently rose and fell, one could almost hear waves lapping against a shore and smell a faint, enchanting fragrance. This is. Thea was finally moved. She didn't expect the blonde Morgan Le Fay to explain, because she recognized it instinctively, at the deepest level of her bloodline. This pool was part of Avalon, the elven realm, and the dwelling place of the Lady of the Lake. Unlike the Avalon she had once summoned, which had merely been a projection from a distant space and hadn't even manifested 1% of its true power, this pool before her was real. Though it was only the size of several people embracing, clearly just a small fragment of the original land, the magic within seemed to whisper something to her without end. This truly existed, or rather, Morgan Le Fay had cut a fragment from a past timeline and placed it in the present, right before Thea. Such a miraculous feat clearly wasn't the work of the goofy clone. This was a gift personally left behind by Morgan Le Fay herself, King Arthur's sister, who had fought him for a lifetime, yet carried him back to Avalon at the very end of his life. Anyone familiar with Arthurian legend knew that after the sword in the stone broke, Arthur, guided by Merlin, obtained the Sword of the Lake from the Lady of the Lake in Avalon. That sword was the widely known Sword of Victory and Oaths. Thea felt her heart beating too fast. She quickly turned to the blonde Morgan Le Fay clone, hoping for some guidance. Her earlier losses of gemstones had clearly been valuable. Having benefited from Thea's generosity, the blonde woman scratched her head, nodded emphatically, and made a throwing motion. Throw something into the water. Then the goddess would appear and ask, is this the golden axe you lost? That story didn't even originate in Britain. Thea was at a loss. After she lost 3 more gemstones, the clone quietly offered a hint, you need to show the Lady of the Lake your confidence and courage. Then she darted off, clearly having reached the limit of what she could reveal. Confidence and courage? Thea pondered. The water was shallow, so it wasn't testing some superficial bravery like jumping in, nor honesty like the golden axe and silver axe tale. That left only one answer, the courage to give up what one cherished, and unwavering resolve. She tossed a gemstone into the lake. The water immediately spat it back out, like grape skins being discarded. It clearly didn't want that. She tried again, daggers, long swords, round shields, bracers, helmets, and a pile of modern gear. Everything was rejected except the long swords. So it wanted swords. With some trepidation, Thea threw all the long swords from her spatial ring into the lake. The water only swelled with a haze of mist, and faint singing, like that of sirens, could be heard. As a woman, she was immune to it, but the message was unmistakable: continue. No sacrifice, no reward. Thea drew out a long sword engraved with magic arrays, an 8th birthday gift she had prepared for Damien. The blade had been forged by Diana, the arrays drawn by Thea herself. With a built-in sharpness enchantment, it was nearly indestructible. She tossed it in with a casual whoosh. The lake brimmed with joy, but the Lady of the Lake still did not appear. Next came several swords once offered as tribute by the cult of the cold flame, blades that enhanced the wielder's charm, blades that turned invisible when held, blades that allowed underwater breathing. Her heart aching, she threw them in one by one. The lake began to roil, faint vortices formed, yet something crucial was still missing. Greedy to the extreme. Thea felt her blood pressure rising. Only 3 swords remained: the false god-killer she'd obtained from Themyscira, its true name the Ares Must Die sword, the nameless demon blade forged by demons, and Merlin's sword. The god-killer was rarely used now. Logically, it should have been the first sacrifice. But thinking of her bond with Diana, its symbolic meaning now far outweighed its practical value. The demon sword was also seldom used in battle. What she valued was its absorption ability and exceptional quality. It was a key tool for dealing with Black Adam in the future, to drain his divine power. She absolutely could not give it up. That left only Merlin's sword, the blade that resonated faintly with her bloodline, carrying the trace of luck she had only just begun to savor. Was this the true test of courage? The god-killer represented emotion, the demon sword the future, and Merlin's sword luck. She had to choose one. After intense inner struggle, Thea reached her conclusion: the strong need emotion, and they need a future, but they do not need luck. Would Doomsday spare you because you were lucky? If the earth were pierced through, what use would luck be? Reason told her that abandoning emotion seemed easiest, with minimal cost and maximal gain. She shook her head. Emotion was essential to her as an individual. Abandoning it was easy, but the price would be immeasurable. And this emotion wasn't limited to romantic or familial love. Abandon love today, and tomorrow you abandon family, then friendship. In the end, nothing remains. Emotion, as the bond of intelligent life, isn't a shackle, it's the source of strength, the origin of all thought. If she had once only wanted to survive, then now, emotion was the cornerstone of her struggle, the driving force that pushed her ever upward. Without those she loved, what meaning was there in being invincible? Chapter 438, The Sword of Victory and Oaths. Having understood her own heart and her own principles, without any of the heaven-shaking omens or cascades of radiant light described in novels, Thea felt only a sense of lightness. She vaguely realized that perhaps this sword was what the Lady of the Lake truly wanted. After all, offering a blade from Greek mythology and a demonic sword from hell to a Celtic deity was a bit absurd. The Merlin sword shared the same origin as the Lady of the Lake. Returning it to her was the proper course, wasn't it? Thea sniffed lightly, silently apologized to her ancestor Merlin, reached up and snapped the necklace, enlarged the sword to its proper size, held it with both hands, and gently cast it into the lake. Unlike the previous swords, the Merlin sword did not sink straight to the bottom. It emitted a faint white glow as it slowly descended. The siren song and the sound of waves striking the shore vanished in an instant. All that remained was a single hull from Morgan Le Fay's clone, Owo. Before she disappeared without a trace. Somewhat tense, Thea fixed her gaze on the lake's surface. The water parted smoothly to either side. What had once been shallow enough to barely cover her feet visibly deepened. A magnificent goddess rose slowly from the water, clad in a sky-blue peacock-sleeved gown and wearing long emerald crystal earrings. A true god. A true god had used some means to briefly connect the present with a past timeline. The Lady of the Lake's divine might was not overwhelming, yet the feeling she gave off was utterly natural. Simply standing near her filled one with incomparable calm and hope for the future. Thea had only once before experienced standing face to face with a true god at the height of their power. Back then, the moon goddess had shot an arrow from the distant past to sever the mark on a stag. At that time, however, Thea's level had been too low, her inner power like rootless water. She had merely watched the spectacle, and any talk of insight or comprehension would have been self-delusion. Although Thea had not yet reached the stage where she could openly challenge Horus as she had that day, this was her own timeline, and the world did not reject her. Her perspective and understanding far surpassed that earlier empty shell possessed only of strength. The Lady of the Lake before her now allowed her to perceive many things. Though the goddess's temperament and inner path were not what Thea sought to follow, this close encounter with divine authority still benefited her greatly. The Lady of the Lake spoke not a word. She merely raised her hands, as if holding something, and walked slowly toward Thea. Voices echoed in Thea's ears, encouragement, support, and also doubt and questioning. She did not know whether these voices were real or born of her own mind. Straightening her clothes, she stepped steadily into the lake. Thea clenched and released her fists several times. In a tenth of a second, she recalled her experiences over the past 5 years, took a deep breath, and reached toward the Lady of the Lake seemingly empty hands. There was substance. When Thea's fingers touched the place at the outside of the goddess's left wrist, where a sword hilt should have been, the solid sensation told her that all her sacrifices had been worth it. This holy sword of myth and legend had crossed time and space and was about to reappear in the world. As she touched it, the sword's form gradually emerged. The hilt was deep blue. On closer inspection, it was crafted from starstone, material that could emit a faint glow even in the abyss. The crossguard was crescent-shaped, forged from a metal ancient mages called earthcore adamantine. Thea's demonic sword also contained trace amounts of adamantine, but only in minute quantities. This crossguard, by contrast, was a single solid piece, refined with the fire of the blazing sun. Yet these precious materials were merely embellishments. The true marvel was the blade itself, measuring 1.2 meters in length. Neither gold, nor copper, nor iron, the blade was thin and light. With a flick of Thea's wrist, multicolored light burst forth. Near the base of the blade was an inscription in Old English, Excalibur. In ancient Celtic, the meaning was steel sunderer, though in the modern age the sword was known by a more evocative name, the Sword of Victory and Oaths. Ancient mages could not identify the blade's material, but Thea recognized it instantly. It was of the same origin as the material used to forge lantern rings, only of a higher order and far more magnificent. This was the ultimate holy sword, forged with the emotions of intelligent beings as its foundation and imagination as its means. Unlike lantern rings, which embodied a single emotion, the emotions contained within this sword were extraordinarily rich. At the very least, the ones Thea knew, rage, greed, fear, willpower, compassion, hope, and love, were all present. Its use mirrored that of a lantern ring as well. Channeling one's emotions into it would unleash light countless times brighter than the sun, capable of destroying all things. This was the aggregate will of sentient beings. To reach such a level, Thea's path was still long. To fully wield the holy sword's power, one had to master all emotions. One's own and those of others, the good and the benevolent, the vile and the evil. Facing all intelligent life, a single strike that gathered the will of all beings, at that point, even those existences whose names could not be spoken would likely retreat. Having bestowed the sword, the Lady of the Lake brushed past Thea's cheek like a spring breeze. Her hands were warm and soft, like a gently rising evening wind, carrying away all of Thea's anxiety and smoothing her slightly furrowed brow. From beginning to end, the Lady of the Lake did not utter a single word. Smiling, she slowly stepped back. The lake's shimmering light parted once more, and gentle ripples carried her back to that tranquil homeland. Watching her disappear beneath the water, Thea bowed deeply. At that moment, words had lost all meaning. The goddess had said nothing, yet Thea understood her intent. As it had been with King Arthur, this was both fate's choice and her own. So, has that one left? The previously solemn atmosphere was instantly shattered by Morgan Le Fay's blonde clone. The absurd woman had actually conjured a wall inside the empty chamber and was peeking around it with great caution. Thea couldn't be bothered to respond. She casually swung the sword twice. Simply holding it was fine, but the moment thoughts of battle arose, the blade became extremely heavy. She tried channeling fear into it. The sword grew only slightly lighter, still far from being wielded freely. Where Thea surpassed King Arthur was her knowledge of the emotional spectrum and the 7 lantern core. If she could wear 7 lantern rings, she could unleash at least half of this sword's power. Big Sister Morgan, do you know where the scabbard is? I can't exactly keep carrying this thing around, Thea asked, having confirmed that the sword could not be stored in a spatial ring. The scabbard is far more important than the sword. Back then, when the main body discussed matters with that one, the scabbard never came up, the blonde Morgan replied after stroking her chin in thought. That one she referred to was clearly the Lady of the Lake. So it wasn't going to be that easy. The gods weren't fools either. Thea knew perfectly well how important the scabbard was. She had hoped she might obtain it as well, but the surprises she'd already received today were more than enough. In excellent spirits, she chose not to dwell further on the matter.